Imagine building your very own invoice platform. No monthly fees, no bloated features, and completely under your control. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, in this almost 11-hour journey, we're going to turn that dream into reality. In just a few hours, you'll go from a blank Next.js project to a fully functional production-ready app. No shortcuts, no fluff, just modern, scalable web development at its finest. Let's kick things off with an epic landing page, clean, intuitive, with a super fancy rainbow button that will make you say, wow, this is slick. But wait, this is just the beginning. Want custom authentication? Done. In this project, we are using magic link authentication with Auth.js and Mailtrap for emails. Once authenticated, users provide their name and address, which seamlessly integrates into our invoicing system. It's all connected and it works beautifully. And speaking of beautiful, take a look at this dashboard. Total revenue, issued invoices, pending payments, all at a glance. But wait, there's more. A stunning, fully animated chart showcasing paid invoices. It's not just functional, this dashboard is designed to impress. Now here's where things get even more exciting. View key details at a glance or create invoices with a fully custom built form. No copy-paste templates here. Client-side and server-side validation ensures that everything runs smoothly, because we all know form errors hit different, right? When the form is submitted, magic happens in the background. A real PDF is generated. Yes, a proper PDF, not just a screenshot, plus a custom email is sent with Mailtrap, complete with the invoice attached. It's professional, polished, and fully automated. And speaking of emails, did I mention that this video is made possible through Mailtrap? With Mailtrap, sending emails in your application is a breeze. In this application, we are not just sending plain text emails, no, we are building fully custom email templates. From raw HTML for those who like to get their hands dirty, to Mailtrap's no-code email template builder that's super intuitive and easy to use. It's the best of both worlds, fully customized emails without the hassle. And we're just getting started. Want to edit an invoice? No problem. The updated invoice is stored in the database, and we send an updated email to the client using a beautifully designed template with the updated invoice attached. But what if your client forgets to pay the invoice? No problem. With just one click, you can send a custom reminder email so that your client never forgets. Need to delete or mark an invoice as paid? Easy, we handle all sorts of mutations. And as we near the end of this video, we take things up a notch by optimizing data-heavy routes using streaming with React suspense boundaries. And if you are wondering how we will make all of this possible, let me break it down for you. We are using Next.js 15 for smooth server-rendered magic, Tailwind CSS for clean, responsive design, Shadcn UI for modern, customizable components, Auth.js handles authentication, while Mailtrap powers all of our emails. On the back end, we've got Prisma as our ORM connected to Neon's powered Postgres database. And once everything is built, we will take everything and deploy to Vercel. This video is not just another clone tutorial. No, this project is here to solve a real problem, a problem which I personally faced. It's unique, and at the same time it's built with precision and engineering excellence. By the end of this tutorial, you won't just have another standout project on your portfolio, you will be a better developer far ahead of the average crowd. So trust me when I say this, you don't want to miss this opportunity. Alright friends, I'm super excited for you to build this absolutely beautiful invoice platform. The best part, we build everything from scratch and we try to limit the external dependencies to an absolute minimum. Everything that we use in this video is completely free and does not require any credit card from you. So now you know what we are going to build and how it will look like, and before you get started there are only 3 more things you have to do. Firstly, grab a water, hydration is important. Secondly, you want to grab a keyboard, you want to type code, and without a keyboard it won't work. And step number 3, don't forget to like and subscribe, it only takes 1 second and it would mean a lot to me. And maybe you should also consider becoming a channel member to get access to videos before they are released and also access to more private videos which are not released to the general public. And now, huge shout out to Mailtrap for making this big video possible. Without them, this video would have never seen the face of YouTube, so thank you. And now, I think it's time to get started. I have created the video, you know what you're going to build, so let's roll the video. Let's go! Okay, my friends, it's now finally time to get started, so yeah, let's get started. I'm currently in the Next.js documentation, or I'm right here at the Next.js.org website. This is the documentation, and let's get started. So let's click on documentation, on installation, and then right here we have already our installation command. Now, instead of copying this, I want to mention something. I want to use for this video pnpm. This is like an alternative for npm and yarn. Now, why will we use pnpm in this video? Well, it's quite simple. Right now we have Next.js 15, and the thing with Next.js 15 is that it relies on React 19, and a lot of packages haven't updated their peer dependencies to React 19. And with pnpm, you don't have any problems with peer dependencies. So if you use npm for this video, you'll have to do a lot of -- legacy peer dependencies. With pnpm, you just install your package and everything works. pnpm works the same as npm, it's just, you could say, a better alternative. And to install it, you can click right here on documentation, on installation, and then you can either install it right here with npm, or if you use a Mac, for example, you can use Brew. This is what I use, just copy that and go to your terminal. And to check that everything is installed, let me just use pnpm-v, and then you see the version 9.1. So I can clear that, and now we can install our project. And now to get started, what I have to do is first of all cd into my YouTube directory, and then inside of here, let me do a pnpm create and then white space next-app at latest. So this is how you bootstrap a project with pnpm. It's a bit different than if you would use npm, as you see right here. This is how you would create a project with npm, but with pnpm you do it a bit differently. Then for the project name, let me just say invoice-marshall. Let's click on enter, then let's use TypeScript, let's use ESLint, let's use Tailwind. We won't use the source directory, we will use the app router, we will use TurboPack, and we won't customize the default import alias. Now, there's one thing which I'll mention right now. I use TypeScript. It isn't required. You can use JavaScript, that's fine, but TypeScript makes your life a bit simpler, easier, and to be honest, even if you don't have any knowledge of TypeScript, you will still be able to follow this video. And as you now see, my project has been created, bootstrapped, whatever you want to call it, and now we can open this project in VS Code. So I'm now in VS Code, and what do we see right here? Well, we see my project. So if you want to also open your project, you can go to the top on File and then click on Open Folder. But right here on the right, we first of all have our sidebar, and we see our code structure, the directory, however you want to call it. So let me maybe go through it, and just for you to understand what we have right here, what the default template ships. So on the bottom we have a tsconfig file. This is our configuration file for TypeScript. This is needed. We have a tailwind.config file. This is for Tailwind. We have a readme. You can change that if you want to, but it's fine as it is. We have a post.css file, a package.json, and the package.json is relatively interesting because inside of here we see all of our dependencies. And right now we don't have a lot. We only have 3 dependencies. We have React. This is version 19, the release candidate state, and we have Next.js, which is version 15. Now version 15 is the latest one. We also have a few dev dependencies, and these dependencies don't show up in our production bundle size, and that's great. We also have a next.config file. This is for Next.js configuration. We will use it later on for images because we will have to whitelist them. Then we have a gitignore file, and inside of here, please make sure that you right here have added a .env. Now in this template, it's already automatically added, but it could be that it's missing for you. So please check that right here you have a .env. Then right here we also have a public folder, and this is where you store all of your static files like images, videos, and everything like that. And we have the app folder, and this is probably the most important folder in this whole project in Next.js. So the first thing we have right here is a page.tsx with a bit of code. And this page.tsx is your index page. Then we have a layout.tsx, and this file is a layout. This means we first of all render the layout, this right here, and then we render our children. And our children in this case is our page.tsx. Then we have a globals file. This is where we store our CSS variables. We have a fav icon, a fonts folder, and that's already all. This is the project structure, the template structure, and now we can see how it looks like. So let's open the terminal with either Command J, this is a shortcut, or you can go to the top on right here terminal and new terminal. And then right here in the terminal, let me do a npm run dev. This will start our dev server on localhost 3000, and let me just open that in Chrome. Okay, so my dev server has started, and what do we see right here? Well, this is the default index page which is rendered. It looks alright, but this is not really what we want to render. So let's change that. Let's go back, let's go to the page.tsx, and instead of rendering all of this, let's delete everything in the return statement. And then in the return statement, let's return a div h1, and let's say hello from the index page. And if I now save that and go back, you see it right here. Hello from the index page. Let me again try to explain you how the layout works right here. So as I already mentioned, we have a layout, and then in the layout we render the children, and the children are our routes. So the index page, the login route, the dashboard route, and everything like that. And if I, for example, right here render above the children a p tag and say hello from the layout, save that and go back, you see right here hello from the layout, and then you see hello from the index page. So our children are at the end of the day our routes, and in the layout we can render whatever we want above or below the children. So I can delete again this p tag, we don't really need that. Okay, and since you now know how this connection between the layout and the index page works, I think we can now get started with this project. Now maybe before we get started with, I don't know, creating the login route and installing, I don't know, Auth.js and stuff like that, let me maybe first of all take you through this project structure, what we will use, how it will work together, and everything like that. So let me show it to you. So to explain everything to you, let me head over to Eraser and let's create a blank file, because I want to create a beautiful diagram, and we developers love diagrams. Am I correct? So let's open the canvas section and let's create our diagram. So what's the first thing we have in our project? Well, that's our application. So this is Invoice Marshall, and let's make it a bit bigger. So this text section, let's say large, and this is a Next.js application. So this is how everything starts with our web application. But what do we use to create our full experience, to create invoices, to edit invoices, to send emails, to authenticate, and everything like that? So let's start with probably one of the main elements, and that's authentication. For authentication, as you all know, there are a lot of options on the market, but we will use Auth.js, and Auth.js exists already for a lot of years. It's an open source project, that's how we will call it. It's easy to implement, and that's why we will use it. In Auth.js, or in combination with Auth.js, we will use magic links. This is the method we will use to authenticate the user. This means the user types the email into our input, and then we send the email to the user with a magic link. The user clicks the email, he gets redirected to the dashboard, and we authenticate the user. So that's the process behind authentication with Auth.js. So now the question comes, how do we send the email? Well, as you all know from the intro, we will use Mailtrap. So let's create a connection, let's draw another box, and inside of here we have Mailtrap. So this means when the user types the email into the input, we send an email with Mailtrap. That's what we do. But that's not the only thing we use Mailtrap for. We use Mailtrap for a lot of things. For example, let's draw an arrow. First of all, we send invoices. So I don't want to get a box, but I want to get a text. We send invoices with PDF and a template. Then what else do we have? Let's draw another arrow. We use Mailtrap to update or to send updated invoice information, also with PDF. Always when we send such emails, we attach a PDF, which is very cool. Also, we use Mailtrap to send overdue emails. So for example, if your invoice due date is tomorrow and the user does not pay, you can send a overdue email. And we will use for that a email template. This means we will create a email template using a no-code builder. So the overdue email will be created using a no-code builder, and these two, so the send invoice with PDF and the send updated invoice with PDF, we will also create email templates, but we will create a template using the HTML builder. So Mailtrap offers two methods. This is a no-code builder and a HTML builder. I will show you both how to implement them and how easy both of them are, or in other words, how easy it is to implement both options. And with Mailtrap, you have two options to send emails. So let's say sending emails. And the two options are, first of all, the generic note mailer. That's what we will use for Auth.js. And then we will also use the native SDK which Mailtrap offers. So let's say Mailtrap SDK. The SDK is a wrapper around the API, and it makes it even easier to implement, or not to implement, but to combine Mailtrap with the template which we create. So that's the whole section on Auth.js and Mailtrap. Let me maybe also give the Mailtrap box a different color, so green, because this is one of the main elements in this whole video. Everything works around Mailtrap because we send a lot of emails, and therefore a good infrastructure is very important for us in this project. So now we have covered these two sections, but we still use a few other things. For example, we create a PDF. Now in most examples, what people do is just create a screenshot and save it as a PDF. This is not a real PDF, it's just a screenshot saved as a PDF. But we will do something different. We will create a PDF from scratch. So let's create an arrow, and I will say, or let's get a box, and let's say PDF creation from scratch. You might ask me, hey Jan, PDF creation from scratch, why is it so important that we do it from scratch and that we don't use some generic screenshot, or that we don't just create a screenshot and save it as a PDF? Well, the benefit of an actual real PDF is that you can copy text. As an example, in Eraser, I can double click something and copy the text. If you have a screenshot, you can't do that. With a PDF, I can copy text, and this is important in invoices because you often send bank details and you don't want to just type them out, you want to copy paste them, and you can't do that with a screenshot, but you can do that with a real PDF. And let me also tell you how we will create a PDF. We will use JS-PDF, and JS-PDF is a very low-level library. This means it does not have any cool helper functions or any styling. It's very bare bones, but this gives us the ability to style it to our liking, and it also gives us a smaller bundle size, which is very important in a serverless environment. So we have covered 3 sections in total: Mailtrap, Auth.js, and PDF creation from scratch. We can also create an arrow for JS or for PDF creation from scratch, because this also has a connection. So we are finished with that. What else do we use? Well, we have to store data somehow. This means we will use a database. You have a few options for databases. I don't know, SQLite, MySQL, or Postgres, and that's what we will use in this video. Postgres is my favorite database. It's easy to implement, and it has a lot of, let's say, service providers. This means people who host your database. You have a lot of options, a lot of free ones, and we will also use a free option. Also, in combination with our database, I want to use a ORM. This means I don't want to interact with my database using, I guess, raw SQL. No, I want to use a TypeScript ORM. And this means we will use Prisma ORM. Prisma is nice because, as mentioned, it's a TypeScript ORM, and this means we get type-safe data. I don't have to do any guessing, I know what I get, and this is very nice since we create a TypeScript project. So we know that. Let's also say type-safe data. And we're finished with this section. Now there's one more thing which is missing, and that's styling. We want to make our application look beautiful, and for that we have to style our application. So let's say styling, and for styling we will use two things. First of all, we will use Shadcn UI. Shadcn UI at the end of the day is Tailwind CSS, but it makes your life way simpler because it's a bit faster and easier to write than standard CSS, but at the end of the day it still compiles to standard CSS. Also, we will use a component library, and not any component library, but Shadcn UI. Why is Shadcn UI so nice, and why will we use it in this project? Well, Shadcn UI is styled and accessible. This means Shadcn UI builds on another component library which is called Radix UI. Radix UI is a component library which is accessible but not styled. Shadcn UI takes these components, styles them, but still keeps this accessible layer. And at the end of the day, we get components which are accessible, styled, easy to customize, and just a joy to work with. They are very easy to implement, and that's very nice. You have a lot of components we will use quite a lot. Inputs, labels, buttons, a sheet, stuff like that. So this is very important for our project. So yeah, this is our diagram. It's quite big, but our project is relatively complex. But now you should understand all of the moving parts in our project, what we will use, and how this project will come into fruition. One more thing which I want to create with you guys is a workflow. I want to let you guys know how the project is structured and how we will implement everything. So let's open the document, or let's say both, so that you still see our graph or our diagram on the right side. So let's create our workflow. And let me zoom in a bit so that you see something. And as our first step, we will create a Next.js project. We already did that. This means I can create a line through. So let's go to the text and let's say line through. Step number 2 is to implement Auth.js. Auth.js is again our authentication service, and in Auth.js we will send email magic links with Mailtrap, and in parentheses I can say node mailer. So this is what we will do in step 2. Step number 3 is to create a custom verify route. This means in the verify route we will say, hey user, please open your email inbox and click on the first link. Step number 4 is to create a onboarding route. And in the onboarding route, we will get the name and address of the user, and we will use it later on for the invoice, because we want to propagate the invoice ID, or not the invoice ID, we want to propagate the first name, last name, the email, and the address. And for that, we need the onboarding route to first of all get the data, because when the user authenticates, we only get the email, but we don't get any name, address, or anything like that. So this is step number 4. Step number 5 is to create a dashboard layout. A dashboard layout means we want to create a sidebar and a navbar. Step number 6 is to create our invoice management route. This invoice management route is very interesting because it offers a lot of, could you say, options? I mean with that, in the invoice management route, we will create invoices, edit invoices, download invoices, and stuff like that. So for let's say, create invoice. For creating invoices, we will send email to client on completion. We will create a nice looking template from scratch. Then we will also create a real custom PDF and attach it using a link. And let's again use parentheses and let's say real PDF, not a screenshot. A lot of people will tell you, hey, I created a PDF in Next.js, but in reality, they just created a screenshot and saved it as a PDF. We won't do that. We will create a real PDF, real man thing. Okay. Then the next step is to edit our invoice. So let's say edit invoice. And for editing the invoice, we will also send email to client on update. Then we will also create a nice looking template, and we will use HTML for that. So in parentheses, HTML builder. And then we will also send a reminder email to the client. And this is interesting because we won't use the HTML builder, but we will create an email template using the no-code email template builder in Mailtrap. So Mailtrap offers, as mentioned, two options. Either you use a HTML builder where you create templates from scratch, or you use a no-code builder, which is drag and drop. And that's what we will use for the reminder email. And then the last two let's call it services that our management route offers is to download the invoice. Then we will also have the option to delete the invoice and the option to mark invoice as paid. So this was step number 6. As you see, it's quite a big step and we have a lot of things which we have to implement. Step number 7 is to create the dashboard index route. In parentheses, we can say analytics. Because at the end of the day, in this route, we will render all of the info. So we can say main info plus beautiful animated chart. And for the chart, we will use Shadcn UI. Step number 8 is to optimize. So we will do optimization, and this means we will implement streaming with a beautiful skeleton as a fallback. And we will use streaming in this application because, for example, the dashboard index page, the analytics route, is very data heavy. And this means fetching data often takes quite a bit of time. We have to fetch data for the pending invoices, for the paid invoices. We have to know the last 30 transactions to render our chart, or we have to get them. There's quite a lot of data, and this takes a bit of time to fetch. And using the skeleton, or in other words, using streaming, we can set a fallback, and this is the skeleton, and this makes everything a bit better. The user experience is better, and just in general, the application feels way faster. So this is step number 8. Step number 9 is to create a nice looking landing page. And as a last step, we will deploy our app, or deploy your application to Vercel. And that's all. After this step, we will be finished. So I can say finished, exclamation mark. Let's make it a bit bigger, and you will be finished with this video. That's all of the steps. So in total, you see 10 steps. Step number 1 is already finished. And now we have to finish 9 more steps. And then you will be finished with this video and you can deploy this application. So now I hope you understand how we will build this application and how it works internally. And since you now know all of that, I think we can now get started. So the first thing I want to get started with is our login route. So let's go in the app folder, then let me create a new folder and let's call it login. Then in the login folder, let me create right here a page.tsx. So it's always very important whenever you want to create a new route in Next.js, then you have to always name this route or this file page.tsx. Then let's get started. Since this is in route, let's do a export default function. Let's call it login. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Let's create a return statement. Let's return a div. And in the div, let me right here just return an h1 and let's say hello from the login route. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's because we are right here in the index page and I want to go to the login route. So to go to the login route, we can go to the URL and let's say /login. And now we see right here, hello from the login route. Again, that's because we are right here in /login. Then let's get started with styling that. And to style this whole login route, I want to use a few components because for this video, we will need, for example, a button, a card, a label, a input, and everything like that. And we want these components to be styled and accessible. And for that, I will use ui.shadcn.com. All links in the YouTube description. You don't have to type anything, just head over to the YouTube description, click the subscribe button, and then you can go from there. But what is Shadcn UI and why will we use it in this video? So Shadcn UI is a component library which is styled and accessible. Why exactly is it accessible? Well, that's because it uses Radix UI in the background, and Radix UI is a component library which is accessible but not styled. And Shadcn UI takes these components, which are not styled but accessible, and styles them. This means at the end of the day, we have accessible components which look good. Also, it's very easy to customize them and also extend them. And later on, we will also right here, for example, have the ability to update our theme to a blue theme, an orange theme, a rose theme, whatever you like, whatever I guess works for your project. And since you now know what Shadcn UI is, I think we can now install it. So let me right here click on documentation, let's click on installation, then for the framework I want to use Next.js, and the first step is to create a project. So we have to run right here this CLI, this init, I guess command for the CLI, so let's do that. Let me click on copy, and instead of clicking on npm, please click on pnpm, or if you're using bun, for example, this also works, you can click on bun. But since we use pnpm, let's click on that, let's copy that, let's go back, let's open the terminal, and instead of right here opening a new terminal, I will stop my dev server. Now, a lot of people won't do that, that's fine, but I like to restart my dev server because I want to make sure that all of the bundling works as I wanted to. You can right here open a new terminal tab, it works, or it should work in theory, but in my experience, it's always better to restart your dev server to make sure that all of the bundling works as you expect. And then inside of here, I can now paste the installation command, and let's click on enter. Now this installation command will ask us a few questions, and right here the first question is, which style will we want to use? I want to use the New York style. For the base color, let's say neutral, and let's use CSS variables so that we have the ability to change the theme if we want to. So this has been now installed, and if you open your Explorer, you will see a few things have been added. First of all, we have now a components.json file. Inside of here, we have the Shadcn UI configuration. So we use React Server components, TypeScript. Right here, we have our Tailwind file, our CSS file, and everything like that. And if you open your Explorer, you also see we have a lib folder with a utils file. This is right here for the CN helper. And if you open the package.json file, we have a few new dependencies. We now have CLSX, class variance authority, Lucid React, Tailwind merge, Tailwind CSS animate, and everything like that. And also Lucid React is an icon library. It's very cool, easy to use, and it's my favorite icon library. You can also right here copy this URL, open that in a new tab, and then you see this is the icon library. It's very easy to use, it's very not basic, but it looks very good, it's consistent, and that's what you want. So now we have initialized Shadcn UI, and now we can get started and install a few components which we will need for this video. Let me right now already install like the majority of the components so that we don't have to do it later on. So the first component which we need is the button. This is the button, very simple, very nice. Let's copy the installation command. Let's use pnpm. Let's go back. Let's open the terminal. Let's clear it. Let's paste it. Then let's continue. What else do I want to use? Well, let's use a card component. This is the card component. Looks simple, but very nice. Let's copy the installation command, let's use pnpm, let's go back, let's paste it. Then let's continue. What else do I want? Let's use a label. Let's copy that. This is the label. Let's copy the installation command. Let's use pnpm. Let's paste it. Let's continue. What else do I want? I want to get a input. Let's copy it right here, or let's first of all write it. Then we have the input right here. Again, very simple, but still it looks quite presentable. Then let's copy the pnpm script. Let's go back and let's paste it inside of here. So now we have a card, button, label, input. What else do we need right now? I don't think there's anything else, to be honest. So for now we can leave it as is. So now I can go back, I can clear everything, and then let me restart the dev server. So let's do a pnpm run dev. Let's close the terminal and let's start with our login page. By the way, friends, I'm right now drinking a tea. Don't forget to hydrate, it's very important. Okay, now let's get started. Let me delete everything in the return statement, and let's start with empty tags. Now these tags are nice because they won't show up in your DOM. And then in these empty tags, let's render a div element. And for the div element, what I want to do is center everything in the middle. So we can give it a class name and we can say, hey, flex, let's do a height of screen. This means 100 viewport height. Let's do a W of full, so width 100%. And let's center everything. So let's do an items of center, justify of center, and padding x of 4. So with that, we take everything and just put it in the middle, so vertically and horizontally. And now in this div, we can get started and render our card, or in other words, our login form. So let's render right here the card component. This is imported from the components. Then inside of the card, let's get a card header. Let's import that. And then in the card header, let's get our card title also from the components. Inside of here, let me just say login. Let's save that and let's go back. So right here, you don't see anything. This is right now because I have to restart my dev server. And now you see our card and it says login. Does it look good? Yeah, it's alright, but it could be a bit better. So what we can do right now is give our card first of all a class name, and we can say max width of SM, and I think this is all. Then for the login card title, let me also give it a class name, and let's say text of 2XL. So I want to make the text a bit bigger. So this looks quite presentable, but we're still not done. Let me now also render a card description. Let's get that from the components, and let me just say enter your email below to log in, so to log in to your account or into your account. If you now again go back, you now see right here our card title and then the card description. Let me also zoom out a bit because I'm very zoomed in, but yeah, this is nice. Then underneath this card header, I want to now render my card content, and in the card content, I want to render my label, the input, and then also our submit button. So let me go back, then underneath the card header, let me get the card content from the components, and then in the card content, let me render a form element. Now for the action, we currently don't have one, so let's delete that. And then in the form right here, let me render first of all a div element, and then in this div, let me get the label component. Now please make sure that you import all of your components from the components folder. Please don't import it from Radix UI. If you import it from Radix UI, you will get a lot of errors and you don't want that. So let's import it from the components folder, and I think I won't mention it again. So from now on, please always make sure that it's imported from the components and not from Radix UI. And then in the label, let me just say email, and then underneath the label, let me get the input component. This is self-closing, and for the input, let's give it a placeholder, and let me just say hello@hello.com. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see the label, and then you have the input. It looks okay, but the problem which I currently have is that we don't have enough padding between the label and the input. So what we can do is go back, and then for this div, I can give it a class name, and this will be flex of column, and a gap y of 2. If you now again go back, you now see we have a bit more spacing. Then let's go back, and now the last thing which I want to render is a submit button. So underneath the div, let me get a button component from the components, and let me just say submit. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you have the button right here. Does it look good? Not really, to be honest with you. I think we have to have a bit more spacing because currently we don't have any padding to the top. So what we can do is go to the form right here, to the form element, and we can give it a class name, and we can say, hey, flex of column, and a gap y of 4. And if you now again go back, you now see we have the spacing between our input and the submit button. So now we have created our login form, and what we want to do now is also implement the functionality so that the user can sign up, or in other words, log in. Oh man, I just wanted to do authentication and now I spilled my whole tea over my keyboard. Great day guys, great day. But okay, who cares? Let's continue. I just switched my keyboard, and now to make authentication work in this video, we will use Auth.js. Now again, all of the links are in the YouTube description, just head over there and click on whatever you need. What is Auth.js? Well, Auth.js, as they say, is authentication for the web. It's free and open source. And yeah, I think that's all. As you see, it's compatible with Express, Next.js, Quick, Svelte, and a few other frameworks. And now to get started, let's click on this button, and now they tell you why you should use Auth.js. You can read through it if you want to, it's interesting, but let's get started. So let me click on Next.js because this is the framework which we will use for this video, and then we already have our quick start guide. So we use Next.js, we want to use pnpm, and let me copy this installation command. Let's go back, let's open the terminal, I will stop my dev server, let's clear it, let's paste it, and let's continue. The next step is to set up our environment. This means we have to add an environment variable, which is the auth secret. This is a random value used by the library to encrypt tokens and email verification hashes. So this is what we need, and what we can do is use this CLI. So let me copy this installation command, let's clear our terminal, and let's paste it inside of here. This will now create a new right here environment variable, and if you open your Explorer, you have a new file, and this is the .env.local. Where do we have it? We have it right here. I don't want to use the .env.local file, I want to use a standard .env file. It does not make a difference, you can use the .env.local file, but I just like .env a bit more. And then right here in the .env.local, I can copy the environment variable and paste it into the .env file. Let me delete the .env.local, I don't need it anymore, and let's continue with our .env file. Then let's go back. The next step is to configure Auth.js. So we want to create a Auth.js config file and object, and this will control the behavior of the library and also specify custom authentication logic, like for example what adapter we will use, so Prisma, and then also for example that we will use magic links. And yeah, let's do that. So what we can do is go back, let me open the Explorer, then let's go in the app folder. Inside of here, let me create a utils folder, and in the utils folder, let's create a auth.ts file. So this is this configuration file, and then for this file, what we can do is copy this code, I will copy it and paste it inside of here. So this is the configuration file, we right here create this new object, and then we have our providers, and we can then also pass other custom logic inside of here. So let's now continue, we have that, and the next step is to add a route handler. And a route handler is just a different word for an API route, and you can also go to the documentation, search for route handler, and then right here you will see route handlers allow you to create custom request handlers for a given route using the web request and response APIs. So again, in short, it's just an API route. Then let's continue. Let me right here just copy this code, or before we copy this code, we first of all have to create a route handler. So let's go back, let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, then let's create an API folder. In the API folder, let's create a auth folder, and then in the auth folder, we have to create another folder with this right here convention. So array brackets, and then we spread next auth, so ... Let me copy that, let's go back, and then in the auth folder, let's create this new folder with this naming convention. And then for this next auth folder, let's create a new file and let's call it route.ts. Now please make sure that you name it route.ts and not hello.ts or something like that, because if you name it somehow differently, then this whole thing won't work. It's very important that it's called route.ts so that Next.js understands that this is a route handler. And what I can do now is copy this code, we can go back, let's paste it inside of here, and right here we now have an error. That's because this import statement is incorrect. So let's import handlers from our lib or from our utils folder. So this is now imported, let's go back, and then we can add a optional middleware. We won't add that, and now we are already finished. And what we can do now is set up our authentication methods. So let's do that. Let's go to authentication, let's click on magic links, and we can now select the email provider which we need. And as you also see, we have to configure a database, but we will do that in the next step. Let's first of all configure our email provider. We will use NodeMailer, and then the first thing which we have to do is install NodeMailer. So let me copy right here this pnpm script. Let's copy that, then let's open the terminal, then let me clear that, and let's paste it inside of here. This will install NodeMailer. Then the next step is to set up a database adapter. Do I want to do it right now? I guess, yeah, we could first of all set up the database adapter. Let me think about it. You know what? No, let's first of all continue and let's set up the database adapter after that. So the next step is to set up our transport configuration. And you have two options for that. Either you use a connection string or you use a configuration object. What we will do is use a configuration object. So let's copy that. Let's go back. Let's open our .env and let me just paste it down below. So this is the configuration object. And in a second, we will have to propagate it with the values which we get from Mailtrap. Then let's go back, let's continue, and the next step is to now tell right here our auth configuration file that we want to use NodeMailer. In other words, we want to use magic links. So let's go back, let's open the Auth.js file, and then right here in the providers array, what I can do is just copy this code right here. So this NodeMailer code, I can copy it and paste it inside of here. Now as you see, we get an error. That's because I have to import NodeMailer. So let's import it right here, let's copy it, and let's paste it inside of here. So now we don't have any errors anymore, everything is imported, and that's what we wanted. If you now go back, you see the next step is to set up our sign in button, and then we can sign in. But before we do that, we have to first of all right here propagate our values from Mailtrap. So we have to add the server host, the server port, the server user password, and the email from. And that's exactly what I want to do right now. To make email sending work, we will use in this video Mailtrap. So what I want you to do right now is head over to my YouTube description and click on the first link. This would show Mailtrap that you came from my video, and this would also help me in creating more of these cool and very in-depth tutorials. So if you now clicked on the first link in the YouTube description, you will now get redirected right here to Mailtrap. And the first question which you probably have right now is, what is Mailtrap? Well, Mailtrap is an email sending service. They offer both transactional emails, but also bulk emails, or in other words, marketing emails. What's also very cool is that they offer a testing feature, so email testing, where you can right here use fake SMTP, an HTML checker, spam checker, and everything like that. This is very cool whenever you have to test your email sending performance. Also, you right here see they have very in-depth analytics. You see your emails by mailbox providers, emails by categories, the click rate, the unique open rate, the spam complaints, and everything like that in percentages. This is very handy, especially if you're already running a business where you have to see how your emails are performing. If you scroll a bit to the bottom, you see two main features. And this is first of all the email API. This is what we will use to send our emails, our transactional emails. And we will use for that the Mailtrap SDK. And for Auth.js, we will use NodeMailer. Then we will also use the email marketing feature. Now we won't send out any marketing emails, but we will use the UI to build a beautiful template. Because believe it or not, templates or email templates are relatively hard. You have to make them responsive, you have to write HTML styling, it's quite annoying. So what we'll do is use this beautiful builder which has a great UI, and we will build a template with that. If you scroll a bit to the bottom, you also see industry best analytics, and yes, I can vouch for that. The analytics are very in-depth and very nice. And yeah, that's what Mailtrap is. Now maybe one question which you have right now is, hey Jan, how does the pricing look like? And the pricing is very reasonable and very good, because what we'll use in this video is the free tier, and you see with the free tier you get 1000 emails per month. This is quite a lot for a free tier, to be honest, and this is more than enough for us. As you also see, the paid tiers are still quite cheap, so this is definitely a service which I recommend to you guys. And since we now know what Mailtrap is, I think we can get started. So I will assume right now that you don't have an account with Mailtrap. If you already have one, click on login and then I will see you in the dashboard. But if not, let's click on sign up and then I will use my Google account. You can sign in with GitHub, that's a bit faster, but I will use Google. So we're now in the onboarding route. So first of all, what is my name? My name is Jan Marshall. Then the next question, what do you intend to use Mailtrap for? We want to use it for education or personal project. Yeah, let's select that. Then for the role, I'm a developer. And how did you hear about us? Well, you heard about Mailtrap using YouTube. Let's now continue. Then right here, what do you want to use Mailtrap for? We want to send emails. We don't really want to test emails. And then let me click on finish. So this is now the dashboard. And right here you see three main features: email testing, email API and SMTP, and email campaigns. This video, we won't use email testing. We also won't use email campaigns, but we will use the email API to send transactional emails. Also, of course, later on, as I already mentioned, we will also use the no-code email builder for our email templates. And since you now know that, let's maybe go quickly through the dashboard so that you understand how everything works inside of here. So on the left side, we have a sidebar. We have the email API and SMTP, could you say section? Yeah, I think this is how it's called. And right here you already see the analytics. Right now we don't have any data, and that's because we haven't set up Mailtrap yet. But once we send our emails, we will see them right here. We will see our open rate, our click rate, the categories, and everything like that. You will also see your emails per mailbox provider. This means, for example, Google, so Gmail, Outlook, and whatever other provider there is on the market. Of course, you also see your email logs. We will see them in a second once we send emails. We can also right here set up alerts, so to see how your emails are being delivered and everything like that. So this is very nice. And this is the section which we will use in this video, so email APIs. Email testing, we won't use it in this video. Nevertheless, a great feature if you want to try it out. And email marketing is also something which we won't use in this video. But once you build a SaaS business, email marketing is one of the most essential ways to market your service or your business. So definitely something which is very interesting if you have already built a business and you're looking for an email marketing solution. But what do we want to do right now? Well, we want to set up right here our email API, or in other words, we want to get our host, port, user, and password. So to set that up, we can go back and then on the bottom in the sidebar, we can go to our sending domains. Right here we already have one domain, and that's the demomailtrap.com domain. Now, if you already have your own domain, what you can do right now is click on add domain. Now, I won't do that for this video because I know a few people won't have a domain, but if you already have a domain, then just add it right here. It's a very, very simple setup, and it will also give you a few benefits. Because if you use this demo Mailtrap domain, you can only send emails to your own could you say email with which you signed up. So right here I have my own email, and I can only send emails to this email using this demo Mailtrap domain. If you add your own domain, you can send emails to whoever you want. They have this restriction in place just to not kill the deliverability of this domain. So again, if you want to have all of the features, I highly encourage you to add your own domain right here, but we can also continue with this domain. So let's click on that, and inside of here we now have all of the data for this domain. So you see everything right here, and what we want to do is click on integration. Then in integration, we want to click on transactional stream. We don't want to send bulk emails, we don't want to send newsletters, but we want to send welcome emails and confirmation emails. So let me click right here on integrate, and inside of here you now see all of this data, and that's exactly what we need. So what I can do right now is first of all copy the host. Let's copy that, let's go back. Let me open my .env and let me go to the host. So right here we have the host. Let me delete this default value and let's paste our new one. Then let's continue. Right here we have our port 587. Let's copy that and let's paste it right here. Then let's continue. We have our password. Let's copy that. Let's go back and let's paste it for the password. And then the last thing which we have is our server user. So let's go back. We have right here our username and I will copy smtp@mailtrap.io. Let me copy it and let's paste it inside of here. So now we have added all of that, and now the last thing which is missing is the email from. Now how do we get our email from? Because if you look at the credentials, we don't have an email from. So the email from is demomailtrap.com. This isn't your personal website, but this is this one right here. If you have added your own domain, well, then you would copy your own domain. But since we want to use this demomailtrap.com, I will copy this. Let's copy it. Let's go back and let's paste it. But we want to also have in prefix because emails work with in prefix. And this will just be hello@demomailtrap.com. What you can also do is just scroll to the bottom. Right here you have curl and then you have the mail from, and this is hello@demomailtrap.com. You can also just copy it and then paste it inside of here. So now we have set up that, which means we're done with this setup for Auth.js. We can now get started using it and sign up users to our service. So let's do that. If I go back to the docs, so let me go to Auth.js, get started, authentication, magic links, node mailer, you will see the last step is to add a sign-in button. So let me go back, let's open our login route, and then for this button I have to authenticate the user. To do that, let me go to this form and let's give our form a action. And for the action, as you see, it's a asynchronous function, and then we use a server action, so use server. This is a inline server action, and we sign in the user. So what I can do is just copy this action right here, this code, and then I can paste that for our action because I don't really want to write it myself. Then for this await sign-in, we have to import sign-in, this method, and let me import that from our utils folder and from the auth file. So now we have that, we have now our await sign-in call, and this looks nice. Now you'll see there's one problem. So if I open my terminal, what we have to do is restart my dev server. So let's do a npm run dev, and if you again close the terminal, go back and do a hard refresh, and let me also go right here to the login route. You will see we have our form. This looks good, this is what we wanted, and if I now click on submit, you will see, server error. What's the problem? Let me go back. I actually did not anticipate that. So let's open the terminal, and what do we have right here? Missing adapter. Email login requires an adapter. Now I remember again, if you go to the documentation, they say right here, a database adapter is required. So we have to now set up our database and then also the database adapter. So what you can do right here is click on the sidebar on database. Let's click on that. And right here we have a few official adapters. For example, Prisma, Drizzle, Supabase, Firebase, Type ORM, Redis, whatever you want, whatever you need. Now for this video, we will use Prisma. This is a TypeScript ORM, and this is, to be honest, my favorite ORM. So that's why we will use it in this video. So what you can do is click on pnpm, because as said, we use pnpm in this project. And what I can do is just copy this installation command. Let's go back, let's open the terminal, let me stop my dev server, let's clear it, and let's paste this installation command. So this will install Prisma client, this will also install the Prisma adapter, this is for Auth.js, and it will also install Prisma as a development dependency. And a development dependency means that once you deploy your application, this development dependency won't show up in your production size, which is again very, very handy because you want to make your production size or your production bundle size as small as you can. And if you want to learn more about Prisma, what exactly it is, you can go to the prisma.io website. This is not sponsored or anything. This is just the ORM which I like to use. It's a TypeScript ORM, easy to use, and that's all you need to know, to be quite honest with you. So now we have set up that. And what we have to do now is initialize Prisma. So let's open the terminal, let's clear it, and let's do a pnpm dlx prisma init. This will initialize Prisma, as you see right here. And what we have now is, if you open the Explorer, you will see we now have a Prisma folder. Inside of there, we have a schema, and there we will be able to add all of our tables, or as they call them, models. So you will have, for example, a model user, and then we will have the ID, the name, the last name, the email, and everything like that. But we will add that in a second. what I want you to check right now is if you have installed the Prisma extension. So right here in the extensions tab, you can search for Prisma, and it's very important that you install it because this will make auto generation and syntax highlighting and everything like that work. So please install that. Now we can continue, so let's close this Explorer, and what we want to do now is add our environment variable, because if you open the .env file, you right here see a database URL, but this database URL is empty, or not empty, but it has like a default string, and this default string does not work. So what I can do right now is first of all delete these comments, we don't need them, and what I want to do now is propagate this database URL with an actual value. And to make our database work, we will use Neon. Again, all of the links in the YouTube description, but this is not sponsored. You can use whatever database you want, Supabase or DigitalOcean or whatever you want. I don't really care. I will just use Neon because it's relatively easy and simple to set up. But I will still give you like a small introduction. So at the end of the day, Neon is a Postgres provider, and probably the two main features which Neon offers is first of all scaling and also branching. Now for this video, we won't use branching or scaling. Nevertheless, these are cool features which you might need in the future. And since you now know what Neon is, again, if you want to learn more, head over to neon.tech or click on my YouTube description. You can read more right here, but I guess we can now get started. So I will click on login, then let me right here select Google, and now I am logged in and I got redirected to the dashboard. So yeah, these are my projects. We have 3 projects, and now let me click right here on new project. Then for the name, this will be Invoice Marshall. For the Postgres version, yeah, I guess 16 is fine. For the cloud service provider, AWS is fine. For the region, yeah, US East is fine. And for the compute size, 0.25 till 1 is fine enough for us. So now we can create our project. This will take a second, or I guess even less than a second. And now we have already set up our database. As you see, it's quite quick. And now we can already get started with using this database. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, we can click on Prisma because we use the Prisma ORM. And then right here we have the .env. And what I want to do inside of here is copy the database URL. So what I want you to do is click on show password right here. This will now show the password. And now you can copy right here this database URL environment variable. I can now copy it and paste it inside of here. So this is our new environment variable, and also right here they have a second environment variable, but we don't need that since we use Prisma, which is bigger than 5.1. So yeah, now we have already set up our database. It was quite quick as you see, and what we can do now is set up our Prisma schema. Now before I do that, I want to also finish setting up Prisma itself before we do all of the schema and everything like that. So what I want you to do is go to Google and search for Next.js Prisma best practices. Right here we have the first link, and as you see right here, in development the command next-dev, so pnpm run dev, clears Node.js cache on run. This in turn initializes a new Prisma client instance each time due to hot module reloading, and this creates a connection to the database. This can quickly exhaust the database connection pool, as each Prisma client instance holds its own connection pool. So the solution to fix that is relatively simple. We can instantiate a single Prisma or a single instance of Prisma client and save it to a globalton object. And that's what we want to do. So what I can do right now is go to my Explorer, to the app folder, to the utils folder, and let's create a db.ts file. Then inside of here, let me just copy this code and let's paste it inside of here. So again, we need this code so that we don't exhaust the connection pool in development. So we do right here an if check and we say, hey, if we are not in production, so if we are in development, then let's bind Prisma to a globalton. And if we are in production, then let me just right here return a new Prisma client, and then we are already finished. So now we have set up right here our globalton, our Prisma client, if you want to call it like that. And now we can continue with the Auth.js documentation. So configuration right here is now finished. We have set up right here Prisma with our globalton. And the next step is to now add our adapter to the Auth.js configuration file. So let me open the Auth.js or Auth.ts file, and inside of here I want to add a adapter, and this adapter is equal to Prisma adapter. This is imported from auth/Prisma adapter. Let's invoke it, and inside of here I want to pass Prisma as an argument. It's very important that you import Prisma from the DB file and not from Prisma client, because if you import it from Prisma client, you will exhaust your connection pool, and that's not what you want. So now we have imported Prisma from the DB file, we have added right here the adapter, and if you go back to the documentation, they have a section on Edge compatibility. We don't need that because we won't use the Edge environment in this video. I will also create a video on the Edge environment sometime soon, but we won't need the Edge environment for this video, so let's skip that. And the next step is to add a schema. Right here they have four options for Postgres, MySQL, SQLite or MongoDB. We use Neon, and Neon builds on Postgres, which means we will select Postgres right here. If you want to use MySQL, or in other words, if you use a MySQL database, then select the correct right here interface. But we will use Postgres, so let's select that. And now we have right here our schema. So let me copy everything underneath this generator client. So this model user, model account, model session, model verification token, and the model authenticator. Let's copy all of this right here. So I've now copied that. Let's go back, let's open our schema file, and let's paste it underneath the data source DB. And now as you see, we have our model user, model account, model session, model verification token, and model authenticator. Model right here is just a, could you say, different word for table, so it will generate a new table for you. So a new table user, a new table account, and everything like that. So Prisma calls it model, but the correct term for that is table. And since we have now set up that, we can now sync our Prisma schema with our database schema at Neon. So I can open my terminal, I can clear this, and we can do a npm dlx prisma db of push. This will push this schema to our database and also sync them. So right here you currently see we are loading, it takes a second, and now it says your database is in sync. So if you now go back to right here Neon and go to our tables, I can do a hard refresh and you will see tables in a second. So now you see an account table, authenticator table, session table, user table, and everything like that. So we see this works exactly as you would expect. And now we can get started with authenticating the user. So what I'll do right now is open my terminal, let me clear everything, and let's do a npm 1 dev. This will restart our dev server. Let's go to localhost 3000 and let me just refresh it right here. So now it has refreshed. Let me go to the /login route, and inside of here let me sign in. So let me just click right here, or let me type an email. Let's type it, let's do .com, and let me click on submit. Now, did you see two things? First of all, we didn't have any loading state, and secondly, we got redirected to a second login route. This isn't great UX, come on man, this is garbage. And yes, you're correct, this is not what we want to see. So we want to do now two things. First of all, we don't want to get redirected to a second login route, but we want to also show a loading state or a pending state for the submit button. So let's first of all fix the first problem, and then we will fix the submit button right here. So let's go back, let me open again this login route, and what we want to do right here is in this sign in method, in these parentheses, we can pass what method we want to use. So you can use right here strings, click on Control spacebar, and now you see all of the methods. And we want to use node mailer, so let's add that. And we want to also pass our form data. We get our form data right here through the params, so let's get form data, and I can pass it as a second argument. And this is already all. This still won't work because our input has to have a name, because our form data wants to get the value of the input. So for the input, let's give it a name, and this will be lowercase email. Let's also give it a type, this will be email, and let's also say required. So now we have a name, a type, the required boolean, and also a placeholder. So now this should be all. I can now save that and let's go back. And for the email, instead of using the email with which I signed up to Mailtrap, let me use a different temporary email. Let me copy that, let me paste it right here, and let me click on submit. You'll see a problem in a second. Server error. Why do we have a server error? Well, if you click on the terminal, you see error can't send email. All recipients were rejected. Why did we reject? Well, it's quite simple. Demo domains can only be used to send emails to account owners. So again, if you have verified your domain with Mailtrap, then you can send emails to whatever user you want or to whatever email you want. But since we use right here the demo email, we can only send emails to users which are, or to only one user, and that's the user who signed up to Mailtrap. So yeah, that's what you have to know. And again, the TLDRs, if you want to have full capabilities, then please register your email with Mailtrap, then you can send emails to whoever you want. But since we have the demo right here email, we have to send the emails to ourselves. So I can go back to here, let me go to the login route, and instead of using the temporary email, let me use the email with which I signed up to Mailtrap. So this is this one right here. Please don't send me any emails. Thank you. And now let me click on submit. So we don't have a loading state, but we see check your email. A sign-in link has been sent to your email address. So let me head over to Gmail. So I'm now in Gmail, and what do we see right here? Well, we got our sign-in request. Great. So let me click on sign in. We are now loading. Okay, and now I clicked on the link and I got redirected to the login route. Yeah, not quite the UX which I want, because when the user has an invalid session, I don't want to render the login route, but I want to render the dashboard route, or in other words, I want to redirect the user to the dashboard route. So what we can do right now is head over back to VS Code. Let's open the Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, and inside of here, let me create a new dashboard folder. Then in the dashboard folder, let me create a page.tsx, so let's say page.tsx, and since this is in route, let's do a export default function, and let me just say dashboard route. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Let me also do a return statement, and let's return a div h1, and let's say hello from the dashboard route. Let's save that, let's go back, and I can now open /dashboard, and now you see this right here. So what I want to do now is first of all secure this dashboard route. This means if the user is not authenticated, I don't want to render this route. Because currently if I open a new incognito tab and right here copy this URL, go back and paste it inside of here, you see I'm not authenticated, but I'm still able to reach this route. So what we can do is protect this route. So let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await auth. Auth is imported from the utils folder, and let's invoke it. Now, as you currently see, we get an error, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. This means what we have to do is mark this function as async. So let's do export default async function, and again, this is safe to do so because this is a server component. This means everything is running on the server side, nothing is leaked to the client side, and this is completely safe to do. So now we have our session, and now I want to do an if check, because it could be the case that we don't have a session. And let's say right here, hey, if we don't have a session, you do that with the exclamation mark. So if there's no session.user, then let's open that and let me do a redirect. This is imported from next/navigation. Please make sure that you don't import it right here from the distribution folder. This is a mistake many people do, but from next/navigation. Let's now invoke it, and for the argument, this will be our index page. Let's now save that. Let's go back, and if I go to the incognito route, you see if I now try to reach the /dashboard route, I will get redirected to the index page. And that's because I don't have a valid session. But right here in my normal route, if I try to reach the dashboard route, everything works, and that's because I have a valid session. And now before we continue and finish up our login route with a loading state or pending state, I want to first of all break this check right here, so this if there's no user redirect to the index page, I want to break it into a separate hook, which we can use in multiple places, because we will have to check in multiple places that we have an authenticated user, and I don't want to write this code every time. So what we can do is open right here our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, then let's go right here in the utils folder, and let me create a hooks.ts file. Inside of here, I will now create our custom hook or function, whatever you want to call it. So let's do a export async function. Let's call it require user. I hope I spelled it correctly. Let's invoke it, and then let me just open this function. Then inside of here, let's just copy paste the code. So this constant session and this if check, let me just copy it. Let's delete it from here and let's paste it inside of here. Let me now import auth from right here, our auth file, and let me import redirect from next/navigation. So now we have our if check, and instead of redirecting to the index page, let's redirect to the login route, and let me also return the session at the bottom. So let's do return session, and this is only returned if we have a valid session. So now we are finished with that. We have our custom hook, so require user, and now we can use it. So let's close this. Let's go to the dashboard route. And what we can do now is a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's import that from our hooks. And if I now open this route in a new incognito tab, you will see we'll get redirected to the login route. Again, that's because we use this custom hook and we also don't have a valid session. So that's cool, we are now finished with that, and now we can finish off our login route. So to do that, let me first of all maybe log out. So let's go to the dashboard index page, and I want to just create a simple form so that the user can log out. For that, we can go to the Auth.js documentation website. Let me click on getting started. Then let's go right here to the sidebar on session management, and then right here on sign in and sign out. Then if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will see a way to sign out. So right here we have inform and then a button, and then we have the action, which is await sign out. So I can just copy this form right here. Let's go back and then let me paste it for the dashboard. So we have inform, a button, which is of type submit, and we say sign out. Let me now import sign out from our utils folder, and now this is already all. So I guess let's test it out. So let me save that. Let's go back. Let's go to our website right here, not that, but to the website, and let me click on sign out. So I got redirected to the login route, and now let me finish off the pending state. So to show the pending state for the user, we will have to use a hook which is called useFormStatus. This is a hook provided by React, and this right here, or it says right here, useFormStatus is a hook that gives you status information on your latest or on your last form submission. So it gives you right here the pending state, data, method, and action. We don't need all of this, we only need the pending state, and yeah, now we can use it because it will tell us if the form is currently pending or not. Now the thing is, this hook right here relies on a JavaScript bundle. This means you have to mark your file as useClient, and you have to also break this button into a separate component. So what we'll do is open the Explorer, then let's go right here into the app folder, and in the app folder I will create a new components folder. Now a few people might say, hey Jan, wait a second, we already have a components folder. And yes, you're correct, we already have a components folder where we store all of our Shadcn UI components. So if you want to, you can just use this components folder and then you will only have one, that's fine. But I like to have two components folders because one is for all of my Shadcn stuff and one components folder is for all of my, let's say, custom components. So again, if you want to, you can change that. Some people might say, hey, this is a cleaner architecture, and yeah, it is a cleaner architecture, but for me it's personal preference and I like it when I have two components or two component folders. And then in this components folder, in the app folder, let me create a submit buttons.tsx. So now we have our submit buttons component, and as I already said, the useFormStatus hook relies on a JavaScript bundle, so let's mark this as useClient. This does not mean that this component or this button runs on the client side, it's still pre-rendered on the server, but we ship a JavaScript bundle which is needed for the useFormStatus hook. And then inside of here, let me do a export function, let's call it submit button, let's invoke it, and then let me just open that right here. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's use empty tags. And inside of here, I want to now do a ternary and check if we are pending. As you currently see, I don't know if we are pending. I don't get any information. So now we can use our useFormStatus hook. So let's go back, and then above the return statement, let me do a constant. Let's destructured, and this will be equal to useFormStatus. Please make sure that you import useFormStatus and not useFormState. Both do completely different things. You don't need useFormState, you need useFormStatus. So let's import that, let's invoke it, and then where we destructured, I can get the pending state. So now we have our pending state, which is the boolean, and now I can do the ternary, which I wanted. So let's say, hey, if pending is true, let's use a question mark, and let me just return an h1, and let's say pending. If this is not true, let's use a colon, and let me right here return another p tag, and let's say not pending? I know, very cool. So now we have set up our submit button. And what you can do right now is just copy the submit button. We can go back, and instead of rendering this button, I can render my submit button component. This is self-closing. I can save that. And if I go back to my route, we have right here not pending. And this is correct. We are not pending right now. Now, do I really want to render something like that, something this ugly? No, I want to render a beautiful button. So instead of rendering a p tag, let me delete that right here and let me get a button component. This is imported from the components, and then let me just say submit. Yeah, I guess submit, that's fine. Then what else do I want to do? Let me give this button right here also a type, and this will be of type submit. And let me also give it right here a class name, and this will be w of full. Then if we are pending, let me also return a button component, and instead of saying submit, let me say please wait ... And then also above the text, but still in the button, or let's say before the text, let me also render a loader2 icon. This loader2 icon is imported from Lucid React. Now sadly, it does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On top, let's do a import, let's destructured, and this will be from Lucid React. And then right here where I destructured, I can get the loader2 icon. So now let me use right here the loader2 icon, and this is self-closing. So we now have our button, and then in the button we have the loader2 icon, and then we say please wait. For the loader2 icon, let's give it a class name. Let's say size of 4, so width of 4 and height of 4. Let's say margin right of 2 and animate of spin. Then for this button, I want to also give it a disabled state. So let's say disabled. This just says, hey, the user shouldn't be able to submit the form again. And let me also give it a class name of w full. Let's now save that. Let me go back. And now we have this right here. And this looks very presentable. So what do you think? Should we test it out? I think we should. So let me type my email right here. And let me click on submit. We have our loading state. This looks very nice. We have our disabled state. And now it says check your email. And if I open Gmail, you will see it says sign in to localhost 3000. So let me click on sign in. We will now get redirected, and we got redirected to the login route. Okay, this is not what I wanted. I wanted to redirect the user to the dashboard route. So how do we do that? Well, let me go back to the code base. Let me go to the login route right here. And inside of here, what I want to now do is again check if we have a session. So instead of now calling our require user hook, so right here where we check that we don't have a session, I want to now check if we have a session. So we can do a constant session. This will be equal to await auth. This is imported from our utils folder. Let's invoke that. Let's mark this function as async. Again, this is safe to do so because this is a server component. And let me do an if check. And let's say, hey, if we have a session.user, if we have a user, then let's open that and let me do a redirect. This is imported from next/navigation. Let's invoke it and let's redirect the user to /dashboard. Let's save that. Let's go back. Let me go to the dashboard route. Let me sign out. We should now get redirected to the login route, and let me again log in. So let me type my email. Again, please don't write me any emails, and let me click on submit. We now have a loading state, and now I should get an email in Gmail. As you now see, I have the email right here. Let me click on sign in, and then we should get redirected to the dashboard. And that's exactly what happened, and that's what we wanted. So that's very cool. If the user is authenticated, we don't see the login route, and if the user is not authenticated, we don't see the dashboard route. If I again try to reach the login route, you will see I will get redirected to the dashboard. And if I open a new incognito tab and try to reach the dashboard route, so let's say localhost 3000 dashboard, you see I get redirected to the login route. So now we have validation that the user is either authenticated or not authenticated. And what we can do now is create a verify page, because if I sign out and again log in, so let me type my email, let's click on submit, we right here have this default verify page, and it does not look very good in my opinion. So let's create a custom one which looks a bit better. For that, believe it or not, it's relatively simple. Let's open our Explorer and we want to create a new route. So let's go to the app folder. Let me create a new folder. Let's name it verify, and then in the verify folder, let's create a page.tsx file. Then since this is in route, we want to do a export default function. Let's call it verify. So verify. I hope I spelled this correctly. Let's open that and let's create a return statement. So let me return for now a div element, and then in this div element, let me render a card component. Let's get it from the components. Let me get a card header from the components, and let me for now just render a p tag and let's say Jan. Let's save it, let's go back, and let me open /verify. So let me go right here and then /verify. Let's open that, and now we have this card, and right here I say Jan. So it looks quite okay, but it takes the whole width and it's not centered, so we have to fix that. So let's go back, and then for this div element, let's first of all center the children in the middle. So let's give it a class name, and let's right here say minimum height of screen, so 100 viewport height, and then let me do width of full, flex, and items of center, and also justify of center to center everything. Then for the card, let's give it a class name, and I want to give this card a width. So let's do a width of custom value, and you do that with these array brackets, and then in the array brackets, let me just say 380 pixels. Let me also do right here a padding x of 5, and let's save that. Let me go back, and now we have this card which is centered and which also has a maximum width. So let's now again go back, and now in the card header, what I want to render is a icon. So we can right here render a div element in the card header, and then in this div, let me render the mail icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and if I now again go back, you see it right here. It looks alright, but what I want to do is center it in the middle, give it a background color, and then also a border color, if this makes sense. So this icon should be blue. So let me go back, and let me maybe first of all create a background, and then we will right here style the icon itself. So for the div, let's give it a class name. Let's say flex. Let's do a height of 20, or we could say a size of 20. This means width of 20 and height of 20. Then let's say items of center, justify of center, to center it in the middle. Let's do a rounded or full, and let me also say a BG, which will be of blue 100. So this should be all. And for the mail icon, let's also give it a class name. Let's say size of 12, so width of 12 and height of 12. Let me do also a text of blue, and let's say 500. Let's save that. Let's go back. Yeah, it's quite presentable, but there's currently the problem that it's not centered. So what we have to do is go to this div, which wraps our mail icon, and we have to say mx of auto. Now you see it centered in the middle, and that's already better. Then underneath this div, but still in the card header, I want to now render a card title and a card description. So let me get a card title from the components, and let me just say check your email. Then underneath the card title, let me also get a card description, again from the components, and let me just say we have sent a verification link to your email address. Now I have probably misspelled something, but I don't think it matters. So now we have right here our title and the card description. So now we have two problems. First of all, I'm missing some padding to the top, and also this is not centered in the middle. So what we can do is first of all give our card header a class name, and we can say text of center. With that we will center the text in the middle, and I want to also give it a bit of padding to the top. So what we can do is give this div right here a margin bottom. So let's say margin bottom of 4, and with that we now have some spacing to the bottom. Let me now also make the card title a bit bigger. So let me go to the card title, let's right here give it a class name, let's say text of 2XL, and let's say font of bold. Let's save that, let's go back. Yeah, that's already a bit bigger. I think we can leave it like that, and what I want to now render is our card content. And then underneath the card header, but still in the card, let me get the card content from the components. Let's open that. And inside of here, the first thing which I want to render is like a little, could you call it like an alert? Yeah, I think that's what we will call it. So let me render a div inside of here. And for the div, let me give it a class name. So first of all, I want to have some space to the top. So let's say margin top of 4. Then let me do a rounded, and this will be of medium. And let me also right here say BG, so BG of yellow, and this will be quite light, so let's say 50. Then in this div, what we can do now is render an icon. So before we do that, let me render a wrapper div, and then inside of here, I can now get a alert circle from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and let me also give it a class name, and let's say size of 5, so width of 5 and height of 5, and let's say text of yellow, 400 or 500, let's try 400. Let's go back, and now we have this right here. Does this look good? Let's say it's debatable. It could be better. So let's fix this div where we have our rounded and BG. We can add a few more class names. So let me do a border, and this will be of yellow, let's say 300. And let me also right here give it a bit of padding, and let's just say padding of 4. Let's again go back, and yeah, this is already 10 times better. But what I'm missing now is like the description. So right here I want to say, hey, please check your spam folder. So what we can do is go underneath this alert circle, but still in the div. And what I can do is get a p tag, and we can just say right here, be sure to check your spam folder. Let me spell this correctly. And let's say exclamation mark. Let's go back. Yeah, now we have the text right here, but now it's aligned vertically. I want to align it horizontally. So for this div, let's give it a class name, and let's say flex and items of center. Let's go back. Yeah, okay, now it's aligned horizontally. Now let me also style the p tag. So let's give it a class name, and let's say text of SM. Let's say font of medium. Then for the text color, let's say text of yellow, 700 or 800. Should it be darker or a bit lighter? Let's say 700. Let's go back, and yeah, I think this is presentable. Now there's one more thing missing. This is a bit of padding between the icon and the text. So let me give this p tag a margin left of 3. As you now see, we now have the padding right here, which means we can now render our last, could you say, element, and this is our button. So let me go back, and let's go underneath the card content, and let me render a card footer. This is imported from the components. Let's open that, and inside of here I want to render a button, and this button should redirect the user to the home page. There are two ways you could do that. You could render a button component, and then you could render a link component, and this is what I've done previously in my old videos. But you can simplify it. You can use right here the link component, which is imported from Next.js/link. Let's open that, and then inside of here you can get the arrow left icon. So let's get right here arrow left from Lucid React, and this is self-closing. Now this link component is currently right here complaining. That's because we have to pass an href, and this right here will just be for now an empty string. If you save that and again go back, you'll see the icon right here, but this does not really look like a button, so we want to change that. And to change that we have to style this link. But now comes the problem. I want to style the link like a button, but I don't want to write the styles manually, especially since we already have a button component which has all of these class names. So how can I style a link like a button without doing any hard work? And thankfully Shadcn UI makes our life very easy. So let's give it a class name. Instead of using a string, let's use these object brackets, and let's get the button variants. This is imported from the components, and this is the method which we have to invoke. Inside of here, we can now open a object and, for example, give it a variant or a class name. So what we can do right now is just give it a class name. So let's say class name, and we can say, hey, this should be width or full, so the link should take the whole width. And now we have this button right here. This looks 10,000 times better than if you would style it yourself. I want you also write some text. So behind this arrow left, so on the right side, let me just say back to home page. And for the arrow, let's give it a class name, and let's say size of 4 and margin right of 2. If you now again go back, you see this button right here. There's one more thing which I want to do, and that's update our variant. So right here in the button variants, we can get a variant, and this will be, let's say, outline. So let's select that, let's again go back, and yeah, this is better than the original one in my opinion. Let me now also update the href. Instead of an empty string, this will be our index page, so an empty slash. Okay, and now our verify page is already finished, and there's one more thing which I want to mention. If you have specific questions about components or APIs, or maybe you don't understand why we used link component instead of the A tag, then I always recommend you to open the Next.js documentation. Because right here, for example, they say link or the link component is a React component that extends the A element to provide prefetching and client-side navigation. So for this video, I will assume that you have like very basic knowledge of Next.js. This means you know what the image component is, what the link component is, what yeah, probably that's already all. Like, this is the only thing which I assume. I don't assume anything else. If there's something more complicated, I will explain it in more detail, but I won't explain in this video what the link component is and what the image component is. If you want to learn more, Next.js and its documentation is your best friend. And now, with that out of the way, we can finish off this verify page, because now we have to connect this page with Auth.js, because Auth.js currently does not know that this page exists. So what we can do is open the auth.ts file, and then right here underneath the providers array, we can get a pages property. So this is the pages, this is a object, and inside of here, I want to do or get the verify request. So what we can say right here is, or what we can do right here is reroute specific routes to our custom routes, because Auth.js has its own routes predefined. But we don't want to use them. We want to use our custom ones. And right here, I want to change the verify request route from the default one to our custom one. And the custom one lives in the route string/verify. We can now save that, and again, you can make sure if you open the Explorer, you should have an app folder, inside of there a verify folder, and then a page.tsx. If this folder is called welcome, then you will have to rename this route. Okay, this should be now all. Let's save that, and all of that. Let's go back, let's go to right here, localhost 3000. Let me go to the index page, or let me go to /dashboard. Are we logged in? Nope. So let's log in. Let me right here again type my email. Let me click on submit. We have our loading state, and now I should get redirected to our verify page. And that's what we have here. We have our verify route. And also one interesting thing right here, which you should see, is instead of rendering right here the /verify route, we render the /API/auth/verify request route. So what Auth.js does in the background is pretty much just clone your verify route and render it on its own API route. That's what they do pretty much, yeah. So now we have that. Let me now sign in. So let me go to Gmail. Let me right here sign in, and we should get redirected to the dashboard. And that's what we have. So now we have finished authentication. Congrats, everyone. I don't know, give yourself a tap on the back or something like that. I don't know what you guys do, but yeah. Congrats, we are finished with authentication. It works as we expect. We can sign out, we can sign in. We have our verify route. We have our magic links, which we get in our email inbox. and everything works as expected. So now, since we're done with that, let's now create our dashboard layout, and then we will create our invoices route and everything like that. So let's go. Alright, now to create our dashboard layout, it's relatively simple. Let me show you a chart on how our dashboard layout will look like. So this is our screen. This is your screen, your laptop screen, your computer screen, whatever you have. Inside of here, we will have a sidebar. This is on the left side, and we will have two links. First of all, right here, we will see our dashboard index, and then we will also right here have a second link, and inside of here, we will render our invoices. So this is our sidebar, but we will also have like a main top nav bar, whatever you want to call it, and inside of there we will render a drop down trigger where the user can log out. So right here I can get my rectangle, or this isn't even a rectangle, but this is a circle, and inside of there we will render the user image, and then when the user clicks on that, we will render right here a drop down. This is what I want to have, and that's what we'll create. So we will first of all create the sidebar, then we will create top nav bar, and when we are on a mobile screen, so a screen like that, we will also render like a sheet so that it's mobile friendly. So yeah, that's what I want to create, and that's what we will create right now. Yes, let's go. So to do that, we can open our Explorer, and we could in theory write everything in this dashboard folder and then in the page.tsx. It works in theory, but it's not very, could you say, economic? Yeah, I will call it like that. Because what we want to do is keep this layout persisted on all routes. Because later on we will have a invoice routes, and we want to render this invoice route inside of here. So this left side and the top side is a layout, and then this thing in the middle, if you want to call it like that, is our child, or in other words our children, and we want to render the children inside of here, and we don't want to re-render the layout. So that's why we want to create a layout which is always persistent. So in the dashboard folder, let me create a layout.tsx, and since this is in route, let me do a export default function. Let's call it dashboard layout. Let's invoke it, and let's open that. Then inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's return a div h1, and let's say hello from the dashboard layout. Let's save that. Let's go back, and what do we have right here? Let me do a hard refresh. We right here say hello from the dashboard layout. So this is fine. We now see that we render something, but now we have the problem that we don't render our dashboard page right here. So this dashboard page.tsx, we currently don't render that. Why is that? Well, that's because right here in the layout, we don't render our children. If you open your root layout, we have children, and then we render our children, and that's exactly what I want to do inside of here. So in the params, we can destructure them, we can get children, and we can give these children a type. And this type is React Node. So if you use JavaScript, you don't have to do that. But since we use TypeScript, we want to know, or TypeScript wants to know what type it is. So we add it right here. So children, type React Node. And now we can use them. So underneath the H1, I could now just right here render my children. And if I again go back, you now see hello from the dashboard route, and the sign out button right here. So this works as expected. This is what we wanted. And now we can get started with making this dashboard layout look nice. Before we get started with the UI, let's first of all do like a little security measure. So I want to check that we have a valid session, so that the user is authenticated. So let me do a constant session, and let's right here use our hook. So let's do await require user. Let's import that from right here our utils, let's invoke it, and we have to now mark this layout as async. Again, this is safe to do so, this is a server component, no problems. Okay, this is now secured. Let me now start off fresh with our UI. Let me delete everything in the return statement, and let's start with empty tags, because why not, they don't show up in the DOM. And inside of here, let me render a div element. So this div element right here will be our wrapper div, or in other words, our layout div, and we will create a grid layout. So let's give it a class name, and let's do the following. I will write the class name, and then I will explain it. So let's say grid, then let's say minimum height of screen, then let me do a W or full, so width 100%. And now let's say on MD or bigger, let's do a grid columns, and this will be a custom value. So let's use array brackets, and let's say 220 pixels underscore 1FR. Again, I will come to that in a second. Then let's say on LG or bigger, grid columns, and let's again use a custom value of 280 pixels underscore 1FR. And this should be already all. Now what exactly does this grid columns right here do, or what layout did we just create? So what we did right here is the grid layout, and right here we do a custom value of 220 pixels underscore 1FR. What does this mean? Well, if we again go to the chart, so this 220 pixels is this left sidebar, and this 1FR, one fractional unit, is the right side. So we limit our sidebar to 220 pixels, or we give it a width of 220 pixels, or if we are on a bigger screen then 280 pixels, but let's right here now just say 220 pixels, and this right size just takes the whole width that it has. So we don't give it any width, we don't say 500 pixels, 800 pixels, we say 1FR, one fractional unit, and in other words, this just means right here 100%. And for this left sidebar right here, we just say, hey, this is 220 pixels, or in other words, 280 pixels, depending on the screen size, screen width, and everything like that. So this is the layout. It's quite simple, to be honest. So since we have now that, I think we can now get started with rendering our sidebar. So we will now first of all render the left side, and then we will render the top navbar. So let me go back, and inside of here, let's create a div element. Let's give it a class name. Let's say on mobile, it should be hidden. Then let's give it a border on the right side. Let me also say right here BG of muted, and let's say /40. With that, I give it a opacity of 40%, and muted, this is a CSS variable provided by Shadcn UI. And let's also say on MD or bigger, I want to show this div element. And now in this div, I want to render another div, and this will be the wrapper right here because if you can remember, on the top we will also have our logo, and we will create a div element which will be the wrapper between this logo and then these dashboard links. So we will have a div, and this is the wrapper of this item, and then these two items. So let's go back, and then for this div we can give it a class name since we already created it, and we can give it a class name of flex. Then let's do a flex of column since I want to align it vertically, and then let me also say a maximum height. So let's say max height of screen, and let's do a height of full and a gap of 2 to have a bit of spacing. Let me now render another div element, and this div element is there to house our logo. And inside of here, let me give it a class name, and let's say height of 14. Then let me also say flex. Then let's say items of center to align it vertically. Let's say border of bottom. Let's say padding X of 4. And let's also say on LG or bigger, let's give it a height of custom value. And this will be right here 60 pixels. And also this shouldn't have any white space right here. Let's delete that. So now LG or bigger, height 60 pixels. And let's also say on LG or bigger, let's do a padding X of 6. So now we have added all of that, and in this div, I want to now render a link, and and if we click on the link, I want to redirect the user to the index page. So let's get our link component from next/link. Let's open that. For the link, let's pass it an href. This is an empty string, and let's also give it a class name. So let's say flex and also items of center to align it vertically. Inside of this link, I want to render my logo. And we will store our logo in the public folder right here. If you don't have a public folder, because there was like an update where they deleted that, now they added it. If you don't have a public folder, just right here go in the root directory, so outside of the app folder, click on create new folder and name it public. But if you already have one, then all good, we can now continue. And what I want to do inside of here is store all of my public files, so all of my images and my GIFs. So what I want you to do right now is just head over to my GitHub repo. I will just take an example right here. Let's say Marshall SaaS. You will just go to the GitHub repo, which I linked in my YouTube description. You'll click on the link, and then inside of there, you will then see the repo. And what I want you to do is click right here on code, and then you want to just download it as a zip, or you can go into the public folder and download it from there. But what you need specifically is everything in the public folder, because we will use the images, for example, for the logo, and then also a few GIFs and everything like that. So again, git download or whatever you want to do, and then store them in your public folder. So let me do that really quick. Okay, so I have added my own public folder. We have the logo, for example, we have a paid GIF, a warning GIF, and everything like that. So now we can use that. So on top, let me import the logo. So let me do a import, let's say logo, and this will be from @/public and then /logo.png. Don't worry about the SVG, you probably won't even have one. That's something completely different, who cares? Okay, let's continue. We now have the image, and now I can use it in the link component. And we will use right here the image component provided by next/image. Again, if you don't know what this component is, just head over to the Next.js documentation and search it up yourself. It's relatively simple, so we can skip the explanation for this one. Let me give this image a source. For the source, this is our logo. Let's give it a alt, this will be the logo, and let's give it a class name, and this will be size of 7. Let's save that, let's go back, let's close this, let me go to Chrome, and now you see the icon right here. Yeah, it looks quite nice, but let me also render the text. So underneath the image, but still in the link, let me get a p tag, and let me say invoice, then let me get a span element, and let me say Marshall. If I now again go back, you see it looks alright, but it should be bigger and have a bigger font weight. So let's go back and let me give this p tag a class name, and let's say text of 2XL, and let's say font of bold. If you now again go back, you see, okay, that's presentable. We need a bit of a gap, so let me again go back. And what we can do is give this link right here a gap, and this will be of 2. If you again go back, you now see, okay, we have some spacing. And now let me also update the color of this Marshall, so the span element, and let me give it a class name of text blue 500. If I now again go back, you see, yeah, maybe 600. Let's test out that. Is that better? Yeah, I think text blue 600 works a bit better in this context right here. Okay, so now we render our logo. And what I want to now render is our dashboard links. So again, if you go right here to Eraser, to our whiteboard, you see right here the links which I want to render. So the dashboard link and the invoices link. Instead of writing it, or not writing it, but instead of right here creating the links in this layout, in this page, I will create a separate component, because if the link is clicked, I want to show like a background color. I want to show that the link is active, and for that we will want to get our path name, and this requires a hook, which requires a JavaScript bundle, which means we have to mark it as use client, and we can't mark this layout as use client because we right here fetch our session. So let me open the Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let me create a new file, and let's name this file dashboardlinks.tsx. So since this is a component, we can do a standard export function. Let's call it dashboard links. Let's invoke it, and let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a return statement. Let me return empty tags. And inside of here, I want to now map over my links. So this means I want to create an array, and then in the array, I want to showcase all of my links, the name, the ID, and stuff like that. So let me do a export constant. Let's call it dashboard links, and this is equal to an array. Now in this array, I want to render objects, or in other words, I want to render links, so individual links. So let me create an object, and this object will have 4 properties: the ID, the name, the href, and the icon. So let me first of all give it an ID. This is 0, because 0 indexing. Then let me give it a name. Then for the name, let me just say uppercase dashboard. And let me also right here create an href, and this will be right here /dashboard. So now we have all of these 3 properties, and the last thing which I'm missing is the icon. And this will be equal to the home icon, which I import from Lucid React. Okay, our first link is created. Let me now also create a second link. Let's give it an ID of 1. Let's give it a name of Invoices. Let me also right here create an href. This will be equal to /dashboard/invoices. So now we have added that, and now we are finished with this array. So now we can map over that. So let me create right here again a new return statement. Let's use empty tags. And inside of here, let me map over my dashboard links. So let's do a dashboard links.map. Let's invoke it as a param. Let me get a link, and then let me just return that right here. So now we've returned that, and now we can render whatever we want. So you could render a div tag, a button, but what we want to render is a link. So let me right here get the link component from next/link. Let's open that. And then inside of here, for this link, let's pass a href. For the href, this is the link.href. And then for the key, let me pass the link.id. And now why exactly do I have to pass a key right here? Well, whenever you map over data in React, you have to always pass a unique identifier. And our ID right here is unique because this is 0 and 1. And also, I currently see that we are missing an icon for the second link. Oh god, silly me. So let me create an icon, and this will be equal to users2. This is imported from Lucid React, and now we have right here also 4 properties. And now again, to come back to the key, this has to be unique, and this right here is 0, this is 1, which means it's unique. So now we have that, we are pretty much done with these properties, the required ones, and now we can render right here down below. First of all, our link.icon, this is self-closing. Let's also give it right here a class name of size 4, and then underneath the link icon, let me get my link.name. Let's save that, let's go back, and we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's because we have to now render that also in our layout, because this is a component which is not rendered anywhere. So let me go back to the layout, let's go underneath the link and then underneath this div, and now let me render another div element. For this div, let's give it a class name, and this will be flex of 1. This means we want to take the whole space available, so all of this. Let's go back, and inside of here, let me render a nav element. And for this nav element, I want to give it a layout. So let's give it a class name, and this will be grid items of start. This means the items should start right here on the left side. Let's go back. Let's do a padding X of 2. Let's do a text of small, a font of medium, and let's do an LG or bigger of padding X4. And then inside of here, let me render my dashboard links component from my components. This is self-closing. Let's go back, and we see it right here. Yeah, looks alright, looks presentable, but now we have to style our link because this text should probably be a bit bigger, it should be aligned flex, so it should be aligned horizontally, and everything like that. So right here for the link, let me give it a class name. And now this class name isn't just a string, but this is a ternary. I want to do a ternary check because I want to check, hey, if right here this path name on top matches our link item, then I want to style it individually. So right now, for example, we are on the dashboard route. And this means that currently this link item right here should be active. And since it's active, I want to show, for example, a background color and stuff like that. So let me go back, and instead of using that, let's use object brackets. Let's get our cn helper from the lib folder. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, let me do my ternary. I want to check if our path name is equal to our link or to the href. But you see, we don't get a path name. How do we get a path name in Next.js? Well, we use a hook. So let me do a constant path name, and this will be equal to use path name. This is imported from next/navigation. Let's invoke it, and now I can use right here this path name. So let's right here say, hey, if path name, so path name is equal, so 3 equal signs to link.href, Then let's use a question mark and let me return right here text of primary, and let me also say bg of primary, and let's say /10, so 10% opacity. And if this is not true, let's use a colon and let's right here return text of muted foreground, and let me say hover, and this should be text of foreground. So now we have added all of that. Let's again go back. Let me do a hard refresh, and now you see we get an error. Why do we have an error? Well, it's quite simple. Right here, this use path name hook relies on a JavaScript bundle, which means we have to mark this component as use client, and that's also what I mentioned at the start. If you then go back, you now see our link right here. And again, just for your notes, mark them somewhere or just keep them in your head, because I don't want to remind you every time. Use client does not mean that this component is rendered on the client side. It still means that everything is rendered on the server side. It just means that we now get a JavaScript bundle to make the interactivity work. That's all. Okay, since we now have all of that out of the way, let me now finish styling this right here link. So what we can do is also style both states at the same time. So we can add a comma and then a string, and this will now style both states. And this should be flex items of center to align it vertically, gap of 3, then let's do a rounded, and this should be of LG, padding X of 3, padding Y of 2, let's do a transition, and this should be of all, and let me also say on hover, this should be of text primary. Okay, this should be all. Let's go back, and yes, this is already 1,000,000 trillion billion times better. So you see, we rendered right here. If I hover on it, we have like a little hover animation, which also looks quite nice. And yeah, we are now done with that. So I guess we can now continue. What else do we have? Well, the last thing which we are missing is first of all a mobile section, because if I make it smaller right here, so let's make it smaller, you see, I guess we don't see anything, not really what we want. And secondly, I want to also render my navbar. So let's do that. And for that, what I want you to do right here is go to the bottom, and then we have this div right here, right? This is the last div. Right above this last div, let me render another div element. So we have empty tags, a div which is closing, and then inside of here, I want to create a new div element, and this will be there to render our navbar. So right here at the top, we will render a navbar, plus in this navbar on a mobile screen, we will render like a sheet. This means, or a sheet trigger, and when we click on the button, a sheet will open with our mobile dashboard links. Yeah. So for this div, let me create a class name. Let's say flex and flex of column. And then in this div, let me create a header element. And for the header element, let's give it a class name. This right here will be flex, height of 14, items, which will be off center. Then let's do a gap of 4. Let's do a border of bottom. Let's do a BG of muted, and then /40. This means 40% opacity. Then let's do a padding X of 4. LG or bigger, height of custom value 60 pixels, and then also LG or bigger, padding X of 6. These class names should be familiar to you because we wrote the same class names for this div element which houses our logo, because we also gave it right here in height and then also in height on LG or bigger. So that's the same thing which we did right here. And since we're now done with that, I can now inside of here render my sheet. As you probably know, we don't really have a sheet component, so this means we have to go to Shadcn UI and install what we need. So let's go to ui.shadcn.com and let me search for the sheet. This is the sheet and that's what I want to render. It will open and then I will render my links. So let me copy the installation command. Let's use pnpm. Let me open my terminal. Let me stop the dev server. Let's clear it and let's paste it inside of here. Let me also get a drop-down menu. This is what we will use to make later on this user drop-down work. So the user will click on that and then we will have this drop-down. Again, let's copy it. Let's use pnpm and let me paste it inside of here. So now we have installed our sheet and also the drop-down menu, and now I can also right here restart my dev server with pnpm1 dev. And now the first thing which I want to render first of all is our sheet. So let me right here get the sheet component. Let's import that. Let's open that. Inside of here, we will get a sheet trigger imported from the components. And then in the sheet trigger, I want to render a button because this is what the user will click. So let me get a button component from the components. And in the button, I want to render a menu icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And let's give it a class name of size 5. So width 5 and height of 5. If you now go back and do a hard refresh, we should see the dropdown right here. And now we have an error. Why do we have an error? It says in HTML, button cannot be descendant of button. Okay, this is weird. What's the problem? Well, right here for the sheet trigger, we have to add a asChild property because in the DOM currently, this sheet trigger renders as a button and this button also renders as a button. And you can't have two buttons inside of each other. Does that make sense? So what we say right here is that this is asChild, and with that we now only render one button, and if you now go back, we don't have any errors anymore. So this already looks relatively presentable, but we're still not finished. For this button right here, let me give it a few properties. Let's give it a variant. For the variant, I want to say outline, and for the size, let me say icon. Also, let me add a class name right here, and let me say on medium or bigger, this should be hidden. I don't want to show this sheet. If I now again go back, you see we don't see it on desktop, but if I go to a mobile screen, tada, we see a sheet trigger button. Currently, if I click it, nothing happens, so let's fix that. For that, let's go underneath the sheet trigger and let me get sheet content. Let's import that, let's open that, and then in the sheet content, let me render a nav element, and in the nav, let me get right here my dashboard links component. This is self-closing, and if I click on this, you see our sheet right here. Okay, cool. Let me also style our nav element. So let's give this nav a class name and let's say grid, then let's do a gap of 2 and let's say margin top of 10. If I again go back, you see, yeah, we have some gap, we have some margin to the top, and I think we can leave it like that. There's only one more thing which I don't like, and that's that this sheet opens from the right side. I want to open it from the left side. So if I go back, I can go to the sheet content and we can get a side property. And I want to say from the left side. And if I now go back, tada, it opens from the left side. Okay, I can close it, I can open it, and we are finished with that. So now we are finished with our, not theme toggle, I'm sorry, but we are finished with our sheet, our mobile sheet. And what I want to now render is on desktop this drop-down menu. So I can close that, don't worry about this error. That's because it's open on desktop. Right here, I want to now render our drop-down for the user. So let's go back again. What I want you to do right now is go underneath this sheet, but still in the header, and let me render a new div element. For this div element, let's give it a class name, and let's say flex items of center, and let's leave it at that. Let me now go in this div element, and in this div element, let me get a drop-down menu. Now please make sure that it's imported from the components. Everything should be imported from the components, and yeah. Okay, let me now import that right here. Then in the drop-down menu, let me get the drop-down menu trigger. So trigger, let's import that, let's open that. And in the trigger, let me render again a button component. We already imported that. So now we have our button right here. And inside of here, you can render whatever you want, an icon, an image. Just for demonstration, let me for now just render a users to icon from Lucid React. Just for demonstration, let's save that, let's go back, and now we have again a problem. What's the problem? Well, button cannot be a descendant of button. You probably already should know the fix. The fix is to add a asChild property. If I can save that, you see we don't have a problem anymore, no errors. And that's nice. There's one thing which I don't like. This button is rendered on the left side, but I want to render this button on the right side, so right here. So let's go back, and then for this div, let me just say margin left of auto. If you go back, you now see it's on the right side, and that's already a bit better. Now let me style the button right here. So let's give it a class name. And for the class name, let me just say rounded or full. Let me also give it two properties. So let's give it a variant. This will be of outline. And let me give it a size. And this will be of icon. If you now again go back, you see it's now fully rounded. And yeah, we can now continue. So I don't know, should we leave this users to icon or should we switch it to an image? You know what? It actually looks quite good. So I think we will leave it like that. I thought about adding like an image, but to be honest, I actually think that this looks a bit better. So let's leave it like that. Let's go back. And now I want to render my drop-down menu content. So for that, let me go underneath the drop-down menu trigger and let me get my drop-down menu content. So not that, but drop-down menu content. This is imported from our components. Let's open that. Then right here, let me get a align property. And now you can align it either from the center, from the end, or from the start. So this means if I say start, then our drop-down menu content will align from the left side. If center, then from the middle, and end would be from the right side. And I want to say end because I want to align it from the right side. Then in the drop-down menu content, what we can do now is render a drop-down menu label. Let's import that from the components, and inside of here, let me just say my account. If you again go back, you now see this drop-down menu label, and as I said, it now opens right here from the right side. So this is this align end. If I would say start, then it would align for right here from the left side. So let's go back. Now we have the drop-down menu label. Let me also get the drop-down menu separator. So drop-down menu separator from our components. Then this right here is self-closing. And if you again go back, we now have the separator. Then let me render my first item. So underneath the separator, let me get a drop-down menu item. Wow, no mistake in the spelling, great. Let's import that, let's open that, and inside of here, I want to render a link. So let me get right here the link component, we already imported that, and let me just say dashboard. Let me also give it right here an href, so for the link, let's say href, so right here, href, and then this will be / dashboard. Let's again go back. We see it right here. This looks nice. And what I want to also do right here is add for the drop-down menu item a as child property. If you again go back, you now see it has been added, and that's nice. Let me now also create the second drop-down menu item. So let's get right here a drop-down menu item. Then let's open that, and this will also render a link. So let's get our link, and I want to right here say Invoices. Let's also give this link an href, and for the href, this will be right here / dashboard / invoices. Then for the drop-down menu item, let's also pass an as child property. And if you now again go back, we have our dashboard and our invoices. Now really quick, why do I add the as child? Well, if you delete it and go back, if I hover over the invoices, it also redirects to the invoices. But once I go right here to the right side, it does not register anymore. If I add as child, it still registers at the end. But if there's no as child, it does not register anymore. And that's not what you want. So let me again add the as child property. And now we have two links right here. And the last thing which I want to do is render an item to log out. So let me again get right here a drop-down menu separator. So I will just copy it. I don't want to spell it. It's quite annoying. Let's copy it, paste it right here. And then underneath the separator, let me get a drop-down menu item. Let's open that. And then in this drop-down menu item, I want to render a button so that the user can log out. So let me first of all render a form element. Let me delete the action. And in the form, let me render a button. And for the button, let me just say log out. If you now again go back, you now see right here this log out button. And we now have again the same problem. This button registers when you hover over it, but once you hover on the right side, it does not register anymore. So what we have to do is add for the drop-down menu item a asChild property. Then for the form, let's give it a class name of wfull. And for the button, let's also say class name of wfull. If you again go back, you now see it registers on the left side, on the right side, wherever you hover, it registers. But we have a new problem. The text is in the middle, but I want to render it on the left side. So let's go back. And then right here for the button, let me say text of left. If you now again go back, you now see it's aligned correctly. Okay, so that's now finished, but if I currently click on logout, we do a GET request because you see the fav icon spins. This is a GET request, or in other words, like a hard refresh. So let's fix that. Let's create a POST request. Let's right here create a action, and then this will be a asynchronous callback function right here, and this will be also a inline server action. So let's mark it as use server, and then we can just call await sign out. Sign out is imported from the users folder, and let's invoke it. Now there are a few things which I want to mention right here. First of all, this is an inline asynchronous callback function. Okay, point 1 has been made. Second point, this right here is a server action, or in other words, a inline server action. What is a server action? Well, this means that this is a asynchronous function which does not run on the client side, but on the server side, which means it's completely secure. And then all we do right here is just call await sign out. And now this sign out method will run on the server side. Okay, so I guess we have now added everything, I have explained everything, and let's test it out. So let's save that, let's go back, let me do a hard refresh, and let me click on log out. And we got redirected. We are again in the login route. If I now try to reach the dashboard route right here, so /dashboard, you see we get instantly redirected to login. Great, that's what we wanted. So now let me again log in, so let me write my email. We have our loading state, that's nice. And now we have right here our verify page, which we created again completely by ourselves. Let me now go to Gmail and then let me click on sign in. Now we should get redirected to the dashboard, and that's exactly what we have. Ta-da! That's what we wanted. Success, everyone. You are now one step further to completing this tutorial. So since we're now finished with that, what I want to do now is render our children. So let's go back, because again, if you currently go back, you see we render our layout, but we don't render anything inside of the layout. And that's because we currently don't render our children. And to render our children, what I want you to do is just to go right here underneath this header element, and then we can render a main element. And in the main element, we can render our children. And if you now go back, hello from the dashboard route, sign out. Nice. Now there's one thing which I want to do. I want to give this or these children a bit of initial padding and also a layout and everything like that. So what I can do right here is give my main element a class name, and this will be flex of 1. Then let's do a flex of column, a gap of 4, let's do a padding of 4, and then let's say on LG or bigger gap of 6, and on LG or bigger padding of 6. Let's save that. Let me go back, and now you see we have a bit of spacing, and this looks, to be honest, 10 times better, right? Because it does not touch the corner anymore. We have some nice padding. And yeah, okay, so what do we do now? We are finished with authentication. The user can log in, the user can log out. We send emails to the user once the user is authenticated. We do everything right. You know what's funny? For me today is the next day, it's Wednesday. And I thought we're now finished, right? We can now start with the dashboard and kaboom, or with the invoices route. But no, I forgot one thing, and that's the onboarding route. Because when the user signs up, I want to also redirect the user to an onboarding route where the user can type his first name, last name, and address. And this is later on needed for our invoices. So yeah, let's create it. Or you know what? Let me show it to you in a chart first of all. So what we have right now is our dashboard, right? What we also have is a login route. So let's right here just say log in, and let's make it a bit bigger right here. Let's say, I don't know, a few pixels. So this is our login route. Once the user logs in, what I want to do is redirect the user right here to the dashboard. Once the user got redirected to the dashboard, what I want to do is do a if check. So right here we can say, hey, let's do a if check, and we will say if we have finished onboarding, then we can leave the user right here in the dashboard. And if not, what I want to do is redirect the user to a onboarding route. So in the middle, we can say onboarding. So again, how does the flow look like? We have our landing page. I won't draw it. It's not that important. We then redirect the user to the login route. The user authenticates, and once the user is authenticated, we redirect the user to the dashboard. Then in the dashboard, we do a if check, and we check if the user has finished onboarding. If yes, then all cool, continue with the dashboard, do whatever you have to do. But if not, I want to redirect the user to the onboarding. And inside of here, I don't want to do that, but I want to render text. We want to do right here first name, we want to get a last name, and we want to get a address. That's what I want to do. It's relatively simple, but this is what is needed. And then once the user has typed all of that, so the first name, last name, and address, we can finally redirect the user again back to our dashboard, and then we are finished. This is the flow, and now let's do that. So let's go back to the code base and let's create a onboarding route. Let's go in the app folder, let me create a new folder, and let's name it onboarding. Then in the onboarding folder, let's create a new file and let's name it page.tsx. So this is in route, and what does this mean? Well, this means that we have to do a export default function. Let's name it onboarding, let's invoke it, and let me just open that. Then inside of here, let me do a return statement, and let me now create a onboarding UI. So let me first of all return a div element, and what I want to do first of all is just center all of my children in the middle. So this right here is our wrapper div, so let's give it a class name, and let's say minimum height of screen, so 100 viewport height. Let's say W of screen, so width 100 viewport width. And also really quick, what does this viewport height and viewport width mean? Well, when you talk about viewport height and width, you talk about the whole screen size, so the whole height and the whole width. If you would use right here, for example, W of full, so right here width 100%, then this means you take the whole width of the container, but the container could be only 10 viewport width. So I guess the wrapping div should always right here use viewport height and viewport width. And now let me center everything, so let's do a flex, items of center, and justify of center. Then inside of here, let me render a card component from the components. Let's open that. Inside of here, let's get a card header, and in the card header, let me get a card title. Let's import that, and for the card title, let me just say, you are almost there, or finished. Yeah, let's say finished, exclamation mark. Let's save that, let me go back, let's go to localhost 3000, and let's open /onboarding. So right here you now see you are almost finished. Now it looks okay, but it isn't big enough. So let me go back, and for the card title, let's give it a class name of TextXL. You now see it's a bit bigger, and we can leave it like that. Let me now create a card description. So let me go underneath the card title. Let me get the card description. Let's import that. And let me say, enter your information to create an account. Let's go back. Yeah, I don't know. Should we maybe change the width of this card? I think so. I think we should give it a custom width. So for the card right here, let's give it a class name, and let's say maximum width of SM and MX of auto. So with that, I just center it in the middle. So now we have that. So with that, we just say, hey, don't get bigger than this max width of SM, and this corresponds to 384 pixels. So now this is finished. We are done with the card header, and now we can render our card content. So underneath the card header, let me get card content. Let's import that. Let's open that. And in the card content, I want to render a form. So let me get the form element. Let me delete the action. We don't have one right now. We will have one in a second. And then inside of here, what I want to now render is, as I already said, 3 inputs. A input for the first name, last name, and for the address of the user. So what I want to do first of all right here is create a wrapper div for the label and the input. So let me right here import the label component from our components, and let me just say first name. Then underneath the label, let me get a input from our components. This is self-closing. And let me for now just give it a placeholder. And for the placeholder, let me just say, I don't know, John. Let's go back. And now you have right here our label, and then you have the input. Now there's one problem. Currently we don't have any spacing between the label and the input. And of course, this is not what we want. So for the div element, I can give it a class name. And now you have 2 options. Either you do a flex and flex of column, or if you want to do it a bit shorter, you can just say grid. It does not make a difference. You'll still align it vertically. Grid means that you have 1 column, and flex column means that you want to align it, yeah, I guess vertically, if that makes sense. So you can use whatever you want. I like to use flex and then flex of column because I think it just reads a bit better, but you can just say grid. And then let me do a gap of 2. Let's go back, and now we have some spacing. So now we have our label and the input. Let me now create our second input. So let me now again go back. Let me go underneath this div, but still in the form. Let's render a div element. Let me get the label. This is already imported, and let me say last name. Then underneath the label, let me get a input. This is self-closing, and let's again give it a placeholder, and let's just say right here Doe. So John Doe. Let's go back, and now we have the first name and last name. Now of course, again, we are missing some gaps, so some padding. So let's do again a class name, and now let's use grid. So this will show you that it's still the same code. So let's also do a gap of 2, and if you now go back, you still see we have this same padding. We are still aligned vertically, and that's because grid and flex column do the same thing. But there's one thing which I don't like. So currently these are aligned vertically, but what I want to do is align the first name and last name horizontally. So the first name should take 1/2 of the width, and the last name should also take 1/2 of the width. So what we have to do is create a wrapper div. To do that, what you want to do is wrap these 2 divs right here. So let me just copy them, delete them. Let me get a new div element, and let me again paste these 2 div elements. For this top wrapper div, I can give it a class name, and this will create the layout. And as I said, I want to create 2 columns because I want to have right here the first name and then here the last name. Let me show it to you again with a chart. This is the onboarding route. Then right here on the left side, we will say first name, and on the right side, we will say last name. And then on the bottom, we will have 1 input for the address. Wow, this looks like a smiley. Okay, right here, this will be for the address. And then at the bottom, we will have a submit button. So that's all we say. Let's say submit. Right here, we can say address. So let's say address. And then this will be first and last name. So now let's go back, and then for this div, how do you create 2 columns? Well, you use the grid layout. So let's right here say grid, and then let's say grid columns of 2. And let's also give it some spacing. So let's say gap of, let's say 4. Let's go back, and now we should see them aligned horizontally. And that's what you have right here. So first of all, right here the first name, and then the last name. So now this is finished, and I want to render the input for the last name. So let me go back, and let me go right here to the form, and then just above the form, let's render another div element. Inside of here, let me get a label. Let me right here just say address, and then underneath the label, let me import the input, or we already imported that, and let me give this input a placeholder, and let me just say chat street 123. Let's save that, let's go back, and yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Let me now again go back, let's give it some gap. So for this div, let's say class name, and let's say grid and gap of 2. If you again go back, you see, yes, this looks nice. Now we have another problem. What's the problem? Well, I don't have any space. This address touches the input. Does that look good? No, of course it does not look good. So let me go back, and then right here for the form element, we can give it a class name, and I can say grid and gap of 4. And if I again go back, you now see we have some spacing. So this form element is there to wrap this div where we house our first name and last name, and it also houses our address. And that's why if I give it a gap of 4, it gives a gap between the address and right here this column, because this is in column and this is in column. And then we have another column, which is the first name and last name. We also have some gap right here and a grid columns of 2. So now we have all of that, and the last thing which we are missing is our submit button. So let me go back, let's go underneath the div, but still in the form, and let me get my submit button component. Let's import that, and this is self-closing. Let's go back, and now you have the submit button right here. So let's be honest, this looks nice, right? And the submit button also looks good. But the problem which I currently have right here is that we say submit. Instead of saying submit, I would rather like to say finish onboarding. So how can we make our submit button dynamic so that I can change the text without creating a separate component? So what we can do is open our submit buttons component, and what we could do now is get the text through the params and then just render it dynamically. And that's exactly what we will do. It's the most or the easiest thing you can do. You could create 10,000 components and then just render them, but why should you if you could just render dynamically with params? So let me create a interface. Let's call it iAppRops. Yeah, I like to name it like that. And let's open that. Inside of here, I want to get one property, and this is the text, and this will be of type string. So now we have our text, and now I want to get it in the params. So I can destructure my params, and I can say this destructuring right here will be a type of iAppRops. And if I now go right here and click on Control Spacebar, we get a text property, which is a string. So if you have never used TypeScript, well, congrats, you now know how to use interfaces. So now we get our text, and now I can render that. So let me delete this submit, and let me rather render right here my text. Let's save that. We don't get any errors anymore. Let's close it. And now for the submit button, you see we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, that's because we are missing one property, which is the text. So let's pass it, and let me just say finish onboarding. Let's save that. And now also, if you open your login route, you'll see a new error. Why do we have an error? Well, the submit button is missing a property. What property? Well, the text. So let's add that, and let me just say log in. So now let's go back, and as you see, everything still works, but instead of saying submit, we say finish onboarding. So that's nice, and what we want to do now is make the interactivity work, or not the interactivity, but I want to submit the form, because if I currently click on finish onboarding, you see we do a get request. So if I click on it, you see right here in the fav icon, it spins. That means we do a get request. And if you open right here the inspector, you will also see it, open the network. And right here, let me zoom out a bit, that's a bit too much, so 100%. And if I click on finish onboarding, you see we have a hard refresh and everything again loads. So let me do a post request, and this means we want to create a server action. As you already know, in our login route, we already created a inline server action. And a server action is a way to mutate data. And in Next.js, you have two ways to mutate data. You either use a server action, as we did in the login route, or you use a route handler. A route handler is again the API route, and we use it to authenticate the user. You might say, or you might ask me, hey Jan, when should I use a server action? When should I use a route handler? And to be honest, the answer is quite nuanced. So if you want to know the pros and cons when you should use what, then I recommend you to become a channel member, because I created a video for channel members where I talked about server actions versus route handlers, when to use what, and everything like that. But for this example, to right here now finish our onboarding, we will use server actions. And also, if you want to, you can go to the React dev website, and if you search right here for server actions, you right here see server actions allow client components to call async functions executed on the server. So what does it mean? Well, again, we just create a asynchronous function which runs on the server side. And we have now two ways to create a server action. Either we do it as in the login route, so right here we create a inline server action, or what we can do is create a separate file where we will store all of our server actions. So let's go in the app folder, and let me create a new file, and let's name it actions.ts. And inside of here, we will now right here store all of our server actions. And now to make server actions work, we have to mark this file as use server, because as you see, if you open the login route, we also had to mark it as use server. With that, you tell React and the compiler and everything like that you want to convert this normal asynchronous function into a server function which runs on the server. If you forget to add the use server, then this won't be a server action anymore, but just a standard asynchronous function which runs on the client side. And you don't want that because this is not safe. So please mark this file as use server, and since we have now done that, so this use server, we can now just create functions and they will run on the server side. So let me create my first server action. Let's do a export async function. Let's call it onboard user. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, what I want to do first of all is protect the server action. And for that we have a hook, right? So we can say constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's import that and let's invoke it. A few people will tell you right here, hey, you don't have to do that. A server action is not publicly available. You don't have to protect it. Just leave it as it is. Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but a server action is actually a public endpoint. This means whenever you use server actions, you want to protect them. You don't want unauthenticated users to use your endpoint, because a action almost converts to a endpoint. It's almost the same, not quite, but it's still a publicly available endpoint. So you want to secure it like a route handler, in other words, like an API route. And that's exactly what we did right here. So now it's secured. This means only authenticated users can reach this route. And now we can create our submission, or in other words, our mutation. Here comes the problem, right? To create our mutation, we will call Prisma, so we'll do a constant data prisma.user.update, and then we will update the first name, last name, and address. This is fine, and we will get our values through the form data. This is also fine. But the thing is with the form data right here, this is not type safe, because if I get the form data through the params, form data is of type any, and that's not what we want. So what I want to do right here is both client-side and server-side validation. This means when the user inputs something, I want to validate it both on the client side, first of all, to show errors, and I want to also validate it on the server side to make sure that first of all the data is type safe, but also if there's some sort of user who tries to hack the system, that the data is safe to store in the database. So for both server-side and client-side validation, we will use one library, and this is called Conform. I have created a lot of videos on Conform already in the past. It's my favorite library, and in my opinion, it's the easiest way to create both server-side and client-side validation. Because if you go to the UI.Shadcn website, you will see they have a form component, and with that you just get validation. But the problem right here is that they use React hook form, and React hook form only works on the client side. It does not help you on the server side. But with Conform, we get support both on the server side and the client side. So with support, I mean we both validate on the client side and server side. And let me also give you a small overview right here. So Conform is a type-safe form validation library utilizing web fundamentals to progressively enhance HTML forms with full support for server frameworks like Remix or Next.js. A few features right here include progressive enhancement, type-safe fields, fine-grained subscription, built-in accessibility helpers, and a few other things. And what I also forgot to mention, this library, so Conform, works in conjunction with Zod. And Zod is a TypeScript-first schema validation library. So with that, you can say, hey, I want to get a first name, and this will be of type string, and I want to get, I don't know, let's say invoice number, and this will be of type number. So as you see right here, you create a schema, then you say this is of type string or number or boolean or date, and then you use these values to, at the end of the day, validate them with your form data. And for that we use Conform. So Zod is there to create the schema, Conform is there to validate it against our form data and then return errors. That's why they work in conjunction. One is there for the schema and the other one is there to compare it and return errors if there are any errors. And since you now know what Conform and Zod is and how it will work together, I think we can now right here get started and install everything that we need. So let me click on tutorial and let me copy this installation command. Don't copy this npm because we will use pnpm. Let me open the terminal, let me stop the dev server, and let me say pnpm, and then let me paste right here this installation command. So this will install conform to React and also conform to Zod. So this is now installed. I can now clear that. And now we want to also install Zod. So let me do a pnpm I Zod. This will now install Zod, and now this is also finished. So now we have both installed Conform and Zod, and now the first step to make all of this work is to create a Zod schema. So let me open the Explorer, then let me go right here into the app folder, let me go to the utils folder, and let me create a Zod schemas.ts file. And now inside of here, we can create our first Zod schema. So let me do a export constant, let's call it onboarding schema. And this will be equal to that.object. As you see, that does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. Let me do a import, let's destructured, and this will be from Zod. And then right here, where I destructured, I can get that. And now we can use this that, so let me do a z or that dot object. Let's invoke it, let's open a object, and inside of here we can now get all of our fields and we can add the types. What fields do we have? Well, it's quite simple. Let's go back. We have a first name, last name, and address. So let me go back and let's say right here, first of all, let me get a first name. And now what type is the first name? Is it number, boolean, date? No, it's type string. So this will be that.string, and then we can just invoke it. So with that, I now told Zod that the first name is of type string. We can do even further validation and say it should have a minimum length. So after this right here where we invoked it, I can do a dot min, I can invoke it, and now as an argument I want to pass the number of the minimum character length. So you could say 5 or 10 or whatever you want, but I will say 1. So the minimum character length is 1. Or you know what, let's update it to 2. And now I want to also render a error message, and you can do that right here with a comma, string, and right here I want to just say first name is required. Let's save that. So now we have created our first field, and now we can create our second field. And this will be our last name. This is again of type z.string. Let's invoke it, and let me also do a minimum length. So let's do a dot min, let's invoke it. Let's say 2 characters, let's do a comma, and for the error message, let me just say last name is required. So required. Damn, did I spell it correctly? I hope so, but I'm not sure. But okay, who cares? We have now our first name, last name, and the last thing which is missing is the address. So let's get the address, and this will be of type z.string. Let's invoke it. Let me do a dot min. Let's invoke it, and let's say again 2 characters. And for the error message, let me just say address is required. Okay, so now we have that. We have our first name, last name, and address. And now we can use this onboarding schema both right here on the front end where we have our form, but also on the server side. So I think let's first of all do server-side validation, and then we will do client-side validation. Let's open the actions file, and inside of here, let me first of all get the form data. You get the form data in server actions through the params. So right here in the params, we can get form data, and now you see we get an error, and that's because TypeScript does not know what type this is. And this type is of form data. So let's get form data, and that's all. So now we have our form data, and now I want to compare my Zod schema against the form data. How do you do that with Conform? Well, you can click right here on Next.js in the integration, and then you see what we have to do is a constant submission. We will pass with Zod the form data against the schema, and then we can do a if check to see if it was successful or not. So let's do that. Let me go back, and right here, let me do a constant submission, and this will be equal to pass with Zod. Now you see it does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On top, let's do a import, let's destructure, and then this will be from @conform to Zod, and then by the structured, let me get right here pass with Zod. Let's now use that, so pass with Zod. Let's invoke it as an argument. Let me pass the form data. Let's add a comma. Let's open the object. And then inside of here, we want to pass our schema. How was our schema called? Well, our schema was called onboarding schema. Let's import that right here, so onboarding schema, and now we have created right here this constant submission. So what we do right here, I guess simplified, is check or compare our form data against our Zod schema. So we want to see that we get our first name, last name, and address. If not, we want to return the errors back to the front end. So what we can do is a if check. Let's invoke it, and let's right here say, hey, if the submission.status is not equal to success, well, then let's open that and let me do a return submission.reply. Let's invoke it, and now that's all. So again, right here in the submission, we compare our form data against the schema. We then get a result which is either successful or not successful. If it was not successful, we return the errors to the front end to display them. And if it was successful, well, then we can just continue. And also please make sure that you check that it's not successful. So exclamation mark and then 2 equal signs. So with that, we just say, hey, if it's not successful. So now we know that the data right here below is successful, and now we can do our mutation. So let's do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .user.update. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and I don't want to update any user, but I want to update a specific user. So what we have to do is use the where statement, and I want to update a user where the ID matches the ID of the current authenticated user. How do we get our ID? Well, right here we have our session, right? So we can just do right here a session.user.id. And now we find a user which has the same ID. And now we can update the user, which means we want to update some data. Let's open that, and I want to update our first name. And as you see, we don't get a first name. Why is that? Well, that's because we have to update our Prisma schema. So let me open the schema file, and right here, instead of now having a name, I want to get a first name, last name, and address. So let's update this name to first of all first name. Then after that, let me also get a last name. This will be of type string, and it's also very, very important that this is optional. So let's add a question mark at the end. With that, I say, hey, the first name and last name are both optional. For example, this ID does not have a question mark, and that's because it's required. And then after the last name, let me also get a address. This is of type string and also optional. So what we can do is open our terminal. Please make sure that you stop your dev server, and let me do right here a pnpm dlx prisma db push. This will now sync our database with our Prisma schema. So right here it's currently loading. Let's see. And yes, your database is now in sync. So now I can again restart my dev server. Let's do that, and let's close the terminal. Let me now go back, and right here we should now get our first name. As you see, I weirdly don't get that. So what I will do is restart my TypeScript server. So right here, restart TS server, and if I now click on Control Spacebar, I get my first name. And this first name will be equal to our submission.value.first name. So right here you now see this data is completely type safe. Let me get the last name, and this will be of type submission.value.last name. And let me also get the address, and this will be equal to the submission.value.address. So now we have updated all of our data, and we are now finished with that. The last thing which I want to do is redirect the user, and for that let me do a return redirect. This is imported from Next.js. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, this will be our dashboard. Because once the user is finished with onboarding, we want to redirect the user to the dashboard route to create invoices and everything like that. So now we are done with server-side validation. So this right here is now finished. And the next step is now to do client-side validation and also allow the user to submit the form. So let's do that. So let's first of all do client-side validation, after that form submission, and then we are done already. So let me go back right here again. Again. If you want to go to the same documentation website, right here, integration Next.js. And now let's do right here client-side validation. You see, the code is relatively simple. First of all, we use right here the useForm state hook. The useForm state hook does not exist anymore in React 19. So let me go to the react.dev website and let me search for use action state. So the use action state hook is the useForm state hook. In React 18 it was called useForm state. In React 19 it's called use action state. Right here they say in earlier React Canary versions this API was part of React DOM and called useForm state. Now with React 19 it's called use action state. What is the use action state hook? Good question. Use action state is the hook that allows you to update state based on the result of a form action. Okay, interesting. I did not understand anything. So how can I dumb it down a bit? Well, the use action state hook is there to get responses from your server action. So for example, let me open again the actions file. Right here we return our submission, right? So if we have any errors, we return them right here. And we want to get these errors somehow in this onboarding route to display them down below, because underneath the input, for example, later on, I want to display a p tag and say input required or something like that. So to do that, what we have to do is somehow get the data from the server action, because we want to know what should be displayed as an error and what not. And for that you use the use action state hook. If you want to get a detailed guide on the use action state hook, then go to my channel and then we have this video, not this one, but this one right here. This React hook is a game changer, use action state. So if you want to learn more, check out this video. And now let's continue. So let me go back and let's set it up. So above the return statement, let me do a constant. Let's get array symbols. This is what is returned from the hook. And this will be equal to use action state. This is imported from React and let's invoke it. Now right here we have to pass two arguments. If you have watched the video, then you will know what we have to pass, but we have to pass the server action and the initial state. The server action is called onboarding user. This is imported from the actions, and then also the initial state is undefined. Let's save that, and then in the array symbol in the array symbols we will get returned two things. First of all, we will get a last result. This is what we get returned from the server action. Some people also call it status or something like that, but we will call it last result. And also we will get a action, and the action is just this onboard user server action. We just return it using the use action state hook. So we want to create a connection between the server side and client side. And now you see we get an error. Weird, why do we get an error? We have added everything, we have initialized it. What's the problem right here? Well, when you use this use action state hook in the server action, the params, you want to get a previous state. Let's set it to any, and if you now save that and go back, you see the error goes away. Explaining previous state and initial state takes a bit of time. So again, please watch this video if you want to have a detailed explanation for that, but you have to add it. And in most cases, we just set it to undefined and then right here as type any, because we don't use the previous state and we don't really have a initial state. So now we have set that up. And if you now go back to the documentation, not this one, but this one right here, the next step is to set up the useForm hook. And this is needed for conform to work. So let's do that. Let me again go back and let's write it again from 0. So we won't do any copy pasting, we will write it ourselves. Let's do a constant. Let's get an array symbol. This is again what is returned from the hook. And then this will be equal to useForm. This currently does not import for me, so we have to import it manually. On top, let me do a import. Let's do structured. And then this will be from @conform to React. And then where we destructured, I can get my useForm hook. So now this is imported, let's now use it. So let's invoke it, open a object, and inside of here we have to pass a few arguments. So first of all, we want to pass our last result. So let's pass it. What do we do with that? Well, we sync the result of our last submission with the client-side state. So this useForm hook has client-side state and the last result is our server-side state. And we want to keep them in sync. That's why I added right here as an argument. Let's add a comma. Then the next thing which I want to do is validate my data on the client side. So right here we get a onValidate callback. Let's invoke it, let's destructure it, and then let me also open the function right here. So this is our onValidate callback function, and inside of here what I want to do is the same thing as our server action. I want to pass my data or I want to, at the end of the day, compare my form data against my Zod schema with the pass with Zod helper. This is what I want to do in the client side. We did it in the server side, and I want to do the same thing on the client side. So let me do a return pass with Zod. Let's import that from conform to Zod. Let's invoke it. Then as an param or as an argument, I want to pass my form data. How do we get our form data? Well, we destructured, and now if I click on Control Spacebar, we get form data. Let's get that, and let's pass it as an argument. Let's continue, let's add a comma, open a object, and let's now also pass our schema, and this schema is the onboarding schema. Let's invoke it, or not invoke it, but let's import it from the Zod schema file, and now we have our onValidate function which runs on the client side. Again, if you look at it, it's exactly the same code as on in our server action. Right here we do it in the server side, and now right here we do it in the client side. So this is finished, and now we want to add two more properties, and this is the should validate. So that's why you get should validate. This is on blur, and then let me also do a should revalidate, and this should be on input. Okay, Jan, what exactly does this mean? Well, let me show it to you. Let me open the form. Right here we have an input, right? I can either click on it or I can click out of it. And right here I tell conform when I want to validate this form, when I want to start validating, and when I want to revalidate the form. We say we want to validate the form when we click out, so blur, when we click out of the input. And then we also have should revalidate, and this means we want to revalidate this input whenever I again click in it or click on it and type something. So this is the should validate, should revalidate, and this on blur and on input. I also created already a video on conform right here. For example, this forms in Next.js, or what else? Right here we have it, form validation in Next.js. I created 2 videos on conform if you want to learn more, to dive deeper into this concept, but I think I explained it quite well. So now we have our use action state hook, we have our use form hook, and right here for the use form hook we also get 2 things returned. First of all, a form object, and we get our fields. So now we have these 2 things, and now we can use it or use them. So let's first of all go to the form, and we want to right here first of all set up our form. For the form, let's first of all pass a action. Now this action isn't your onboard user action, but this is the action which is returned from the use action state hook. And right here we called it action. You can also call it form action. I honestly don't care. Call it whatever you want, I will call it action. Then right here, let me just pass it. And now I want to also combine conform with my form. So let's give it an ID. This will be equal to our form.id. Then I want to get a onSubmit, and this is equal to form.onSubmit. And the last thing which I want to pass is a no validate property. This is also very important. So now we combined, or we set up, combined I think is the correct word. We combined our form with conform, and now I want to also combine my inputs with conform. So I have to tell conform that we have these inputs with, for example, for the first name, for the last name, and for the address. Let's start with the first name. So right here, we want to give it a name, and instead of just typing name, because our first name, this right here is not type safe, right? And we want type safety. So we can open a object and we can get our fields. So let me spell it correctly, fields dot first name dot name. This is now completely type safe because this name is inferred from the first name. So this is how we spelled it, and now we pass this name to this name. I hope this makes sense. It's relatively simple. Maybe it sounds complicated, but it isn't. Let me also pass in key. This is equal to fields, then dot first name dot key. And then the last thing which we have is the default value, and this is equal to our fields dot first name dot, what do you think, initial value. So now we have these 3 properties, and now we connected conform or not conform, but we connected the input with conform. And now what I want to also do is show an error message, because currently if you go to the Zod schema, you see we have a minimum character length of 2. And currently, if I again go back and do a hard refresh, we see not what I expected, we see an error. Why do we have an error? Well, that's because we use the use action state hook and the use form hook, and both rely on a JavaScript bundle. So let's mark this component as use client. Let's again go back, and now this error is gone. And now I can show you what I wanted to show you. If I just say F, and if I then click on finish onboarding, you see it does not submit. It wants to show us that there's something wrong right here, but it does not show it. That's because we currently don't render the error anywhere. So what we can do right here is go underneath the input, but still in the div, and then I can render a p tag, and I can get my fields.firstname.errors. And let me also style the p tag, so let's give it a class name of text red 500 and text of small. And if you go back, you now finally see the error right here. First name is required. Nice. So since this is now finished, let's do the same for the other two inputs. So let's go to the last name. Let me give it a name. This will be equal to, what do you think? Well, this will be our fields.lastname.name. Then we have our key. This is equal to fields, not this, but fields. Let me again spell this, my god, fields.lastname.key. And the last thing which we have is the initial value, and, or not initial value, but default value. And this is equal to fields dot then last name dot initial value. And now I want to render the error, so let's get a p tag underneath the input, and let me get my fields dot last name dot errors. Let's also style it, so let's give it a class name, and this is text red of 500 and text of small. So yeah, this is all. Let's again go back, and now you see right here first name is required, and right here it also says required. Let's again do a hard refresh, and if I click out of it, you see it right here. If I say one character, then first name is required. If one character, last name is required. If you want to, you can also change the error message a bit. I don't think it's needed, but if you want to, you can specify like one character is not enough or something like that. But I think that's fine enough as it is. Let me now also finish the address. So right here for the input, let's give it a name. This will be again equal to our fields, then .address .name. Let's get a key, and this will be equal to our fields, then .address and then .key. And we have our default value, and then this is equal to our fields address initial value. And then let me also render the error message. So let's get a p tag underneath the input, and let me just render right here our fields address errors. And of course, we want to also style it. So let's give it a class name of text red 500 and text of small. Okay, let's save that. I think we are finished. So let's go back. Let me do a hard refresh. Let's click on that. Let's click out. Let's click on that. Let's click out, and let's click on that, and let's click out. So now it says required, required, and required. Success, everyone. We now have server-side and client-side validation, and I guess we can now finish off this form. So let's say Jan, for the last name this is Marshall, and for the address this will be Chad Street 123. Let me click on finish onboarding. We have our pending state, and I should get redirected to the dashboard. Let's see. Alright everyone, congrats, we got redirected to the dashboard. That's great. This means our onboarding route fully works, and that's what we wanted. But now we have one problem. Currently I don't validate that the user actually finished the layout, or I'm sorry, not the layout, but the onboarding. And in the dashboard layout, I want to now check that the user has actually finished it. Because if not, I want to redirect the user to the onboarding. I don't want to allow him to create invoices and stuff. But if the user is already finished with the onboarding, well, then do whatever you want. I don't care. So what we can do in the dashboard layout, again, so dashboard layout, I want to check that the user has finished with the onboarding. To do that, what we want to do is create a async function where we check that. So above the export default function, let me just do a async function. Let's call it get user. Let's invoke it, and let's open that. Then inside of here, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, and what do we want to do inside of here? Well, I want to find a specific user. So let's do a .user.findUnique. And then right here, let's invoke it. So let's invoke it, open a object. And since I already said I want to find a unique user, we have to use the where statement. And how do I want to find my user? Well, I want to find my user using a unique identifier. What unique identifier do we have for the user? Well, if you open your schema, we have in the user model the ID. So this means I want to find a user where the ID matches the ID which I provide. How do I get my ID, so the user ID? Well, right here we fetch the user session, right? And we get it returned. And in the session, we get the user ID. This means when we call this function later on getUser, we can pass the ID as an argument. So in the params, let me get the user ID, and this is of type string. And then this ID is equal to the user ID. Let me select what data I need. So let's do a select. And I want to get a first name, let's set it to true. I want to get a last name, let's set this to true. And let me get the address, and let's set this to true. So now we get all of our data. And what I want to now do is check that the user has added a first name, last name, and address. If not, I want to redirect the user to the onboarding route. So underneath this constant data, but still in this async function, let me do a if check, and let's say, hey, if there's no data.firstname, and you do that with this exclamation mark, or for that you use two vertical lines, we don't have any data.lastname, or again 2 vertical lines if we don't have any data.address. If either of this is true, so even if only one is true, I want to redirect the user to the onboarding route. So let's open that, and let me do a redirect. This is imported from Next/navigation. Let's invoke it, and let's pass as an argument /onboarding. So what we did right here again, just to recap it, we created a async function getUser. We get the user ID as an param. We will pass this user ID later on as an argument when we call this function. And then inside of here, we now fetch our user data. We find a user where the ID matches the user ID, and then I select the first name, last name, and address. Once I have this data, I do a if check, and I check, hey, if either of these properties is empty, not filled out, or something like that, then let's redirect the user to the onboarding route so that the user can add a first name, last name, and address. And that's all. Now we want to call this function. So in the export default function underneath the constant session, we can do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke it. Inside of here, we have to pass one argument, and this is the user ID. You already know how we get the user ID because we already have it in the session. So let's do a session.user.id. Let's mark it as string because I know I get an ID, and now we are already finished. Nice. So now I want to check out that everything works. So let me open my terminal with Command J. Let me open a second terminal tab, and inside of here, let me do a pnpm dlx prisma studio. Inside of here, you see our models, or in other words, our tables. And we have one user, right? And this one user is me. What I want to do inside of here is delete this user. So let's delete myself. Let me delete one record. Let's delete it. And now we don't have any users anymore. Let's go back to our website. Let me do a hard refresh. And you now see we got redirected to the login route. Why did we get redirected to the login route? Well, that's because we don't have a valid session anymore. And inside of here, we can now log in. So let me type my email. Again, don't write me any emails. Thank you. Let me click on login. We have our pending state, and now we have our verify page. Let me open Gmail. Inside of here, we got the email. Let me click on sign in. And what do we see? Did we get redirected to the dashboard? No, we got redirected to onboarding. And that's because we don't have a first name, last name, or address. So let's fill it out. Let's finish this form. So let's say Jan, let me say Marshall, and then for the address, let me say Chad Street 124. Let me click on finish onboarding. We have our pending state, and now I should see the dashboard. If I now again do a hard refresh, you see we don't get redirected to onboarding, and that's because I've now added the first name, last name, and address. Okay everyone, congrats! We are now finished with authentication, a onboarding route, a verify route, a dashboard layout, and now we can finally start with our invoices route, which means we want to now allow the user to create an invoice, to edit an invoice, to send a reminder email, to delete it, to mark it as paid, and everything like that. So are you ready? I'm ready, so let's go. Okay, so now to create our invoices route, we have to create a new route. Who would have thought? Because if I currently click on invoices right here, we get a 44 not found. So let's fix it. Let's go back, let's open the Explorer, then let me go in the app folder, in the dashboard folder, and let me create a new invoices folder. Inside of here, let me create a page.tsx file, and then since this is in route, let's do a export default function and let's just call it invoices route. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me do a return statement. Let's do a div h1 and let's say hello world. Let's save that, let's go back, and right here we should now see something. So if I do a hard refresh, we see hello world. Is that what we want to render? No, that's of course not what we want to render. So let's fix that. Let's go back and let me delete everything in the return statement. And inside of here, I want to start with the card component. Let's import that. Then in the card component, let me get a card header, also from the components. In this card header, I want to render something interesting. So let me show it to you. This right here is our screen, right? Then on the left side, what I want to render is a title. Let me make it a bit bigger, so large right here. We will have our card title, and then below that, we will have our description. Let's also make it a bit smaller, so title and description. Quite standard, right? Card header, card description. On the right side, I want to render a button, and in the button, I will say something like create. And for that, we have to create like a layout, since on the left side, I want to render the card title, and on the right side, I want to render the button. So to do that, we can go back and let me get a div element, and this will be the wrapper div. So let's get a class name of flex. Then let's do an items of center to justify or to center everything vertically. And let me also do a justify of between so that the children go to the most outer corner. So the title and description to the left side, the button to the right side. So justify between. Then in this div, let me create another div element, and this will house right here our card title. Let's import that, and inside of here, let me just say invoices. And then underneath the card title, let me get a card description. This is imported from the components. And let me just say manage your invoices right here. Let's save that, let's go back, and nope, that's not what we want. We want to see this, and now you see it right here. We have our card, and then inside of here, the card title and the card description. My current problem is that the card title is not big enough, so let's go back, and then for the card title, let's get a class name, and let's say text of 2XL, and let's also say font of bold. As you now see, yeah, that's way better. And now let's also render the button right here on the right side. For that, we want to go underneath this div, but we want to still be in this main div where we have our flex layout. And what I want to now do is render right here a link component. This is imported from next/link. And then inside of here, I want to now render a plus icon. So this plus icon is imported from Lucid React, and this is self-closing. As you currently see, we have an error, that's for the link, and that's because we are missing a href property. So for the href, I want to redirect the user to create a new invoice. Currently, we don't have a route for that, so let's leave it as an empty string. Let's now save that, let's go back, and right here, we see on the right side this icon. Yeah, not very nice, not very descriptive. We don't really know what this does right here. So let's go back. Let's first of all say create invoice. This is after the icon. If you go back, and yeah, this is a bit better. We now understand what this link does, but it does not look very good. We want to style this like a Shadcn button. And now you should already know how to do that, because we did it right here in the verify route. We also only had a link, but we still styled it like a button. How do you do that? Well, you use the button variance method, and that's what we will do right here. So let me get a class name, and then this will be equal to the button variance. So let's import that from the components and let's invoke it. If you save that and go back, you now have a button, and it looks great because this is the styling of a Shadcn UI button. So now we're done with the, I don't want to call it a nav bar, but let's call it a top section of the cart. And now we want to render our cart content, and in the cart content, I want to render a table, and in the table, we will see all of our invoices. So let me go back again. Let me go underneath the cart header and let me get right here cart content. This is imported from the components. Let's open that. And inside of here, I want to now render a table. How do you render a table in Next.js and React, or just in general, how do you create a table with Tailwind CSS? Because a table is not simple, it's relatively hard. You want to make it responsive, you want it to look nice and everything like that. Well, believe it or not, Shadcn UI has our back. So let me go to ui.shadcn.com, let's search for a table, and this is what I want. It looks beautiful, it's responsive, and it's very, very easy to implement. So right here we have our installation command. Let's copy it. Let's use pnpm. Let me go back, not right here, but to our code. Let me open my terminal. Let me stop my dev server. Let's clear it and let's paste it inside of here. So now we have created that. I can restart my dev server. And again, if you want to, you can open a second terminal tab. That's fine, but I don't like to do that. Let me now restart my dev server with pnpm run dev. Let me go back, let me do right here a hard refresh, and then let me now render the table. So we have now two options. We could either just create a table right here in the cart content, this is fine, you can do that, but what I want to do is actually create a separate component. So let me open the Explorer. Then inside of here, let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let me create a new file, or in other words, a new component, and let me call it invoicelist.tsx. So since invoice list right here is a component and not a route, we can do a export function. So let's right here do a export function. Let's call it invoice list. Right here, let me uppercase that. And then let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here for now, let's just do a return h1 and let's say hello. If you now go back, you see nothing. Why is that? Well, as you know, this is a component which is not rendered anywhere, not what we want. So let's go back and then in the cart content, let me get my invoice list. So invoice list, let's import that. This is self-closing. And if you now go back, you see hello. Is hello what we want to render? No, that's of course not what we want to render, so let's now create our table. For that, let me start off fresh. Let's delete the return, let's create a new one, and let me start with the table component. Let's import that from the components, let's open that, and then in the table, let me get the table header. Now it's very important, please import the table header and not the table head. Both do completely different things. We will need the table head in a second, but for now, let's get the table header. Then let's open that, and inside of here we have a table row. This is imported from the components, and now inside of here we have a table head. This is now imported from the components, and the table head is like the label, if you want to call it like that. So let me show it to you. First of all, we have right here the table component. You can see it like a div wrapper, so it wraps the whole table. Then the next thing which we have is the table header. The table header is a div which wraps this top section with these labels. Then we have the table row. This is right here a row. So invoice status method, this is in one row. And then we have our table head. And the table head is the, let's just call it right here the individual label. So the first right here table head is invoice, then status, method, and then amount. So we want to create our own table head because we don't want to say right here invoice and status and method. We want to change it a bit. So let me go back, and for the table head, let me first of all say invoice ID. Then let me copy paste the table head. For the second one, let me right here just say customer. Then let me copy paste it again. For the third table head, let me say amount. Then let's copy paste it again. For the fourth table head, let me say status. And the status will be at the end of the day either paid or pending or something like that. Then let's again copy paste it and let me say date. And then the last thing which I want is a actions, because what I want to do later on is render like right here a button so that the user can click it. Then we will have a drop down and the user can then either, I don't know, edit the invoice or delete it or mark it as paid and stuff like that. So right here, instead of saying date, let me just say actions. Let's save that. Let's go back, and now we should see it right here. And that's what you have. You have your table row, or in other words, your table header, and then we have our table head, which is just a different word for a label. So invoice ID, customer, amount, status, date, and actions. There's currently one thing which I don't really like. This actions is aligned like to the left side, but it should be aligned right here to the right side. So this the same thing as our invoice ID. The invoice ID is aligned to the left side, and I want to do the same for the actions, but in the different direction, so to the right side. How do we do that? Well, it's very simple. For the table head, we can add a class name, so for this actions table head, and we can say text of right. With that, this is now aligned to the right side. Nice. So we are now finished with our table header, and now we can render our table body. So what do you think? Should we do it? I think so. So let's go back, and what I will do right now is hard code a bit of data because we don't currently have any invoice data. But later on we will fetch data and then display it down below with actual live data. But for now we will hard code it. So underneath the table header, let me get the table body from the components, and then in the table body we want to get a table row. This is already imported, and let's open that. Again, a table row is just the individual row right here. So one row means also one row right here. If you want to display another row, well then you would create another table row, etc, etc. So let's go back. We now have our table row, and then inside of here we can get a table cell. What is the table cell? Well, again, a table cell is the individual value. So for the invoice, this number, then for the status, this value. This is, at the end of the day, the table cell. So this first table cell corresponds right here to the invoice ID. So let's just say hashtag 1. Then let me copy paste the table cell, and the second table cell right here is for the customer. So let me just say Jan Marshall, because I'm a customer. Then the third value is the amount. So let me copy paste it, and let me right here just say $55.00. Also, I'm not sure if this should be a dot or a comma. I don't know how it works in the US or in other countries, but I will leave it at a dot. Then let me again copy paste the table cell. This right here is now for the date, or not for the date, but for the status. And we will just say that this right here is paid. Then let me copy paste it, and this is now for our date. And for the date, let me right here just say 22/11/2024. Then let's save that. And the last thing which we have is our actions, and our actions is not really a value, but it's a drop down. So what we can do right here is first of all get another table cell. So let's get a table cell, and inside of here I want to now render a drop down. You could just render your drop down inside of here, that's fine, but what we will do is create a separate component. So let me open the Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let me create a invoice actions.tsx file. Also really quick, you might ask me right now, hey Jan, why don't we just render the drop down the table cell? Why do we create a separate component? Well, the answer is relatively simple. This file, the invoice list, will stay a server component because we will fetch data later on inside of here. And this dropdown, which we will use right here, will later on rely on a JavaScript bundle because we will use something which does not work in a server component. This means we have to mark it in a separate component, and then later on we will also mark this component as use client. For now we won't do that because we won't need anything JavaScript related, but later on we will have to do that. And now let's create this dropdown. So let's do a export function. Let's call it invoice actions. Then let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, let's do a return statement and let me return a drop down menu. Again, everything is imported from the components. So let's import that. Then inside of here, we have a drop down menu trigger. Let's import that. And inside of here, I want to render a button component. Let's import that, let's open that, and in the button I want to just render one icon. I want to render the more horizontal icon, which is imported from Lucid React. Let's import that. This is self-closing. And let's give it a class name of size4. Size4 is just a short form of width4 and height4. So let's save that. Now we can also import this component. So in this table cell, let me get the invoice actions. Let's import that. This is self-closing, and let's go back. So let me do a hard refresh, and now we have an error. Why do we have an error? Well, it says in HTML button cannot be a descendant of button. We already had this problem, so you probably know the fix. This drop-down menu trigger renders as a button. This button component also renders as a button, which means we have to say right here as child. And now this error is gone. Yoo-hoo! Nice. For the button, let's give it a size first of all. Let's say size of icon. Then let's give it a variant. And for the variant, I will say secondary. And yeah, I think that's all. Let me again go back. And yeah, I think this looks quite nice. We have another problem right now. This drop-down menu is not aligned to the right side. It's currently aligned to the left side, but I want to align it to the right side. How do we fix that? Well, to fix it, we have to go to the invoice list, right here to the table cell, and we have to give it a class name of text-right. And with that, it's now aligned to the right side. So now this is finished, and now we can render our drop-down menu or drop-down menu content. So for that, let's go underneath the drop-down menu trigger. Let me get my drop-down menu content. Let's import that, let's open that. And for the drop-down menu content, we have one property which is required, and this is the align property. Now right here you have a few options, either center, end, or start. This means this drop-down menu content is either aligned to the left side, to the middle, or to the end. In my opinion, the end looks the best, so let's leave it like that, but I will try to show you later on how it will look like with start. And then inside of here, let me now get a drop-down menu item. Let's import that, let's open that, and inside of here, let me render a link component. Let's import that from next/link, and inside of here, I want to just say for now, edit. So let's say edit, and then for the link, let me give it an href, and this is an empty string for now. So empty string, let's save that and let's go back. And what do we have right here? Well, we have our drop-down menu. It works as you see. Let me show you how this align property works. So I could say center, and if I save that and go back, you see it's aligned to the middle. In my opinion, this does not look good, and that's why I always select right here end. Let me now continue. So this edit button or link or item, whatever you want to call it, looks okay, but I think we could render like an icon and stuff like that. So what we can do is delete this edit for now. Let's make some space. And then inside of here, let me get a pencil icon. This pencil icon is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And let's give it a class name right here of size4 and margin right of 2. And then after the pencil, I can just say edit. Let's save that, let's go back, and we have it right here. No, this isn't nice. It's aligned vertically like flex column, and that's not what we want. So how can we fix it? Well, for the drop-down menu item, we can give it a asChild property, and if you now go back, it's aligned horizontally. Nice. Let me now do that a few more times. We want to now also have a button to download the invoice, to send a reminder email, to delete it, and stuff like that. So what I can do is copy paste the drop down menu item. Let's paste it down below. Instead of rendering the pencil icon, let me get the download cloud icon from Lucid React. And instead of saying edit, let me just say download invoice. Let's save that. Let's go back. Yeah, this is nice. Then let's continue. Let me copy paste the drop down menu item one more time, and this will be there to delete the invoice, or no, let's say to send a reminder email. So let me get a mail icon from Lucid React, and let me right here say send, or not send, let's just say reminder email. And then let me now again copy paste the drop down menu item. Let's paste it down below, and this will be there to delete the invoice. So let me get the trash icon, or right here trash from Lucid React. And instead of saying reminder email, let me right here just say, I don't know, delete. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we have edit, download, reminder, email, and delete. There's one more thing which I want to render, and this is a button to mark the invoice as paid. So let's go back and let me copy paste the drop down menu item one more time, and inside of here let me just say mark as paid, and instead of rendering the trash icon, let me get the check circle from Lucid React. Let's now save that, let's go back, and what do we see right here? We now have right here our drop down with in total 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 items. So edit, download, reminder, email, delete and mark as paid. Right here we could also maybe say edit invoice and delete invoice, so I think this is a bit more descriptive. So let's say delete invoice and then also right here edit invoice. Let's again go back. Yeah, I think this is a bit better, right? So yeah, we're now finished with our table, and now I want to allow the user to create an invoice, because currently if I click on this button, nothing happens, not what we want. So let's fix that and let's allow the user to create an invoice, and then let's render the live invoice right here. So let's do that. So to now create invoices, we have to create a new route. So let's go in the app folder, dashboard folder, invoices folder, and let's create a new folder and let's call it create. And inside of here, let me create a page.tsx. Inside of here, since this is in route, let's do a export default function. Let's call it invoices route, or not invoices route, but invoice creation route. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me do a return statement. Let me return a div h1 and let me say hello. And now let's save that. Let's go back and let's click on create invoice, and nothing happens. Why is that? Well, that's because the href right here is currently an empty string, which means the redirect destination is the same page. So what we have to do is go back, then let's go to the invoices route right here, page.tsx, and then right here for the link, let me say slash dashboard slash invoices slash create. Let's go back, let me click on create invoice, and now we got redirected. It now says hello, which means we can now create our own custom form. So if you look at it right, you could say, hey, let's just create a form inside of here, right? Let me create a form element and a input and stuff like that. But here comes the problem. As you all know, we want to do client-side validation. And when you want to do client-side validation, you have to use the useAction state hook and also the useForm hook provided by Conform. And both of them rely on a JavaScript bundle, which means we have to mark the file, the component, whatever, as useClient. And the problem is, inside of this route right here, I want to fetch data, which means I can't mark it as useClient. So what we'll do is create a separate component. So let's go in the app folder, components folder, and inside of here, let's create a new file and let's name it create invoice.tsx. Inside of here, let me do a export function. Let's call it create invoice. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let's return right here a div h1 and let's say hello from the component. If you save that and go back, you don't see anything. That's because we have to render this component in the page. So what I can do right here for this page.tsx, for the create route, we can delete everything in the return statement and we can return right here the create invoice component. So let's import that. This is self-closing, and if we now save that and go back, we see hello from the components. This means we can now get started with creating the form in this component. So let me delete everything in the return statement and let's start with a cart component. Let's import that, and then in the cart component, I don't want to create any cart header or anything like that. I want to get started with our cart content. This is imported from the components, and inside of here, I can now get started. Maybe to just test it out, let's say h1 and hello to see how it looks like, and now you have the cart right here. Now, in your opinion, do you think this looks good? I don't think so. So let's go back. Let's first of all do a maximum width. So right here in the cart, let's give it a class name, and let's say W of full and max width of 4XL and a max of auto. If you now go back, you see, okay, not a lot has changed. We now have a maximum width. This means if I completely zoom out, we don't take the whole width. That's already a bit better. But right here, we don't have any padding. We have padding to the left, to the right, and to the bottom, but no padding to the top. So what we can do is go to the card content and give it a class name, and this will be padding of 6. And as you now see, we have padding to the top, bottom, left and right, which means we can now create our form. So the first thing which I want to create is like an input so that the user can input a name for the invoice. So let's go back. Let me delete the h1. Let's create a div element and let's give this div right here a class name, and let's say flex of column. You could also say grid, that's fine. And let's do a gap of either 1 or 2. I think 1 is fine enough. And then in this div, what I want to render is a badge. And if you say badge, you see we don't get it. Why is that? Well, that's because we have to install the component. So let me go to ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here, I want to now install a few components which we will need for this form. So first of all, we will need the badge. Let's enter that, or let's search it. You have the badge right here. It's simple, but it looks nice. Let me click on the installation command, pnpm. Let's go back. Let's open the terminal. Let's stop the dev server cleared and paste it. Then what else do I want to get from here? Well, let me get, for example, the select right here. We will use that later on, for example, to select the currency or also to select the due date. So net 15, net 30 or net 0. And we can just copy the installation command. Let's use pnpm. Let's go back. Let's paste that inside of here. Then let's continue. What else do I need? Well, I need a text area. Let's search for it. This is the text area. Let's copy the installation command. Let's use pnpm. Let's go back and let's paste it. Then what else do we need? Well, we want to use the calendar component. This is the component. It's simple, but it looks beautiful in my opinion. And it's 10 times better than the default one provided by HTML and React. So what we can do is just copy this installation command. Let's use pnpm. Let's go back and let's paste it. Then what else do we need? Well, I want to use a popover, and this popover will be used to render our calendar. So when we click on it, we will render the calendar in this popover. So the calendar and the popover will work in conjunction and combination, whatever you want to call it. So let me copy this pnpm script. Let's go back. Right here, we currently have a problem. It says the file button already exists. Would you like to overwrite it? Yeah, sure. Let's click on that. Let's clear it. And let me paste also right here the installation command for the popover. So I think we are now finished with installing everything. At least I hope so. So let me restart my dev server right here with pnpm run dev. Let's go back and let me do a hard refresh. Then let me go back to VS Code, and now we can use our badge component. So let's get the badge from the components, and let me right here just say draft. And then underneath the badge, what I want to render is a input. So let's get it from the components. This is self-closing, and let's give it a placeholder of test, or not test, or yeah, let's say test 1, 2, 3. Let's go back, and we should now have the badge icon, and then we have the input. In your opinion, let's be honest, does it look good? I don't think so. Why does it look like that? Well, right here we have a div, right? This is the wrapper div, and this wrapper div aligns it right here as flex column. But that's not what we want. We want to align it as flex, so flex row. This means let's wrap this input and the badge in another div, and then let's paste it again. And then for this div, let's give it a class name of flex items of center to align it vertically, and let's do a gap of 4. Let's now save this. Let's go back, and okay, this is already a bit better. We have our badge and the input, but this input takes the whole width. Let's make it a bit smaller. So what we can do is go to this div, so to this main wrapper div, and we can give it a W of fit, so it will only take the width that it needs. And what I want to also do is customize the badge a bit, because the badge, it's fine, but it could be better. So let's give it a variant, and then this will be of secondary. Let's again go back, and yeah, as you see, that's now has a different background color, and it does not pop out that much. So now we have a label and a input, and what I want to do now is render like 2 more inputs down below. One will be a standard input, as you know, and this will be for the invoice number. And then we will have like the select drop down where we can select the currency. So let's go back to our code base and then let's go underneath the div, but still in the card content. And then inside of here, let me create a div element. This div element is there to pretty much create the layout. So this is the layout wrapper div. So let me create a class name. So class name, then let's say grid, and let's say on MD or bigger, grid columns of 3. And then let me also say gap of 6. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we say right here grid calls of 3 when you only plan to render 2 elements? Well, let me show it to you. Let's say right here, this is our form, right? And in the form, I want to render 2 elements, as I already mentioned. One is for the invoice number and one is for the currency. Why do I say grid columns of 3 when I only render 2 elements? Well, if I say grid columns of 2, then this element will take 50% and this element will take 50%. But that's not what I want. I only want to take right here 2 columns. So let's say right here this width. And these 25%, well, we can leave them. I don't need that. I only want to get 75%, and then I divide 75% by 2, and then we have one element right here and another element. So I hope this makes sense. Let's go back. And now in this div, I want to render another div element. This is just the wrapper. And inside of here, let's get a label. This is imported from the components. You see we have a few import methods, but we want to get it from the components. And we will just say invoice no dot. Let's save that. Let's go back to our website and you see right here invoice number. Then underneath the invoice number, I want to now render an input, and this is not just a standard input. So let me again show it to you. So let me also make it a bit smaller right here. So this won't be your standard input as you know it. We don't want to render it like that, but we want to also render like a left side. And in the left side, or right here on the left side, I want to just render right here like an hashtag. So I think this will just look a bit better and users will understand what they should do inside of here. So this will be the input, and then we'll have like a small grayed out span with a hashtag. So let's go back, let's go underneath the label, let me render a div element, let's give it a class name of flex, and then inside of here I want to render a span and I want to render a hashtag as mentioned. Underneath the span, let's get our input component, this is self-closing, and let's give it a placeholder and let's just say, I don't know, 5. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we have right here our input, right? We have this hashtag and then the input. Does that look good? No, it's absolutely hideous. So let's style our span. Let me go back, and then for the span, let's create a class name. Let's say padding x of 3. I want to have some spacing. Then let's do a border. Let's say border right of 0. Why do I say border right of 0? Well, I don't want to have any rounding on the right side. This should be flat. And only on the left side, I want to have some rounding. So let's again go back. So border right 0. And then let's also say rounded of L, which will be medium. So MD. Let's save that. Let me again go back. Let's see. Okay, this is already a bit better, but now I want to give it like a grayish color, background color, and I want to center the hashtag. So let me again go back right here, and let's say BG of muted, and let's say flex items of center. Let's now save that. Let's go back, and now we have this right here. But now I have a problem right here. You see this input, let me zoom in quite a bit. You see this input has rounding on all sides. This is not what I want. On the left side, there should be no rounding anymore. So let's again go back. Let's go to the input. Let's give it a class name, and let's say rounded L of none. So no rounding on the left side. So now we have added that. Let's render our second element, and this is the select which I talked about. So let me go underneath this div element, but let's still right here stay in this main wrapper layout div. And then inside of here, let's create a div element. Let's get a label component, or we already imported that. Let's say right here, currency. And then underneath the label, let me get the select element. This is imported from the components. Let's open that. And then in the select element, we have a select trigger. Let's import that. And then in the select trigger, I want to get a select value. Let's import that. And for the select value, this is self-closing, and we have a property which is called placeholder. And for the placeholder, we will just say select currency, so currency. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you have the selector right here. If I currently click on it, nothing happens, but that's fine, we will fix that. So let me again go back, and then inside of here, so in the select, let's go underneath the select trigger, and let me get the select content. Let's import that from the components, let's open that, and inside of here, I will get a select item. Let's import that, and then in the select item, I can say whatever I want. And this select item will be there to render US dollar. So that's why you say United States dollar dash dash USD. So we have now added that, but we still get an error, and it says property value is missing. So this select item right here requires a value, and the value will be uppercased USD. So now let's copy paste this select item one more time, and inside of here I want to render euros. So for the value, this will be uppercased EUR, and then for not the value, but I don't know, the text, if you want to call it like that, let me just say euro dash dash EUR. Let's now save that, let's again go back, and now you see if I click on it, we have right here two values, United States dollar and also euro. Currently you see we don't have a default value selected, and I guess that's fine, but I want to have one. So what we can do is go to the select right here, and we can add a property which is the default value. And now the default value could either be USD or euro. Currently it's undefined, and let's say right here USD. Let's again go back, and if you do a hard refresh, you see United States dollar is selected as a default. So we're finished with these two right here elements. But currently we have the problem, I don't have any spacing between this top input or element and these two elements. So what we can do is again go back, let's go to the top. Right here we have this wrapper div for our badge and input, and we can give it a margin bottom of 6. If I again go back, we now have some spacing. Okay, so now we have rendered these two elements, but we're still not finished with the form because I want to render a few more things. So I want to render in total down below 6 inputs. What are these inputs? Well, good question. On the left side, I want to render, or I want to allow the user to type in from who the invoice is. So in that example from me, so my name, John Marshall, the email, and then the address. And on the right side, we want to enter to who the invoice will go. So the client name, client email, and client address. So at the end, what we will have right here is our form. And then on the left side, we will have 1, 2, and then 3 inputs. And then on the right side, we will have 1, and then right here 2, and then right here 3. So 6 inputs in total. On the left side, from who the invoice is, and on the right side, to who the invoice goes. So let's again go back to our code, and to now create that, to render that, what we want to do is go right here underneath this div, but still in the card content, and let me create a new div element. Let's give it a class name, and this will be the wrapper div. So let's say grid, then let's say on MD or bigger, grid columns of 2, and let's do a gap of 6. So again, columns of 2, because we will have 2 columns. So on the left side 1 column, and on the right side another column. Let's now go back, let's create our div, or a div for our first column, and inside of here I want to render the label. So for the label, let me just say from, let's save that, and then underneath the label I want to now render our input. So what I can do is create another div element, and let's give this div a class name, and this will be space y of 2. And then in this div we can now render our input. So this right here is self-closing, and for this input we can give it a class name, and this will be your name. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you have right here from, and then it says your name. So this looks quite decent, it's fine, and now we have to render 2 more inputs. So let me again go back, and what I will do right now is just copy paste this input. So let me copy it and paste it down below. This input will now be for the email. So let's right here say your email. And then let me copy paste this one more time, and this will now be for the address. So for the placeholder, let me say your address. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we have right here our label, and then the 3 inputs, your name, your email, your address. So this is the left side, this is now finished, and now I want to render the right side. So let's again go back, and what I want to do is go right here underneath this div, but I want to still right here stay in the main div with our layout. Let me now create another div element, let's render a label inside of here, and let me just say to. Or do we want to say client or to? Let's say to. And then underneath the label, let's again render a div. And let's give this div a class name. And this will be space y of 2. Inside of here, as you know, we want to now render a few inputs. So let me get a input. This is self-closing. Let's give it a placeholder. And this will be client name. Then let me copy paste this input. And this will now be for the client email, and let me again copy paste it one more time, and this will be for the client address. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we have in total 6 inputs, on the left side 3 and on the right side 3. So that's quite nice, but there's currently one problem. We don't have any space between let's just say this div right here and this div. So this section and this section, we don't have enough space. So let's fix that. Let's go back, let's go to the top, and then right here to this wrapper div, which wraps currently this select element, and then also this input right here with our invoice number. Let me say margin bottom of 6, and if you again go back, we now have some spacing. So since we're now finished with that, I want to now continue with the next section. And the next section is there to render a date selector. So I want to select the date for the invoice, and I want to also select a due date. So net 0, net 15, or net 30. So when the invoice should be paid. For that, let's again go back, and right here, let's scroll to the bottom, and then right above the card or still in the card content, but underneath this last div, let's create another div element, and let's give it a class name. So this will be grid, then let's say on MD or bigger, grid columns of 2, and let's also say a gap of 6. Then inside of here, I want to now render another div element. This is the div for our first column, and inside of here, I can now render a label. This is already imported, and let's right here just say date. Now you should already see right here that we currently have a problem. We don't have any padding between these inputs and this date label. How do we change that? Well, we go to the last section, so to this div element with the grid layout, and we add a margin bottom of 6. Who would have thought? Let's again go back, and now we have the padding which we wanted. So now this is finished, we have now our label, and now right here, as I mentioned, I want to render our date selector. For that you have 2 options. Either you use the HTML native input element, so let me show it to you. You could use right here input, and you could say type of date, and if you again go back, then you would have right here a type or a date selector. In my opinion, it does not look very nice, and that's why we installed the calendar component. It looks 10,000 times better, and that's why I want to use that. It's already built in, so why should we use the default one if we can use something which looks way better? So let's again go back, let me delete this input, I don't need that, and I want to combine our popover with our calendar as I already mentioned at the start. So to implement that, we can go underneath the label, then let me get the popover component. This is imported from the components. Let's open that. Inside of here, we have a popover trigger. So let's get that from the components. Let's open that. And in the popover trigger, we get a button component. Let's import that from the components. And inside of this button, let me just render a calendar icon imported from Lucid React. If you now go back, you see right here, we have an error. Now, without even opening this error tab, you should already know what the problem is. Because if I click on it, you see in HTML, button cannot be descendant of button. As you all know, this is because this renders as a button and this also. So let's mark this as child, and if I go back, that's now gone. And now let's be honest for a second, this button right now is quite hideous. So let's fix that. Let's give this button a variant and let's say outline. And then also right here next to the calendar icon, let me just say pick a date. Let's again go back and let me do a hard refresh. This should now update. Now we have this right here. So currently, if I click on this, you see nothing happens. Is that what we want? No, that's not what we want. This means we have to now render a popover content. So underneath the popover trigger, let me get popover content. This is imported from our components. Let's open that. And then in the popover content, I want to get my calendar. As you see, I weirdly don't get it. Let me see, do I even have it installed? So let's go to the components. Yeah, I have the calendar. That's weird. Maybe right now TypeScript is bugging. So let me restart right here the TS server. So restart TS server. And let's again try it. So let me try to get the calendar, and we have it right here. So let's import it from the components, and this is self-closing. If you now save that and go back, you see right here our popover. And if I click on it, we have a calendar. But you know what? We have a problem. If I select a date, nothing happens. We can't select a date. That's not what I want. Also, you see, I can right here go to October, even though we have November. This shouldn't happen, so we have to fix that. So let's go back, and then right here for the calendar, we want to first of all allow the user to select a date, but I want to also say that the user shouldn't be able to select a date before today. So the 11th, the 12th, I don't know, October, this all should not be available. So let's go back to our calendar. So the first thing I want to do right here is first of all add a mode. So we have a few modes: default, multiple, range, or single. So either you can select a range, I don't know, from the 13th till the 20th, or you can select multiple dates, or what we want to do is select a single date. So let's say mode single. Let's now also allow the user to actually select the date, because already, as you know, I can't select a date right now. And for that, we will have to use state. So what you can do right now is scroll a bit to the top right here above the return statement, and let's use the useState hook. So let me do a constant. Let's use array symbols, and this will be equal to useState. Let's import that from React and let's invoke it. In the array symbols, I want to get a getter and a setter. So let's right here do a selected state, and let's add right here a set selected date. So this right here is the getter, and this is the setter to manipulate the state. What is the initial state of our useState hook? Well, the initial state will be a new date. And new date results in the current date, and this is Wednesday the 13th November. So the initial state is the current timestamp. So now we have that, which means we can now use it right here in our calendar to manipulate our state. Because if I select a new date, I want to change right here the date or the select date in this useState hook. So for the calendar, we can first of all say selected, and selected is equal to our selected date. And then we can also use the onSelect, so this property, and this event fires whenever a new date is selected, or in other words, whenever a new day is selected. And inside of here, let me do a inline callback function, and let's do a set selected state. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, so I want to now update my state, as an argument I want to pass my date. How do we get our date? Because currently it says type any, or in other words, cannot find name date. Well, we get our date right here through the params. So let's say date, and now we pass it right here. But now we have a problem. Argument of type date or undefined is not assignable. So what we can do is a or symbol, so double vertical line. If this is not defined, the date, so if the user does not select the date, then we will just return new date, which is the current timestamp. Let's save that. Let's go back, and now we have an error. You're importing a component that needs useState. This means it relies, or it needs, a JavaScript bundle, which also means that we have to mark this component as useClient. Let's again go back, and now this error is gone. If I now click on the popover and select the date, you see this works. And that's again because we now added right here our state. So we manipulate our state whenever we select a new day. I can also, of course, click out of it, and it's still selected right here. Let's again go back and let's now also fix this minimum value, because again, currently I can go to October and this shouldn't happen. So let's go back, let's go to the calendar, and we can get a property which is called from date. And we can say from when our calendar should be available, and it should be available from today's timestamp. So this is equal to new date. Let's invoke it, and if you again go back, you now see I can't select the 12th or the 11th, I can't go to October, and I can only select a minimum date of the 13th November. So now we are finished with our calendar. That's exactly what we wanted, but still this whole thing looks a bit funky, because currently even though I select a date, I don't display it, and that's not really what we want, right? So let's change that. Let me again go back, and then for the calendar icon, so for this button right here, I want to do a ternary. So let me delete this pick a date. I don't need that. Let's only leave the icon and let's do a ternary. And let's say, hey, if we have a selected state, and this shouldn't even be called selected state, but selected date. So let me rename this and let's go to the top and let me also rename it selected date. So now I spelled it correctly. So let's again go back right here to our ternary. And now I want to say, hey, if we have selected a date, well, then let's do a ternary, so a question mark, and let me return this date. And what we can render is just a p tag, and let me right here render our selected date. And you currently see we get an error. That's because type date is not assignable to type React Node. So let's do a .toString and let's invoke it. And if this is not true, then let me use a colon and let me just return a span and let me just say pick a date. And let's uppercase date, and now let's save that. If I now again go back, you now see our date right here. Be honest with me. Is this what we want to render? No, that's not what we want to render. We want to format our date. So let's again go back. Let me delete this p tag. And what we can use right here is the international API provided by JavaScript. If you want to learn more about the international API, then you can go to the MDN right here web documentation, and it will tell you everything about this API, how it works, what it does, why we use it, and everything like that. But the TLDR is that we can use this API to format certain things to a locale. So for example, to a US locale or to a German locale or to an Indian locale, whatever you want. So let me do a new international. So not this, but INTL, and this should be uppercased, and then date time format. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, I have to pass the locale. The locale will be en-uppercased US. Let's add right here a comma, open a object, and now we can get our date style, and the date style will be long, and then at the end I want to also of course pass my date. So right here we can do a .format, let's invoke it, and let's pass our selected date as an argument. If you now go back, you will see that our date is now formatted. But you know, there's one problem. This date and this input, they shouldn't be aligned horizontally. They should be aligned vertically. That's a bit weird. So to fix that, what we can do is wrap this label with the date in a div element. So let's get a div, let's paste the label, and if you again go back, you now see it's aligned vertically, and that's what we wanted. So now we are finished with the date, but now I want to also render like a selector so that the user can select when the invoice is due. So let's again go back. Let me go underneath this div element right here, which wraps all of this popover and everything like that. And let me create a new div element. This div element is still created in the main div where we have our grid layout. Inside of this div, we can now first of all again get a label. Let me say invoice due, and then underneath the label, let me get my select. Let's open that, and then in the select, we have a select trigger. This is already imported, let's open that, and in the select trigger, we have a select value. This select value is self-closing, and let's give it a placeholder, and let me just say select due date. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see right here this select. If I currently click on it, nothing happens, of course not quite what we want. So let's fix that. Let me again go back, and then right here underneath the select trigger, let me get the select content. And then in the select content, let me get the select item, And for the select item, for the first one, I want to say due on receipt. So let's right here say due on receipt. And we have to also pass right here a property, because currently the select item is complaining, and that's because we are missing the property value. So let's give it a value, and this value will be 0, because due on receipt means right now, and we don't have any days. This is a day of 0. So let's again go back, and now you see we can already select something. Let's now create 2 more select items. So let me just copy paste this 2 more times. The second one will be net 15, and for the value this will be 15, and then the third select item will be net 30, and let's also give it a value of 30. Let's save that, let's go back, and if I click on it, we can now either select due on receipt, net 15 or net 30. Nice. Now you see this right here takes the whole width, this date picker does not. Right here, this is personal preference. If you want to, you can also go back and scroll to the popover right here, go to the button and give it a class name of wfull, and then you will see it takes the whole width. Now this again is your personal opinion. If you like it like that, you can leave it like that, but to be honest, this isn't my style. So let me again go back, let me delete this w of full, and I guess let's leave it like that, or let's maybe give it the same width as the calendar itself. So let's go back and let's add a class name of w custom value, and this will be 280 pixels. Let's save that, let's go back, and you know what, let's maybe leave it like that. So now our input right here, or this button, takes the whole width or the same width as our calendar itself. The only problem which I have right now is that this content is centered, not quite what I want. So let me say text of left, and then also justify of start. Let's again go back, and yeah, I think this is a bit better. Alright everyone, congrats. Our invoice due selector now works as you see right here, and this date popover calendar thingy also fully works. I can select a date and you see it displayed right here. So this section is finished, and now I want to render the next section, and this is the section where the user can give the invoice item a small description and also an invoice item name, then the rate and also the quantity, and with that we will calculate the total amount, so the subtotal. So let me again go back. What we can do is again scroll to the bottom, right here above the cart content, or let's say still in the cart content but underneath the last div, I want to create another div element, and this will now be there to render again all of these items. So let's first of all render inside of here another div element, and inside of this div element I want to now render the labels for the description, the quantity, the rate and the amount. So this means we want to right here create a grid layout. So let's do a class name of grid, then let's do a grid columns of 12, let's do a gap of 4, margin bottom of 2, and a font of medium. And then inside of here, let me now render a p tag, and let me just say right here, description. Then underneath this p tag, let's render another one. Let me right here say quantity. Let me again copy paste it. Inside of here, let me say rate, and then let me copy paste it, and let me say amount. And if you save that and go back, you see yeah, something isn't right. Right here we overflow and the width is too small. Something isn't right. What's wrong? Well, we have 12 columns, right? And currently these 4 items only take 1 column. So 1 column, 1 column, 1 column, 1 column. So in total 4 columns. But what's with the other 8 columns? Well, they are empty. This means we have to adjust right here the column width for each item. And the description takes the most amount of width, which means we have to adjust it even more. So let's give it a class name of call span 6. And then for the quantity, this will be a class name of call span 2. So this description will take a bigger width than the quantity and all of the other items. So I can copy this class name with call span 2 and also add it for the rate and the amount. And if you now save that and go back, you now see that this is aligned as we wanted it to, or in other words, as you expected. The description takes the most amount of width, and then the quantity, weight, and amount, all of them take 2 columns. Also, what you currently see is that all of this touches the border of these 2 elements. Again, not what we want. So what we can do right here is go to this div again, which wraps our popover and the select, and we can add a margin bottom of 6. Let's again go back, and now you see this has been changed. So let's now continue. We have now our, let's call them labels. And now I want to render the actual elements. This means the text area and the inputs. So let me go underneath this div with the grid layout, but still in this main div. And inside of here, let's create another div element. Let's give it a class name. And let's say grid. Let's say grid columns of 12. Let's say gap of 4. And let's say margin bottom of 4. And inside of here, let me now render first of all another div element, and this will be there to wrap our text area. So let's get our text area from our components. This is self-closing, and inside of here, let me say, or let me give it a placeholder, and let me say item name, and right here, description. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see it right here. Wow, this is hideous. What's the problem right here again? Well, we have 12 columns, and this description or this text area only takes 1 column. So what we can do is give this div a class name, and we can say call span of 6. And if you again go back, you see this takes the width that it should, so 6 columns in total. Then for the quantity, we will give it 2 columns, for the weight 2 columns, and for the amount also 2 columns. So let's go back, let's go underneath this div, let's create another div, and inside of here, let me now render a input. This is self-closing, let's also right here give it a type, this will be of number, and let's give it a placeholder of 0. If you now save that and go back, you again see it only takes 1 column. Again, not what we want. So let's go back, and let's give this div a class name of call span 2. If you again save that, you now see it takes the width that you expect. Let's now do the same for the weight. So let me go back. Let me just copy paste this div. Let's paste it down below. And if you again go back, you now see, okay, these 2 elements take right here a column of 2, or in total right here 2, 2. These are 4 columns. Let's now also render our last input. This is for the total amount. So let me just copy paste this div, and let's paste it down below. Let's go back, and now you see all of this right here. Now there's one thing which I want to change. Currently I'm able to input a number for the amount, but this amount input should be disabled, and it should only be there to display the total amount. So what I want to do right here is for the last input, I want to give it a disabled property. And if we now go back, I can't input anything anymore. If I do a hard refresh, we only have the placeholder, and that's fine for me. So now we are also finished with this section right here. And what I want to now render is on the right side the subtotal. So let's again go back. Let me go right here underneath this last div, but still in the card content, and let me render another div element. Let's give it a class name of flex and justify end. This means I want to align the children on the right side. Then inside of this div, let's render another div element, and let's give it a class name of width 1/3. Or 1/3. With that, I say the width should only be 33%. So we will take about, I don't know, this size on the right side to render the total and subtotal. So in this div, what we can do now is render another div element, and then in this div, let me get a span element, and let's render our subtotal. If you now go back, you see the subtotal, and as I mentioned, it takes about 33% in total width. Let's again go back, and then underneath the subtotal right here, so underneath the span, I want to render the calculated number. So let's render another span element, and let me just get a dollar and then 5.00. If you again go back, you now see right here subtotal and then $5. This doesn't look right, so let's fix that. Right here for this div, which wraps the 2 span elements, we can give it a class name, and let's say flex justify of between, so right here justify between, so the children will go to the most outer corner, so the left side and the right side, and let me do a padding y of 2. If you again go back, you see, yeah, that's what we wanted, that's better. Let's now again go back, And now I want to also render the total. So let me go underneath this wrapper div, which wraps our two spans, and let's create another div element. Let's give it a class name, and this will be flex. Let's again do justify between to align the children to the most outer corner. Let's also do a padding y of 2, and let's do a border of top. I want to render a border at the top of this amount. And then inside of here, let me just render a span element, and let me say total. If you now save that and go back, you now see this border, which I talked about, and then we have the total right here. For the total, I want to also render the currency. So for now, let's just hard code it. So let's get parentheses and let me just say USD. And then underneath this span, let's render another span and let's again just say $5.00. If you save it and go back, you now see total, then USD and $5. But now there's one more thing which I want to add, and that's that I want to emphasize the total amount even further. This means what we can do is give the span element right here a class name, and we can say font of medium, and let's say underline. Let's again go back, and now you see, okay, we know the total is $5. We could also add right here a underline offset, so let's also say underline right here offset and let's say 2, and if you again go back, yeah, I think underline offset 2 works even better. So now we are also done with this section, and now the last thing which I want to render is our note right here. At the bottom I want to have a text area where the user can add notes. So let's go back. Let me go underneath this div, but still in the card content. Let's render another div element, and inside of here, let's get a label. Let me just say note or notes, let's say note, and then underneath the label, let me get a text area. This is self-closing, and for the text area, let me give it a placeholder, and let me just say add your note/s right here, ... If you now save that and go back, you see right here at the bottom the text area with our label. Nice, that's exactly what I wanted. Congrats everyone. The last thing which I want to do is render our submit button at the bottom. So let me go back, let's go underneath this div and let me render another div element. Let me give this div right here a class name and let's say flex items of center and justify of end, since I want to align the button on the right side of the screen, so right here. And then inside of here, I can just render my submit button. This is imported from my submit buttons. This is self-closing, and let's give it also a text property. And let me just say send invoice to client. And now let's save it. Let's go back, and now we have our button right here. But this is not quite what we want. This button first of all does not have any padding to the top, and secondly it takes the whole width. So let's fix that. Let's go back. Let me give this div right here a margin top. So let's say margin top of 6. And now we want to also somehow fix right here this width of full. And there are two ways to fix this button length. So either A, we go to our submit buttons component, then we can go to our interface and get a class name and then render it right here dynamically. So W of fit or W of full. But what we can also do is just wrap the submit button inside of a div element. So what I'll do right here is just copy the submit button. Let's wrap it in a div element. And if you now again go back, you now see it's right here rendered as we wanted it to. So on the right side, and it only takes the width that it needs. So we're now finished with the UI, as you see right here, but now we have the problem right here, we don't have any client-side validation. So, as you know, we want to fix that. So let's again go back, and to create client-side validation, let's first of all create our server action with server validation, and after that, we will create client-side validation. So let me open my actions file, this is where we store all of our server actions, and let me create a new server action. So let's right here do a export async function. Let's call it create invoice. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let's first of all protect the server action. So let's do a constant session, which will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it. And now we make sure that only authenticated users are able to right here create a invoice. So since we have that, we want to now also validate our form data against our Zod schema. We want to do exactly the same thing as in the onboard user server action. We want to get our form data and compare it against our Zod schema. To do that, we have to create a new Zod schema. And to create a new Zod schema, we first of all have to create a new model in our schema, because currently we only have models which are relevant for user authentication, but nothing which is there for the invoice. So let me scroll to the bottom right here and let me create a new model. Let's call it Invoice and let's open that. Now inside of here we will have a few fields, but the first one is the required one, which is the ID. This will be of type string, @id, @default, and then UUID. This means whenever we generate a new row inside of our model, table, whatever, we will generate a new ID with this UUID generator. Then what else does our invoice have? Well, it has an invoice name. This is of type string. Then we have an amount, or let's call it total. This will be of type int, so number. Then we will have a status. And now you probably will say, hey, status is quite simple, right? This is just a string. And yes, this is correct, this is a string, but we can make our life a bit easier and we can create a enum, so down below, underneath this invoice model. Then we will call it invoice status. Let's open that. And now we will have two statuses, either paid or pending. So let's right here say the first one will be uppercase paid, and then the second one, so not this, but paid, and the second one will be pending. So we now have two statuses, and this is either paid, so that the status, or not the status, but the invoice has been paid, or pending. This means we sent the invoice to the user, but it isn't paid yet. And what we can do now, instead of right here saying string, we can set it equal to our invoice status. So this is now also finished. Let's now continue. Then we also have a date. This is when the invoice is created. Let's say date time, so of type date time. Then we have a due date, and this will be of type int, because again, we have this invoice due and it either 0, 15 or 30. Then let's continue. We also have a from name, and the from name is this from who the invoice is. So from name is of type string. Then we have a from email, this is of type string, and we have a from address, and this is also of type string. So now we have everything from the from side, so who sends the invoice. But now we want to also store the data of the client. So let's again go back, and right here, let me now create the client name. This is of type string. Then we have the client email. This is of type string. And we have the client address, and this is also of type string. What else do we have? Well, we also have the currency, and the currency is of type string. And later on, if you want to, you can also adjust right here the currencies. You can add more if you want to, but for this video, 2 will be enough. So right here, this is of type string. Then let's continue. We will have a invoice number. This is of type int. And what we also have is our node. So right here at the bottom, we have our node, and this will be of type string. It's also very, very important that at the end you add a question mark. With that, we say that the node is optional, because you don't have to add a node. This is a optional field where you, for example, can add your bank details. But again, this is not a must. So this is optional. And then what else do we have? Well, we have the invoice quantity, the invoice rate, and then also the description right here. So let me go back, and then inside of here, we can get the invoice item description. This is of type string. Then we will get the invoice item quantity. This is of type int, so number. And then we also have the invoice item rate. And this will be also of type int. So now we have all of these fields right here. And what I want to now also right here store is the created at timestamp and the updated timestamp. So let me right here say created at. This is of type date time. And let's say at default now. So whenever we create a new row, we will automatically create a new timestamp. Let me also do a updated at, and this is of type date time. And then let's do a at updated at. And now we are done with our fields. We have now all of the core information. So this is everything which is related to the invoice. And then at the bottom, we just store the created at timestamps. It's always good to have them to, for example, later on sort our invoices by the newest ones and everything like that. But now there's one more thing which we have to do. We have to create a relation between the user and also this invoice model, because this invoice model is always related to a user. A user creates an invoice, and we want to know when we query an invoice to who it belongs, to what user. And when you create relations, you have three different types. You have a one-to-one relationship, a one-to-many relationship, and a many-to-many relationship. A one-to-one relationship would mean that one user can only have one invoice, and one invoice can only have one user. A one-to-many relationship would mean, for example, that one user can have multiple invoices, but one invoice can only be related to one user. Or many-to-many means one invoice can have multiple users and one user can have multiple invoices. If you think about it, what makes the most sense to you? Well, it's quite simple. We want to use the one-to-many relationship. One user can have multiple invoices, but each invoice is only related to one user. How do you create a one-to-many relationship in Prisma? Well, thankfully, it's super simple. We go to our model user, and then underneath the authenticator, we can get our invoices, and this is of type invoice. Let's also append a array symbol at the end, and if I click on Command S, you will see that this relation will now auto-generate. So right here, we are now related to a user, and we reference the user ID, and that's because the user ID is unique. Again, if you want to get auto-generation, what you have to do is install the Prisma extension. So again, go to your extensions and install the Prisma extension, and then you will get auto-generation. So now we have a one-to-many relationship, and to be honest, I think we are finished. So let's now sync our database with our Prisma schema. Let's open the terminal, let me stop the dev server, let's clear it, and let's do a npm dlx prisma db of push. This will now sync our database with our Prisma schema. As you now see, our database is in sync with our Prisma schema. I can now again restart my dev server, and we can now go to our Zod schemas file, and we can now create a new Zod schema. So underneath this onboarding schema, let's do a export constant invoice schema, and this is equal to z.object. Let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, we have to again paste all of our fields. So what I'll do is open our schema, and let me put it right here to the right side. And now we can right here add all of our values. Right here we have the invoice name. So let's copy it, paste it right here, and let me say this is of type z.string, not string object, but string. Let's invoke it, and let's do a .min. Let's invoke it, let's say minimum 1 character, and for the error message, let me just say invoice name is required. Okay, first field is finished. Let's continue. The second one is our total. Let me copy it, let's paste it, and this will be equal to z.number. Let's invoke it, and now for this number, let's also do further validation, and let's say .min of, let's say 1. So $1 is the minimum amount. We can also right here say that with an error message. Let's just say 1 right here dollar is minimum. So is minimum. Okay, field 2 is finished. Let's continue. We now have our status. Let's copy it. Let's paste it right here. And this is of type z dot. And now what type is the status? Is it string or something else? Well, it's of type enum, because again, if you go to the schema, we have a enum invoice status. And inside of here, we can now invoke it, open a array. And what types do we have? Well, we have first of all paid, so let's copy it, paste it, and then we also have a second type or field, and this is pending. So let's copy it right or paste it. So now we have paid and pending. What we can do also right here at the end is a .default. Let's invoke it. So this is the default method, and we can say default is pending. So now we have our third field. Let's continue. What else do we have? So we have our invoice name, total, status. Now we have our date. Let's copy it, let's paste it right here, and this will be of type z.string. Now we right here say z.string because we will later on convert it to a string. Let's now invoke it right here, and let me also do a .min1, and for the message let me just say date is required. Okay, then let's continue. The next field which we have is the due date. Let's paste it right here, and this is of type z.number. Then let's invoke it, and let's do a .minimum, and this will be 1. Let's also right here give it an error message, and let's say right here due date, so due date is required. Let's now continue right here with the from name. Let's copy it, let's paste it, and this is of type z.string. Let's invoke it, let's also do .min, let's say 1, and let's also give it a message, and for the message let me just say your name is required. Then let's now continue with the from email. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is of type z.string. And the interesting thing is that this right here is an email. So right here we can now also add a .email and invoke it. So with that we now say, hey, this is not any string, but this is specifically a email. And we can also right here do a error message, and we can say invalid email address. So if the user types something which is not an email, we will return this error message. Then we also have our from address. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is of type z.string. So right here string, let's invoke it, let's do a .min, let's say 1, and for the error message let me just say right here your address is required. So now we have all of our from fields. Now we also have our client fields. So let's right here continue with the client name. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is of type z.string. Let's invoke it, let's do a .min, let's say 1, and for the error message let me just say right here client name is required. Then let's continue. The next field is the client email. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is of type z.string. Let's invoke it, and let's again do a .email after that. For the error message, let me just say right here, invalid email address. We have now that. Let's now continue with the client address. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is of type z.string. Let's invoke it, let's do a .min, let's say 1, and for the message, let me right here just say client address is required. So we have now also added that, and the next thing which we have is the currency. So let's copy it, paste it, and this will be right here of type z.string, and let's invoke it. And we can of course also do again further validation. So let's do a .min, let's say 1, and for the message let me just say currency is required. So we now also have the currency. Let's now continue with the invoice number. Let's paste it, and this is of type z.number. Let's invoke it, and let's also do a .minimum. So let's say .min, and let's say 1. And for the message, let me just say minimum invoice number of 1. And now we are only missing 1, 2, 3, and 4 more items. So let's continue with the node. Let's copy it, paste it, and this will be of type z.string. Let's invoke it, and now we won't say .min because it isn't required. So what you can do instead is a .optional, because again, as I mentioned, the node is optional and we set that with this string. And now we also say right here for the Zod schema that the node is optional. Then the next item is the invoice item description. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is of type z.string. Let's invoke it, and let me also do a .min, and let's say 1, and for the message let me just say description is required. So now we have that, and the next field is the invoice item quantity. Let's copy it and paste it, and this is of type z.number. Let's invoke it, and let me also do a .min, let's say 1, and for the message let me just say right here quantity minimum 1. And now the last field which we need is the invoice item rate. So let me copy it, paste it, and this is of type z.number. Let's invoke it, and then let me also do a .min. Let's right here say 1, so at least the number 1, and let me also give it an error message, and let's say right here rate min 1. Okay, so now we've created our Zod schema. We have added all of our fields, as you see, quite a lot to be honest, but hey, a invoice is quite long, right? And now we are already finished and we can now use the Zod schema in our server action. So let me go back to the create invoice server action and let me again first of all compare our form data against our Zod schema. So let's get our form data through the params, so form data, and this is of type form data. And then underneath this constant session, we can do a constant submission, and this is equal to pass with Zod. Then let me just invoke it. Let me pass my form data as an argument. Let's add a comma, open a object, and let's pass our schema. And this schema right here is called invoice schema. So let me import our invoice schema from the utils. And as you all know, this submission now can either be successful or it could be failed, so the status. So let me do a if check and let's say right here, hey, if the submission dot status is not equal to success, so this should only be two equal signs, and then I can say, hey, if this is not equal to success, then let me return our submission, so submission dot reply, and let's invoke it. So now we are sure that our data is type safe, which is exactly what we want, and now we can create our mutation. So let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma dot invoice. Where's my invoice? I don't get it. This is again a TypeScript bug. So what I will do is again restart my TS server, so TypeScript server. And if I now click on Control Spacebar, I now get my invoice. So let's do an await Prisma.invoice dot create, let's invoke it and let's open it. Now inside of here, since I want to create an invoice, we don't have to do any where statement and we can get our data right here. So the property, we can open it, and inside of here, we can now pass all of these fields. So let's do that. Let's start with the first item, the client address. This will be equal to our submission dot value dot client address. Then let's continue. We have the client email. This is equal to our submission dot value dot client email. Then let's continue. We have the client name. This is equal to our submission dot value dot client name. Then what else do we have? We have the currency. This is equal to our submission dot value dot currency. Then the next field which we have is the date, and this will be equal to our submission dot value dot date. This date is a bit interesting because, as you all know, we want to store our date as a string, and currently in our form we store our date as a date object. So we will have to convert it later on, but for now let's leave it like that. And then the next field is our date, and this is equal to our submission.value.date. Then what else do we have? We have the due date, and this is equal to our submission.value.duedate. Then the next field is the from address, and this is equal to our submission then .value.from address. Then the next field is the from email, and this is equal to our submission.value.from email. Then we have our from name, and this is equal to our submission.value.from name. Then the next field is the invoice item description. This is equal to our submission.value.invoice item description. Then the next field is the invoice item quantity, and this is equal to our submission.value.invoice item quantity. Then the next field is the invoice item rate, and this is equal to our submission.value.invoice item rate. Then the next field is the invoice name, and this is equal to our submission.value.invoice name. Then the next field is the invoice number, and this is equal to our submission.value.invoice number. Then the next field is the status, and this will be equal to our submission.value.status. What else do we have right here? We have our total, and this is the last value. So let's right here say total, and this is equal to our submission.value.total. Now I actually lied, this is not our last field. Our last field right here is the node, and the node is optional. So we don't have to add an ID, a user ID, an updated ad, but we want to pass a node. So let's use that, or let's add that right here, and this is equal to our submission.value.node. Again, don't forget this node is optional, and this means if later on we don't pass anything right here, this will equal to undefined, which means we will just not render anything for the node, but all of the other fields are required. So if we don't add anything, then we will get an error. Congrats everyone, so you have now created server-side right here validation, and you have also already created a server-side mutation, and what we want to now do is create client-side validation, and then we want to also allow the user to submit the form. So let's do that. Let me go to the create invoice function or component, that's how it's actually called. And inside of here, let me set up client-side validation. So you should probably all remember how we implemented client-side validation. So what we will do is go right here above the state, and we want to right here first of all set up the use action state hook, and after that the use form hook. So let's right here do a constant, then let's use array symbols. This is what is returned from the use action state hook. Let's import that from React and let's invoke it. So we have to pass two arguments. The first argument is the name of the server action, or just in general the server action itself. And this is right here the create invoice server action. So let's import create invoice. This is imported from the actions, and as an initial state, let's pass undefined. Then what does the use action state hook return? Well, we get a last result and we get a action. Now you see we still get an error. Why do we have an error? Well, you should remember in the server action, and to be precise right here in the params, we have to get a previous state. Let's set this to type any, and now as you see we don't have any error anymore. Again, we already talked about that at the start, so if you forgot why we use this hook, or if you forgot how it works, then skip back to the verify route where I explained everything. So since we now have the use action state hook, let me now also initialize our use form hook. So let's do a constant, then let's get our array symbols, and this is equal to use form. This is imported from conform to React. Let's invoke it and let's open a object. Now inside of here we have to pass in total, I think, 4 properties if I'm correct, but it could be also a bit more or less. So the first one we have to pass right here, or the first thing that we have to pass right here, is our last result. And again, this is there to sync our status right here, so the server-side state with the client-side state. Because if you remember, this last result is what we get returned from the server action, so from the server side. So now we have that, then the next thing which we have right here is our onValidate callback function. So let's invoke it, let's open that, and inside of here we want to now compare our form data against our Zod schema on the client side. So what we can do right here is a return pass with Zod. So let me import that. This is imported from conform to Zod. Let's invoke it, and inside of here we have to pass our form data and the Zod schema. How do we get the form data? Well, right here in the params we can destructure it and we can get our form data. Then I can pass it as an argument right here, and then let's do a comma, open a object, and let's pass our schema. How did we name our schema? Well, we called it right here invoice schema. Let's import that from our Zod schemas file, and now we have also finished this. The last thing which we have to now add are 2 properties. So this is the should validate. This is equal to on blur, and then we have the should revalidate, and this is equal to on input. Now I expect you to remember what these 2 properties did. I will explain it right here one more time, and after that not anymore. So let me go back right here. On blur means that we validate the form once we click out of the input, and should revalidate, and then this on input means we revalidate whenever we click into the input again. So this is again the should validate and should revalidate. When do we want to validate and when do we want to revalidate? So now we have set that up, and right here the use form hook returns 2 values. This is the form and then also our fields. And now we can use them to connect our form with conform. So let me right here scroll to the bottom and let's find our form. So do we actually even have a form? No, we don't even have a form. Wow, what a silly mistake from me. So how can we now connect conform with our UI right here if we don't have a form element? Well, what we will do is wrap everything in the cart content in a form element. So get everything in the cart content, so everything in this component. Let me scroll to the bottom, let me copy it, then let me get a form element, and let me again paste this, all of the values which I had, or all of the code, let me again paste it back inside of here. So now we have the form element, and again, all we did right here is just wrap all of the content in a form. And this is right here in the cart content. If you go to the UI, you see nothing has changed, everything still looks the same. So let's again go back, and let me now right here combine or connect my form with conform. So let's first of all give it an ID. And this is equal to our form.id. Then we have our action, and this is equal to our action. Again, the use action state hook returns a action. You can rename it to form action if you want to, but I think action is a appropriate name. So we have passed that. Then we also have the onSubmit handler. This is equal to form.onSubmit. And the last thing which we have is the noValidate property. So now we have connected our form with conform, but we're still not finished. We want to now also connect our inputs with conform. So right here, our first input is for our name, or for our invoice name. So let me go to the input. Let's give it a name right here. And this is equal to our fields.invoiceName.name. Then we have a key, and this is equal to our fields.invoiceName.key. And the last value which we have is the default value, and this is equal to our fields.invoiceName. What do you think? Well, its initial value. If I now go back to the UI and click inside of this input and click out, you see we don't get any error message. And if I try to submit this form, you see it tries to give me an error, but it does not render an error. So we have to render it right here. How do we render an error? Well, you should remember how to do that. What we will do is go underneath this div with this flex items, and then inside of here, I can get a p tag. And let me right here get my fields.invoice, come on, where's invoice name, and then .errors. What we also want to do is style this p tag. So let me give it a class name, and this is text of small and text of red 500. If you now go back, you finally see the error. And now you also see why I gave right here this layout to div elements. Because at the start you probably could just write one div, but then you would have the problem that this is flex row. And since we want to align it below this right here element, below this div, we had to use two divs. One is flex column and one is flex row. So we have now finally combined, or not combined, we have finally connected our first input, and now let's do the same for the invoice number and for the currency. So let me go back and let's go to the invoice number. Right here we have the input. Let's give it a name, and this is equal to our fields.invoiceNumber.name. Then we have our key. This is equal to our fields, then .invoiceNumber.key. And the last value which we have is the default value, or you could say property, and this is equal to our fields.invoiceNumber.initial value. So now we have connected this input, and let's now render the error message. For that, let's go underneath the input and underneath this div, and let me get a p tag, and let me right here get my fields.invoiceNumber, so invoice number.errors. Let me also give this p tag a class name, and let's say right here text red of 500 and text of small. If you now again go back, you see this error right here. Let's now do the same for the currency. So let's go back, let's scroll to the bottom. Right here we have our select, and now we want to do the same thing. So let's give it a name, and this is equal to our fields.currency.name. Then we have our key, and this is equal to our fields.currency.key. And then the next value is our default value, or isn't it? Well, we already have passed right here default value, and this is US dollars. So this means we won't add right here any further default value. We already have that, that's US dollars, and that's fine. So we're now finished with that, and now I want to render the error message. So let me scroll to the bottom, and what I will do is go right here underneath the select element, and let me just get a p tag. Let me right here render our fields.currency.errors. And let's also give it a class name right here, and this is text of red 500 and text of small. Let me go back, and now you see required, required, and required. Wow. Okay, so we're now finished with that, and now let's continue with the from and to. So let me go back, let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and we have all of our inputs. So let me give this input a name. This name will be equal to fields.fromName.name. Then we have our key, and this is equal to our fields.fromName.key. And then the next property right here is the default value, but I won't add it because we will later on add a custom one, because I want to then later on give it a default value of my name, my email, and my address. Because again, if you can remember, we had our onboarding route, and inside of there I gave all of this data, so it would be stupid to not give it as a default value. This means for now, let's not give it a default value, and we will do it a bit later on. So let me now continue with the email. Let's give it a name. Then this will be equal to our fields dot right here your email, or not your email but from email, and then dot name. Then the next property is the key, and this is equal to our fields dot from email dot key. And again, we won't add a default value right here because we will do that later on. And then for this input right here, let's give it a name, and this is equal to our fields right here dot from address dot name. And let's also add a key right here, and this is equal to the fields dot from address and then dot key. So now we have connected all of these three inputs with conform. Let me now also render error messages. So right here underneath this input, let's get the p tag, and let me right here render the fields.fromName.errors. Let's give it a class name also right here, and let's say text of red 500 and text of small. What I will do right here is copy this p tag now. Let me go underneath this input, let's paste it, and instead of being the from name, this will be the from email. Let me again copy the p tag, let's paste it right here underneath this input, and instead of being the from email, this will be the from address. Let's now save that, let me go back, and now you see required, required, and what is it? Required. Okay, so now let's do the same right here for the right side. So let's go back, let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and now we have our three inputs right here. Let's give the first input a name right here, and then this will be equal to our fields.clientName.name. Let's also pass a key, and this is equal to our fields.clientName.key. And the last value is the default value, and we will add it right here because I don't have a custom one. I don't want to propagate it with anything. We can just use the conform default value, which is undefined, because again, if you scroll to the top right here, we added a initial state of undefined, which means that the default value is nothing. So let's again scroll to the bottom right here. Where do we have it? So right here. And now this is equal to our fields, then dot client name dot initial value. Let's continue with the second input. This right here will have a name. This is equal to our fields dot client email dot name. Let's give it a key, and this is equal to our fields dot client email dot key, and we also have our default value, and this is equal to our fields dot client email dot initial value. Let's now continue with our last input. Let's give it a name, and then this right here is equal to our fields dot client address dot name. Let's also give it a key right here, and this is equal to our fields dot client address dot right here key. And then the last property is the default value, and this is equal to our fields dot client address dot initial value. So now we have also connected all of these three inputs with conform, and now we want to render error messages. So underneath the first input, let's get a p tag, and we want to render our fields text.clientName.errors. Let's also give it class name, and let's say text of red 500 and text of, what do you think, small. What we can do now is copy this p tag and let's paste it underneath this input. This will now be right here for the client email. So let's right here say client email. Let me now copy this p tag one more time. Let's paste it underneath this input, and this will be for the client address. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we see required, and not required. No, I'm joking. This is also required. So now we have also added all of this, or we have right here connected conform with all of these inputs, and now we can also connect conform to our date and invoice due selector. So let's do that. Let's go back and let's scroll a bit to the bottom. And now the first thing we have right here is our calendar. This is this popover right here. And now the question comes, how can I make right here this form data available to conform? Because if I try to pass a name right here, we don't have it. Do we have a key? Well, we have a key, but we also don't really have a default value. But what we really need is the name. So how can we now make this data available to conform? Well, we don't really do it through the calendar, but what we will create is an input of type hidden, and then as a value, we can pass our selected date. This is a standard practice which you now do in Next.js 15 whenever you can't use the component, because this component, the calendar, does not give you the form data. So you have to create the form data yourself, and you do that with an input which is hidden. And the cool thing is that this input won't be shown to the user. So what we can do is scroll to the top, and then right here what we can do is go in the form. So right here we have our form element. Let's make some space, and let me right here create an input which will be of type hidden. Let me give this input a name, and this name right here will be equal to fields.date.name. And now we have to also pass this input a value, and this value is our selected date. Because again, if you can remember, we get our selected date right here through our state. But now we have an error. It says type date, so the date object is not assignable to type string. Okay, this is interesting. How can we fix that? Or what's the problem? That's probably the first question. Well, the selected date is a date object, and you can't store a date object in your database. Or you could in theory, but you don't really want to do that. You want to store it as a string. So what we have to do is convert this date object to a string. And to do that, it's very simple. You can call a method which is the toISO string, and then we can invoke it, and now we don't get any error anymore. Yes, yoo-hoo, nice. And you know what's nice? If you now also open our schema right here, or not our schema, but our actions, you will now see right here, we have our date somewhere right here. And this date is a string. So now we have converted our object to a string, which means first of all, we don't get any error anymore right here. And we also won't get an error in our server action, since this is now a string and not a object. So now we have right here made this due date, or I'm sorry, not the due date, but the date itself, available for form data and for conform. And now we can also render a error message. So let me also check right here the name, yeah, fields.date.name. Okay, so this is added. Let me now render a error message for the calendar. So let's scroll to the bottom. Right here we have our calendar. And I want to render the error message underneath the popover. So still in this div, but underneath the popover. Let's get the p tag, and let me render right here my fields.date.errors. Let's also give it, of course, a class name, and let's say text of red 500 and text of small. So this is now finished. Let's now go to our invoice due. So this is this one right here, and we can go to our select and give it a name. This right here is equal to our fields.dueDate.name. Then let's also right here give it in key, and this is equal to our fields.dueDate.key. And then we have our default value, and this is equal to our fields.dueDate.initialValue. And now we can show our error message. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom. Let's go underneath the select right here, but still in the div, and let's render a p tag. And let me right here get my fields. So right here, fields.dueDate.errors. And let's also right here give it a class name, and let's say text of red 500 and text of small. Let's go back, let's see. So now you see right here, required and required. So this is now also finished, and let's now do the same for our description, quantity and rate. So let me go back and let's scroll a bit to the bottom. So let's right here start with our text area. Let's right here give it a name. This will be equal to our fields, then .invoice item description .name. Then we have our key. This will be equal to our fields .invoice item description .key. And then the last value is of course right here our default value, and this is equal to our fields .invoice item description .initial value. Let me now also render the error message. So let's go underneath the text area, let's get a p tag, and let me render my fields .invoice item description .errors. Let's give it also right here a class name, and this is text red of 500 and text of small. Now we can continue to the second input. This right here is for our, what was it, for our quantity. So let's right here go to the input, let's give it a name, and then this will be equal to our fields .invoice item quantity and then .name. Let me also pass right here a key, and for the key this will be equal to our fields .invoice item quantity .key. Now right here I won't add a default value, and that's because we will later on need to right here manipulate state, and a default value won't work for that. But I will come to that in a second. For now, just don't add a default value right here. Let's now go to the third input right here, and the third input is for the rate, or in theory it's the second input but the third element, and this is for the rate. And let me right here give it a name, and this is equal to our fields .invoice item rate and then .name. Let me also give it a key, and this is equal to our fields .invoice item rate .key. For this input we will again skip the default value, and that's because later on we want to also manipulate state right here. And now the last thing which is missing is an error message. So let me right here get a p tag underneath the input, and let me render my fields .invoice item rate .errors. Let's right here also style that. So let me give this p tag a class name, and for the class name let's say text red of 500 and text of small. Let me also copy this p tag, and let's do the same for this input for our invoice item quantity. Let's go underneath the input, let's paste it, and this will be our invoice item quantity .errors. Okay, so this is added. Let's go back, and now you see required, required and required. So now we are finished with these two inputs, and now we have one more input, but I won't right here combine it with conform. Later on we will actually use a input which will be of type hidden. I will come to that in a second. For now, let's just skip this input. Let's now continue. We have our subtotal. Right here we don't have any inputs, and the last thing which we have right here is our text area. So let's give it a name, and then this will be equal to our fields .node .name. Let's give it a key, and then this is equal to our fields .node .key, and we have a default value, and this is equal to our fields .node .initial value. And then the last thing which I want to do is render right here our error p tag, and to be honest we probably won't even have an error because this node is optional, right? So the user does not have to input it, which also means we don't really have any errors. But you know what, who cares? Come on, let's be honest. So let's pass our fields .node.errors, and then let's also give it a class name, and then this will be right here of text red 500 and text of small. And right here, just to reiterate again, this node right here, so this text area is optional, which means we probably will never have an error. So if someone reviews your code and asks you, hey, dude, why did you add this right here? Then you will say, hey, I just wanted to. I know it does not make any sense, but I like it as it is. Okay, so we have now covered that. And if we now go back, we should see required, 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 required. Okay, great. So now this is all added. And now what I want to do right here is make this quantity and rate work, because if I right here, for example, say one quantity or two quantity, and for the rate, I don't know, 10, then right here we should see 20 for the amount. And for the total right here, this should also update. But right now it doesn't. So let's fix that. So to calculate our amount, we will use state, our best friend in React. So let me go back right here. Let's scroll to the top and oh my god, this code is so long. Okay, wait, this sounds a bit weird, but okay. We're now at the top right here, and now we can create our state. So let me go underneath the selected date, and let's do a constant. Then let's use our array symbols. Let's get our getter and setter. So let's do a rate, and let me do a set rate, and this is equal to use state. Let's import that, or it's already imported. Let's invoke it, and the initial state will be a string. Then the second state will be for our quantity. So let's do a constant. Let's get our array symbols. Let's do a quantity and set quantity, and this is equal to use state, and the initial value will also be a empty string. So now we can scroll to the bottom where we have these inputs, so the rate input and the quantity inputs. So where do we have it? We have it right here, and now we can use that to manipulate our state. So let's start right here with our item quantity. Let me give it a value, and the value will be our quantity, so the getter from our state. And then let me also use a onChange handler right here, and this fires whenever the number updates. Inside of here we have an inline callback function. As in param, I can get the event, and then this is right here equal to set quantity. Let's invoke it, and let's pass our e.target.value. And this e.target.value is the number which we update. So I don't know, if we go from 1 to 5, then e is the 5, and we add it right here. So now we have done that for our quantity, and let's now do the same thing for our rate. So right here we can add a value. This right here will be equal to our rate, and then we can use our onChange handler, which is again a inline right here callback function, and this is equal to set rate. Let's invoke it, and inside of here I want to pass my event. So let's get our event as in param, and this is then equal to our e.target.value. Or it's not equal, but we pass this as an argument. So now we have done that. This means in our state, so right here, if we scroll again to the top, inside of the rate and quantity, we now store the value which the user inputs. So if I do a hard refresh right here, and if I go to the quantity and say 500, we now store that in our state. And since this is now stored in our state, we can now calculate the quantity times the rate, and with that we will get our amount, or in other words, our total. So let's calculate it. Underneath this right here, we can do a constant calculate total, and this will be equal to our rate times our quantity. Now here's the problem. These are strings, and you can't multiply strings. You can only multiply or do mathematical operations with numbers. So we have to convert this string to a number. So we can right here get we can get a number right here. We can invoke it, and then right here we can pass our quantity as an argument. With that, we now convert our string to a number. And right here I want to say, hey, if this quantity is not defined, so if it's right here a empty string, then let's do a OR symbol, and let's render a 0. So if this is not defined, if this is an empty string, so in other words undefined, we will render a 0. And then I want to now multiply this by our rate. So let me right here convert our rate to a number. Again, we use for that this number API right here, and if this is not defined, let's say OR 0. So right here, these two vertical lines. So now we have done that, and let's see if we get the correct response. So let's do a console log, and let's console log the calculate total constant. Let's go back. Let me open right here my console, so the inspector. Let's go to the console right here. Let me maybe zoom in a bit right here so that you see something. And let's say for the quantity 5 and for the rate 100. And now we see 5. That's weird. So what do we have to change to make this work? Well, we have to wrap this right here, so this number quantity or 0 in parentheses, and the same for this number rate and or 0. We have to also right here wrap this in parentheses. And if we now again go back and let me right here just say now a rate of 100, we now have 500. So this calculation now works. So we're now done with that. We now calculate our total, and now we can render it right here in our amount and in our total. So let's go back and let's scroll, or let me first of all delete the console log, we don't need that. And now let me scroll a bit to the bottom. So right here we have our input, which is currently disabled, and inside of here we can now pass a value, and this right here is our calculate total. And now let's save that, let's go back, and now we have it right here. So if I update the rate to, let's say 100, then we have right here 1000. If I say quantity of 1, then we only have 100. So this works as expected. But here comes my problem. Even though that it works right here, the number is not really formatted, because if you now say quantity of 10, it's a bit hard to understand that this is 1000, and then if I say quantity of 100, that this is 10,000, it's a bit hard to see. So I want to format this number to a nicer looking amount, if that makes sense. So we want to again use this international API and then format our currency. So what I will do is again go back, let me open my hooks file, and in this hooks file I want to create a function to store, or not to store, but to format our currency. Now this won't be per se a hook, but I think it works in this file right here in this context. So let me do a export function, let's call it format currency, let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a return new international dot number format, and then let's invoke it as an param or as an argument. We want to pass the locale, this is en-US, let's add a comma, open a object, then we have the style, this is currency, and then we have the currency itself, and right here we have a few options, I don't know, euros or dollars or whatever you use, and we will say right here USD. So now we have added that, and now we want to also format our number. So right here we can get our .format method, invoke it, and now we have to pass the number inside of here. Currently we don't get it, so through the params right here we can get the amount, and then this is of type number. And now I can pass the amount right here. So now we have created the function, and now we can use it. So let's copy the name format currency, and I think I misspelled that. So let's again say format currency. I think this is spelled correctly. Let me now copy it. And now right here in the create invoice, I can delete the calculate total. I can get my format right here. How was it again called? It was called format currency. So let me copy it, paste it. Let's import it from the utils right here. Let's invoke it, and let's pass right here our calculate total constant, so our amount. Let's now save that. Let's go back, and the hell is that? Failed to compile? Node mailer module not found, cannot resolve child process? Okay, I will be super honest with you. I did not expect such an error. I don't even know what this means. I mean, we don't even use node mailer right here. Let's look at it. So we format our currency. Let me open my hooks right here. Format currency, new international, style currency. I don't see any problem right here. We do a new international, so this is fine. The hook is not really the problem, I think. Okay, right here, type number. Okay, this is incorrect. This isn't a type number anymore, it's a type string, but we can delete the type, we don't even need it. Let me also delete the placeholder, we don't need it. And let's see what we have right here. We still have an error, and it's still a node mailer error. Damn, dude, this is so weird. Okay, then let's see. Let me again open the hooks. So we know the function is correct. There's no problem with it. Maybe it's some weird, I don't know, bundling problem. So let's maybe delete this hook or this function from this hooks file. And instead of creating it right there, let me for now just test it out in this file. So let me go above the return statement. Let's paste it inside of here. Let's delete this export. Let's just leave it as a function. Let me also delete the import statement on top. And let's see if this works. So let's go back. Okay, this is weird. The error is gone. Let's see if it actually works. So let's say quantity, I don't know, 4 and a few dollars. And yes, this works. Okay, this is weird. And to be honest, I don't know why we have this error or why we had this error. let's maybe test it out and let's create a completely separate file. So let's go in the app folder, right here, utils folder, and let me just say right here, format currency.ts. Then let's go back. Let me right here copy this function. So already we have it right here, function format currency. Let's copy it, paste it inside of here, and this should be a export function. Then let's go again to the create invoice. Let me delete this function, and if I go to the bottom right here, let me just import it. So right here, let me import format currency from the utils. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now we don't have this error anymore. So I don't know, maybe I'm stupid or something, maybe I don't see something right here, but it does not work if you use it in this hooks file, but if you create a format currency file, then everything works as expected. Now don't ask me why, to be honest, I don't really know. Maybe right here, it's because we use right here auth in the hooks file. Maybe this somehow breaks the server component because again, the create invoice right here route, this is a use client component and the require user hook is always used in a server component. Maybe this breaks something, I'm not sure, but okay, we fixed it. We have now a format currency file and then we just import it whenever needed. Okay, so now we have this right here, and let's also render this amount for the subtotal and total. So let me scroll to the bottom right here. Where do we have it? Right here, we have the subtotal and the total. And what I can do right here is just use my format currency function. So let's get that. Let's invoke it and let's pass calculate total. Let me do the same also for right here, the total. Let's paste it right here. So format currency, calculate total, and let's go back. And now we see it right here. So if I say quantity of, I don't know, 10, and then, so 10 right here, and for the rate 500, then we have $5,000. So this calculation finally works, but there's one more thing which currently does not work. If I select euros right here, this USD does not update. So let me fix that. Let's again go back right here. And then what do I want to do inside of here? Well, I want to create another state. So we had a state for the rate and the quantity, and now we want to create a state for the currency. So let's do constant, or let's create a constant. Let's get array symbols, and this will be equal to use state. Let's invoke it, and as a initial state, let me do right here uppercase the USD. Then the useState returns a getter and a setter, and we will say currency and set currency. And now we can use this useState to manipulate the state. Wow, this makes so much sense. So right here we have our select, and now we can use a onChange handler or a onValue change. So this onValue change fires whenever we select a new currency. So whenever a new event happens or whenever the value changes. So right here we have a inline callback function, and then this is equal to set currency. And we want to set right here the new value. We can get the value through the param right here and then set it right here. So set currency value. Now we have done that, and now we can use this getter, so we called it currency, and we can now use it at the bottom where I hard-coded the USD. So where do we have it? Right here I hard-coded USD, and instead of doing that, let me get my currency. And now if I save and go back, you see right here USD, and that's because USD is selected. But if I select right here euros, then this should update, and that's what you see. Now there's one problem which I see, and that's that we always expect that this right here is US dollar. Maybe we should update it and make it dynamic. So let's do that. Let me go to this convert currency, or not convert, but format currency file. And instead of only getting an amount, we want to also get a locale. So you know what we can do right here at the top is create a interface. Let's call it iappprops. Let me spell it correctly. Then let's open that, and inside of here, I want to get a amount, which is of type number. And then I want to also get a currency, and this will be either in strings USD uppercased, or it could be euro. So let's use a vertical line and let's say EUR. And now we can use that right here in our params. So we can destructure our params and give it a type of iappprops. And then where I destructured, I can get a amount and a currency. Now, instead of hard coding USD, we can now use our currency, which we get from the params. And if I go to create invoice, you now see we get an error. So let me delete this calculate invoice or calculate total. Let me now destructure this. And now we want to pass a amount, and this is equal to calculate total. And we want to pass a currency, and this is equal to currency. Let's do the same for the amount. So let's delete that. Let's again destructure it, and inside of here, the amount will be equal to calculate total, and we will get a currency, and this is equal to currency. Now currently you see we get an error for the currency, and it says type string is not assignable to type USD or Euro. So what I will do is just mark it as any, and then this error will go away. Let's do the same right here as any, and now that's finished. Now we are using also the calculate total for this input. So let's also destructure it right here. Then we will get our amount, which is equal to calculate total. And we will also get right here our currency, which is equal to currency. Let's mark it as any. And now this is also done. Let me now go back and let's see if it works. So let's select euros, and now you see the euro symbol right here. If I say quantity 1 and then weight, I don't know, 500, then you see 500 euros. If I select USD, then you see $500. So this is now finally finished, and now we can create a submission, right? Or we can now create an invoice. Well, almost. There's one thing missing. If you can remember, in our schema, we have right here the total. So if you scroll to the bottom, we want to get a total. If you go to the create invoice, currently we don't we don't make the total available for our form data. So how do you do that? Well, you create a input which is type hidden. So let me again go to the top. Right here we already have a input which is of type hidden, and now I want to create another input of type hidden which will be there for the total amount. So let me create a input. This is of type hidden. Let me give it a name, and this will be equal to our fields.total.name. And then let's also pass our value, and for the value we don't want to format our currency because again, if you open your schema, the total is an integer, and if we format our currency we will get a string. So we want to just pass our calculate total, and this is of type number. If I would format it, then we would have in type string, and this wouldn't work. So now this is finished, and let's test out if the mutation works. So let's go back, then let me give it a name of test123, then for the invoice number 10, then for the currency euros, then for the name let me say Jan Marshall, for the email jan@jan.com, and for the address Jan hello123, then for the client name John Doe, for the client email john@doe.com, and then John Doe 124. Then for the date, let's say the 15th of November, and then for invoice due, let's say net 15. For the description, super cool test. For the quantity, 5. For the weight, 500. And then for the note, hey, what's up, dude? And now let me send the invoice. Ba-ba-bam-bam. And has something happened? I'm not sure. Let me open the server action. Did we not redirect the user? We forgot to redirect the user. That's why we are still in this invoice creation route. So in the server action right here for the create invoice, at the bottom, let me do a return redirect, and let me redirect the user to /dashboard and then /invoices, or is it /invoice? I'm not even sure anymore. So app folder, dash folder, invoices. So yeah, so right here, /dashboard, /invoices. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and let me go to the invoices. As you see, the data right here is hard coded, so we don't even see it. But let me open Prisma Studio to check out our data. So let me open a new terminal tab, and let me do npm dlx Prisma Studio. So we have a user with chat street, but that's not really what I want. What I want to see is our invoice. So let's open that. We have one invoice, so the mutation worked. And then we have an ID, invoice name, a total, a status. We have a date, due date, from name, from email, from address, client name, client email, client address, currency, invoice number, note, invoice item description, invoice item quantity, invoice item rate, the created add timestamp, updated add timestamp, But wait, there's one thing missing. No, the user relation. I forgot that. I'm so sorry, guys. Let's go back. Let me open the actions file. And right here, we want to relate. Yeah, is it called relate? Yeah, I want to relate the invoice to the user, right? We created the one-to-many relationship. And now we have to tell Prisma that a user right here creates this invoice and that he owns this invoice. So what we can do is get our user ID, and what is it equal to? Well, on top we get our session, and in the session we get our ID. So this is equal to our session.user.id. And now our relation will work. I mean, if we have a user, right? So let's go back. Let me delete this invoice. Let's click on delete one record. This is now loading and it should be now deleted. Let me again go back. And you know what? Let's create a new invoice. So right here for the invoice name, test 124, for the invoice number 1, for the currency euro, for the name John Doe, for the email something right here, for the address something, for the client name something, for the email let me just say test@test.com, then for the client address test street 124. Then for the date, that's fine. For the invoice due, net 15. For the description, something. For the quantity, 5. For the rate, 100. And for the note, hey, this should now work. Let me now send the invoice to the client. We have a loading state. We got redirected. And if I open now again Prisma Studio and do a hard refresh, we should now see a invoice with all types added. So right here we have our ID, we have the invoice name, we have the total, status, we have the date. Yeah, it all seems good right here. Do we have our relation? And yes, the user is related. Yoo-hoo everyone, congrats! Invoice creation works. We store the data in our database, we have server-side and client-side validation, and everything works as expected. Now there's one thing or one feature currently missing, and that's when we click on this button to submit the form, we only store the data or we only save the data in our database. But we want to also send an email to the client with the invoice attached. And we will do that in a second. Before we do that, let me maybe first of all fix this invoice management route, because this data is currently hard-coded. And once that's fixed, we will create this PDF generation and we will then also send the email to the client. So let's do that. To fix this invoice management route, we have to go to our invoice list component, because inside of here we have this table, or we render the table inside of here. And what I want to do first of all is fetch our data inside of here. And we can do that because this is a server component. So let me go above the export default function. Let's do a async function get data. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .invoice.find many. Now we don't want to find all invoices, we don't want to find an invoice from some random user, but we want to only get invoices where our user ID or where we are related to the invoice. So we want to find an invoice where the user ID matches the user ID which we provide. So what we can do right here is get a where statement, and we want to say, hey, I want to find an invoice where the user ID matches our user ID. How do we get our user ID? Well, through the params we can get a user ID, and this is of type string. Let's now pass it right here, and now we find only invoices where the user is related to the actual correct invoice. Let me now do a select statement, because I don't need all the data, but I only need the invoice ID, the customer amount, and everything like that. So let me get the ID first of all. Let's set this to true. Let me get the client name. Let's set this to true. Let me get the amount, or not the amount, but the total. Let's set this to true. Let me get the created at timestamp. Let's set this to true. Let me get the status. Let's set this to true. And let me get the invoice number, and let's set this to true. One more thing which I want to do is a order statement, so a order by statement. So let's do right here order by, and I want to order by the created at timestamp. Now right here this could be either ascending or descending. Ascending means that we will get the oldest results first and then the newest at last. And when we say descending, then this means we will get the newest results on top and the oldest results at the bottom. And that's what we want. And then at the end, we can now return our data. So now let's get it in the front end. So above the return statement, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now we get 2 errors. No! What are these 2 errors? Well, first of all, await expressions are only allowed within async functions, which means we have to mark this function as export async function. And again, this is safe to do so because this is a server component. And now we are also missing one argument, and this is the user ID. So above the constant data, let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. So let me import that from our utils folder and let's invoke it. Now I can pass the user ID to this function. So as an argument, let's pass our session.user.id and let's mark it as string. So now we get our data, and now we can map over our data and then render it. So right here we have our table row in the table body, and what I will do is copy the table row, copy it, don't forget it, and then inside of here, let me do a data.map. Then let's invoke it, let me get a invoice as in param, and let me just return that. And then inside of here, what I can do is again paste my table row. Now, since we map over data, we have to pass right here a key, and the key will be our invoice.id. Again, whenever you map over data in React, you have to pass a key, and the key has to be unique. If you now again go back, you now see we still have one result, and that's because we only created one invoice. But now, instead of hard coding the number, let's give it live data. So let's right here say hashtag, and then let me get my invoice.invoice number. Then instead of saying Jan Marshall, let me render right here the invoice.client name. Instead of rendering $55, let me get this format currency helper function. So format currency, let's import that, let's invoke it. And inside of here, we have to pass 2 things. We have to pass the amount and the currency. For the amount, this will be equal right here to the invoice.amount, or not amount, but total. And then we also have our currency, and this is equal to, well, we don't get it. So I forgot to select it right here. So let me get my currency. Let's set this to true. And then right here at the bottom, let me set currency equal to the invoice.currency. Right here we currently get an error. It says type string is not assignable to type USD or euro. So let's mark it as, or not as string, but as any. And now this error is gone. Now right here, instead of saying paid, let me get my invoice.status. And then the next field we have is our date. Let me delete it. And let me for now just render our invoice.created at timestamp. You will see that this does not look good, or actually you don't even see anything. And that's because this is a date object. So we can do right here a dot to string. And if I now invoke it and go back, you see, wow, this is so ugly, man. No, that's not what we want. So what we have to do is format this date right here. So let me delete it right here. Let me delete that. And let's use our best friend. Let me do a new international, and we will use the international API right here to format our date. So let's do a .date time format. Let's invoke it. For the locale, it will be en-US, and let me open right here a object. And inside of here, we have our date style, and this is medium. Then at the end, let me use the .format method. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, let me pass my invoice.created at. And I think this is all. Let's go back, and yeah, our date is now finally formatted. Let me now fix our status. It's fine, but instead of rendering it just in text, let me render it in a batch. So right here we have our invoice.status. Let me for now copy it, and let me get the batch component right here. So batch, let's import that from the components, and let me again paste inside of the batch right here the invoice status. Let's go back, and now we have the batch right here. So congrats everyone, we can now create invoices, and we can also see these invoices in our management route. So since we're now finished with that, let me go back to this create invoice route. And what I want to do now is when I click on the send invoice to client button, I want to send an email to the client and I want to also attach a invoice. So are you ready for that? I hope so. So to send emails with Mailtrap, you have two options. So if you right here go to the documentation, you see the Mailtrap Node.js integration. And right here they give you two options. Either you use the SDK or you do a SMTP integration. What is a SMTP integration? Well, that's what we did right here in the Auth.js file with NodeMailer. We provided a host, a port, a user, also a email server user, a server password, and then we sent the emails using NodeMailer and SMTP. Now this is option 1. Or option 2 is to use right here the SDK. So right here, to integrate Mailtrap into your Node.js project, you can use the official SDK, which gives you access to both transactional and bulk streams and of course also templates. Now, as you all know, we won't use bulk emails or bulk streams in this video, but we will use templates later on. And we can then also install this package using yarn, npm or pnpm. So if I now open right here this official SDK, you see how you can install it, and it's very simple. You just right here install Mailtrap. That's the name of the SDK. And setting it up is, to be honest, very simple. You import it, you right here initialize it, and to initialize it you provide a token, and then you have your client. You have now initialized Mailtrap, you have a Mailtrap client, and then with this client you can just send an email. So you provide your from, the to, so the email, the recipient, the subject, and then if you want to a text or HTML or your template, whatever you have. We will use the Mailtrap SDK because it's way easier to set up than NodeMailer. NodeMailer is fine for Auth.js, but now it will be way easier to use the Node SDK, the Mailtrap SDK, and that's why we will use it. So let me first of all install it so we can copy this name, Mailtrap. I can go back, let me open my terminal, let me stop my dev server, let me clear everything, and let me do a npm I Mailtrap. So this will now install the SDK, it has already installed, and now we can initialize it. So let me open the Explorer right here, let me make it a bit smaller, and let me go in the app folder, let me go in the utils folder, and let me create a new file, and let's name it mailtrap.ts. And now we want to initialize Mailtrap. And as you see right here from the documentation, it's super simple. We have to provide a token and then we are already finished. So we can do right here a export constant, then let's call it email client, and then this will be equal to new Mailtrap client. Now, as you see, it does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On top, let me do a import, let's destructured, and then this will be from Mailtrap. And then right here, where the structured, I can get the Mailtrap client. So now we have imported that. I can again right here write Mailtrap client. Now we can invoke it, this structured, and now we want to pass a token because this is required to make this SDK work, as you see right here. But if you now open your .env file, you will see we don't have a token right here. So how do we get the token? Well, we have to go to the Mailtrap dashboard, and then inside of there we will find our token. So let me head over to the dashboard. And now we are in the dashboard. And as you now see in the dashboard for our email API, we have a delivered rate of 100%. This means all of our emails got delivered. And what we can also do is look at the statistics in detail. So right here we have our stats in this email API section. And then you have, for example, right here, the unique open rate, we have the click rate, spam complaints, and bounce rate. Now, as you see, we don't have any spam complaints because, hey, why should we? And we also don't have any click rate, and that's because right now we use NodeMailer. Also, you see right here the mailbox provider, this is Google Workspace, and then right here for the category, we have no category, and that's because we use right here Auth.js. But in a second, when we will implement the Node SDK and when we create a template, we will see the categories right here. So for example, sending invoice, and then we will see the click rate, we will see the spam complaints, or we won't have any, but if you will have any, you will see them right here, and we will have the bounce rate and everything like that. So yeah, let me now get the token. So for that, we can scroll a bit to the bottom, then we have our sending domains. Let's click on that, and then inside of here, we now have all of our sending domains. For me right now, we only have right here this demo email, but if you have provided your own email, then please click on it. But I will click right here on demomailtrap.com. As you now again see, we have right here our tabs, domain verification, integration, tracking settings. That's all fine, but what we need right here is the integration section. What do we want to integrate? Well, we want to integrate a transactional stream. So let me click on integrate, and then inside of here, we again have our SMTP credentials. But if you remember, we don't want SMTP anymore, we want to use the API, or in other words, the Node SDK, which is in wrapper of the API. And then inside of here, we now get our API token. So what I can do is copy this token, I can go back, let me open the .env file, and let me create a new environment variable. Let me name it right here, uppercase Mailtrap underscore token. And then this will be equal to whatever I just copied. So this value right here. Let me now copy this name, Mailtrap token. So let me copy this right here. And then let me go back to the Mailtrap file. And of course, let me save this. And then inside of here, I can now provide a token. So we can use our environment variable. So let me do a process right here. So process.env right here Mailtrap token. And right here you currently see we get an error and it says type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. What's exactly the problem right here? Well, TypeScript does not really know if this Mailtrap token is defined or not. And that's why we get this error, because the Mailtrap client expects a string, but this right here environment variable could be defined, but it could be not defined. But if we go to our environment variable file, we know that it's defined. So we can right here use a TypeScript trick and we can add a right here exclamation mark. And now this error is gone. And with that, I just tell TypeScript, hey, I know that this is defined. So now we have right here created our client and now we can send emails. So what I will do is again open my actions file. Right here we have our create invoice, and once the user creates an invoice, I want to send an email. And that's what we will do inside of here. Now, as you all know, it was very simple. First of all, we have to get our email client. We import that from the utils folder. Then we can do a .send because we want to send an email. Then let me invoke it and let's open an object inside of here. Now we will have a few properties inside of here. And if you want to, you can also right here in the documentation or in the dashboard, if you click on API and then scroll to the bottom, we have right here code samples. And you can click on Node.js and we can click on the SDK. And inside of here, you now see how you can implement this SDK. You do a client.send and then you pass a from to subject text and if you want to category. So that's what we want to do inside of here. So what I can do is again go back and let me first of all get a from. And now this from is a bit interesting because if you have your own custom domain verified in right here Mailtrap, then you can just use this domain. But since I use the demo Mailtrap right here domain, we have to use hello@demomailtrap.com. So again, if you have your own domain, I don't know, xyz.com, then you can use hello@xyz.com. But since I'm on this domain right here, I have to use demomailtrap.com. So what I will do right here is copy the sender, so constant sender. Let me go back, and what I will do is just right here create it on top. So now we have our constant sender and hello@demomailtrap.com. Let me change the name right here. So let me say Jan Marshall, and now we can pass the sender right here for the from property. Let's now continue. We now also have the to, and the to right here is an array. And in the array, we have a object, and inside of there, we have an email. And for the email, I can now provide an email. Now right here, if you use again your own domain, then this means you can send an email to whoever you want. So what you can do right here is a submission.value.client email. This is if your domain is verified. But since we use the demo email, I will provide my own email. So let me hard code it and let's save that. So this is again the email which I use to sign up to Mailtrap. If you have your own domain, then just type right here the submission.value.client email. What's now the next property? Well, that's the subject. And for the subject, let me just say new invoice for you. And then the last thing which I want to do right here is pass a text. So let's go back. Let me get a text and let's just say, hey, how are you? We have a new invoice for you, exclamation mark. And what we can also do is pass a category. And for the category, we can say, I don't know, they say integration test, and we will say invoice test, because currently this is still testing. Later on, we will provide a template, but for now, this is fine. So now we are already finished. We have now right here set up our email client, and then we call this send method. We provide the from, the to, the subject, the text, and the category. The category is not required, but it's always good to have it because later on you will then see more data inside of your statistics right here, because you will then find a category and then we will see it inside of there. So let me go back. I think we are now finished. Let me see, is my dev server running? Nope. So let me restart it. So npm run dev, and then let me go back to localhost. So I'm back in my dashboard. Let me create a new invoice and let's test out if email sending works with the SDK. So let me again say test 1, 2, 3 for the invoice number 1 or no 2. Then for the currency, yeah, US dollars is fine. Then for from, this will be Jan Marshall. For the email, let me just say something. And for the address, I don't know, Chat Street 123. For the client name, this will be John Fisher. For the email, if you have your own verified domain, then please provide a correct email so that you also get an email. But for me, since I just hard code the email, I can provide something. And for the address, I can also say something. Then for the description, let me just write some gibberish. For the quantity 5, for the rate, let's say 100. And for the note, hey, how are you? Let me now send the invoice to the client. We have a loading state, and now we have our dashboard. We again see a new row. We see the invoice ID, the customer name, the amount, the date, and our actions. And I'm not sure if you heard it right here, but I just got a notification from my phone, and that means that we got a new email. So let me open Gmail. And what do we have right here? New invoice for you. Hey, how are you? We have a new invoice for you. Congrats everyone, we have now set up the Mailtrap SDK to send emails from our server action. And what we can now do is go to the Mailtrap dashboard, and if we go to the statistics, you right here see our categories. And inside of here, we now have our invoice test, and you see we have one email delivered. What we can also do is, for example, right here in the sidebar, go to the mailbox providers. You see everything is Google Workspace. That's because I use Gmail. Then we can look at the email categories. We have them right here, and we have the email logs. And inside of here, you see all of the emails which I have sent. So yeah, as you see, email sending works. And since we now see all of this, and since we now know that we can send emails from our server actions using this Mailtrap SDK, I think we can now also create a template to make our emails look a bit nicer. So let me right here click on templates, so in the sidebar, and now you see we don't have any email templates. No, this is not what we want. So let me create my first template. On the top right corner, let me click on create new template. For the domain, I will select demo Mailtrap, but if you have your own, select your own domain. Then for the template name, let me say send invoice. For the subject, Damn, I don't even know. Let's say you have a new invoice. I think that's fine. So this is what the user will see when he gets an email. This is the subject. And I think you have a new invoice is fine. And for the category, this is what we will see right here in the statistics. I will just say send invoice. Let me now continue, and now we can create our template. Now you have two options. Either you use the drag and drop editor or you use the HTML editor. And now what we will do in this video is we will use both. We will use the HTML editor and we will also use the drag and drop editor. Now for this send invoice example, we will use the HTML editor, but then later on when we want to send this, reminder email, we will use the drag and drop editor. So let me go to the HTML editor and let me start from scratch. And now inside of here, we have now selected this HTML editor, which means we have to write our own HTML template. Now HTML templates are a bit annoying, so what I want you to do is go to my GitHub repo and then you'll find a file which is called emailtemplate.html, and if you paste the code inside of there, you then see this UI right here. It's super simple. So as you see, we have very little markup. We just have a few div elements right here, an h2 for this invoice for client, this p tag, dear client, this description right here, the invoice details, this one button, and that's all. So you see the styling is super simple. It's just a bit of standard CSS, a little bit of HTML, and then we have this UI right here. I didn't want to go overload. I want to make it simple, and that's what we have right here. But now you will already see one problem. I hard-coded invoice for client, dear client, and right here invoice number XYZ, due date XYZ. Not really what you want to do. What we want to do right here is send real life data. So this means I want to say, dear Jan Marshall, invoice number 5, due date, I don't know, the 15th of November, total amount $500. So I want to right here have live data. And this means we have to change something. How do we now get right here live data, you might ask me, especially since this is an email template, which means that this right here is static. Well, with Mailtrap, it's very simple. Right here we say invoice for client. Let me delete this client. Let me get right here two object brackets, and then inside of here, let me say client name. As you now see, it says invoice for test underscore client name. This is fine. What we can then later on do right here is pass our own dynamic data when we send the invoice. So if you go right here to the test data, you see we have this client name, and if I right here say Jan Marshall, then you see the invoice has now changed, or the name has changed. So with these, I will call them double object brackets, you can right here create dynamic data. Let me now do the same for this dear client. Let me delete that and let me again use these double object brackets and client name. And inside of here, we now say dear Jan Marshall. Then let's continue. Let's go to the invoice details. Right here, the invoice number. Let me use two object brackets and let's say invoice number. Then let's continue with the due date. Let me again get two object brackets and let me say due date. And then let's go to the total amount. Let's use two object brackets right here again. So like that. And let's right here say total amount. And I think that's all. No, we're not finished. We still have right here this download invoice. And as you see, the href is XYZ. So let me also change that. Let me get right here two object brackets and let me say invoice link. I think this is now all. So we have invoice for Jan Marshall, test invoice number, test due date, test amount, or test total amount. And we have right here for this href the invoice link. If you go again to the top right here and go to test data, you can again update everything. So for the invoice number, we can say 5. For the due date, let's say, I don't know, the 15th of November. For the total amount, dollar right here, 500.00. And for the invoice link, let's leave it like that. If you now go back, you see this HTML template. And if it's right here filled out correctly, you see it looks great. And that's exactly what we will send to our client or clients. If you right here also go to mobile, you see that this is completely responsive. This is also great that you can see it already right here in the dashboard. This means I don't have to test it myself, but I can see it right here in the Mailtrap dashboard and I can see if it's responsive. So we see it's responsive. which means we can now integrate it. So what we can now do is right here save this invoice. So let me click on finish, and now you see we have our invoice saved. This is a type of HTML because it's custom. We have our category, the subject, and everything like that. Let me now integrate it. So right here we have tabs, which is details and integration. Let's click on integration. And what do we want to integrate? Well, we want to integrate a transactional stream. So let me click on integrate. And now we want to right here integrate Node.js. Let me select the SDK. And as you see, integrating is super simple. All you do is right here provide a template UUID, and then you provide your variables. This means the client name, the invoice number, and everything like that. So let me copy the template UUID and the template variables. Let's copy that. Let's go back. Let me right here delete the category, the text, and the subject, because we now already have the subject and also the category propagated in this template. Let me now again go back and let's paste our template UUID and the template variables. Now let's update right here the template variables because we don't want to say test client name. So let's delete it, and for the client name, this will be equal to our submission.value.client name. Then we have our invoice number, and this is right here equal to our submission.value.invoice number. Then the next variable which we have is the invoice due date. So what I can do is delete the string, and let me then get my submission right here .value.date. Then we have our invoice amount, so let me delete the string, and right here I want to use my format currency helper function. So let's import that from the utils, let's invoke it, let's destructure it, let's pass a amount, and then this is equal right here to our submission.value.total, and we also get our currency, and this is equal to our submission right here .value.currency, and let's mark it as any because we know that this is either USD or euros. Then we have the invoice link, but you know what, we can leave it like that because currently we don't have a link. And now I think let's test it out. So let's save this right here. Let me go back. Let's go back to our dashboard. And you know what? We want to create a new invoice. So let's create a new invoice. Let's say right here, email test, invoice number 3, then US dollars is fine, from Jan Marshall, email, I can type some gibberish, but if you have verified your domain, then please provide the correct email. For the address, test124, for the client name, this will be John Doe, and this is what we should see in the email template. For the client email, if you have verified your domain, then please provide the correct one. And then for the client address, test124. Then for the date, that's fine. Invoice due, let's say net 15. Let me provide some gibberish for the description, for the quantity 10, and for the rate 100. And now we have $1,000. For the note, this is a test, and let me send the invoice to the client. So now we got redirected. We have a invoice ID of 3. We have the customer, the amount, and let me open Gmail. And wow, congrats everyone. We have a new invoice right here, or at least it says right here, you have a new invoice for John Doe. Dear John Doe, I hope this email finds you well. Right here you have your invoice details, invoice number 3, due date, total amount, and you can download the invoice down below. Now currently this button does not work, and that's because we currently don't generate a PDF, but we will do that in a second. Before we do that, let me first of all format our due date, because let's be honest, it does not look that nice. And now how do we format our due date? Right here this date, well, if you again remember, if you go to the create invoice, we already did that. You call new international, this is a JavaScript API, then you call the method datetime format, you provide your locale, the date style, and then you format your date, or right here you pass your date. So let me do that right here. Let's do a new international.datetime format. Let's invoke it. Let's pass the locale, which is en-US. Then let's do a comma, open a object. Let me get the date style, and this date style will be medium because that's the same thing that we did right here. Or no, we actually did long. So let me also update date is right here too long. And then at the end, I want to now also right here pass my date. So let's do a dot format, let's invoke it, and let's pass our submission dot value dot date. But now you see we have a problem, and it says right here, argument of type string is not assignable to number, date, or undefined. So we want to right here, not pass, but we want to convert this string to a date object. So we can copy this, we can do a new date, we can invoke it, and then we can pass our submission.value.date. So now I think this should be finished. So let's again test it out. So let's go back right here to my dashboard. Let me click on create invoice. And you know what? I will fill out this invoice myself and you will do it yourself. And then once it's done, I will meet you again. So as you now see, I have filled out my invoice. So now let's send the invoice to the client. We have a loading state or a pending state. And now let me go to Gmail. And what do we see right here? Invoice for John Fisher. Dear John Fisher, I hope this email finds you well. Invoice details, invoice number 4, the due date and the total amount. Right here, again, this button right now does not work, but besides that, the template is beautiful. So I can now close this, we are done with that, and what we want to now do is generate the PDF so that the user can also download the PDF. So let's do that. You know what, when I planned this project and when I looked at PDF generation, I thought, damn, this seems quite hard. But you know what, the honest answer is, it's not that hard as you would probably expect. So when you want to generate PDFs in Node.js and in general in React and everything like that, you have two primary options. Option A is to take a screenshot and save the screenshot as a PDF. The good part of this, or the benefit, is that it's relatively simple because again, you just take a screenshot and you save it as a PDF. You don't have to create some weird formatting, styling or anything like that because again, it's a screenshot. But the problem with that is that you can't copy text. So for example, right here, if you open any page, you can copy right here the element. And that's quite nice. And when you have invoices with, I don't know, bank details and everything like that, you want to copy them to not make any mistakes. And that's why we will use option 2. And option 2 is to generate a PDF from complete scratch. Now this means that this is a bit harder, it takes a bit more time, and also you have to style it from scratch. But again, the benefit is that I can just copy elements and yeah, I guess that's already all. That's the benefit. So yeah, to now create a new, or not to create a new, but to now generate a PDF, we want to first of all create a new route handler. So let me go in the app folder, let's go right here in the API folder, and inside of here, let me create a new folder, let's call it invoice, and then in the invoice folder, let's create another folder. So for this folder, this will be dynamic, which means we can get these array brackets and we want to get a invoice ID. And then this invoice ID is now dynamic. In this invoice ID folder, let me get a route.ts file, and now we have created our route handler. So again, to show it to you, the end URL will look something like localhost 3000, or in other words, your destination URL, and then /API/invoice, and then / the ID, so some gibberish. And then later on, we will get this ID through our params, and then we can fetch data from Prisma for the invoice, and then we can generate it. So yeah, now we know that, and now we can create our route handler. So let me right here do a export async function, and now this route handler can either be a GET request or a POST request. And this right here will be a GET request. So let me do uppercase GET, let's invoke it, and let's open it. So now we have a route handler, but this route handler right now doesn't do anything, not quite what we want. So the first thing which I want to do inside of this route handler is fetch data for my invoice, because I want to get, for example, the invoice name, the invoice number, the email, and stuff like that to generate a unique invoice. And you know what, maybe before we fetch data, let's maybe first of all test out if this route handler works. So let me do a return next, so next response. This is imported from next/server.json. Let's invoke it destructured and let's do a message, and for the message let me just say hello. With that we can now test out if this route handler works. So let me see, is my dev server running? Nope. So let me do a npm run dev. And then let me go to localhost 3000. So I'm now in localhost 3000, and then in the URL, let's go to /API, then /invoice, and then /some weird param. And now you see right here, message hello. This is fine, but let's now get our ID, because as you see on top, I have now passed a ID, and as I said, we can get this ID, so this invoice ID, in our route handler. How do you get a invoice, or how do you get a param inside of our route handler? Well, in the params we can destructure it, and I can get params. Now you see we get an error. And you know what? Let me open the Next.js documentation. Inside of here, let's search for route handler, and let me search for params. Then let me find our params. Where do we have them? So if you have used in the past Next.js 14 and 13 and just in general the app router, then you probably already know how you get the params. You say right here params and then you give it a type. But with React 19 this has changed. Now your params are a promise, which means you have to await your params. In previous versions you didn't have to await anything, and you could just do a constant slug equals to params.slug, and then you would have your slug. But this has now changed in React 19 because this is now a asynchronous condition, which means you have to await it, and that's what we will do. So let me go back. Now we can give it a type, and params is of type promise. Now as you see we still get an error because promise is not really a type, so we can use a generic. In the generic we have a object, and then we will get a invoice ID, which is of type string. Please make sure that this invoice ID has the same spelling as this invoice ID, because if the name is different, then you won't get the param. So if this is called, I don't know, hello, then right here you also want to get hello. And since we now know that, and since we get our param now, I guess we can render it. So above the return statement, we can first of all now await our param. So let me do a constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. And then where I destructured, I can now get my invoice ID. So now we have the invoice ID, and now I can copy it, and instead of rendering hello, let me paste my invoice ID. Let's now test it out. So let me go back and let me do a hard refresh, and we get an error. HTTP error 500? Not really what I expected. Let me open the terminal. Cannot destructure property invoice ID of intermediate value as it's undefined. That's weird. Let me go to the documentation. Does the documentation say anything? Nope, they don't say anything. Well, the thing which we are missing is the request. It's weird that they don't mention it right here. Maybe they mention it at the top, I'm not sure, but at least at the bottom they don't mention it. So what we want to do is get our request. We can do that by going before we destructure it. So let me add a comma, and before the comma we can get our request, and we can give it a type of request. And if you now save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, you now see your message and then this ID. If I now say for the ID Jan and click on enter, then you see message Jan. So now we get our dynamic param, which is nice. And since we now get this invoice ID, we can now fetch our data from Prisma. So let's do that. Let me delete this return next response. We don't really need it. And let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, then .invoice and .find unique. Let me invoke it, let's open it, and then inside of this find unique, we want to now find a specific invoice. This means we have to use the where statement, and for the where statement we have to pass an ID, and this ID is equal to our invoice ID. Again, we get the invoice ID through our params. We're now done with this, and now we can do a select statement. What do we need from our invoice? Well, we need a few things, like for example, the invoice name, invoice number, all of the core details so that we can render them for our invoice. So let me first of all get the invoice name. Let's set this to true. Let me get the invoice number. Let's set this to true. Let me get the currency. Let's set this to true. Let me get the from name. Let's set this to true. Let me get the from email. Let's set this to true. Let me get the from address. Let's set this to true. Let me get the client name. Let me also set this to true. Then let me get the client address. Let's set this to true. Let me get the client email. Let's set this to true. Let me get the date, and let's also get the due date, because we want to calculate, or we don't want to calculate, but we want to showcase when our date has been, or when our invoice has been created and when our invoice is due. So now we have the date, the due date. Let me also get the invoice item description. Let's set this to true. Let me get the invoice item quantity. Let's set this to true. And let me get the invoice item rate. And now there are only two more things missing, and this is first of all our total, because we want to of course render that. The client has to know what amount the invoice is for, or what the amount is in total, and we want to also get our note. And again, this note is optional, so it could be defined, but it could be not defined. And since we now fetch our data, I want to now do a if check, because it could be that our invoice ID is not valid, because I don't know, a user just types Jan, and Jan is of course not an ID. So this means we want to do validation with a if check. So let me do an if check, and let's say, hey, if we don't have any data, you do that with an exclamation mark, then let me return next response. Let's do a .json, and let's destructure it, and let's give it a error. And for the message, I want to say invoice not found. Let me also give it a status. So after we destructured it, let me again get a object, and let's do status of 404. This means resource not found. So now we have further validation, which means we now validate that we get actual live data. And if not, we just return a error message. To show it to you, let me do a hard refresh, and now you should see right here, error, invoice not found. Nice. And since we now have our data, this means we can now generate our PDF. How do we generate a PDF in a Node.js environment? Well, you have a few libraries, a few options, and in this video, we will use JSPDF. JSPDF is a relatively low-level library. This means you have to do everything by yourself, but the benefit of that is that the bundle size is relatively small, and this also means that you have a lot of customization, because again, it's relatively bare bones. And generating a PDF with JSPDF is super simple. All you do is first of all create a new document or a new PDF, you give it the orientation, the unit, the format, and then you pass your values. And tada, you have generated your PDF. This is what we will do, a bit more complex, but hey, it's relatively fun. So let me first of all install this package, JSPDF. Again, all links in the YouTube description. Let me go back, let's open the terminal. I will stop my dev server, let's clear it, and let's paste it. Or no, I don't want to paste it, but I want to do a npm JSPDF. Now you see we have installed it. I can again clear it, and let me do a npm run dev. So my dev server is now restarting, and now let's initialize JSPDF. So let me do a constant PDF, or you could call it doc, but I think PDF is a bit more, what would you say, explanatory, if this makes sense. And then this is equal to new JSPDF. This does not import for me automatically, which means we have to import it manually. On top, let me do a import, let me get JSPDF, and this is imported from JSPDF. And now we can use it down below. I have invoked it, let me destructure it, and let's open it. As I already mentioned in the documentation, we have to now pass 3 properties: the orientation, the unit, and the format. Let's start with our orientation, and this is portrait, because a invoice is always in portrait format. Then we have our unit, and this will be millimeters. You also have, for example, centimeters or pixels, but I think millimeters makes the most sense. and then we have the format, and the format is a string, and this is A4 because the invoice has the size of a standard blank page. So since we have now initialized JS PDF, we can now get started and generate our PDF. So let's do a pdf.setFont, and with this I set a font which is globally available in this PDF. Let's invoke it, and I want to pass Helvetica. This is the font which I want to use. Let me also create a comment, and let me say set font. Then let's continue. Let me now create a header. So let me say set header, and then down below we can do a pdf.setFontSize. Let's invoke it, and let's say 24 pixels. Then let's continue, and let me now do a pdf.text. And in this text, I want to now pass the invoice name, so as an argument. Let me do a data.invoice name, and now we are finished. Or are we not? Well, right here you see we get an error. It says expected 3 to 5 arguments but got 1. Okay, what arguments are missing? Well, we have to pass a x value and a y value. This means how would you say it, like on the x-axis and y-axis. And I want to say for the x-axis 20 and for the y-axis also 20. This means this invoice name will be rendered on the top left corner. So 20 pixels or 20 millimeters from the left side and 20 millimeters from the top side. So top left corner. And now let's save this. Let's go back. Let me do a hard refresh and we get invoice not found. Okay, we have to pass a correct invoice ID. So let me open Prisma Studio, let me open the terminal, second terminal tab, and let me do a npm dlx Prisma Studio. So Prisma Studio has now finally loaded, which means I can now copy a ID. Let me just copy a random value, so one random ID from an invoice. Let's again close it, let's go back, and let me paste it instead of Jan. Let me click on enter, and we get a HTTP error 500. Why do we get an error? Well, that's because we don't return anything. Right now we just return a next response if we have an error, but if everything is successful, we don't return anything. What I want to do is return our PDF, and that's what we will do now. So let's first of all generate a buffer. Let's again create a message or a comment, and let me say generate PDF as buffer. And underneath we can now do a constant PDF buffer, which is equal to buffer.from. Let's invoke it, and let's pass pdf.output. Let's invoke it, and then inside of here we can get our array buffer. So the number one question which you probably have right now is, hey Jan, what did we just do right here? Buffer from PDF output, array buffer, wow, this makes no sense. So this pdf.output array buffer converts our JS PDF, so this document which we have created, it converts it into an array buffer. And this is just a low-level representation of binary data. We now know what this is, but what is this buffer from? Well, this buffer from converts our array buffer into a Node.js buffer object. And this is better suited for Node.js. And since we now get our PDF buffer, we can now return our PDF. This means let me go underneath the PDF buffer. Let's do a comment. Let's say return PDF as download. And then let me do a return new next response. Let's invoke it. Let's pass our PDF buffer. Let's do a comma, open a object, and we want to now pass two headers. So let's first of all get our headers. Let's open it. And the first thing we have right here is our content type. So let's spell content -type. And then this is equal to application/PDF. Because again, we return a PDF. We don't return an image or some Google Doc. We return a PDF. And after that, I want to also now pass the content disposition. So let me get the content-disposition. Please make sure that you spell it correctly. And this is equal to inline. And I also see I misspelled disposition. So let's spell it correctly. And now we have application PDF. and inline. What does this mean? So again, application PDF just means that we want to generate a PDF file, or in other words, we want to return a PDF file, and this content disposition means that we want to display this PDF file inline. So we don't want to automatically download it, but we want to show a inline view of the PDF. And if I now save this and go back and do a hard refresh, we now see a inline PDF. So again, we generated a PDF and we gave it a content disposition of inline, which means we rendered inline. You could also download it automatically, that's fine, but I think this view is better because the user can automatically download it. So yeah, let's again go back. We are now finished and now we can continue and adjust our PDF. So the next thing which I want to render is the from name, the from email, and the from address. So let me go underneath this. Let's again do a comment and let me say from section. And let me now do a pdf.set font size, not set font, but set font size. Let's invoke it. Let's say 12 pixels. After that, let's do a pdf.text. Let's invoke it. Let's say from. And then for our pixels, let's say 20 for the x-axis and 40 for the y-axis. And this is not pixels, but millimeters. After that, let's again do a pdf.set font size. Let's invoke it. Let's say 10 pixels. And then we can do a pdf.text. And inside of here, I want to now render my invoice from name, from email, and from address. So instead of just rendering some string right here, we can get an array, and inside of there, we can get our data.from name, then comma, data.from email, and also data.from address. What I want to now also pass is of course our x and y axis. So let's say on the x axis 20 millimeters and on the y axis 45. Let's now save this. Let's go back. Let me do a hard refresh. And now we see from Jan Marshall the email and also the address. Now we want to do the same for the to section or for the client section. So let's go back and let me go underneath this from section. Let's create a comment. Let's say client section. And then let me do a pdf.set font size. Let's again say 12 pixels. Let me do a pdf.text. And inside of here, we want to say bill 2. And inside of here, we want to again pass our millimeter values for the x and y axis. And this is 20 and then also 70. After this, let me now also render our client name, client email, and client address. For that, let's again, first of all, do a pdf.set font size. This will be 10. And after this, we can do a pdf.text. Let's invoke it. Let's get an array. And let's do a data.client name. Then let's do a comma, data.client email. And let me get my data.client address. Of course, we want to also pass our x and y axis, and this is 20 and 75. Let's save it, let's go back, let's do a hard refresh, and now you see from and to. So now we're finished with this section, and the next section which I want to render is for the invoice details. This means invoice number, the date, and the due date. Let me say for the comment invoice details. And then let's start with our font size. So let's do a pdf.set font size and let's say 10 pixels. After that, let me do a pdf.text and let's invoke it. Instead of using strings inside of here, I want to use upticks, and that's because I want to render my dynamic value, which is my invoice number, and I get the invoice number from Prisma. So we will use upticks. Then let me say invoice number, colon, hashtag, and then let me render my dynamic value with this $sign and then these brackets, and let's say data.invoice number. Of course, let's pass our x and y variables, so this is 120 and 40. If you now save it and go back and do a hard refresh, you now see the invoice number on the right side and it says number 3. I want to now also render my date. So let's do a pdf.text, let's invoke it, and let me again use upticks, and let's say date, colon, and let me get my data.date. Let's of course pass again our variables. So let's say 120 for x and 45 for the y-axis. Let's go back, let me do a hard refresh. Yeah, not really what we want. This is not formatted correctly. So how do we format a date? Well, we use this new international JavaScript API. So let me delete this data.date and let's do a new international, then dot date time format. Let's invoke it. For the format, en, or for the locale, en dash uppercase US. Let's add a comma. Let's open a object. For the date style, let's say long, and then at the end, let me do a dot format, let's invoke it, and let's pass our data.date. Let me again go back, and if you do a hard refresh, you now see November 15th, 2024. So this is now formatted. Let me now also render the due date, so let me do a pdf.text, let's invoke it, let's use upticks, and let me say due date, net, and then I want to render my live data, so data.dueDate. Let's also pass x and y variables, so 120 and then also 50. Let's save it, let's go back, let's do a hard refresh, and now you see all of the values. Invoice number, due date, or not due date, but the standard date, and then also your due date, and it says net 15. So we're now finished with this section, and the next section which I want to render is the item table header. This means I want to render the label for our description or item description for our quantity, rate, and amount. So yeah, let's create it. Let me go underneath this section, so underneath the invoice details, let me create a new comment, and let me say item table header. Underneath the comment, let's do a pdf.set font size, let's say 10. So let me first of all invoke it, let's say 10. Underneath this, let me do a pdf.set font. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we do set font if we already set it at the top, so Helvetica? Well, that's because I want to now give it a bold or a boldness. So let me first of all again copy Helvetica, and let's paste it inside of here, and then we can do a comma and say bold. And underneath this, we can now do a pdf.text, let's invoke it, and this will be for our description. Let me also add a x and y variable, let's say 20 and 100. Let me now save this and let me show you this bold text style. So let's do a hard refresh, and we should now see at the bottom our description. And as you see, this is bold, and that's because we added bold in this set font method. Let's now continue. Let me do again a pdf.text. Let's invoke it. Let's pass our quantity, and let me do a variable of 100 and 100. Then let's continue. Let's again do a pdf.text, let's invoke it, and this is for the rate. Let's do a x and y, and this is 130 and 100. Let's do our last pdf.text. So let's do a pdf.text, let's invoke it, and this is for our amount. Should we say amount or total? Let's say total. And then for the variables, let's say 160 and 100. And now we are finished with all of our values, but I see one problem. Instead of using commas, these should be semicolons. So let's add them, let's save it, let me go back, let's do a hard refresh, and now you see description, quantity, rate, and total. So we have now added all of these values, and now I want to render like a line. So underneath these values, I want to have a horizontal line. So let's go back, then underneath this section, let's create a comment, let's say draw header line, and then let me do a pdf.line, so not a text, but a line. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, I have to pass 4 arguments. This is x1, x2 and y1 and y2. Now y1 and y2 will have the same values, but the x1 and the x2 is when our line ends. So let's say x1 will be 20, so on the left side, and x2 will be on the right side. So x1, it starts right here, and x2, it ends right here. So let me go back, and for this argument, let me say 20. This is where we start. Then for the y-axis, let me say 102. Let's add a comma. For x2, this is when the line ends. This is 190. And for the y2, this is again 102, because the y-axis does not change. And if you now go back and do a hard refresh, you will see this vertical line. If you would, for example, update this 102 to, let's say, 150, save it and again go back, you will now see that this line is diagonal, if this makes sense, so it isn't horizontal anymore, and that's not what we want. So let's again change it to 102, and then we will have a straight horizontal line. So we're now finished with this line, and the next step or the next section is the details. This means the actual description, the quantity, the rate, and the total amount. So let me go back and let me go underneath this section. Let me create a comment, let's say item details, and let's render them. The first thing which we have to do is again normalize our font. So let me do a pdf.set font, let's invoke it, and this is again Helvetica. So let me copy Helvetica, let's paste it, and for the font style, this is normal, because we don't want to have any boldness anymore, but we want to have a standard normal font, which is like 400 or 500, so the weight. So this is finished. Let's now continue. The next item will be our item description. So let's do a pdf.text. Let's invoke it. Let me pass my data.invoice item description. And for the X variable, this will be 20. And for the Y variable, this will be 110. Let's save it. Let's go back. Let me do a hard refresh. Wow, this description is so informative. I know exactly what this invoice means. No, I'm kidding, but okay, who cares? Let me now also add the quantity, the rate, and the total amount. So let's go back. Let me go underneath this and let's do a new pdf.text. Let's invoke it. Inside of here, let me render my data.invoice item quantity, and let me also pass an X and Y variable. This will be 100, and for the Y variable, this will be 110. Again, if you go a bit to the top, right here we had our quantity, and for the X variable we set 100, and that's why I also add the 100 right here. But now we get an error, and it says argument of type number is not assignable to type string. What's the problem? Well, the invoice item quantity is the number, right? Because if you open the schema, we have right here, where is it, the invoice item quantity, and this is an integer. But this PDF renders strings. This means we have to format this number to a string. So let me call the method .toString and let's invoke it. And if you save it or if you leave it like that, you now see we don't have any error anymore, and that's because we have now converted this number to a string. After the quantity, we want to now render our rate. So let's do a pdf.text, let's invoke it. Let's get our data.invoice item rate, and for the X variable, let me say 130, and for the Y axis, this will be 110. Let me also convert this to a string, so let me do a toString and let's invoke it. And if I now save it and again go back and do a hard refresh, you now see the quantity and the rate. This looks fine, but the problem which I currently have is that this rate is not formatted. But as you all know, we have a format currency helper function. So let me delete this invoice item rate in general. Let's delete it and let me get my format currency helper function. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, let me pass, or let me first of all destructured, let me get my amount. This will be equal to the data.invoice item rate. And then we also have our currency, and this is equal to our data.currency. And now before we check it out, we currently get an error, and it says type string is not assignable to type euro or dollar. So let's mark it as any, because we know that it's assignable. And if you go back and do a hard refresh, you now see your quantity and then also the rate which is formatted. And here's also again the benefit of the PDF. I can copy the text. So this means, for example, if I want to copy my name, I can do that. If I have a screenshot, then I can't copy the text, and this is not very nice if you are dealing with invoices. So now we are only missing one more thing, and this is the total. So let me go back, let me go underneath this, invoice item rate, and let's do a pdf.text, let's invoke it. Let me again get my format currency helper function, let's invoke it, let's destructure it. For the amount, this will be our data.total, and then we also have our currency, and this is equal to our data.currency as any. And then we are only missing two more things, and this is the x variable and the y variable. So for the x variable, this is 160, and for the y variable, this is 110. And again, why do we say 160? Well, that's because at the top we have our total, and we said x is 160 millimeters from the left side. And if you again go back and do a hard refresh, we should now have our total. So you see quantity 10 times 100 is 1000, so $1,000. We are now finished with this item details section, and now I want to continue with our total section. So let's go underneath here, let me create a comment, and let's say total section. Underneath the comment, let me do a pdf.line, because I want to again render a line, and let's say for the x1 variable, this is 20, for the y variable, this will be 115, then for the x2 variable, this is 190, and for the y2 variable, this is again 115. And if you now save it and go back, we should now have a clean horizontal line. And again, for you to remember, 20 is the x1 axis. This means it starts right here on the left side, and the x2 axis, so 190, is where it ends. If I would say 50, then it would end somewhere right here where my mouse is. So let's again go back, we now have our line, and the next thing which I want to render is again a boldness. So let's do a pdf.set font. This is again Helvetica, so let me copy the font name, and let me paste it right here, and let's again say bold. After this, I want to now render our currency, so let me do a pdf.text, let's invoke it, let's use upticks because I want to use a dynamic value, and let me say total, let's use parentheses, and in the parentheses, let me get my dynamic value, which is the data.currency. Let's pass an x and y variable. For x, this is 130, and for the y-axis, it will be also 130. Let me go back, let's do a hard refresh, total USD. Let me now also render the currency itself, or not the currency, but the total. So let me do a pdf.text, let's invoke it. Then let me get my format currency helper function, let's invoke it, let's destructure it, let's get the amount. This is equal to our data.total. Let me also get the currency, and this is equal to our data.currency as any. We want to also pass our x and y variable. This means this will be 160 for the x variable and 130 for the y variable. If you again go back and do a hard refresh, we now see total, and this is 1000 USD. We are now finished with our total, or with this section, and the last section which I want to render is our additional node, or in other words nodes if we have multiple nodes. So let me go underneath this section, let me create a new comment, and let's say additional node. Damn, I probably misspelled it, but okay, who cares? And inside of here, before we do some pdf.text or something like that, we want to first of all do an if check, because we are not 100% sure that we have a node. Because again, if you remember, our node was optional, which means it could be undefined. And if it's undefined, we don't want to render it. So let me do a if check, and let's say, hey, if we have a data.description, or not description, but node, then let's open it, and now we can use our pdf.text. Let's first of all normalize our font. So let me do a pdf.set font. Let's invoke it. Let's again say Helvetica. So let me copy the name, and I want to also again normalize it as normal, so the font style. So let me say normal. Now we are finished with that. Let me do a font size. So let's say pdf.set font size, and this is 10. After this, let me now do our PDF text. So let's do pdf.text, let's invoke it, and I want to pass or say nodes, or should we say node or nodes? Let's say node, let's say colon, and then we want to pass our x and y variable. For the x variable, this will be 20, and then for the y variable, I don't know, so this y variable was 130 for our total, so let's maybe say 150. Let's save it, let's go back, let's do a hard refresh. And yeah, I think 150 is quite good because it gives us quite a lot of space to our total. Let's go back and let's render now our actual description, or our actual node. So let me do a pdf.text, let's invoke it, and let me pass my data.node. For the x variable, this will be 20, and for the y variable, 155. Let's again go back. Let me do a hard refresh, and it says this is a test. Congrats everyone, we are now finished with our invoice. We have our name, we have the from section, the billing to section, we have the invoice number, the date, the due date, and we have of course also the individual invoice item. This means the description, the quantity, the rate, and then the total USD value. And of course, the best thing, we also render a note, and this note is rendered conditionally. This means if we don't have a note, then we don't render it. So now we are finally finished with PDF generation. We fetch the data which is needed for the PDF, we then render it, or in other words, we create the PDF with the data and we make it available through this route handler. Now, if you open our server actions, so let's go back, you will see we have our server action, which is the create invoice. In the create invoice, we have our email, which we sent. And inside of here, we have our invoice link, which is currently just a dummy value. But instead of having a dummy value, I want to pass the link to our route handler so that when the user gets the email and clicks on the button, the user will get redirected to this route handler, and this route handler will generate the PDF. Let me delete this dummy value, we don't need it, and let me use upticks. Now inside of here, we have to first of all pass our base URL. What is our base URL? Well, right now it's localhost 3000. So what I'll do is go back to Chrome and let me copy localhost 3000. Let's go back, let's paste it inside of here, and then this is /API /invoice and then /data.id. So I want to get the dynamic value, and this is our data.id. What is the data? Well, this is what we get returned from Prisma. Because again, if you remember, we create a mutation in Prisma. We create a new invoice. And when we create a new invoice, we get a UUID, or in other words, a unique ID. And this unique ID is what we want to pass as our dynamic value, because this is how we get our data in the route handler. Because if you can remember, on the top we get our invoice ID, and that's how we fetch our data from Prisma. So now our invoice link is finished, localhost 3000 /API /invoice /data.id. And now I think we should test it out. So let's save it, let's go back, and let me create a new invoice. So the first thing is the name. Let me just say test invoice email. Then for the invoice number 6, for the currency euro, for the name Jan Marshall, for the email some gibberish, for the address also some gibberish, for the client name let me say John Fisher. If your domain is verified, then please pass right here a correct email, but I use the demo Mailtrap email, so let me also pass some gibberish. And then for the address, let me just say Chad Street 124. For the date, November 18th is fine. For the due date, net 30. For the description, I don't know, consulting in marketing. For the quantity 1, and for the rate 5,000. So now we see a total euro 5,000 euros. And for the note, let me just say bank details, Revolut Bank. Let me now send the invoice to the client. We have a pending state and we get redirected. Let me now open Gmail and let's see if we have something. Or let's wait for a notification. Yes, this was my phone, which means we got an email. Let me open Gmail, and inside of here we see invoice for John Fisher. Yes, invoice number 6, due date, total amount 5,000 euros. And now let me click on download invoice. We should get redirected, and yes, we generate a PDF. Test invoice email from Jan Marshall to John Fisher. Invoice number, date, due date. We have the description, the quantity, the rate, and the note. Everything is rendered. Yes, you can't imagine how excited I am. Wow. So everyone, congrats. Give yourself a back or a pat on the back, or however you call it. I don't know. Congrats, we are finished with that. And now let me finish one more thing, because if I click on create invoice, the form name, the form email, and the form address, they are not propagated. This means I want to add a default value, because we had our onboarding route, and in the onboarding route we already added our our first name and last name, and we also added our address. So let's fix it. So the first thing which I want you to do right now is go to the create route. So not to the create invoice component, but to the create invoice route, because this is a server component, and in a server component we can fetch data. Let me first of all create a async function. Let's call it get user data. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder .user.find unique. So I want to find a unique user. This means we have to use the where statement. And I want to find a unique user where the ID matches. How do I get my ID? Well, we get it through the params. So let me get a user ID, which is of type string. And then this ID is equal to our user ID. Now I want to also do a select statement, because I don't want to get everything from the user model, but I only need the first name, last name, address, and email. I don't need the ID, relation to the accounts or anything like that. So let me get the first name, let's set this to true. Let me get the last name, let's set this to true. Let me get the address, let's set this to true. And let's get our email, and let's set this also to true. So now we get all of our data. Let me now also return it down below, so return data. And now I want to get this data in my function. So let me go above the return statement, but still in the function, and let's do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get user data. Let's invoke it, and now we get 2 errors. The first error is that we have to mark our function as async, and this is again safe to do so because this is a server component. So let's do a export default async function, and then for the get user data function we are missing one argument, and this is our user ID. Currently we don't get our user ID, which means we have to fetch it. So above the constant data, let me do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it, and then we can pass our session.user.id as an argument. Currently we get an error, so what I'll do is mark this as string. Since we now fetch our data, we can now pass it to our create invoice component. So let me open the create invoice component, and we want to get the data through our params. So let me create an interface above this export function so that I know what type everything is. So let's do an interface app props. Let's open it, and inside of here I will get a few things. First of all, we will get a first name. This is of type string. Then we will get a last name. This is of type string. Then we have our address. This is of type string. And we will also get our email, which is of type string. So now we have these 4 properties. And then in the params for the create invoice function, we can now the structured. And this is of type props. And then where it is structured, if I click on Control Spacebar, I now see all of my properties. So let's get our address, let's get our email, our first name, and our last name. So now we have all of these values, and if I again go back to the page.tsx, you now see we have an error. Why do we have an error? Well, that's because we are missing these 4 properties: the address, email, first name, and last name. Let's start with the last name. This is equal to our data.lastname. Then we have our address. This is equal to our data.address. Then we have our email, and this is equal to our data.email. And then we also have our first name, and this is equal to our data.firstname. And now you see we get 4 errors, and it says right here type string or null or undefined is not assignable to type string. Man, oh man, oh man, always errors. Man, I hate TypeScript. No, I'm joking. I don't hate TypeScript. I love TypeScript, because TypeScript tells us, hey, are you sure that the last name is defined? Because it could be not defined, and that's not what you want. But we know that the last name and the address and everything like that is defined, so we can do a as string. Let's do it for all 4 values, so as string. And now this is all. Let's save it. Let's go back, and now this error should go away. And yes, as you see, all is good. And what we can do now is go to our create invoice component, and now we can add these values as default values for our inputs. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom and let's find our from section. So this is the currency, and here we have our from section. The first thing we have is our from name, and let's add right here a default value. And for the default value, I want to pass my first name and last name. So let's first of all get our first name, then let me do a plus, let's get a string, let's do a white space, let's again do a plus, and then last name. If you would now save it and go back, you now see Jan Marshall. Let's now continue with the email and the address. So for the email, let's give it a default value, and this will be our email. And let's go also to our address. Let's give it a default value, and this is equal to our address. So now we are finished, and if you now go back, you see Jan Marshall, my email, and Shad Street 124. Nice. The address is so cool, man. Okay, who cares? But yeah, we're finished. We now propagate our values as default values. Our send to invoice client button works. We see our invoices in our management route. And I guess we are now finished with this. This means we can create invoices, we send the email, and then we see the invoices in our management route. But what I want to now do is allow the user to edit a invoice, to download a invoice, to set a reminder email, to delete the invoice, and to mark the invoice as paid. So we will do this exactly in this chronological order. And then after all of that, we will be finished completely with invoices. We will generate or create our dashboard, our landing page, deploy the application, and we will be finished. So I would say you are now about, let's say 50% finished. So congrats to you. Let's now finish off the rest. As mentioned, let's first of all start with the edit invoice route. So let's go back to VS Code. Let me close all of this. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, in the dashboard folder, in the invoices folder, and inside of here, I want to create another folder, or in other words, a new route. And this will be a dynamic route. So please create a folder with these array brackets. For the name, let me say invoice ID, and let's create it. In the invoice ID folder, let me create a new file, and this will be page.tsx. And now we have our route. So since this is a route, let's do a export default function. Let's call it, or let me spell function correctly. Let's call it edit invoice route. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me do a, I guess, return, and let me just return a div h1, and let's say hello from the edit route. Let's save it, let's go back, and let me click on edit invoice. Wow, nothing happened. Why is that? Well, that's because right now we haven't passed anything for the edit invoice button. So what we can do is open our invoice list component, because that's where we render our table cell, and there we have another component which is the invoice actions. So let's open the invoice actions, and inside of here you now see our edit route, so edit invoice. And for the link, we passed a empty string. And now for the href, we want to pass /dashboard/invoices/ our invoice ID. Because again, if you go to your Explorer, we have this dynamic folder in the invoices folder. Or not dynamic folder, but dynamic route. But now we have the problem, this invoice actions component does not get the invoice ID. So we have to fix that, and I want to get the invoice ID through my params. So let me create a new interface. Let's call it iappprops, and this is in the invoice actions component. Let's open it and let me get an ID, which is of type string. And yeah, this is all for now. Let me now destructure our params. Let's give it a type of iappprops, and then let me get my ID. So now we have our ID. Currently, we don't pass it in the invoice list. We will do that in a second. Let me first of all fix our link. So right here for the edit invoice, let me delete these strings. Let's use upticks and, or not upticks, let's first of all create these object brackets, and then inside of here, let's use upticks, and then this will be /dashboard/invoices, and then /dynamic value, what was it, ID. We can now save it, and if I now go back to the invoice list, we have to now pass in property, which is our ID. And this ID is equal to our invoice data.id, because again, if you remember, we map over our data and as in param we get the invoice. If I would rename this invoice to data, then we would say data.id. I hope this makes sense. So now let's save it, let's go back, and if I now click on edit invoice, we should get redirected. And that's what you see, hello from the edit route. So this is nice, we see the route works, and what I want to now do is fetch my data. So let's go above the export default function and let me do a async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .invoice.find unique, since we want to find a unique invoice. Let's now invoke it, let's open it, or let's destructure it, I guess. And inside of here, we want to get our where statement, and I want to find one specific invoice. This means we want to find a invoice where first of all the ID matches, because in the URL we get an ID, and I want to also at the same time find a invoice where the user ID matches, because we only want to allow the original creator to view the invoice and to also edit the invoice. So let me first of all get our ID, and we will get it right here through the params. So let me get a invoice ID, which will be of type string, and we will get a user ID, which will also be of type string. Then in the where statement, let's get an ID, and this is equal to our invoice ID, and we want to also get our user ID, and this should be equal to our invoice ID. No, I'm joking, to our user ID. And now we find our invoice. Do I want to now also create a select statement? I don't think so. At the end of the day, we want to pretty much get everything, so I don't think a select statement is needed. The only thing which I want to now add is a if check, and I want to say, hey, if we don't get any data, let's return a 404. So let me do a if check and let's say, hey, if there's no data, so exclamation mark data, then let me do a return not found. Not found is imported from Next/navigation, and not found returns a 404. And if we know that we have data, or if we get data, I want to return our data at the end. So now we have created our async function, and now I want to get the data in our component or in this function. So let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now we get 2 errors. First of all, we want to mark this function as async. I don't think I have to explain to you why we mark it as async and why it's safe. So let's do an export default async function, and for the get data, I want to pass 2 arguments. This is the invoice ID and also the user ID. Let's first of all get our invoice ID, and then we will get our user ID. How do we get our invoice ID? Well, again, if you remember, our route is dynamic, which means we can get the invoice ID through our params. So in previous versions, this means in React 18 and Next.js 14, Next.js 13, you could just destructure right here, this params, get our params, and then we could say, hey, we want to get the invoice ID. This is how it worked in the past, but today, as already mentioned, in Next.js 15, this is a promise which we have to await. So what we'll do is create a type. So above the export default function, let me do a type. Let's call it params. And then this is equal to a promise. For the promise, we have to pass a generic. And as in child, we have an object. And inside of here, we have a invoice ID, which is of type string. Again, if you forgot, this invoice ID has to have the same spelling as this folder name. If you named the folder yo what's up, then this should be called yo what's up. And since we now know that, we can get this param in our params. So let me destructure the params, let me get my params. As you now see, we get an error. That's because we don't know what type params is, or TypeScript does not know it. So let's give it in type, and params is of type params uppercased. If you want to, you can rename this type right here to params invoice ID or something like that to make it more clear, but I think this is fine enough, to be honest. And since we now get that, we can await our params. So above the constant data, let's do a constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. And then where destructured, let me get the invoice ID. We can now pass the invoice ID as an argument, so let's pass it inside of here. The next thing which we have to pass is our user ID. And this means we have to first of all fetch the user ID. Above the constant data, let me do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it, and now we get our session. And in the session, we get our user ID. So let's do a comma, and let's do session.user.id, and let's mark it as string. So now we pass our invoice ID and user ID, and this means that we now, or in theory, we should now get data in return. So let me do a console log CLG, and let's console log our data. Let me see, is my dev server running? Yes, it's running. And if you go back and do a hard refresh and open your terminal, then you will see that we will get data. So we have the ID, the invoice name, the total amount, the status, and everything like that. So since we now see that we get our data, I can first of all delete the console log, and we can create a new component for our added invoice functionality, because again, if you remember, we want to do client-side validation, and when you do client-side validation, you have to mark your component as use client, and when you fetch data, like we do right here, we can't do that because this isn't a server component anymore. And yeah, so that's why we have to create a separate component. Let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let's create a new file, and let's call it added invoice.tsx. Since this is a component, let's do a export function. Let's call it added invoice. Let's invoke it, and let's open it. Inside of here, let me do a return. And for now, let's just return a div and h1 and hello. And I don't think I have to tell you, if I go back and do a hard refresh, that you don't see it. I think you all know we don't see anything because we don't render this component in our page.tsx. So let me go back to the page.tsx, let me delete everything in the return statement, and let me render my added invoice component, which I import from my components. This is self-closing, and if I again go back and do a hard refresh, you see hello. So what's the first thing we want to render in our added invoice? Well, we want to render our form. Now we could write our form from scratch, waste 2 hours or nothing, or we could go to our create invoice component and just copy everything in the return statement, because to be honest, it's the same code, it's the same form. So let me copy this whole card component and everything that is inside of this card component. So in total, 356 lines. My God, that's so much code. Let's copy it, and again, this sounds so weird. Oh man, I'm sorry. Let's go to the edit invoice, let's delete everything in the return statement, and let's paste it. Now you see we get a lot of errors, and all of these errors are import errors. Or not all, right here for example we are missing the form and everything like that, but we will initialize that in a second. Step 1, let's first of all import all of our components. So the card is imported from the components, the card content is the same also from our components, the badge is imported from the components, the input is imported from my components, the label is imported from my components, then we have our select element, that's imported from the components. Let me get my select trigger, let me get my select value, let me get my select content, and let me get my select item. Then what else are we missing? This all looks good, this also all looks good. Right here our popover, let's get it from our components. Let's get a popover trigger, let me get my button from my components. Then what else do we have? We have the calendar icon, let's get that. Then we have our popover content, let's import it. Let me get my calendar from my components. Then what else do we have? We have our text area, let's import it from the components. And I think that's all. Let's see, is there anything missing? Yes, our submit button, let me import it from my components. And now we have imported all of our components, and now we are missing the import for conform, or we have to initialize conform, and we have to initialize a few hooks, for example right here at the bottom, the set currency and everything like that. So let me go to the create invoice component, let's scroll to the top, and in this component what I want to get is all of my use states, and then also this constant calculate total. So let me copy all of this, let's go back and let's paste it above the return statement. Let me import the useState hook from React, and now a few errors should go away. Now the next step is to initialize conform and also the useActionState hook. So let's go back to the create invoice component and let me copy this useForm hook which we initialized and the useActionState hook. Let's copy it, let's go back and let's paste it above these useState imports, or not imports, but where we use useState, let's go above it and let's paste the useForm hook and the useActionState hook. Let's import useActionState from React. Let's import useForm from Conform to React. Let's import pass with Zod from Conform to Zod. And now we want to import our invoice schema from our utils. And then the last error which we get is for the create invoice server action. For now, let's import it. Later on, we will need to create a new one, so a new edit invoice. But for now, it's fine enough. So let's import it from the actions. And now we get 7 errors. So what are these errors? So the first error is the first name, last name. These are our default values. We will add them in a second. Let's first of all scroll a bit further to the bottom. Right here. We are missing the format currency function. So let's import it from our utils. And now I think this is already all. We are now only missing a few other properties, which is the address, the email, the first name and last name. But besides that, we are finished. Let me see if this component works. So let's save it. Let's go back and let me do a hard refresh. And now you see we get an error. Why do we have an error? Well, this useActionState hook, the useForm hook, and also the useState hook all rely on a JavaScript bundle. So let's mark this component as useClient. Let's save it. Let's go back. And now let's see, do we have any error? Yes, it says first name is required, last name is required, and everything like that. But before I fix it, let me first of all get also all of the other values. Because for the form, I want to render all of the default values. This means we already have an invoice name. We already have an invoice number. I don't know, a rate. We have the quantity. We have all of these values. And we can add them as default values. This means on top, above the export function, we can create an interface. Let's call it iappprops. Let's open it. Inside of here, we will get data. And now we want to give our data a type. If you go to the page.tsx and hover over data, you see the type. We get an invoice name, total, a status, and everything like that. But we have a problem. Right here it says 12 or more. This means we can't just copy it and paste it right here because we are missing 12 other values. So how can we give our data a type without writing everything or without just going to our model, copying the value and pasting it right here? This will take ages and I don't want to do that. So what we can do is get Prisma. Prisma is now imported from Prisma client, and then we can do a .invoice get payload, and now you see we get an error. That's because we have to add a generic, and this is just a empty object. If you now hover over data, you now see we get all of this data. This means we get the ID, the invoice name, the total, and everything else that the model offers. And since we now have our type or our interface, we can now destructure our params. We can give it a type of iappprops, and if I now click on Control Spacebar, we get our data. If I go to our page.tsx, you now see we get an error, and that's because we are missing one property. What is the property? Well, that's our data, and our data is equal to our data. As you see, we don't get any error anymore, and now we can continue in our edit invoice component and add all of these values as default values for the inputs. So let's get started. The first thing with which I want to start is our useState hooks. For the selected date, we currently pass a initial state of new date. Instead of passing new date, let's pass our data.date. Then let's continue. We now have our rate. Instead of passing a empty string, let me pass our data.invoice item rate. Then we have our quantity. Instead of passing a string, let me pass my data.invoice item quantity. If you now scroll a bit to the bottom, you will see we currently get an error and it says argument of type string is not assignable to type number. So what we want to do is convert this number, so this initial state, data.invoiceItemRate and data.invoiceItemQuantity, we want to convert these values to a string value. So what I will do at the end, call a toString method and let's invoke it. Let's do the same for the invoice item quantity. Let's say toString and let's invoke it. Let's now continue with our currency, and instead of saying USD, let me get my data.currency. So now we are finished with our useState hooks, and now we can continue with our inputs. So the first input which we have is the invoice name. Instead of passing a default value of fields.invoiceName.initialValue, let's instead pass data.invoiceName. Then let's continue. The next input is the invoice number. Let me delete this default value and let's pass instead our data.invoice number. Then let's continue. The next value is our currency. Here we don't have a default value, which means there's nothing to pass. The default value is our state and we already updated our state. So let's scroll further. The next input which we have is for our first name, or not for our first name, but for our from name. And as you see, we currently already pass a first name and a last name. Let me delete this, and instead of passing that, let's get our data.from name. Then we have our email. Instead of passing the email as a default value, let's get our data.from email. And instead of saying address for this default value, let's get our data.from address. And now we don't have any errors anymore, so we can save it, go back, and right here you now see a default value for the name, for the invoice number, and for the currency. Also, you see default values for the from fields, so for the name, for the email, and for the address. Let's now do the same for the client info. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and instead of saying fields.clientName.name, let me say data.clientName. Then let's continue with the client email. This is data.clientEmail. Then let's continue with the address, and this is equal to data.clientAddress. If you again go back, you now see John Fisher, the address or the email, and then the address. Let's now continue with our date and invoice due. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom. For the date, we don't have to do anything because we already updated our useState hook. So I can skip the date, and I want to go to the select element with our invoice due. Instead of calling this default value, or instead of passing this value, let's get our data.dueDate. And there's also one thing which currently pops up in my head. If I open my Zod schemas file and go to the invoice schema, you will see we have a due date, and I set minimum of 1. That's not what we want to say. We want to say minimum of 0, because there's also a due date of 0, so a instant payment. So now we have updated that. I can again go back, and now we have an error. The error is that type number is not assignable to type string. This means we have to convert this due date from a number to a string. And how do we do that? Well, we can call a method which is toString. Let's invoke it, and now this is finished. And if you now save it and go back and do a hard refresh, you now see net 30. Let's now continue with our description, since our quantity, rate, and amount already have been updated, and that's because they use state and we already updated our state. So let me go to our description. Where do we have our text area? We have it right here. Let me delete the default value and let's pass our data dot invoice item description. Then for this input we can skip it because we already have the value quantity. For the rate I can also skip it, and for the total amount I can also skip it. The only thing which we have to now add, or where we have to add a default value, is our node text area. So let me delete this default value and let's pass our data.node. Then at the bottom we have our submit button, and instead of saying send invoice to client, let me say update invoice. Also, currently we get an error for the default value, and it says type string or null is not assignable to type string or number or read-only string array or undefined. The problem which we currently get is that node could either be string or null, because as I mentioned, the node is optional. So what we can do is nullish coalescence. This means if this node is not defined, then we will render something else. And if it's not defined, we will render undefined. And nullish coalescence works with these two question marks. So again, nullish coalescence, the concept of that is you have your first value, so ABC, and if ABC is not defined for some reason, then you do nullish coalescence and render something else. So this is how nullish coalescence works, and this is a TypeScript trick. And if we now save it and go back, we now see that all of our inputs have a default value. We have the name, the invoice number, the currency, I don't know, the date, the invoice due, description, quantity, rate, and a note, and everything looks perfect. So what we want to now do is create a server action, because if I would now click on this button, which I won't do, we will create a new invoice, and that's not what we want to do. We want to update our invoice, and currently we pass the create invoice action, which would create the exact opposite. It would create a new invoice. So let me go to the actions file and let's create a new server action. Let's do a export async function. Let's call it edit invoice. Let's invoke it. And let me also get in the params my form data, and this is of type form data. Let me now open this function. And how do we get started inside of a server action? Well, the first step is to first of all secure the server action. So let me do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it, and now we make sure that only authenticated users are able to create a submission, or in other words, to create a mutation. So this is step 1. Step number 2 is now compare our form data against our Zod schema, and we do that with conform. So let me do a constant, or let me create a constant submission, and this is equal to pass with Zod. Let's invoke it, let's pass our form data, and let me open a object. Inside of here, we get a schema, and this is equal to our invoice schema. So now we have our submission, and as you all know, our submission status is either successful or failed. If it's failed, we want to return our error messages. So let's do an if check and let's say, hey, if submission.status, if this status is not equal to success, then let me return a submission.reply. So now we know that our data is safe, which means we can now create our mutation with Prisma. Let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma.invoice.update. Let's invoke it and let's open it. So what I did right here is call the update method. And the update method means that I want to update one specific invoice. When you want to update one specific thing, or just find a specific thing in Prisma, you want to use the where statement. And I want to find the invoice where first of all the ID matches, but also where the user ID matches my user ID. So for the user ID, we already get it. This is our session.user.id, and for the ID, so for the invoice ID, we currently don't get it. So what we can do is get the ID through form data. So let's do a form data.get, and let me get the ID, and let's mark it as string. We now find a specific invoice using the ID and user ID, but what we want to also now do is update data. So let's get our data, let's open it. And what do we want to update? Well, we want to update pretty much everything. We want to update the amount, the currency, the to name. And the thing is, even if the user does not update anything, we have the default value, which means nothing will change in the database. So let's get our amount first of all, or not amount but total, and this is equal to our submission.value.total. And you know what, maybe instead of wasting our time and writing everything from scratch, let me go to the create invoice server action and let me copy everything in the data object. Let's copy everything and let's paste it down below for this data. So let me delete the total and let me paste what I've just copied. So these are all of the values or all of the data which I just copied from the create invoice server action. The only thing which I will delete from here is the user ID, because I don't want to update the user ID. The user ID is already there and there's no need to change it or to update it. And now we are finished, and the last thing which I want to do is redirect the user to the dashboard or to the invoices route. So let me do a return redirect. We already imported that. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, this is /dashboard/invoices. And now we can copy the name of the server action, edit invoice. Let me go to the edit invoice component, and in the use action state hook, instead of passing create invoice, let me pass edit invoice. Let's import it from the actions, and now everything should work. But no, we get an error. No, that's not what I wanted. Let's hover over edit invoice. No, this is even worse. The error message is like 1 kilometer long and it's cryptic. I don't understand anything. Type undefined is not assignable to type form data. La 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 la. What the hell does this mean? Okay, I'll be honest with you, the error message is quite bad. I myself don't understand what it means, but I know how to fix it. And the fix is, if we go to the server actions, we have to get our previous state in the params. Now, as mentioned, we don't use the previous state, but it's required for the server action when we use the use action state hook. If you want to learn how to use the previous state hook or why exactly we need it, then I would recommend you to watch the video as mentioned before. So this will be the previous video to this one. Watch it, and then you will know everything about the use action state hook, how it works, and why you need certain things for the use action state hook. And now I think we are finished. We added it right here, edit invoice. We do a pass with Zod, invoice schema. We have our should validate, should we validate. Yeah, it looks good to me, to be honest. Let's test it out. Let me go back. Let's do a hard refresh. You see all of the data is persisted. And let me maybe update the invoice number. Let's say 10. And for the to value, let me say Michael Fisher. Let me now click on update invoice. We have in pending state and we get an error. What's the problem? Constant data, yeah, that's not really a problem. Argument ID must not be null. Okay, let's open the actions file. Is there something which I forgot? So right here, where statement ID? I do a form data.getID, but in the edit invoice component, I don't make the ID available for form data. So how should this submission work? Well, it doesn't. So to create or to fix this error, what we have to do is make our ID available to form data. And you do it with a input which is hidden. So let me create a input. This is of type hidden. Let's give it a name. This is ID. And for the value, this is our data.id. Let's save it. Let's go back. Let's do a hard refresh. And let's do the same. So invoice number 10, and for the to name, this will be Michael Fisher. Let me now click on update invoice. We have a pending state and we see invoice ID 10, Michael Fisher, $5,000. Yes, that's what I wanted. So updating our invoice finally works, but you know, there's one more thing which I want to add, and that's when we edit our invoice, I want to send this new invoice to our client. So let's first of all create a template and then we will send the email. For that, let's head over to Mailtrap, again, YouTube description, first link, and let me click on login. Inside of the dashboard, let me go to the sidebar, let's click on templates, and what I want to do is first of all click on the send invoice template. I know we don't want to send an invoice, we want to edit or send an email for the edited invoice, but still, let's go to the send invoice. Let me click on the bottom right corner on edit. What I want to do is copy this HTML template. So let me copy everything. And what I will do is just click on finish. That's fine. We don't want to change anything. And what I want to do is create a new template. So let's again go to the sidebar. Let me click on templates. And let me click on create new template. For the domain, I will select demo.mailtrap.com. If you have already verified your domain, then please select the correct one. For the template name, let me just say edit invoice. For the subject, I don't know, what should we say? Previous invoice has been edited, or yeah, I guess, let's say previous invoice has been changed. Yeah, I think that's better. And for the category, let me say edited invoice. or edited. Is this even a word? Let's say edit invoice. Let me now continue, and now let me go to the HTML editor, so not drag and drop, but HTML editor, and let me start from scratch. Inside of here, we now have an empty HTML editor. Let me paste the code. So on the right side, you now see the UI of our email template. And that's the template which we created for sending invoices for the first time. But now this email template is there to send edited invoices. So we will say invoice for test client name. Instead of saying that, let me maybe say not changed but updated invoice for client name. Dear client name, I hope this email finds you well. Please find the updated invoice attached below. Yeah, I think this is a bit better. Invoice details, that's fine. You can download your invoice by clicking the button below. If you have any questions, yeah, that's all fine. I think we can now leave it like it is. So what we can do now is finish it. So on the bottom left corner, let me click on finish. And now we have our template. So what I want to do is click on the top corner on integration. Let me click on transactional stream. And inside of here, let me click on Node.js. Let's select the SDK. And inside of here, you now see the template UUID and the template variables. So what we can do is again go back to the server action, and what I will do is go to the create invoice server action, because inside of here we already sent an email. And let me copy the constant sender, and let me also copy this email client.send. Let's copy it. Let's again go back to the edit invoice, and let's paste it underneath this constant data mutation with Prisma. Now there are two things which we have to update. First of all, the template UUID, but also our template variables. So for the template UUID, let me copy the new one, let me go back, and let me delete this old one for creating, or not for creating, but for sending the invoice for the first time. Then for the template variables, we need the client name. Do we have it? Yes, we have the client name. Then we have the invoice number. We already have the invoice number. Then the invoice due date, we have it. The invoice amount, we also have it. And the invoice link, this has been also added. So the template variables are fine. We don't have to update anything because they are the same ones. We only updated the hard-coded HTML because we now say updated invoice for person XYZ. So I think we can test it out. Let me save all of this. Is there anything which we are missing? I don't think so. So let's save it. Let's go back. Let me go to my application. Let's do a hard refresh. Then for this Michael Fisher invoice, let me click on edit invoice. And let's say invoice number of 24. And for the name, let's say yeah, Michael Fisher, you know what? Let's leave it like that. But let me update the rate and let's say 10,000. And let's update our invoice. We have a pending state. And now let's listen for my phone. Ba-bum. Yes. Let me now open Gmail. And as you see in Gmail, updated invoice for Michael Fisher. I hope this email finds you well. Invoice number, due date, total amount. Yes, this is formatted correctly. And if I click on download invoice, we should see the invoice. And that's exactly what we have. Yes, congrats. So now we can create invoices, we can edit invoices. And now we want to also download the invoice. So if the user clicks on this button, I want to redirect the user to the route handler. And to do that, let me go back to VS Code. Inside of here, let me open the Invoice Actions component. And in this component, we render our drop-down menu. So the button to edit our invoice, to download the invoice, to send a reminder email, and everything like that. But we want to specifically update our download invoice link or button. So for the href, we want to update it. Let me delete this string. Let's get our object. Let's use upticks. And for the URL, this will be /API/invoice. Again, please double check, open your Explorer, go in the app folder, API folder, and then you should have an invoice folder and then the invoice ID. If it's called Invoices, then please redirect yourself or the user to Invoices. And then at the end, let me also do a slash, and this is for the ID. So let's use a dynamic value of the ID. So now we're finished. Let's again go back. And if I hover over download invoice, you see on the bottom left corner that it redirects to the correct URL. And if I click on it, you see we have our invoice. Now there's one thing which I want to change. Instead of opening the invoice in the same tab, I want to open a new tab. So let me go to this link and let me say target. So this is a property and this is underscore blank. This means we will open this invoice in a new tab. So let's click on download invoice and now it opens in a new tab. Let's also see if the other invoices work. So let me open this one, download invoice, and yes, it also opens. Nice. This means we're now finished with edit invoice and download invoice. And now let's send a reminder email. So to send the reminder email, we have two options. Option A, we create a server action and send the email from there. Or option B, we create a route handler and send the email from the route handler. Now, to be honest, it does not really make a difference, but we will use a route handler because later on the bottom right corner, I want to show a toast with a pending state. And then once the request, I guess the request was successful, I want to show a success toast. And to implement something like this, it's way easier to use a route handler than a server action. It does work with a server action, but it takes a bit more setup. So we will just create a route handler because it will make our lives way simpler. So what I want you to do is open your Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, API folder, and let me create a new folder and let's call it email. And then in the email folder, let's create a child folder. This will be a dynamic folder or dynamic route, and let's call it invoice ID. And then in this folder, let me create a route.ts file. So now we have created our route handler, and as mentioned, this is a dynamic route handler, which means for the invoice ID, we will later on pass the ID of the invoice, and then I can get the invoice ID through the params and use it to fetch data from Prisma. And since we now know that, let me now create the route handler. So let me do a export async function, and now the question comes, is this a GET request or a POST request? So we want to send a email, which means this is a POST request. Let's invoke it and let's open the function. Now what's the first thing which I want to do inside of here? Well, I want to first of all protect the server action against not authorized users. This means I want to only allow users to hit this route handler if they are authenticated. So let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's import that from our utils and let's invoke it. And since we now know that the user is authenticated, I want to now get my param. So I want to get this invoice ID from my params. So let's destructure it. Let me get my params and let's give it a type. As you know, params is a type of promise, and promise has a generic, and this is the invoice ID, which is of type string. And since we now get our params, I want to now also get them in the function. So let me do a constant, let's destructure it, and then this is equal to our params. Or no, this is not true. We have to also await our params because this is a asynchronous operation. And then where I destructure it, I can get my invoice ID. And since I now get my invoice ID, I can now fetch data from Prisma. So let me do a constant invoice data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .invoice.find unique. Let's invoke it, let's open it, and let's add a where statement. So I want to find a invoice where the ID matches our invoice ID, and I want to also find an invoice where the user ID matches our session.user.id. And for this invoice data, we will now get a response which is either successful or not successful, so empty. And if it's empty, I want to return a error message. So let's do an if check and let's say, hey, if we don't get any, or if we don't get a invoice data response, then let's open it and let me do a return next response. This is imported from next/server. .json, let's invoke it, let's destructure it, and let's pass a error message, and I will say invoice not found. Let me also pass a status, and for the status this will be 404, so not found. Since we now make sure that we get data from Prisma, we can now send an email with Mailtrap. So what you can do is open the actions file, and in the server or in this added invoice server action, we already sent an email with a template. So we have the constant sender, and then we have the email client.send, and we send an email using a template UUID. So for now, let me copy first of all this email client.send, and let me copy the sender. Let's copy both of them and let's paste it in our route handler. So the first thing which we have to do is import email client, and we import that from our utils folder. And then instead of using a template UUID, we can delete it, and let me also delete the template variables. And instead of that, we will pass first of all a subject, and for the subject I will just say reminder invoice payment, and let me also pass text. And for the text, let me just say, hey, you forgot to pay the invoice. This is all I want to say for now. And since we have now done that, let me also return a success message at the end. So let me do a return next response.json. Let's invoke it, destructured, and let me get success. And this will be equal to true, so a boolean. So let me again recap what we did right here. We created a route handler. This is a post request. Inside of here, we get our params, and to be specific, we get the invoice ID. Then in the route handler, we first of all make sure that the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, we redirect the user to the login route. If the user is authenticated, then everything is fine. The next step, or step 2 right here, is to get our invoice ID param. Since in Next.js 15, these params are an asynchronous operation, we have to await them. After that, we then find our Prisma invoice using the ID of the invoice and using the user ID, because we want to make sure that only the user who owns the invoice also gets access to the data from the invoice. At the end, we check, hey, do we get some data? If not, we return an error message, and if we get data, then all is good. If we get data, we send an email using Mailtrap. So we add a subject and a text. And maybe also one thing to mention, if you have your live domain added, then instead of hard coding your email, you can get it from the invoice data. So you could say invoice data.client email and pass it dynamically instead of hard coding my email. So it would look something like invoice data.client email, and then you would be finished. But again, I will hard code my email because I haven't verified my email for this video. Maybe one thing which we should also do is wrap everything in a try-catch statement. So let me copy everything inside of our function and let me create a try statement. Let's open it and let me get a catch. Let's catch an error and let's just open it. For the try statement, let me again paste all of the code. And for the catch statement, let me also do a return next response.json. Let's invoke it, let's destructure it, let's get an error, and let me say failed to send email reminder. And let's also add a status code and let's say status of 500. So since we have now created this route handler, we of course also want to make it work. So if I currently go back and click on my actions and hover over reminder email, it currently tries to redirect me to the same route, so it does not do anything. So to change it, let me open the invoice actions component, because inside of here we render this mail icon, or in other words the drop-down menu item with the reminder email button. And now instead of using a link, we want to somehow make it work that if the user clicks on the item, that we fetch, or not fetch, that we hit this route handler. And to make it work, what we will create is a function, a separate function. So let me go above the return statement, but still in this invoice actions function, and let's create a constant handle send reminder, and this will be a standard arrow function. So let's open it, and in this function I want to now call my route handler. Normally, what you would now do is an await, fetch, then you would invoke it, you would pass your URL, so /API, /email, /the invoice ID, then you would pass your headers, the method, and everything like that. That's fine, you can do that, but as I mentioned earlier, I want to render a toast. So what you can do is go to ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here, let's search for Sonar, I think that's how it's pronounced. And this is a toast library which looks beautiful. So on the bottom right corner, you see this toast, and in my opinion, it's just beautiful. So what we can do is install this component, Sonar. So let me copy the installation command. Let's use pnpm. Let me go back. Let me open the terminal. Let's stop the dev server. Let's clear it, and let's paste the installation command. The toast has been now installed. So let me restart my dev server with pnpm run dev. Let me do a hard refresh for localhost 3000, and now let me first of all add the toaster component. So you could in theory add the toaster in your root layout, but to be honest, we already have a layout for our dashboard. So if you go to the app folder and dashboard folder, we have a layout.tsx, and we can render the toast in this layout.tsx for the dashboard. So what you can do is scroll to the bottom, and then in these empty tags and underneath the div, we can get our toaster component. Now, please make sure that you import the toaster component from your components and not from Sonar. So let me import it from the components. This is self-closing, and we can add two more properties, and this is the rich colors property, and then also a close button. So to show you the rich colors and close button, I can go back. Then on the top corner, we have the link for the documentation, and what we can do is search for rich colors, and if I click on it, you see on the bottom right corner this toast which has the green color, and I think it looks way better than the default toast which is just white. And for the close button, we can also search for it, then we will just render this X on the top left corner. So let's again go back. We have now added this toaster with the two properties, and now we can use the toast to call our route handler. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, how does this work? Well, if you again go to the Sonar documentation, you can search for promise. And if I click on this promise, you see we first of all have the loading state, and then it will either say error or success. And to initialize it, it's super simple. You just do a toast.promise, and then you pass your route handler destination URL. And that's exactly what we will do. So let's go back to our handle send reminder function, and let me do a toast. And toast is imported from Sonar.promise. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, I want to now fetch our route handler. So let's say fetch, let's invoke fetch, and for the absolute URL, let's use upticks, and let's say /API/email, and now I want to pass the invoice ID. So let's get a dynamic value, and let's pass the ID. After that, let's add a comma, open a object, and I want to pass the method. Was this a get method or a post method? Well, if you go to the route handler, you see this is a post method. So let's say post. Then let's continue. What else do we have? We have our headers. This is an object, and we want to pass the content type. So let me say content-type, and then this is equal to application/JSON. And now we are already finished. I don't want to add any body, we don't need it for the route handler. The only thing which we want to now add is a loading state, or in other words, the text for the loading state, for the success state, and for the error state. So after this fetch, let me add a comma, open a object, and let me get the loading property. For the text, let me just say sending reminder email ... Then let me also get a success state, and we will say reminder email sent successfully. And then the last state which we have is the error state, and I will say failed to send reminder email. Okay, congrats everyone. We have now created our handle send reminder function, and inside of here we use the toast component and use the promise method to call our route handler. So we use the native fetch, we call the route handler destination, so /API /email /the invoice ID. Then for the method it's post, and for the headers content type application JSON. What we also add is our loading state, success state and error state, and to be specific we add the messages. You can of course update them if you want to, but I think they are sufficient. And now we can use this function and we can bind the function to our reminder email button. So if you scroll to the bottom, instead of now using the link, we can delete it. I don't need the link. And let me also delete this as child property. We also don't need it. And instead, let me add a on-click handler, and this is equal to handle send reminder. And yeah, I think that's all. Let's now save it, let's go back, and we get an error. Error, event handlers cannot be passed to client component props. If you need interactivity, consider converting part of this to a client component. You know what, let's do that. Let me mark this component as use client. We need interactivity, and that's exactly why we created a separate component. So let's say use client, and now let's save it, let's go back, and let me click on reminder email. We have a pending state and it says failed to send reminder email. That's weird. Let me open the terminal. So error 500. Let me open the route handler. Let's see what we did in the route handler. So we have a try statement session. Okay. We catch it and we return a 500. So we have some sort of problem. Let me see. Wow, I see the error. So as you all know, in Next.js 15 we got this update where we have to await our params. And what we also have to do now is get a request object inside of our params. So before I destructure it, let me get a request, and this is of type request. And this should now fix our problem. So this is now added. Let's go back, let me do a hard refresh, and let me click on reminder email. We have a pending state and it says reminder email sent successfully. And I just got a notification on my phone, so let me open Gmail. Congrats everyone! As you see, I got the email in my inbox and it says reminder invoice payment, hey, you forgot to pay the invoice. Something you should never do. But okay, so we now have the email in our inbox, but the problem is it does not look very nice. You see, we only have a subject and text, and there's no template, there's no design, there's nothing. It's relatively ugly. So we want to create a template, and in the last two examples we created a template using the HTML builder. But Mailtrap also offers a no-code UI builder, which we will use for this example, so for the reminder email. So let's go back to the Mailtrap dashboard and let me create a new template. For the domain, I will choose demomailtrap.com, but if you have your own verified domain, then please select your domain. For the template name, let me say not warning but reminder email. For the subject, let me say invoice payment overdue, and for the category, let me say reminder email. Let me now continue, and again, for you to remember, the category is what will show up in our analytics. So if you go to email API and then to the statistics, you see our categories. Now let me go back to our email templates. So in the sidebar, let's again click on templates, on reminder email, and in the past two examples, we used the HTML editor, but now we can use the drag and drop editor, so the no code builder. And you already have two examples right here, two templates, or you can start from scratch. We will use the welcome email starter template, so let me click on apply template, and now you see the template on the left side, and on the right side you have all the elements which you can add. So for example, columns, buttons, a divider, a image, text, HTML and other things. You can also add blocks, so as you see these are like dividers, so 33%, 33% and 33%, or for example 50-50 or 67-33, so you can create these column layouts. You also can adjust the body, so the background color or the text color, the content width, but I will leave them as defaults because I don't really want to play with that. And then we also have a images section, and inside of here you can select stock photos, and these are powered by Unsplash, Pexels and Pixabay. We won't need that, but it's still cool that this is offered, and I think this is very powerful if you send email templates, or not email templates, but bulk email streams, so marketing emails. And then the last button is the uploads button, and inside of here you can upload your own custom images, and that's what we want to do. I want you to upload the logo which we have in the public folder. So if I open the Explorer again, in the public folder we have a logo, and that's what I want you to upload. So let me go back and let me click on upload image. So I have now uploaded the image, and you see it down below. And now I want to use this image and drag and drop it for this image block. So let's select it and let's drop it inside of here. So now we see the image right here, but you know what? It's kind of big. So what you can do is click on the image, and then we have a width selector. Let's make it a bit smaller. I don't know, maybe 30 or let's say 25%. I think that's a good middle ground, or let's say 20%, a bit smaller because it's still quite big. Then on the top of this template, we have this company name banner. I don't need it, so let me delete it with this trash button. I also won't add any content, so just leave it empty. We have the image, and instead of saying welcome name, let me say warning. So let me delete it, and let's say warning, exclamation mark, invoice, so invoice payment is overdue, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Maybe one thing which we should also do is add a underline. So let me select the underline, and I want to also format the text to the middle. So on the right side, let's scroll to the bottom, and for the text align, let me select the middle. Then for the text, instead of saying thanks for choosing company name, blah, 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 let me just delete everything, and let's say, hey, and then let me do an object bracket, and I want to get the first name. And so now we say, hey, first name, then let's do a comma, and let's say, we hope you are doing all well. We have noticed that you haven't paid the invoice yet, so we wanted to remind you, exclamation mark. We can also say after that, if you encounter any problems with paying the invoice, then please contact us down below with the big blue button, exclamation mark. Now we want to adjust our button. Instead of first of all saying next step, let me say contact us. And I want to also add a action. So on the right side, we have our action. And for the action type, let me select send email. For the mail to, I will write my custom email or my own email. For the subject, you know what, we can leave it empty. That's not important. So now our title is finished, we have our image, we have this text area, and we have the contact us button. Let me now delete this if you need some help. So let me click on the trash icon, and let me also delete the section with this onboarding. I don't need it, so let's delete all of this, delete it, and let me delete this, we hope you enjoy your journey, we don't need it. So now we are finished, which means I can click on finish. If you want to, we can now see how the preview looks like. So on the bottom right corner, we have the preview button. Let's click on it. And as you see, yeah, it looks nice on desktop, and on the mobile device, it's also responsive. So let me again close it, and let me now integrate this template. So we can click on the top on integration. I want to use the transactional stream, so let me click on integrate, and then on the bottom corner we have our code samples. Let me select Node.js and the SDK. Now in this code example we have our template UUID and the template variables. Let me copy both of them, so the template variables and the template UUID, and let me go back to our route handler. Let me scroll a bit to the bottom, and let me delete the text, and let me delete the subject. And instead of that, let's paste the UUID and the template variables. Let me now update the first name, and I want to render my invoice data.client name. And then for the company info name, address, city, zip code and country, I will hard code these values. So for the country, let me just say Germany. Then for the zip code, let me just write some random value. For the city, let me say Munich. Then for the info address, let me say Chad Street 124. And for the info name, let me just call it Invoice Marshall. So now I have added all of my variables, the first name and all of these other values. We have the template UUID, and in theory we should now be finished. So let's save it, let's go back, let me do a hard refresh, and I want to send a reminder email. So let me click on reminder email. We have our pending state and it says reminder email sent successfully. Let me open Gmail. And in Gmail, you now see invoice payment overdue. Warning, invoice payment is overdue. Hey, Michael Fisher, we hope you're doing well. La 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 la. Contact us if you want to. And then at the bottom, we see Invoice Marshall, Chad Street 124, Munich, la la la, Germany, and we have a unsubscribe button. So congrats everyone, I am happy for you guys. You have achieved something beautiful. And now grab a water and drink something. Hydration is also important besides beautiful email templates. There's maybe one thing which we have to update. So on the bottom right corner you see the toast. And currently the toast has dark mode. That's because in theory Chrome is currently in dark mode, but the toast, or not the toast, but our website is light theme. And I want to change this toast to always have white mode, or in other words light theme. So let me go back to our dashboard layout. Let me open it. And for the toaster, we can add a theme property, and this will be equal to light. And if I now save it and go back and again send a reminder email, you now see we have light mode, and I will get a notification in a second. Yes, I just got it. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to delete the invoice, and that's what we will implement now. So to implement invoice deletion, let me go back to VS Code. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, in the dashboard folder, in the invoices folder, in the invoice ID folder, and let me create a new child folder and let's call it delete. And then in the delete folder, let me create a page.tsx. So this is the route which we will use to redirect the user to delete the invoice. So since this is in route, let me do a export default function and let's call it delete invoice route. Let's invoke it and let's open this function. For now, let me do a return statement and let me return a div h1 and let me just say hello to deletion. Let's save it, let's go back, and if I now click on delete invoice, nothing happens. That's because the link href currently hasn't been added. So let me open the component, which is the invoice actions. And if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you now see the drop-down menu item for our delete invoice. And if you look at the link, you see it's an empty href. So let's update our href. Let's use these, or let's delete these strings. Let's get our object brackets and let's get upticks. And the href will be /dashboard/invoices/ the invoice ID, which is dynamic. So let me get the ID and then /delete. And if I now save it and go back and click on delete invoice, we should get redirected. And now you see hello to deletion. Alright, so since we now see that this page works, we can go back and we can get started with our deletion route. What's the first thing which I want to do? Well, I want to create like a authorize function, and with this authorize function, I want to check that the user's authorized to access this deletion route. So let's go above the export default function and let me create a async function. Let's call it authorize. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, I want to query my database for a invoice, and we will use our where statement to find a invoice where the ID matches and where also the user ID matches. So let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .invoice.findUnique. Let me now invoke it, let's open it, and let's use a where statement, and I want to find a invoice as mentioned where the ID and the user ID matches. So let's get the ID and the user ID through our params. Let's first of all get the invoice ID, this is of type string, and let's get our user ID, which will be also of type string. And then for the where statement, we can get our ID, which is equal to our invoice ID, and we can also get our user ID, which should be equal to the user ID. So now we have created our Prisma query, and as a response, we will either get data or we will get undefined, or in other words, no data. And I want to do a if check, and if we don't get any data, then this means that either the invoice ID is incorrect, the user ID is incorrect, or that the user is not authorized to reach this route. So let me go underneath the constant data and let's do an if check, and let's say, hey, if we don't get any data, let's open it and let me do a return redirect. This is imported from next/navigation, and let's redirect the user to /dashboard/invoices. And now we make sure that the user is authorized to reach this. And now we make sure that if the user is not authorized to view this or to delete this invoice, that we redirect the user to the invoices. Let me now also call this authorize function in our export default function. So let me do a constant, or we don't even have to do a constant. We can just do an await authorize, and let's invoke it. Now we get two errors. First of all, we have to mark our function as async. So let's do a export default async function, and for authorize we have to provide two arguments. This is the invoice ID and the user ID. Let's first of all get our invoice ID, and we will get it through the params. So let me create a type, let's call it params, and this will be equal to a promise, and this promise will have a generic, and inside of here we have a invoice ID, which is of type string. Again, for you to remember, our folder is called invoice ID, and that's why our param is also the invoice ID. If your folder is called hello, then this param should be called hello. And since we know that, we can now destructure my params, and TypeScript does not know what type params is, so let's give it a type, and params will be of type params. And since we now get our params, we have to also await them, because this is a asynchronous operation. So above the await authorize, let me do a constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. And then where destructured, I can get my invoice ID. Let's now pass it as an argument, so the invoice ID, and the second argument which we have to pass is the user ID. So let me go above this constant await params, and let's do a constant session, which will be equal to await require user. Require user is imported from the hooks file. Let's invoke it. So as an argument, or as a second argument, let me pass the session.user.id, and let's mark it as string. So now we make sure that only authorized users are able to view this route. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, nothing should change for us personally, because we own this invoice. What we can do is test this URL in a incognito tab. So let me copy it, let me go to incognito, and let me paste it inside of here. And as you see, we get redirected to log in. And that's because we are first of all not authenticated, but because we are also not authorized to view this route. So since we now make sure that the user is authorized, we can now also create beautiful UI. So let me delete everything in the return statement, and let's start with a fresh div. Let's give this div a class name, and I want to center all of my children in the middle. So let's say flex, flex of 1, justify of center, and items of center to center everything in the middle. Then in the div element, I want to render a card component. So let's import it from the components. In the card, let me get a card header, and in the card header, let's get a card title. For the card title, let me say delete invoice, and underneath the card title, let me get a card description. Let me say, are you sure that you want to delete this invoice ? If I now save it and again go back, you now see the card with the card title and the card description. Let me also give the card a maximum width. So for the card, let's do a class name, and let's say maximum width of custom value, and this will be 500 pixels. And if I save it and go back, you see nothing changes, but if our width would become quite big, then we would have again this maximum of 500 pixels. So we are now finished with the cart header, we have the cart title and cart description, and now I can render my cart content. So let's go underneath the cart header, let's get cart content, let's import it, let's open it, and in the cart header or in the cart content, I want to render a image. So let me get the image component from next/image. This is self-closing. And for the image, I want to pass a source. What do I want to pass in the source? Well, let's open our public folder. Where do we have it? Right here, we have the public folder. And I want to get the warning.gif. So this is what we will display. So let's again go back and let's import this GIF. On top, let me do a import. Then let's call it warning GIF. And this will be from @/public/warning-gif.gif. And if I again scroll to the bottom, let me now pass it for the source. So warning GIF. As you now see, we still get an error, and that's because I have to pass a property, which is the alt. So for the alt, let me just say warning GIF, and this shouldn't be uppercase, so warning GIF. And let's save it, let's go back, and now you see this GIF. Yeah, this GIF is beautiful in my opinion, it's relatively funny, and maybe one thing which I would also do is give this border of the GIF some rounding. So let me go back, let's give it a class name, and let's say rounded of LG. And if I again go back, this GIF looks kinda the same like our card with the rounding, so it works very well. And I want to now render our card footer. So I want to render one button to cancel everything, and one button to submit this form, or in other words, to delete this invoice. So let me go back, let's go underneath the cart content, and let me get cart footer from my components. Then in the cart footer, let me first of all render a link. This is imported from next/link, and let me just say cancel. As you now see, we get an error. That's because I have to pass a href for the link. So let's give it an href, and for the href, this will be /dashboard and /invoices. If I save it and go back, you see we have this cancel button. Yeah, that's fine, but it isn't styled, and that's not really what we want. So let's go back and let me give this link a class name, and this class name will be our button variants. These button variants are imported from the components, and let's invoke it. You now see our link looks exactly as a button, but this is the primary color, and I want to make this button like a secondary color or outline. So let's change it. Let me destructure it, let me get the variant, and for the variant, let's first of all try secondary. Let me go back. Yeah, secondary is fine. Let's see how outline looks. So let me say instead of secondary outline, let's again go back. Yeah, you know what, I think secondary looks a bit better. And let's test it out. Let me click on cancel, and we get redirected. Nice. So now we have created the left side or the left button. Let me now also create the submit button. So let's go back. Let me go underneath the link component, but still in the cart footer. And let me first of all render a form element. Let me delete the action, I don't have one, and in the form, let me get my submit button component. Let's import it from my submit buttons, and let's give it a text property, and for the text property, let me say delete invoice. And let's save it, let's go back, and now we see the button, but I have a problem. This button should be rendered on the right side, so I want to do a justify between, but currently they are wrapped together, if this makes sense. So let's go back and let me style my cart footer. Let's give it a class name, and this is flex items of center to center it vertically, and then justify between so that the children get aligned to the most outer corner, so to the left side and to the right side. And that's exactly what happened. But if I now click on the delete invoice button, you see we do a hard refresh, and that's not exactly what we want. So we want to create a server action so that we can delete this invoice. So let me do that. Let's open the actions file, and in the actions file, we want to create a new server action. So let's do a export async function. Let's call it delete invoice. Let's invoke it and let's open it. The first thing we have to do is first of all check that the user is authenticated. So let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's import it, or it's already imported, and let me also invoke it. So now we make sure that the user is authenticated, and the next step is to delete the invoice. So let's do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma.invoice.delete, and we want to delete one invoice and a very specific invoice. So let's get a where statement, and I want to delete a invoice where the ID matches, so the invoice ID, and where the user ID matches, because I only want to allow the user who owns the invoice to delete the invoice. So let's first of all get our user ID, and this is equal to our session.user.id. And now we want to also get the ID of the invoice, and this should be equal to whatever we provide from our page. Now the question comes, how will we get our invoice ID? Do we want to create form data? Yeah, that's fine, that's a solution. But what we can also do is get the exact value through our params. So I can get a invoice ID, and this will be of type string, and then I can pass it for the ID. So let's pass invoice ID, and now we are finished with this delete call or this delete method with Prisma. The last thing which I want to do is redirect the user back to the dashboard route. So let's do a return redirect, and let's say for the route /dashboard and /invoices. Let's save it. Let me go back to our page.tsx, and for our form, we can pass the action. In all of our previous examples, you got your action, and then you set your action equal to your server action. So in this case, delete invoice. Let me import delete invoice. This is imported from our actions, and as you see, we have an error. And what's exactly the problem? Well, we are missing the param, which is, or not the param, but this argument, which is the invoice ID. And now the question comes, how can we pass our invoice ID to our form action? Because you can't just invoke this delete invoice and pass a string. This does not work. So one method or one solution would be to use this JavaScript bind method. But the problem is that this bind method relies on a JavaScript bundle. But this page is a server component. So what we would have to do is break this form into a separate component, mark it as use client, and then you could use this JavaScript bind method. But there's an easier solution. So let me delete this delete invoice, and instead of setting our action equal to our server action, we will set it equal to a inline callback function. So let's do an inline callback function. Let's open it. Let me mark it as use server. And then underneath this use server, we can call our delete invoice server action. So let's say await delete invoice. Let's invoke delete invoice, and now we can pass our invoice ID as an argument. So let me get my invoice ID, and now you see we get one error, and it says await expressions are only allowed within async functions, and this means we have to mark this function as async. We pass our invoice ID as an param or as an argument, let me correct myself, and we don't get any errors anymore. We have created an inline server action, which means everything still runs on the server, but we can pass our invoice ID without any problems. And I think we are now finished. So let me save this code. Let's go back. Let me do a hard refresh, and let me delete this invoice. We have a pending state and we get redirected. Let me delete invoice number 5. So let's click on delete. We get redirected, and let me click on delete invoice. We have a pending state and you only see 4 invoices. So the invoice got deleted successfully. Success, everyone. I'm happy for you guys. But you know, there's one thing which I don't like. If I can go back to the delete invoice route, this delete invoice button has this black color. And that's fine, you know, it's fine. We can leave it like that. But Shadcn and UI offers a native variant which is destructive, and the destructive variant has a red background color. And I want to use this background color. But if you go back, we render a submit button and we can't pass a variant for the submit button. So let's open our submit buttons component, and inside of this component we can pass our variant dynamically through params. So to show it to you, let me go to this button, let's give it a variant, and if I hover over the variant, you see all of the options. So default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, link, null, or undefined. So what I want to do is copy this, so this variant, question mark, and then default, destructive, etc. Let's copy it and let's paste it for the interface. Then where we destructure our params, I can also get our variant, so we have our text and the variant, and this variant for the button will be equal to our variant. Let's do also the same for our button when it's pending. Let's give it a variant, and the variant will be equal to our variant. This variant is interesting because it's optional. This means if the user does not provide any variant, then it will be undefined. And when it's undefined, it will just render default as in default, if this makes sense. So if you go back to the page.tsx, you see we don't get any error. That's because, again, the variant is optional, but if I want to, I can provide it. And I want to provide for the variant destructive. And if you save it and go back, you see the background color for the button has changed. It's red, it looks nice. And the nice thing is also that it was super simple to implement. And now I want to make the route work for mark as paid. So let's do that. To mark our invoice as paid, we will have to create a new route. So let's go in the app folder, in the dashboard folder, invoices folder, invoice ID folder, and let me create a new folder and let's call it paid. In the paid folder, let me create a new file and let's name it page.tsx. And this route will be there to, at the end of the day, mark our invoice as paid. And the first thing which I want to do inside of here is first of all create a export default function. So let's do export default function. Let's call it mark as paid. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me create a return statement. Let's return a div h1 and let's say hello. If I go back and click on mark as paid, you see nothing happens. And that's because our link is currently just an empty string. So let's go to our invoice actions component. Let me scroll to the link, so this mark as paid link. And for the href, let me say / dashboard / invoices / our dynamic value, which is the ID, and also this shouldn't be in strings but in upticks. So let's get a object upticks, and let's again say for the href / dashboard / invoices / our dynamic value, which is the ID, and then / paid. If I now save it and go back and click on paid, we should get redirected, and yes, you see hello. So since we now see that we get redirected, let me first of all create the UI, and after we have created the UI, we can create our authorize function. So let me delete everything in the return statement, let's create a div, and let's again use this div to center everything in the middle. So let's give it a class name, let's say flex of 1, let's say justify of center, and items of center. Then in this div element, let's get a card component, which is imported from the components, and in the card, let me get a card header, and in the card header, let's get a card title. For the card title, let me say mark as paid, question mark, and after the card title, let me get card description, let's import it, and for the card description, let me say, are you sure you want to mark this invoice as paid, question mark. So now we have our card title and card description, and let's give our card also a maximum width. So let's give it a class name of max width custom value 500 pixels. And underneath the card header, we can now render card content. Let's import it from the components, and in the card content, let me get the image component, which is imported from next/image. What do I want to render in this image? Well, let me go to the public folder and let me show it to you. I want to render this paid GIF or GIF. I'm not even sure. Do you pronounce it GIF or GIF? Let me know in the comments. But yeah, that's what I want to render. So let's go back and let's do a import statement. Let me say import paid GIF, and this will be from, or let's say GIF, and this will be from @/public/paid GIF. Let me scroll to the bottom. Let me give the image a source, and this is paid GIF. Let's also give it a alt, and let me say paid GIF. I know this says a lot, this explains a lot, and this is very descriptive, but okay, who cares? And as you see, this is our GIF. What do I want to change inside of here? Well, I want to give the GIF a rounding. So let's say class name, and let me do a rounded of LG. And if you go back, you see it's now rounded, and this looks better. Underneath the card content, let me render the card footer component, and in the card footer we want to render two things. First of all, a button to cancel or a link, and then also our submit button. Let's first of all get our link. This is imported from next/link, and let's say cancel. Then for the link, let's give it an href, and this will be /dashboard and /invoices. Let's give this link also a class name, and this will be our button variants, which are imported from the components. Let's invoke it, and let's destructure it, and inside of here I want to give it a variant, and this will be outline. Let's save it, let's go back, and you see the button, and if I click on the button, you see we will get redirected. So we have our first button. Let's also render our submit button. So let's go back, let me go underneath the link, and let me render a form element. Let's delete the action, we don't have one, and in the form, let me get my submit button component from my components. This is self-closing, and let's give it a text property, and let me say mark as paid ! If I now save it and go back, you see this button, but we again have the same problem. They are aligned to each other, but they should be aligned between each other. So let's go back and let me give this card footer a class name, and let's say flex items of center to centered vertically and justify off between to align them to the most outer corner, so the children. The cancel button is on the left side and the mark as paid button is on the right side. If I click on mark as paid, you see nothing happens. So let's fix that. Let's create a server action. Let me go to the actions file. Let's go underneath this export async function delete invoice, and let me create a new export async function. Let me call it paid invoice, no, mark as paid. Let's say it like that. Let's invoke it and let's open it. What's the first thing we have to do in a server action? Well, we want to do a console log. No, I'm joking. We want to first of all make sure that the user is authenticated. So let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it, and the next step is to update our invoice. So let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await prisma.invoice.update. As you all know, we want to update a specific invoice, so we have to use the where statement. And I want to update a invoice where first of all the user ID matches our session.user.id, and I want to also find a invoice, or I want to update an invoice where the ID of the invoice matches. How are we going to get our invoice ID? Well, we will get it through the params. So let's get the invoice ID, and this is of type string. And then for the where statement, we can say the ID should be equal to the invoice ID. But since we use the update method, we want to also update data. So let me get the data property, let's open it, and I want to update my status. And we want to say, hey, this is pending. Or not pending, I'm sorry, but this is paid. So we are moving from a pending status to a paid status. And now you see, this is all. We have now created our mutation. We make sure that the invoice which we update is owned by the user, which tries to make this mutation. And then at the end, I want to redirect the user. So let's do a return redirect. Let's invoke it, and let's say /dashboard and /invoices. So I think that's all. We can now use this server action mark as paid. Let me go back to the page.tsx, and for the form, let's give it a action. So since you all know, in this action for the server action, we expect a invoice ID, which means we can't say action equals to mark as paid because we have to pass this argument. So we will again create a inline server action. So let's create a async callback function. Let's open it. Let me mark it as use server. And inside of here, we can now say await mark as paid. And this does not import for me, I think because our function is also called mark as paid. So let me go to the actions and let's rename our server action to mark as paid action. Let's save it, let's go back and let me again say await mark as paid action. Let's import it from the actions, let's invoke it, and inside of here, let me pass my invoice ID. But here comes the question. I don't get an invoice ID. Why don't I get an invoice ID? Well, that's because we don't destructure our params. So let's do that. Let me go above the export default function and let me create a type. Let's call it params, and this will be equal to a promise. And for the promise, we have to pass a generic. Let me add a object and I want to get a invoice ID, and this is of type string. I don't think I have to mention it, but please make sure that this invoice ID has the same name as your folder name, so invoice ID. And now for my params, I can destructure it, I can get my params, and we have to give our params a type, and our params will have a type of params uppercased. So the problem is this is a asynchronous operation, which means we have to await it. So let's do a constant, let's destructure it, and this is equal to our params. And then where it is structured, I can get my invoice ID. Or let me first of all await it, so await params, and then I can get my invoice ID. As you now see, we get an error, and that's because we have to mark this function as async. So let's do a export default async function, and now this error is gone. I can now use the invoice ID, so let's scroll to the bottom and let's again pass our invoice ID as an argument. So this is finished, but I want you to make sure that the user who reaches the route is also not authenticated but authorized to view, or in other words to delete this invoice. So above the type params, let's create a async function, let's call it authorize, let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let's do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .invoice.find unique. And I want to find a unique invoice, which means we have to use the where statement. And I want to find a invoice where the ID matches and the user ID matches. Currently, we don't get it, so let's go to the params and let's get a invoice ID, which is of type string, and let me also get a user ID, which will be also of type string. Then for the where statement, let me pass our ID, which will be equal to the invoice ID, and let's get our user ID, and this should be equal to our user ID. As you all know, this data will now have a response of either data or nothing, undefined. And if we don't get any data, I want to redirect the user because this means the user is not authorized to view this route. So let's do a if check and let's say, hey, if we don't get any data, let's open it and let me do a return redirect. Redirect is imported from Next/navigation, and let's redirect the user to /dashboard/invoices. Let's save it and let me call this authorize function in our export default function. So underneath this constant invoice ID await params, we can do a await authorize, and let's invoke it. For the authorize function, we have to pass two arguments, and this is the invoice ID and user ID. For the invoice ID, we already get it. So right here, we have the invoice ID. Let's pass it. And let me also pass our user ID. Currently, we don't get our user ID. So let me call our require user hook. Above this await authorize, let's do a constant session. And this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it. And then as a second argument, let me pass the session.user.id. And let me mark this also as string. So we are now finished. Let's save it. Let's go back and let me do a hard refresh. Nothing should change. We are still able to see this route. And if I click on mark as paid, then this invoice should be marked as paid. So let's click on it. We have a pending state and I got redirected. Now it says paid. So congrats everyone, you now know how to mark a invoice as paid, but there's one problem. If I again click on the actions, you see I can still mark this as paid, even though that it's already paid. So we have to fix that. Let me go to the invoice actions, and inside of here I want to do a ternary and I want to check, hey, if the status is not paid, then we can render this mark as paid button. But if it's already paid, then let's not render it. So let me go to the top to our interface and we can get a status, and this will be of type string. Then for our params where it is structured, I can get our status. And if I now scroll to the bottom, we can do a if check. So let me copy this drop down menu item with this mark as paid item. Let's copy it. Don't forget it. Don't delete it. And let me do a ternary. And let's say, hey, if our status, so let me get my status, if our status is not equal, so exclamation mark to equal signs to paid, then we can render again our UI. So let me do a double and sign and then let me just return what I had just copied. And please make sure that this paid is uppercased, because if you open your schema, you will see at the bottom our enum, and this is spelled uppercased, so P-A-I-D. Let me just copy it to make sure that I spelled it correctly and let me paste it inside of here. So to reiterate, we check, hey, if the status is not equal to paid, then let me just return the drop-down menu item. But now we have one problem. Even though we checked that the status is not paid, we still don't pass the status to this component from the invoice list, because in the invoice list we render the invoice actions, but now we have to mark we have to provide our status property. So let's get our status, and this will be equal to our invoice.status. And if we now save it, in theory it should work. So let me go back, let's do a hard refresh, and if I click on the three dots, you see I don't have the option to mark this invoice as paid. But if I go to invoice number 3, you see I can still mark it as paid. Let's mark it as paid. Let me click on the button, and if I again click on the three dots, you see I don't have the option anymore. That's exactly what I wanted. Congrats everyone, you are finally finished with this dashboard management or invoices management route. This means we can see our invoices, we can create an invoice if we want to, we can edit an invoice, we can download an invoice, we can send a reminder email, we can delete an invoice, and we can also mark an invoice as paid. So these are a lot of operations that we have created in this one, section. And the next step is to now finally finish our dashboard route or the dashboard index page, because this will be our analytics page. I want to showcase how many invoices have been paid, how many invoices are still open. Then I want to show like a graph so that the user sees the direction where everything is going and stuff like that. Let me maybe show you a little graph so that you understand what I mean. So this is our dashboard, or this is our screen. Then on the left side, we have our sidebar, and on the top, we have our navbar. Then in the middle, we have our children. And inside of the screen, I want to render at the top, first of all, 4 cards. And this will be there to display the core information or the core statistics. This means how many invoices have been paid, how many invoices are still open, how many, invoices in total have we sent, and stuff like that. Then on the left corner, or in the left corner, I want to render a graph. This graph will take about 70% of the total width. And yeah, as mentioned, we will have a graph. And then on the right side with this free space, we will render another card and we will display all of the invoices which have been paid. So, John Fisher, $300, Michael Fisher, $800, and stuff like that. And I think this overview looks beautiful, so let's create it. Let me go back, let's go to our dashboard index page. So let's open the Explorer, then let me go into the app folder, dashboard folder, page.tsx, and now we can get started. To get started, let me delete everything in the return statement and let's get started with empty tags. And in these empty tags, I want to render first of all my dashboard blocks. That's how we will call them. So these 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. And to render them, we will create a separate component. So let's open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let's call it dashboard blocks.tsx. Then this is a component. So let's do a export function and let's call it dashboard blocks. Let's invoke it and let's open it. To get started, let me do a return statement. And let's first of all return a div, and this div will be there, or this div will function as a wrapper div. This means the div will give us a layout, so the grid layout. Let's give it a class name and let's say grid. Then let me do a gap of 4 and let me create the columns. So on a medium device or bigger, let me say grid columns of 2. This means we will have 2 columns. And on LG or bigger, let's do a grid columns of 4. With this, we create a responsive design. And let me also say on MD or bigger, let's create a gap of 8 so that we have a bit more space. Then in the div, we can render our card. And to test it out, let's first of all get our card component. Let's import it. In the card, let me get a card header. And in the card header, let's get a card title. For the card title, let me just say total revenue. Let's save it. Let's go back and we see nothing. Why is that? Well, that's because this is a separate component which is currently not rendered anywhere. So in our export default function, so in the route, let me get my dashboard blocks. This is imported from the components and this is self-closing. If you go back, you see our first card and it says total revenue. Let's again go back to the dashboard blocks and let me finish off our design. So underneath the card title, let me get a icon and this will be the $sign icon. Let's import it from, so let's first forget the $sign and let me import the $sign from Lucid React and this is self-closing. Let's also give it a class name and let's say size of 4, so width of 4 and height of 4. And let me also give it a text muted or foreground and with that we have a grayish color. And if you save it and go back, you will now see the $sign underneath the card title. This is fine, but you know what? I want to render the card, or not the card title, but I want to render this $sign next to the text, so next to the card title. So let me go to the card header, let's give it a class name and let me zoom out a bit and let me say flex, then flex of row, items of center to center it vertically and justify between, since I want to align the card title to the left side and the $sign to the right side. Is there anything else that we need? I think no. Let's go back. Okay, that looks kinda like what we want. So the $sign is now on the right side, but it's not aligned correctly. So item center, there's something not right. Did I spell it correctly? Yes. And then let's do a space Y of 0 and with this we should fix it. And yeah, that's better. Let's again go back and let me also style the card title and let me give it a class name and let's say text of small and font of medium. So the first card is finished, or in other words the card header is finished, and now we want to render our card content. So underneath the card header, let's get the card content from the components, and in the card content, let me first of all render a div element. Inside of here, I want to render our total revenue. So let's do a dummy value, let's get the $sign, and let me say 567.00. If you go back, you see, yeah, I mean that's fine, but it's quite ugly. So let's again go back and let me first of all style the div. Let's give it a class name and maybe instead of rendering a div, let me render a h2, and for the h2 let's give it a class name as mentioned and I will say text of 2XL and font of bold. Let me also close the h2 and let's save it and let's go back. As you see, this is now bold and that's quite nice. But you know, the problem which I have is that this padding between the total revenue and the actual value is way too big. So let's go back and for the card header, let me give it a padding bottom of 2. I think that's way better. Let me also render like a small description. So underneath the h2, let's get a p tag And for the p tag, not a object, but for the p tag, let me say based on the last 30 days. Let me also style it. So for the p tag, let's give it a class name. And this is text of XS, so about 12 pixels, and text of muted foreground. If you save it and go back, you see we have the small description text. It has the grayish color. We could make it even smaller, but I think it's fine because if I go to 100%, yeah, that's absolutely fine. So since we are finished with this card, we can render our next card. So let me go underneath the card component. Let's get another card component. Let's open it. In the card, let's get a card header. Let's open the card header. And in the card header, let's get a card title. And let me say total invoices issued. Underneath the card title, let me render an icon and let me get the users icon. This is imported from Lucid React, it's self-closing, and let's give it a class name of size 4 and text of muted foreground. This is again this grayish color and it's a CSS variable provided by Shadcn. Let me also give the card header a layout, so let's style it. Let's give it a class name, and the class name is the same one as for our first card. So let's just say flex, flex of row, items of center, justify of between, and let's also do a space y of 0 and padding bottom of 2. If you save it and go back, you now see the card and we have our title and then we have the icon. Let me style the card title. This does not look correct. So let's give it a class name and this will be text of small and font of medium. Underneath the card header, we can render our card content. So let's open it and in the card content, let's get a div, or not a div, I'm sorry, but an h2 element. And let me just say plus 30. Underneath the h2, we can render a p tag. And for the p tag, let's say total invoices issued exclamation mark. Let's also style the p tag. Let's give it a class name and let's again say text of XS and text of muted foreground. Let me also style the h2 and let's say a class name of text to XL and font of bold. If you go back, you see this card looks identical. We have our small header, we have the icon, we have the number, and then the small description. Let's again go back. Let me now copy paste the card because as you now see, the code is the same, which means it would just waste your time if I would write everything from scratch. So let's paste it down below one time and let's paste it down below another time. So in total 2 times. And if you go back, you will see in total we have 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Let's now fix the third and the fourth card. So let's go back. Let me go to the third card. This card will display our paid invoices. So let's change the card title and let me say paid invoices. Instead of rendering the users icon, let me get the credit card icon. For the styling, that's the same. And for the card content, instead of saying plus 30, or you know what, let's leave it at plus 30. Let me maybe update the p tag and let me say total invoices which have been paid. If you save it and go back, you see, okay, that's nice. Let's now also finish the fourth card. So let's go back to the card title and I want to say open invoices. So for the card title, let's say open invoices. And instead of rendering the users icon, let me get the activity icon from Lucid React. For the h2, plus 30, let's leave it like that. And for the p tag, let me say total open invoices, or let's say invoices which haven't been paid. As you see, we have 4 cards and they all display something different. So total revenue, total invoices, paid invoices, and open invoices. But as you also see, currently the data is hard coded. Is that what we want? No, we want to get live data. So let's change it. Let's go back, let's go to the top, and let me create a async function and let's call it getData. Let's invoke it and let's open it. This async function is relatively interesting. Why is it interesting? Well, that's because we need data for 4 cards. This means I want to get the data for the total revenue, for the total invoices, for the paid invoices. And this also means that we have to create multiple queries. Normally, what you would do is a constant, get total. Then you would do a Prisma query for that. Underneath the constant get total, you would do a constant get, what was the next thing, total invoices. And then you would create 4 queries. And the problem with that is that they don't run in parallel. This means we would wait for the first query to finalize, then we would start with the second one, then with the third one, and then with the fourth one. This would take way too much time, and this is not very optimal. So how can we fix it? Well, we can fix it by running all queries in parallel. How do we do that? Well, let me show it to you. Let's do a constant, let's get an array bracket. This is what we will get returned, and this will be equal to await promise, this is uppercased, .all, let's invoke it, let's open a array, and in this array we can run multiple Prisma queries, and all of these queries will run in parallel. And promise.all is not a Prisma feature, this is a standard JavaScript feature. So whenever you want to run multiple queries, so if it's Prisma, Drizzle, or just some external API, you can always wrap it in a promise.all, and then you will run all queries at the same time. This means in parallel. And since we know that, we can finish off this query or these queries because we will create multiple ones. And also I see I did an error. This shouldn't be object brackets, but array brackets. So let's update that. Let's close it with an array bracket. And now we can get started and run our Prisma queries. So let me do a Prisma. This is imported from the utils folder .invoice.find many. Let's invoke it, let's open it, and we want to use a where statement because I only want to find invoices that the user owns. So let's get a where statement, and we want to pass, or we want to find invoices where the user ID matches our user ID. Here are 2 things which I want to let you know. First of all, please don't await this prisma.invoice. We already await the promise.all, which means we don't have to do a await prisma.invoice. Second thing, we want to get our user ID. How do we get it? Well, through the params. So let me get a user ID and let's mark it as string. Then for the where statement, we can say user ID should be equal to user ID. What I want to also do is create a select statement, and I only need the total. So let's select this and let's set it to true. So this is our first Prisma query. This is now finished. So let's do a check. Let me now create a second Prisma query. So underneath this one, let me do a prisma.invoice.find many. Let's invoke it, let's open it, and let's again do a where statement. And I want to find invoices where the user ID matches the user ID, and also I want to find invoices where the status is pending. So this is our second Prisma query. We find invoices that the user owns, and at the same time we want to filter these invoices, and we want to get only invoices which are currently open, or in other words pending. So this is the second Prisma query. Let's create the third Prisma query and the last one. Let me do a prisma.invoice.find many. Let's invoke it, let's open it, let's create a where statement, and I want to find invoices where first of all the user ID matches the user ID and where the status is equal to paid. So in this Prisma query, we only got invoices which were open, or in other words pending, and now we only get invoices which are paid. Let me also create a select statement for both queries. So for the first one, which is pending, let's do select, let's open it, and let me just select the ID. Let's set it to true. And let's also do the same thing for the third Prisma query, so with the status paid, and let's get the ID and let's set it to true. So we have finished our Prisma queries, but our array brackets are empty. So what are we getting returned? Well, we will get data. This is for our first Prisma query. Then let's get our open invoices. This is for the second query. And let's get paid invoices. And this is for the third Prisma query. As you see, these names don't follow some, naming convention. You can name them however you want. So you could change the data to something more descriptive, but I won't do it in this example. Since we now get our data returned from our await promise.all, we can return it at the end. So let's do a return, let's open a object, and let's get the data, the open invoices, and then also the paid invoices. Since we have created the getData function, we can get the data in our export function. So let's do a constant data and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now we get 2 errors. First of all, let's mark our function as export async function. And for the get data, we have to pass one argument, and this is the user ID. So above the constant data, let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it, and for the get data, let me pass the session.user.id as string, and this is our argument. So now we get our data. And you know what? If you do a data dot, you get the data, the open invoices, and the paid invoices. But we can make our lives a bit easier, and we can destructure our data. And now we can get the data, we can get the open invoices, and also the paid invoices. So this is finished, which means we can now exchange our hard-coded data against our live data. Let's start with our total revenue. And let me also uppercase revenue. So to get started, let's delete the hard-coded value, and we want to render our data. But if I just say data, you see we get an error, and that's because data is an array, and we want to get the total. So to show it to you, at the bottom, let me just do an array, and in the array, we will have multiple objects. In the object, we will get a total, and this will be, I don't know, $500. Then we will have a second object, and in this one, again, a total of, let's say, 1,000. So what we want to do is get these totals, calculate them, and then display the actual total. So let me first of all delete this array. We don't need it anymore. Let's scroll to the top, and let's do a data.reduce. Let's invoke it as in param. Let's get ACC and our invoice. And then this is a arrow function. And let's do an ACC, so the accumulator plus invoice.total. And then at the end, we want to also add a comma, say 0. And this means this is the value from which we start. Now you might say, hey, Jan, reduce, this is a method which I don't really use. What did we just do? Well, let me explain it to you. So to get started, we first of all have our data array as mentioned at the start. This data array has objects, and these objects have fields which are a total. This means this is the total for the specific invoice. We want to calculate these individual totals to a complete total. And for that, we use the reduce method. So this is a method that iterates over each element, so over each object, and then accumulates the values into a single value. And that's what we try to do. We try to get our single totals and then accumulate them into a single total. And as you see, we get 2 params, and this is the ACC. This is just short for the accumulator. And then we have the invoice, and this is just the individual object. What we then do is say ACC plus invoice total. This means we add the current invoice to the total accumulator. Or in other words, we get our accumulator, the total one, and add the total from the individual invoice. To maybe explain it a bit better, this accumulator gets bigger as you iterate over each object, and the invoice is the individual object. So it could be that the accumulator is already at $500 and the next object, so the next invoice, is at 100. Then we would add them together and we would get a total of 600, because 500 plus 100 is 600. I know, quick maths. And then the last value, or the last field, is the 0, and that's the initial value of the accumulator, because we don't want to start off from minus 100 or 1000, we want to start off from 0. If you would update it to 100, then we would have like a difference, or a difference of 100, and that's not what you want. And since you hopefully understand this, we can go back, and as you see, we have 2500. And to test out that everything works, we can go to our invoices route, and inside of here you see our amounts, and if we calculate them, it will sum up to 2500 USD. Let me also render the USD symbol, so let's get it, let's save it, let's go back. And yeah, I think that's a bit better. Let's fix our total invoices issued. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom. We have our total invoices. Let me delete the plus 30, and I want to render inside of here our data.length. So let me get my data, and let's say data user.length. If you save it and go back, you now see we have +4, and that's because we have created in total 4 invoices. If you go to the invoices route, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's again go back and let's fix our paid invoices. So let me go back to the code. Let's scroll to the next card. Instead of rendering +30, let's get our paid invoices.length. And if you save this and go back, you see paid invoices 2. And if you go to the invoices route, you see 2 invoices are marked as paid. So this also works. And let's fix our open invoices. So let's go back. Let me scroll to the bottom. Let's delete the +30 and let's say open invoices.length. Let's save it, let's go back, and you also see +2, and that's because we have 2 invoices which are not paid. If I mark one as paid, let's click on mark as paid, we should get redirected, and let me mark this as paid, and if I go back to the dashboard, you see 3 paid invoices and 1 open invoice. Congrats everyone, we are finally finished with our dashboard blocks, and the next step is to render our graph on the left side. So let's go back, let's close the dashboard blocks, we don't need them, and in our page.tsx, let's go underneath the dashboard blocks, and let's first of all render a wrapper div. So let's create a div element, let's give it a class name, and this will be grid, gap of 4, and let's say on LG or bigger, grid columns of 3, and let me also do a gap, so let's say MD or bigger, gap of 8, so that we have a bit more space. And in this div, we can now render our graph. First of all, to show you the columns, let me create an H1, let's say, yo, this is about 70%, and underneath this H1, let's render another one, and we will say, yo, this is about 30%. And if you save it and go back, and do a hard refresh, you see this is about 70% and this is about 30%. But is this correct? I don't think so. Let me give the H1 a class name, let's say bgret of 500. And for this H1, let's also give it a class name of bgret 500. If you go back, you see, yeah, this isn't 70% and this isn't 30%. It's more like 33, 33, and 33. How can we fix it? Because to show it to you again, this should take 70% and this about 30. Well, we can use a call span. So for the H1, we could say call span of 2, and for the second H1, we could say call span of 1. And if you save it and go back, you see, yeah, that's what I wanted, 70% and 30%. Since we now understand how the layout works, let's create our graph. So to create our graph, let's go back, or you could also call it chart if you want to, it does not make a difference. Let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let me create a new component and let's call it Invoice graph.tsx. In this invoice graph, let's do a export function. Let's call it invoice graph. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let's do a return statement. Let's return a card. Let's import it from the components. In the card, let me get a card header. Let's import it. And in the card header, let me return a card, or let me render a card title. For the card title, let me say paid invoices, and let's also get a card description from our components, and let me just say invoices which have been paid in the last 30 days. Before we render this component in the dashboard, let's first of all give the card a class name, and we want to give it this call span. So let's say on LG or bigger, call span of 2. And since this has been created, let me copy the name, invoice graph. Let's go to the dashboard. Let's delete the first H1 and let me get my invoice graph from my components. This is self-closing, and if you go back and do a hard refresh, we should see a card with a card title and a card description. So under the card header, let me get card content. Let's import it. And in the card content, I want to render our graph. But how do you render a graph in React? Do you create it by yourself? No, this is very hard. You don't want to do that. we will use a library. There are a lot of libraries on the market, but our best friend UI.Shadcn.com can help us because they offer charts right out of the box. In the navbar, you can click on charts, and these are all of the chart types which they offer. This is a feature which got released relatively recently, and it's a game changer in my opinion, because in the past you would have to use something like recharts, and recharts is also on what the chart library of Shadcn and UI builds. So recharts is a chart library, but it's not styled. This means it's headless and you have to style it yourself. And Shadcn and UI takes these not styled, but very easy to implement recharts components, styles them, and makes them even better. So that's why we will use them. To get started, we want to first of all install this chart component library. I'm not even sure because it's kinda a library and it's kinda a component in itself. So let me copy the installation command. Let's use pnpm. Let me go back. Let's open the terminal. Let me stop the dev server. Let's clear it and let's paste it. This will install the chart, and I think we will get a question. And yes, would you like to overwrite it? Yeah, let's overwrite the card. Let me restart my dev server with pnpm run dev, and then in our card content, we can now render the chart. Let me maybe first of all go through the documentation and let's see how they implement it. So step 1, start by defining your data. This data should be an array, and in the array we should have multiple objects. The most common, layout would be that on the bottom, on the x-axis, you would show the date. In this example, this would be the month. And then on the y-axis, you would show, for example, the desktop and mobile, usage. What we will do is that we will display on the x-axis the date, and on the y-axis we will display the total amount. So step 2 is to define your chart config. We can skip this, and the third step is to build your chart. As you see in this example, you have a chart container, a bar chart, and then your bar, or in this example 2 bars, because you display the desktop number and the mobile number. But we will need only 1 bar because we only have 1 total, and this will also not be a bar but a line. They showcase bars. We will display a nice line, or in other words a curve, if everything goes well. So since we know that, let's go back and let's render our chart or graph, whatever. There's one thing which I want to mention. Right here they show you have to render a chart container, then the bar chart, then the Cartesian grid, and then the bar. The thing is, this relies on a JavaScript bundle, which means we have to mark it in a component which is marked as use client. But I want to leave this component, the invoice graph, as a server component because we will fetch data in a second. So let's open the Explorer and we will create a separate component. Let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let me create a graph.tsx. Inside of here, let's do a export function. Let's call it graph, let's invoke it, and let's open it. Let's create a return statement, and in the return statement, I want to now render our chart. So the first thing which we need is the chart container. Let's get it from the components. In the chart container, we want to first of all configure it. So let me get the configure property or the config property. Let's open a object, and inside of here, the first thing which we get is the amount. So let's open this. This is a object, and in the amount, we have a label. We will say uppercase amount, and then I want to also display a color, and this will be a CSS variable. So you can say HSL, let's invoke it, and inside of here, we will get a variable. Let's invoke the variable, and then we will have a dash primary, because if you open your globals.css file, you see we have a dash primary color, and that's what I want to render. So let me copy this dash primary to make sure that I did not misspell anything, and no, this looks fine to me. There's one more thing which I want to do, and that's that I want to render a class name, and let me do a minimum height of 300 pixels, so custom value 300 pixels. Currently we get an error for the chart container, but that's because our children are missing. This means the container, the line, chart, and everything like that. Then in the chart container, let's first of all start with the responsive container. Let's import that from recharts and let's open it. For the responsive container, let's give it a width. This is a required property, and let's say 100%. And for the height, this is also required, and let me say 100%. In the responsive container, let me render the line chart. This is imported from recharts. Please don't import it from Lucid React. Let's import it, let's open it, and for the line chart we have to pass a property which is our data, because again we will have a month or a date and then also the corresponding amount. But let's do that in a second. Let's first of all pass all of the children and then we will create we will pass the data. So in the line chart, let me get a x-axis. Let's import it from recharts. This is self-closing, and let's give it a data key. So this is the name of the value, and we will name it date. Right now, as mentioned, we don't have the array with the individual objects, but I will name the field date. So let's also give a data key of date. I think that's all. Underneath the x-axis, let me get the y-axis. This is imported from recharts. This is self-closing. Underneath the y-axis, let me render a chart tooltip. This is imported from our components/chart. This is self-closing, and in the chart tooltip we get a content property. And for the content property, I want to render the chart tooltip component. So chart tooltip content. This is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and we can give it a indicator property, and this will be line. You can also say dashed or dot, and I will show it to you in a second. Let's for now say line, and let's continue. And underneath the chart tooltip, I want to render the line component. This is imported from recharts. This is self-closing, and this is the line which will display the graph. So let's give it a type. For the type, this is monotone. Then we have the data key. For the data key, this is our amount. So let's say string amount. Then we have the stroke. This means the color. And for that, we can use a CSS variable. So let's say var, let's invoke it. And inside of here, let me do a dash dash color dash amount. And the last property which we have is the stroke width. And you can say whatever you want. I don't know, 5 pixels, 1 pixel. I think 2 pixel is the best, so let's leave it like that. So now we are finally finished, which means I can render this graph in our invoice graph component. So let's go to the cart content and let me get the graph from my graph file. This is self-closing. Let's save it. Let's go back and let me do a hard refresh. Will we showcase anything? I'm not even sure, so let's see, and no, we get an error. Super expression must either be null or a function. That's weird. What's the problem? Well, our graph component relies on a JavaScript bundle. This means on top, let's mark it as use client. Let's save it, let's go back, and let's see what we get. As you see, we don't have anything. Why is that? Well, that's because we don't have any data. And that's what I want to change. So let's go back. Let me go to the graph. Above the export function, for now, let's create a hard-coded array. So let's do constant data, and this will be equal to an array. And in the array, let me get an object. Let's get a date. This will be equal to November 7th, or let's say November 5th. And let me also get a amount. And for the amount, let me say 560. Let me create another object. For the date, let me say November the 7th. And let's also give it a amount 550. Let's save it. Let me scroll to the bottom. And then for our line chart, we can pass our data. So the property data is equal to the data. And if I again go back, you finally see our chart with the line. I know it does not look nice, so let's maybe change it a bit. Let me say for the first amount 10, then for the second object and for the amount, let's say 100. And let me copy paste the object one more time. let's say November 8th, and for the amount, let me do 500. And if you save it and go back, you now see this beautiful, I'm not sure, hockey chart. And if you hover over each point, you see the date, November 7th, and then the amount, which is 100. And in this example, the amount is 500. Let me now also show you what I meant with the indicator. Right now we say line. Let me change it to dot. If I go back and hover over it, you see the dot. Let's change it also to, what did we also have? We had the dashed. Let's select dashed. Let's go back and you see this dashed line. In my opinion, it does not look nice, so let's leave it at line. So I would say that this graph is finished. We render our x-axis and we render our y-axis. But instead of rendering hard-coded data, I want to render live data. So let's do that. Let's go back. Let me go to the invoice graph. So not to the graph, but to the invoice graph. And inside of here, we will fetch data. And we can do that because this is a server component. So above the export function, let's do a async function. Let's call it get invoices. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me do a constant raw data. And this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .invoice.find many. Let's invoke it, let's open it, and let's first of all use a where statement. So we have a few conditions which will have to be met. First of all, the status has to be paid. The user ID has to match our user ID because we want to only get invoices that the user owns. And we want to also have a third condition, and that's that I only want to get invoices from the last 30 days. So let's do that. Let me first of all get our status, and this should be equal to paid. Then I want to make sure that the user ID is equal to our user ID. So let's get the user ID through the params. Let me say user ID, and this is of type string, and let's pass it for the user ID. So our second condition is finished. And the third condition, as I mentioned, is the created at timestamp. So let me get the created at timestamp. Let's open a object, and inside of here we get a GTE and we get a LTE. GTE means greater than and LTE means less than. Let's start with LTE, so less than, and I want to say the date should be less than today. So let me just say new date and let's invoke it. And also new should of course be lowercase, stupid mistake, but we are finished with the LTE. Let me now create a GTE, so let's use GTE, and I want to get today's date, but 30 days ago. So at this moment you should have a lot of question marks in your head because you probably don't know how to get today's date, or not today's date, but the timestamp 30 days ago. So let's first of all write the code and then let me explain it. Let's say new date, let's invoke it. Inside of here, let me do a date.now, let's invoke it. This is the method. And then let me say minus 30 times 24 times 60 times 60 and then times 1000. So we did a new date, then we did minus 30 and then we did some multiplication times 60, 60, 1000. What the hell does this mean? So let me explain everything to you. First of all, we do a new date. With that, we get the current timestamp. This means for myself, this is Wednesday, the 20th of November, and then this time. This is the current timestamp. So now we know, okay, it's Wednesday, the 20th of November. But then we do this minus 30 times 24 times 60 times 60 times 1000. What does this mean? So 30 means 30 days, 24 means 24 hours, 60 means 60 days, this 60 means 60 seconds, and 1000 means 1000 milliseconds in a second. So with this calculation, we get the date 30 days ago, and we are now finished. We do a LTE, so lower than, and a greater than, so the where statement is finished. Let me now also do a select statement because I don't need everything in the invoice model. I only need the created at timestamp. Let's set it to true. And I need the amount, or not the amount, but the total. And let's set this also to true. The last thing which I want to do is a order by statement. So let's say order by. Let me open it. And let's order our invoices by the created at timestamp. And let's say ascending. This means we get the oldest invoices first and then the newest ones. Because if you go back, you want to first of all display the old invoice and then you want to display the new invoice. Since we are finished with querying our data from Prisma, I want to now format it. What do I mean with that? Well, we get raw data, and this means we will get a lot of objects, and these objects could happen in the same day. What I mean with that is we could have one invoice on the 20th, so today, for $50, and then I could have another invoice today for $100. And I want to take these two invoices and group them together because they happen on the same day. If I go to my chart, I don't want to render the date 2 times. I don't want to render November 5th one time and then next to it another time. I want to group it into one date and add the amount together to get a total. So the total invoice amount for one specific date. So this is grouping. Let's go back, and this code is a bit complicated. So what I will do is first of all write the code and then I will explain it. Let me also create a comment on top and let me say group and aggregate data by date. Underneath this comment, let me now do a constant aggregated data, and this is equal to raw data dot reduce. This is the method which we will use. Let's invoke it and let's open it. As in param, let's get a accumulator, so ACC, and I want to also give this accumulator a type. So let's open a object. In the object, let me get an array, and then we have a key which will be of type string. And then I want to also get a second param, so let's do a comma after the object and let me get the current. This means the current record. And since we now get two params, this means the accumulator and also the current object, we can open a function. Let's open it, and inside of here, the first thing which I want to do is format our date, because we get a created at timestamp. That's what I select from my raw data. But as you all know, the created at timestamp is a very long date string. We say November 20th, this time, in this time zone and stuff like that. We don't want that. We want to format the date. So inside of here, we can do a constant date, and this will be equal to new date. Let's invoke it. Let me pass my current, so curr dot created at. This is the current object which we iterate, and then let me do a dot to local date string. Let's invoke it, and as an argument I want to pass the locale, and this will be en-uppercase US. Let's add a comma, open a object, and I want to, I guess, format it to two things. I want to get the month, and this will be short, and then I want to also get the day, and this will be numeric. So what does this mean? How do we format this date? Well, if it's today the 20th of November, we will format this date to a 20.nov. This is the short form for November. So this is month short and day numeric. The day is as a number and the month is as a short form. And underneath this constant date, we can do a accumulator. Then let's use an array, and I want to get the specific index. So let's say date, and this will be equal to parentheses, and let me do a accumulator. Let me get the array brackets, let's say date. If this is not defined, let's use a or symbol, let's say 0, and after the parentheses, let's do a plus, and this will be the current plus or dot total. At the end, where we open this function, we can do a comma, open a empty object, and now we are finished. And as you see, we are currently getting an error. So the last thing which we have to do is return our accumulator. Now we have one more error, and that's for the key, and it says an index signature must have a type annotation. So let's give it a annotation, and this is of type number. As mentioned, this code is a bit complex, so let me try to explain it to you. First of all, we use the reduce method, and with that, we iterate through each invoice record, or in other words, through each invoice object. And in the reduce method, we have the accumulator and we have the current. So this is the current invoice. We first of all format our date to a nicer looking date. So as mentioned, if it's November the 20th, then we will say NOV and then 20th. And we also add all of our amounts up for the same date. So we get the accumulator date and we add the amount for the current date. And that's how we group and at the end of the day aggregate our data, or in other words our total, by the date. And since we do that, I think we can test it out. So at the end, let me just do a return aggregated data, and then for our export function, let's do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get invoices. Let's invoke it, and now we get 2 errors. First of all, we have to mark our function as async, so let's do an export async function, and for get invoices we have to pass 1 argument, and this is the user ID. So let's fetch our session above the constant data, let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it, and then as an argument let me pass the session.user.id as string. And since we get our data in the front end, we can do a console log. So let's do clg data. Let's save it, let's open the terminal, let me go back, let's do a hard refresh. So this is loading, let's see, and if I go back, we now have only 1 object, and it says November 15th, $2,000. Let me open the management route. Is this correct? Yeah, so November 15th, November 15th, November 15th, and if we count everything together, we get 2,000. So that's correct. But you know what? Let's create another invoice, and this will be then November 20th, and then we should see it down below. So let me click on create invoice. Let me say test 124 for the invoice number. This will be 6 for the currency, US dollars. For the client name, John Fisher. For the client email, some gibberish. For the address, some gibberish. For the date, that's fine. For the invoice due, net 15. For the description, some gibberish. For the quantity, 10. For the rate, 100. And let me click on send invoice to client. We have a pending state and I see our invoice. I also just got a notification on my phone, so we got the email. Let me mark this invoice as paid. So let's click on mark as paid. Let me click on the button, and if I go back to the dashboard and do a hard refresh and go back and open the terminal, you see November 15th and then November 20th. So as you see, we get data, but the problem is this isn't really what we want. We want to have one array with multiple objects. We don't want to get one object and then do a comma separation. Also, for the November or for the date, I want to say date colon, and for the amount, I want to say amount colon, and we don't do it, and that's not what I want. So let's change it. Let me close the terminal, and I will create another, not function, but I will create another method. So underneath this constant aggregated data, let's create another constant, and let's call it transformed data. And let me also create a comment above it, and let's just say convert to array and format the object. Yeah, let's say it like that. So this constant transformed data will be equal to object.entries. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, let me pass my aggregated data. So this is what we got returned from this raw data.reduce method. Then we can do a .map. Since I want to map over my data, let's invoke it. As in param, let's get an array, and in the array we get a date and we get a amount. And again, let me first of all write the code, and after that I will explain it. After the param, we can return it, and in the return statement, let me open a object. In the object, let me pass the date, let's pass our amount, and let me also keep the original date for sorting, because I want to also make sure that everything is sorted chronologically. So let's do a original date, and this will be equal to new date. Let's invoke it. Let's pass our date as an argument, and let me do a plus. Then let's get a string. Let's add a comma and white space. This is important. And after that, let me do another plus, and this will be new date. Let's invoke it, and let's do a .getFullYear method, and let's also invoke it. So now we have our date, the amount, and the original date, and we will need the original date in a second because we want to sort everything properly. And just to give you a small, overview, we use the original date because we want to chronologically sort everything. And the date which we return from our aggregated data function is this short form. This means November 15th or October 20th. And the original date is what we get returned, or the original date is the full date. This means November 15th, European time zone, this time, and everything like that. Since we have now mapped over our data, we can also do a sort, or we can sort our data. So let's go underneath the dot map and let me do a dot sort. Let's invoke it as an param. Let's get A and B and let me return it. And let's do a dot original date dot get time. Let's invoke it, or let's invoke this method, and this will be minus b dot original date dot get time, and let's also invoke it. After the sort method, we can again map over our data. So let's do a dot map. Let's invoke it. Let me also destructure our param, and let me get the date, and let me get the amount, and let me return it, and let's return a new object, and let's pass our date, and let's pass our amount. Okay, this was a lot of code, and now you will say, hey Jan, man, what the hell did we just write? So let me explain it to you. First of all, we do a object.entries and we pass our aggregated data as an argument. This converts our object, so if you open the terminal, we have an object, and this converts it from an object to an array, step 1. Step number 2 is that we map over our array, because we have an array with an object, which means you can now map over data. If you only have an object, you can't map over data, and that's not what we want. That's why we first of all converted it to an array, and now we map over the data. And we get our date. So if you again open the terminal, we have our date, and then we get our amount, and we also create a original date, and this is the full date object as mentioned, so November 20th European time zone and stuff like that, and that's already all. So date, amount, and original date. After we mapped over our data, we use the sort method, and this orders all of our objects, or in other words entries, chronologically using our original date, because the date which we have originally from the aggregate data function is the short form, and this is not what we need. So now we sort it correctly, we get the oldest results at the start, and then we get the newest results, and then at the end we have a final.map method, and this returns our date and amount. As you see, we don't return the original date, that's because we don't need it, so we just eject it, we remove it, whatever you want to call it, and we only return our date and the amount. And now we are finished. So this means instead of returning the aggregated data, I can return my transformed data. Let's go back, let me do a hard refresh, and let's open our terminal. What do we see? We have an array with 2 objects. First of all, date November 15th, amount 2000, and then another object, and it says date November 20th, amount 990. Nice, that's what I wanted. And now we can go to our graph and I can get the data through the params. So let's first of all create a interface. Above the export function, let's do a interface. Let's call it iappprops. Let's open it. And in the iappprops, let's get the data. Let's open it. It's a object. And let's also mark it as an array. Okay, this was a bit weird. I just said object, then I said array. What do I mean? Well, the data is an array. If you open the terminal, we have an array and then we have an object. And that's why I have to append the array at the end, because this shows our TypeScript type or interface that this is an array with multiple objects inside of the array. And what properties do we have in the object? Well, as you see, we have the date and we have the amount. Let's get our date, this is of type string, and we also have the amount, and this is of type number. And now we have our type, which means I can go to my params, I can destructure my params, let's give it a type of iappprops, and let me get my data. On top, let me also delete the constant data, we don't need it anymore. And if I go to the invoice graph, you now see we get an error, and that's because we have to provide our data. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. So if you click on graph or if you click on control spacebar, you see we are missing one property, which is the data, and this will be equal to our data, because if you hover over data, you see we get a date and the amount. Let me delete the console log and let's also save our graph. Let's hope for the best and let's go back and we have a graph. Okay, it isn't as beautiful as the previous one, but it works and that's fine. So we see November 15th and November 20th. We start with $2,000 and we end with 990. So congrats everyone, that's exactly what we wanted to render. We fetch our data, we only get the most, or we only get results from the last 30 days, and then we aggregate everything and render it in a beautiful graph. And if you do a hard refresh, you also see we have a beautiful animation. So as you see, it loads, and then we have the dot and here the dot, and if I hover on it, you see November 15th, amount 2000. So we are finished with the graph, and the next thing which I want to render is my recent invoices on the right side, where we render for now a red block, which does not look very nice. So let's go back to VS Code. Let me first of all close all of this. We don't need it anymore. And if I open my page.tsx for the dashboard, you see we have an H1. Instead of rendering the H1, I want to render a beautiful card with all of the recent transactions. So we will create a separate component. Let's open the Explorer. Then let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let me create a new file or new component, and let's call it recent invoices.tsx. Since this is a component, let's do a export function. Let's call it recent invoices. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me create a return statement and let me return a card component. Let's import it from the components. In the card, let's get a card header. Let's import it. And in the card header, we want to render a card title. Let's import it and let me say recent invoices. If you save it and go back, you see nothing has changed. And that's because we want to render this component in our page. Let me delete the H1 and instead of that, let me get my recent invoices component. This is self-closing, and if I save it and go back, you see the card component with the card title and it says recent invoices. Let's go back to our recent invoices component and let's style it further. So underneath the card header, let me get card content. This is imported from our components, and in this card content, I want to render a few things. First of all, I want to render an avatar for the user. So we will get the first two initials, so I don't know, JM, and then we will render them in a beautiful avatar. Then I want to also render the client name and the client email, and at the end, I want to render the total amount for the invoice. Currently, if you say avatar, you see we don't get this component, and that's because we want to get the component from Shadcn and UI. If you search for avatar, you will find this component, and that's what we want to use. It's very simple, but it's beautiful. Let me install it, so let's use the npm script. Let's go back. Let's open the terminal, let me clear everything, or let's stop the dev server, let's clear it and let's paste it. This will install the avatar. Let me restart the dev server, and since the avatar is installed, we can get started using it. So in the card content, let me render a div element, and for the div element, let's give it a class name, and let's say flex, items of center, and gap of 4. In the div, let me render a avatar. This is imported from the components, and in the avatar, let me get the avatar fallback. Let's import it from the components, and for the avatar callback or fallback, let me say JM. For the avatar itself, let me also give it a class name, and let's say on a mobile device it will be hidden, but on a device which is SM or bigger, let's say flex. Let me also give it a height and width, so let's say size of 9, and with that we create a height of 9 and a width of 9. Let's save it, let's go back, let me go to our website, let's do a hard refresh, and on the right side we should see a avatar in a second. And yes, you see JM, but we're still not finished. So let's go back, and the next thing which I want to render is the client name and the client email. So let me go underneath the avatar and let's create a div element. For this div, let's create a class name and let's say flex and flex of column because I want to align the name and the email vertically. Everything, so the avatar, the name, email, and the total, they will be aligned flex row, but the name and the email should be aligned vertically. So let me, inside of here, render a p tag and let me just say John Fisher, and underneath this p tag, let's render another one and let me say john@john.com. And if you save it and go back, you see we have our name and the email and they are aligned vertically. Now there's one thing which I want to change or add, in other words, and I want to give it some padding. So let's say gap of 1. Let me also style the p tags. So for John Fisher, the name, let's give it a class name and let's say text of small, font of medium, and leading of none. This means no line height. And for the second p tag, let's also give it a class name, and this is text of SM and text of muted foreground, so this grayish color. If you save it and go back, you see, yeah, this looks way better. So we are finished with the avatar and the name and email, and now we can render the total amount. So let's go back. Let me go underneath this div, which wraps the name and email, and let's create another div element. Let me say plus, then let's get a dollar symbol, and I don't know, 500.00. If I save it and go back, you see plus 500. But this does not look correct. I want to render this dollar sign on the right side. So we have to somehow, I don't know, push ourselves away from the left side. So let's go back, and for the div, we can add a class name and we can say ML of auto. This means margin left auto, and with this we push ourselves automatically to the most outer corner, and in this case that's the right side. Let's maybe also give it a bigger font, so let's say font of medium. Let's go back. Yeah, we could make it bigger. Maybe we can do a underline, so let's say underline. Let's go back. I don't know, let's delete the underline, I'm not a fan. Let's leave it as font medium, and I think we are finished. The next step is to fetch live data, because this is hard coded and that's cool and everything, but we want to get live data. So let's go back, let me go above our export function and let's do a async function. Let's call it get data, let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder .invoice.findMany. Let's invoke it, let's open it, and you should probably know what we want to do inside of here. We want to use the where statement because, I think you can answer it yourself, we don't want to find any invoice, but we want to only find invoices where the user ID matches the invoice. So let's get the user ID, and this should be equal to our user ID. Let's get the user ID through the params, and this is of type string. Let's pass it down below, and now we are finished with the where statement. Let's now continue with the select statement, since I don't want to find everything in the invoice model, but I only need a few things, and this is the ID, the client name, email, and total. So let's say ID of true, let me get the client name, let's set this to true, let me get the client email, let's set this to true, and let me get the total, and let's set this to true. The last thing, or almost the last thing which I want to do, is also order our result, because currently it's random, but I want to get the newest results at top or on the top. So let's do a order by, and I want to order by the created at timestamp. And as you all know, we can either say ascending or descending. Ascending means we get the oldest results first and then the newest ones, and descending means we get the newest results first and then the oldest ones. We want to get the newest results, so let's say descending. And the last thing which I want to add is a take statement. So if I don't add a take statement, we will just find as many invoices as we can and we will render them. But I don't want to render, 1 million invoices. I want to render a maximum of 7. So if we say take 7, then I limit the whole selection to only 7 objects, or in other words, 7 invoices. And with that, we are finished. So let me do a return data, and let's get the data in the front end. So above the return statement, let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now we have to fix two things. First of all, let's mark our function as async, so export async function. And for our getData, we have to pass one argument, and this is the user ID. So above the constant data, let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await get, not user, but require user. Let's invoke it, and then as an argument, let's pass our session.user.id and let's mark it as string. So with this, we get our data, and if you hover over the data, you see it's an array with an object, and in the object, we have the ID, total, client name, and client email. That's what we selected from Prisma. And we can use this data to map over it and to display all of the live data. So let's do that. What I want you to do is copy the div which is rendered in the card content. Please don't delete it or don't forget about it, copy it, and then we want to map over our data. So let's do a data.map, let's invoke it as in param, let me get an item, and let's just return it. Let's again paste the div, which I just copied, and as you see, we don't have any errors, and this means if I save it and go back, nothing should happen. On the right side, you see our recent invoices, or in other words, our recent transactions. The values are currently hard-coded, but that's fine. But we still get an error on the bottom left corner, and it says each child in a list should have a unique key property. So let's add a key. For our div, so the first child in this data.map, let's add a key element, and for the key, this is equal to our item.id, since our ID is a unique value. And if you go back, you see we don't have any errors anymore. When you map over data in React, it's always required to pass a key, and the key has to be unique. You could also get the index, so you could do a comma index, but it's always better to use a unique value from your data set. And in our data set, we have an ID which is unique, and that's why I pass it. And since we know all of this, we can now render live data. So for the avatar fallback, let me delete JM and let me get my item.client name. But we have a problem. This client name is the full name. This means if I go back, not really what we want. We want to only get the two, we want to only get two initials. So let's do .slice, let's invoke it, and let's say 0,2. This means we only get the first two characters in the name. And if I go back, you see JO, 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 and then AS. Wow, did I call everyone John Fisher? Okay, I guess, who cares? So we have our avatar fallback. Let's now render our name and the email. So let's delete John Fisher and let me get my item.client name. And instead of rendering John at John, let me get my client, or not client, but my item.client email. And at the bottom, instead of rendering +500, let me also render the live data. So $ and then our dynamic value, and this is our item.total. Let's save it, let's go back, and we have data. We have the avatar, we have the email, and we have the email. That's weird. I think I made a mistake. So this shouldn't be the client email, but the client name. And if I again save it and go back, you see it's now updated, and that's what I wanted. So again, let's reiterate. We have a fallback or a avatar, we have the name, then we have the email and the total. I see two problems. First of all, we don't have any padding. This is not really what we expect. And secondly, the number, the total, is not formatted. So let's update it. Let's go back. Let me delete this item.total, and I want to get my format currency helper function. Let's import it from the utils, let's invoke it, and let's destructure it. Inside of here, I have to pass two arguments. First of all, the amount, and this will be equal to our item.total, and I want to also pass our currency, but we don't get an item.currency. So let me go back to my Prisma query and let me select the currency. Let's set it to true. Let's again scroll to the bottom and let's say item.currency and let's mark it as any. If you go back, you see, okay, this number is updated, but we see this $. That's not what we want. So let me delete this dollar on the top. We don't need it anymore because the format currency brings its own symbol. And if you save it and go back, you see the correct value. So $990, $500, and for example, euro 500. Since we are finished with this item total, let's also fix our padding. So let's go back and let me go to the cart content. This is the wrapper div which wraps our map function. And let's give it a class name. Let's say flex of column, and let me create a gap of 8. And if you save it and go back, yeah, gap 8 is quite good. So congrats everyone, we are finished with the dashboard index page. We render our dashboard blocks, we render our graph, and we render our recent invoices. Yo, so I have now edited about 9 hours, which means we are almost finished. What we have to create is the landing page, and then we want to also deploy our application. But before we start and create our landing page, let's first of all test out everything and let's see if everything works as expected. And we have a few points which I don't like. First of all, we have our total revenue. We see $3,490. That's fine, but it isn't formatted as I wanted to. So on the right side, we have this plus $990.00, and I want to format the total revenue the same way as we do for the recent invoices. So let's go back. Let me open my blocks, so dashboard blocks. Let's scroll to the bottom, to the top, not to the bottom. And for our first card, we have our data.reduce, and then we calculate our total. What we can do is copy this whole data.reduce. Then instead of rendering that, let's get our format currency helper function. Let's invoke it. Let's destructure it. Let's get our amount. For the amount, let's pass this data.reduce method, and let's also get our currency, and this will be USD. Let's save it. Let's go back. And yeah, that's formatted already way better. Let's delete this hard-coded $sign. We don't need it because the format currency brings its own $sign, and this already looks 10 times better. Let me delete this based on the last 30 days. Let's say based on total volume. Let's save it. Let's go back. Total invoices issued, that's fine. Paid invoices, that's fine. Open invoices, let's rename it. I think open invoices is a bit of a weird word. Let's say pending invoices, and for the description, invoices which haven't been paid. Let's rather say invoices which are currently pending, exclamation mark. Let's save it, let's go back. Yeah, I think that's a bit more descriptive. And since this is fixed, I think we can start fresh. So this means I want to log out, I want to delete the user and also all of the invoices from my database, and I want to check out this whole onboarding flow and see if everything works as expected. So let me first of all log out, and we are now logged out, which means we got redirected to the login route. Let's go back, let's open the terminal, let me stop my dev server, let's clear it. Let's open Prisma Studio, so pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. And in Prisma Studio, I want to delete everything. So let's go to the invoice model, let's select everything and let's delete it. In total 5 records. Let's go to the user model. Let's also select everything, and I only have one user, and let's delete this user. As you see, everything is deleted. We have a session and verification token, but that's fine, don't worry about it. Let's close Prisma Studio. Let me open my terminal. Let's stop Prisma Studio. Let's clear everything, and let's restart the dev server with pnpm run dev. So the dev server is restarted, as you see, and the first thing which I want to change is our login route. So the login route, from what I remember, worked as we expected, but it doesn't look the best. So what we could do is update the background. So what I want you to do is go to this website. This is bg.ibelic.com. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but all of the links are in the YouTube description. And this website offers beautiful background snippets. And as you see, there are a lot of options, but I want to use this blue background. You can also select preview, and then you see it's like this blue blob. That's how I will call it. So let's copy the code. Let's go back. let's open the login route, and in the login route, I want to paste the code. So let's go above this div statement, but still in these empty tags, and let's paste the code. This should be a class name and not a class, so let's update it to a class name. Let's save it, let's go back, and yeah, I think this looks beautiful. We can also copy this div statement again, so with this gradient, because I want to also add it to the onboarding route. Let's first of all log in, so let me type my email. Again, please don't write me any emails. We have a pending state and we should get redirected. As you see, we got redirected to the verify route. The verify route looks fine, but we can also add this background color. So let me open verify, let's scroll to the top and let's paste the code in the div element. So above the card component, let's paste it, let's go back, and yeah, I think this is also very nice. Let me now head over to Gmail and let's click the link. As you see, this is the email. Let me sign in. Let's go back to our website. And now we got redirected to the onboarding. I think we can also add the background color for the onboarding. So let's go back. Let's open the onboarding route. Let's scroll to the top and then in the div element, but above the card component, let's paste this background color. If I go back, yeah, this is also nice. Let's now finish the onboarding. So I'm called Jan Marshall, and for the street, this will be Chad Street 124. Let's finish the onboarding. We have our pending state and I should get redirected. And that's what we have. But this is kind of weird. So we don't have any invoices. And this means we don't have any revenue. We don't have any invoices issued, open invoices, paid invoices. We don't have anything. And that's why we also don't have a graph and we don't have any recent invoices. This looks very ugly, and instead of rendering these blocks and this card and this card, I want to rather render like a empty state which says, hey, you don't have any invoices, create some, and then you will see analytics or statistics in this dashboard index page. So let's open our dashboard and then page.tsx. So this is the index page for the dashboard. And inside of here, we want to do a ternary. So I want to check, hey, if we don't get any data, this means if we don't have any invoices, let's render like a little p tag and say, hey, there's nothing, create an invoice. But if we have data, so if we have invoices, then we can just render our dashboard blocks and the invoice graph and the recent invoices. So to create something like that, let's go above the export default function and let's create a async function get data. Let's invoke it and let's open it. So this function will be used to fetch data to check if we get invoices. So let's do a constant data and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder .invoice.find many. Let's invoke it, let's open it, and inside of here we want to use the where statement since I don't want to find any invoices, but I only want to find invoices where the user is related. So let's get the where statement and this should be equal to our user ID. So the user ID should be equal to the user ID. Let's get the user ID through the params. So user ID will be of type string and then we can pass it down below for the user ID. So now we only get invoices from the user. Let's also do a select statement and I want to select the ID, so let's set it to true. At the end we can return our data, so let's do a return data. We have now written the get data function and we can now await it in the export default function. So underneath the constant session, let's do a constant data and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it and as an argument, we want to pass the user ID. And we already fetched the session, so let's say session.user.id and let's mark it as string. So as you see, we get our data and in the data we get the ID. And now we can check, hey, if the length of the array, so if we have more children than 0, so if we at least have one invoice, then we will render our data, but if not, we will render an empty state. So let's go in these empty tags and let's create a ternary. Let's say, hey, if the data.length is smaller than 1, this means 0, then let's use a question mark, let's return something. For now we can return a p tag and let's say some gibberish, And if not, let's return something else. Let's also return a p tag and also some gibberish. So to reiterate, we say, hey, if the length, so if we have less invoices than 1, this means 0, then we will render this p tag. And if not, this means if we have at least one invoice, then we will render this gibberish. So if we have more than one invoice, we can first of all copy the dashboard blocks and the div element. Let's copy it, let's delete it from here. And instead of rendering the p tag at the end, so if it's not true, we can render empty tags. And in the empty tags, I can paste the code which I just copied. So the dashboard blocks and the div element with the invoice graph and the recent invoices. And if we don't have any invoices, we can go back and you see this gibberish. Instead of rendering the gibberish, I want to render an empty state component. So let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let's create a new file and let's name it emptystate.tsx. For the empty state, let's create an export function. Let's call it empty state. Let's invoke it and let's open it. In the function, let's do a return statement. Let's return a div element. And for the div element, let's give it a class name. So let's say flex of column, flex of 1. This means we take the whole space which is available. Height of full, so 100% of the height, and then I want to center my children in the middle. This means items of center and justify of center. So now our children are rendered in the middle. Let's also add like a rounding and a border for the card itself. So this div is a card. Let me say rounded of MD, border. Let's also say border of dashed. So instead of having one continuous line, we will have little dots for the border. And let's also say padding of 8, then text of center to center it in the middle. And let's also animate this whole div. So let's say animate of in and fade in of 50. And 50 is not seconds or anything like that. That's the opacity. So we enter with 50% opacity and we animate into 100% opacity. Let's select this. And in this div element, let's render an h1 and let me say hello. Let's save it. Let's go back and let's do a hard refresh. As you see, we don't see anything, and that's because this component is not rendered anywhere. So instead of rendering this p tag, we can get our empty state component from the components. This is self-closing. If I save it and go back, we should now see hello. And then on the outside, we have the border, and the border is dashed as you see. If you want to, we can make the width a bit bigger. So we say border, let's do a border dash of 2. This is the width, so 2 pixels. And if we go back, I don't know, 2 pixels, or was the default better? Let's leave it like that. Maybe I will change it later on, I'm not sure, but I think width 2 or border 2 with 2 pixels is a bit better. Let's go back. Instead of rendering the h1, I want to render a icon. So let's render another div element, and in the div element, let's get a ban icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and let's give it a class name of size 10 and text of primary. Let's save it, let's go back, and we have the icon down below or in the middle. What I want to also add is a background color. So let's go back, and for the div element, let's give it a class name. This will be flex and then items of center and justify of center, since we want to center the icon in the middle. Then we want to give it a width, so let's say size of 20, and let's add a rounded of full, and I want to add a background color. So let's say BG primary /10. This means 10% opacity of the full color. And if you go back, you see this looks beautiful. Let's again go back, and then underneath this div element, I want to now render a title and I want to render a small description. So let's get a h2 element, and let's say, I don't know, please create a invoice. Then underneath the h2, let's render a p tag, so for our description. And for now, we can say, hey, you haven't created any invoice. Please create one. We will change that in a second, so don't give it too much thought. And let's save it and let's go back. As you see, we have the title and then the description. Does this look nice? No, so let's fix it. For the title, for the h2, let's give it a class name and let's say margin top of 6, text of XL and font of semi-bold. For the p tag, let's also give it a class name and this is margin bottom of 8 to have some spacing to the bottom, margin top of 2 to have some spacing to the title, and let's also say a text of SM. Let's go back. Yeah, that's a bit better, but you know, we have the black color for the description. I want you to change it to a grayish color and I want you also restrict the width. So let's go back and we have text SM. Let's also say text of muted foreground. This is the grayish color. And let's say max width of SM and MX of auto. Let's go back. Okay, we have the grayish color. Let's also add a text center to make sure that everything is aligned with a center. And if we go back, yeah, I think we can leave it as is. So we have our icon, we have the title, we have our description, and the last thing which I want to render is a button at the bottom. So let's go back. Underneath the p tag, let's get our link component, so link, and this is imported from next/link, and in the link component, I want to render a plus circle icon. This plus circle is imported from Lucid React, it's self-closing. Let's give it a class name and let's say size of 4 and margin right of 2. And then after the icon, we can render a text and we will say create invoice. The link currently complains, that's because we are missing the property href, which is required. So let's give the link a href and let's pass a empty string. If you go back and do a hard refresh, you see the button or the link down below. Does the button look good? Of course, it does not look nice. So let's go back and let's give our link a class name. As you all know, we could write styles manually, that's fine, but we could also use the button variants, which you import from the components, and then we can invoke it. And let's save it, let's go back, and as you see, our link has the styling of the button or of a Shadcn button, and that's 10 times better than if you would write the styles manually, because A, it takes a lot of time to style a button, and secondly, this button is accessible, the contrast is good, and everything like that. So we have created our default state or empty state, but the problem which I have with the empty state is that all of the data is hard-coded. This means the title, the description, and the link, which is currently empty, all of these values are hard-coded. But instead of hard-coding it, I want to pass it dynamically through my params. So above the export function, we can create a interface. Let's call it iappprops. Let's open it and we want to get a title, which is of type string. We want to get a description, which is of type string. Then let's also get a button text, which is of type string. And that's what I will render for the link. So instead of saying create invoice, we will render it dynamically. And underneath the button text, let me get the href, which is of type string. So we have created our interface, which means we can go to our params, let's destructure them, and the type is iappprops. Then where I destructured, I can get the button text, then the description, the href, and also the title. So now we get in total 1, 2, 3, 4 properties, and we can render them dynamically. So for the title, where do we have the title? We have it for right here. Let's delete it and let me pass my dynamic value, which is the title. For the description, let's delete the hard-coded value and let's pass the description. Then for the link, let me delete this href. Let's get an object and let's pass our href. And instead of saying create invoice, let's delete it and we want to get our button text. As you see, everything has been added. We can close this empty state, we don't need it anymore. And in our page.tsx, we get an error. And that's because we have to pass all 4 properties. Let's first of all get the title. And for the title, let's say no invoices found. Then we have our description. And let's say create an invoice to see them right here. Or not to see them, but to see it right here. Then underneath the description, we can get a button text and we will say create invoice. And the last thing is the href and this will be /dashboard/invoices/create. If you save it and go back, you see we have the icon. This is hard-coded, but I don't want to make it dynamic. We have the title, we have the description, and the button. I don't know, should we make the description more descriptive? To be honest, I don't think so. Let's click on create invoice. Does the link work? We should get redirected, and yes, this works. So our default page or not our default page, but our empty state works for the index page. Let's go to the invoices. Let's see how it looks in this page. Yeah, this doesn't look nice. So let's also update it and let's render the empty state in this page. So to render it, let's go back to our code and let's open our dashboard invoices page. So we have our card header, okay, card content, and then we render the invoice list. So we have to go to the invoice list since this is the component where we fetch the data. And in this component, we can do a ternary again. So let me first of all copy everything in the return statement. That means let's copy the table. Let's wrap this table in empty tags. Let's again paste our table. And now we can do a ternary. So above the table, let's get our brackets and let's say, hey, if the invoices, or not invoices, but if the data.length is equal to 0, then let's return the empty state. So let's get our empty state component. This is self-closing and we have to pass 4 properties. This is the title, description, button text, and of course the href. So let's start with the title. For the title, we will say no invoices found. Then we have a description. And for the description, this will be create an invoice to get started. And we have a button text. For the button text, we will say create invoice. And then we have an href. And for the href, this will be /dashboard/invoices/create. And we are finished with the empty state. If this is not true, so if data.length is bigger than 0, or in other words not equal to 0, we can use a colon and we can render our table. So let's again copy the table, let's delete it from here and let's paste it in the ternary. So to reiterate, we checked that the length of the data is 0. This means that we don't have any objects in the array, or in other words no invoices. If this is true, we render a empty state, but if we have more than 0, this means if we have at least one invoice, then we render our table. And let me show it to you. So let's save it, let's go back, and as you see, we have our empty state. It says no invoices found, we have the description and the button. The card component is still rendered, but that's fine, because that's what we want. This card component is static, this card component is rendered in the invoices route, and then in the card content, we render the invoice list, and we do the ternary inside of here. We will also update it in a second, or you know what, we can do it now. So I constructed this route with a reason, or I constructed it like this with a reason. So as you know, we have the invoices route and then the invoices list component. At first glance, it does not make any sense, because in theory, you could write the invoice list component or the code in the page.tsx itself. The page is a server component, so in your eyes, it probably does not make any sense to break it into a separate component. But the benefit of breaking this component or this code into a separate component is that you can now wrap suspense boundaries above or around the invoice list. So in the page.tsx, we can wrap the invoice list in suspense boundaries. This is imported from React, and then we can open it. And now you might ask me, okay, Jan, what is the suspense boundary? Well, with the suspense boundary, you can load data as it comes. So this means when you don't render the suspense boundary, we fetch the data on the server side, and once we get the data, we render the UI. But if you use suspense boundaries, we first of all render the static data. This means the card header, and stuff like that. And then, as the data comes, we render the invoice list. And for the suspense, you can give it a fallback. And I don't know, as an example, you could get a p tag and say hello. And this would be the fallback. So while the data loads, you would say hello. And then once you get the data, you would render the invoice list. And if we save it and go back and do a hard refresh, we don't see anything. And that's because our data is very fast and we don't get the opportunity to see the fallback. So let's go to the invoice list and let me delay our whole response artificially by 1 second, or let me say 2 seconds. If I save it and go back and do a hard refresh, you see hello, and then the data loads, and then we see our ternary, or in other words, our empty state. Before I now go on and make our fallback look nicer and stuff like that, let's first of all talk about the suspense boundary. So if you go to the React documentation, it says suspense lets you display a fallback until its children have finished loading. Okay, this is not very descriptive. I don't really understand what it says. So let's see what the Next.js documentation says. I'm in the section loading UI and streaming, and it says, with the React suspense convention, you can show an instant loading state from the server while the content of a route segment loads. The new content is automatically swapped in once rendering is complete, and this leads to a faster website because we have an instant loading state and the data around it is static, and the dynamic data, this means for example for us, our invoices get loaded as the request finishes. So we don't have to wait on the server side till the data is finished. No, we can render our fallback instantly, and then we can wait for our data until it's finished. So in this example, so if I go back, these are 2 seconds. They also have a great section which is called What is Streaming? To learn how streaming works in React and Next.js, it's helpful to understand server-side rendering. With SSR, so server-side rendering, there's a series of steps that needs to be completed before a user can see and interact with a page. First of all, data for a given page is fetched on the server. That's step number 1. Step number 2, the server then renders the HTML for the page. Then step number 3, the HTML, CSS and JavaScript for the page are sent to the client. Step 4, a non-interactive user interface is shown using the generated HTML and CSS. And then at the end, React hydrates our user interface and it makes it interactive. So these are in total 5 steps. And as you see, these steps are sequential and blocking, meaning the server can only render the HTML for a page once all of the data has been fetched. And on the client side, React can only hydrate the UI once the code for all of the components in the page has been downloaded. And as mentioned, if you have an artificial delay of 2 seconds, that's quite a long wait for the user, where the user does not see anything. So if I go back and go to the invoices and delete the suspense, or let me comment it out, let's comment it out, let's save it, let's go back, let's do a hard refresh, and now you see 1 second, 2 seconds, and then the data is only rendered. So we have this blocking, which isn't great for the user experience. And with the suspense boundary, or in other words streaming, it allows you to break down the page's HTML into smaller chunks and progressively send those chunks from the server to the client. As they say, this enables parts of the page to be displayed sooner without waiting for all of the data to load before any UI can be rendered. So suspense boundaries, or in other words, the whole concept behind streaming is very important for you to understand, especially if you have data-heavy resources or data-heavy pages. This invoice route is data-heavy because we render a lot of invoices, and that's why we want to use a suspense boundary to not block any UI from being rendered. So let me uncomment our suspense. It's nice that it's here, but we want to fix the fallback because, let's be honest, a p tag isn't beautiful. So we want to render a skeleton, and for the skeleton we can use the UI.Shadcn component. So let's go to the website, let's search for skeleton, and this is what I want to render. So let me copy the installation command, let's use npm, let's open the terminal, let me stop the dev server, let's clear it, and let's paste the installation command. Let me restart my dev server with npm run dev, and if I go back, let me do a hard refresh, And for the code, we can add our skeleton. So let's delete the p tag, and instead of rendering the p tag, let's get our skeleton component from the components. This is self-closing, and let's give it a class name, and this will be width of full, and let's give it a custom height of 500 pixels. Let's save it, let's go back, and let's do a hard refresh. As you see, we have the suspense boundary, and then we render our empty state. Since we are finished with the suspense boundary, we can finally create an invoice. So let's click on the button, and then we have a loading state, and we see our creation form. You know what? We can also render a suspense boundary for this route. So let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, invoices folder, and then we have the create folder, or in other words, the create route. But we have a problem. This is a page.tsx, and in theory, you could add a suspense boundary wrapping this component, that's fine, but we can use something else, and that's the loading.js file. So as they mentioned, a loading file can create instant loading states built on suspense. By default, this file is a server component, but it can be used as a client component. That's fine, we don't want to do that. But the nice thing is that we can create an actual loading file, and this will create suspense boundaries for this route. So let's open the Explorer, and in the create folder, let's create a loading, so loading.tsx file. Please make sure that it's spelled correctly, and what we render in this route is what will be rendered for the suspense fallback. So let's do a export default function. Let's call it loading form creation. I guess that's fine. Let's invoke it, let's open it, let's do a return statement, and let's return a skeleton, which is imported from the components. And for the skeleton, let's create a class name. Let's say width of full, height of full, and flex of 1. And if we save it and go back, let me do a hard refresh, you see we don't really see a suspense boundary, and that's because again our data is way too fast. So in the create route, let's again artificially delay it by 2 seconds. Let's go back, let's do a hard refresh, and then you see the fallback. So we have created suspense boundaries, but instead of creating them manually, we created them by, I guess, creating the loading file. The loading file automatically creates suspense boundaries at the top and bottom, and in the loading file, we just return our fallback. This means that's faster than if you would, or it's way easier to create something like that than using suspense, or than to use manual suspense boundaries. But this also means that you don't have the freedom as with manual suspense boundaries, because we have to suspend the whole page. But in the invoices route, since we used manual suspense boundaries, we could only suspend a certain section of the page. So yeah, that's the drawback, but also the benefit. The benefit, it's way easier. You don't have to get any suspense boundaries. Everything is done for you automatically. You just have to create a fallback. But the drawback is that you suspend the whole page. And this is not the best thing, but for a form like that, we don't have anything which we can render at first, so it's fine. So I think you all understand how these suspense boundaries work. If you want to, you can also create more boundaries, for example, for the edit route, for the page route, for the dashboard index page. You can do that if you want to. I won't do it, but it's relatively simple, as you saw in these 2 examples. What I want to now do is first of all create an invoice. And before we do that, let's delete these artificial delays which I created. I don't need them anymore. So let's search for them. Let me delete the first one in this invoice list. And let's also delete this one in the create route. I don't need them. Let's save it. Let's go back and let's create our first invoice. For the name test124, for the invoice number 8, or not 81, for the currency, let's say US dollars, for the name, that's fine, for the client name, John Fisher, for the client email, some gibberish, for the address, Chad Street 125, for the date, November 21st is fine, for the invoice due, net 15, the description, yeah, let's say some gibberish, for the quantity 10, for the rate 100, and then we get a total of 1000 USD. For the note, hey, how are you? Let's send the invoice to the client. We have a pending state and I should get an email in a second. So I just got a notification on my phone. Let's open Gmail. And in Gmail, we see you have a new invoice for John Fisher, invoice number 1, due date, total amount, and we can download the invoice. And if I click on the button, test 1 to 4 and all of the data. So this is finished. We can create invoices. Let's also edit the invoice. Let's click on the button and let's say weight of 1000. This means a total of 10,000. And let's update the invoice. We have a pending state and I should get a notification on my phone. I'm not sure if you heard it, but I just got a notification on my phone. Let's open Gmail. And as you see, previous invoice has been changed. Update invoice for John Fisher. We have all of the data and for the total amount 10,000 USD. Let's mark this or let's send a reminder email. As you see, we have our pending state on the bottom and then it says reminder email sent successfully. In Gmail, warning, invoice payment is overdue. We can contact ourselves if we want to, but we get the email. Let's go back. Let's also mark the invoice as paid. Let's mark it as paid with the button and we get redirected and the status is paid. If I go to the dashboard, we should see the invoice for the statistics and yes, total revenue $10,000, total invoices issued 1, paid invoices 1 and pending invoices 0. For the recent invoices, we see $10,000 from John Fisher. For the graph, I know it doesn't look great, but that's because we only have one data entry. If we would have multiple days, then you would have a graph. So you need at least 2 points to show a graph. That's how it works, a x1 and a x2. But yeah, we see that everything works. Maybe we could add a suspense boundary for this page because this is, let's say, quite intensive. So let's go back. So to add a suspense boundary, let's go to the page.tsx in the dashboard folder. Then we have these empty tags where we render the dashboard blocks and the invoice graph and recent invoices. Instead of rendering empty tags, let's get a suspense boundary. This is imported from React and then let's pass a fallback. And for the fallback, let's get the skeleton component from the components. This is self-closing and let's give it a class name. And this will be width of full, height of full and flex of 1. And if I save it and go back, you see this skeleton. It takes the whole width and the whole height, and once the data is rendered or once the data is finished loading, we render all of the blocks, the graph and the recent invoices. And this is better because the user gets instant, not a instant notification, but a instant response from us that we say, hey, we redirected you and now please wait because the data is loading. So to be honest, I think we are finished. Is there anything missing? I don't think so. I think we can create our index page because currently if I log out or if I just go to the index page, so to localhost 3000, you see we don't have anything. And that's of course not what we want to render. So let's fix it. Let's create a beautiful landing page and then we will deploy our application and you will be finished. Friends, we are almost finished. As the next step, we want to create the landing page. So without wasting any further time, let's get started. Let's go back to VS Code. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go into the root page.tsx. And this is our index page. To get started, let's delete everything in the return statement. Let's create a new div element. Or yeah, I guess div is fine. And in the div element, or you know what, let me again go back and let's rename it to a main element, since at the end of the day, it's kinda a main element, right? Or a main section. Then for the main element, I want to give it a class name and let's say max width of 7XL. And this whole main element will be there to give it like a, not a layout, I mean kinda layout, but I want to create a spacing. This means a maximum width and padding. So max width of 7XL, this corresponds to 1280 pixels. then mx of auto to centered, padding x of 4, on sm or bigger, padding x of 6, and on LG or bigger, padding x of 8. So the bigger the breakpoint, the bigger our padding on the x-axis. Then in the main element, I want to render a navbar. Let's for now say h1 hello to see if the layout works, and let's open the index page, so localhost 3000, and you see hello. And this is the padding which I talked about, and also the maximum width. If I zoom out quite a bit, you see this is the maximum width, so 1200, I think 80 pixels. Let's now create our navbar, and for our navbar, in theory, you could write everything inside of here, but I want to break the section into a component. So let's open our Explorer, let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let's create a navbar.tsx. Since this is a component, let's do a export function navbar, let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let's do a return statement, and as a starting element, let's return a div element. For the div, let's give it a class name. And what layout do I want to create? Well, on the left side, I want to render the logo, and on the right side, I want to render the login or the get started button. So let's go back, and how do you create such a layout so that one element is on the left side and the other element is on the right side? Well, you create a justifier of between, and with this, you align your children to the most outer corner. This means in a horizontal view, the left side and the right side. So let's say flex, then items of center to centered vertically, and justify of between to align the children to the most outer corner. Let's also do a padding y of 5, so on the y-axis, and then inside of here we can render our two children. Let's first of all render the logo, so let's get a link component from next/link, and in the link I want to render the image, so the logo. Let's get the image component from next/image, this is self-closing, and we want to pass a source. So let's go to the top, and I want to render a image, or I want to import a image. If you open the public folder, you will find a hero.png, and this is what I want to import. So let's go back and let's do a import. Let's call it hero image, and this will be from @public/hero.png. And for the source, I can pass the hero image. Let's also pass a alt property, and I guess hero image should be sufficient. For the link, we are currently getting an error, and that's because we have to pass a href. And for the href, this will be an empty slash, because if the user clicks on the logo, I want to redirect the user to the login, or not to the login, but to the index page. Let's save it, let's go back, and if I do a hard refresh, you don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's because this component is not rendered in the page.tsx. Let's delete the h1, and instead of that, let's get the navbar from the components. This is self-closing, and if you go back, wow, we have a huge image. That's way too big, it takes the whole width and the whole height, and it should be way smaller. And also, did I just import the hero? Am I stupid or something? I want to get the logo. So again, in the public folder, if I open it, I want to get the logo, not this hero image. We will need that later on. So let's update our import. This will be logo, and then from @public or @/public/ and we want to get the logo.png. And if I save it and go back, you see the logo. It's a bit too big, but that's fine. Also for the alt, instead of saying hero image, we will say logo, and let's give it a class name of size 10. This means width of 10 and height of 10. And now it's way smaller, and that's better for our example or for this page. Let's go back, and next to the logo, next to the image, I want to render invoice Marshall, so the text. Let's go underneath the image, let's get a h4 or h3, it does not make a difference, and let's say invoice, let's get a span element, and then in the span element, let's say Marshall. And if I save it and go back, you see we have the logo and then invoice Marshall. This looks alright, but there are two things I want to change. First of all, the logo and the text should be aligned horizontally. So first of all, the logo and then the text next to it. And also this Marshall should be or should have a blue color. So let's go back. Let's first of all align it horizontally. Let's give the link a class name, and this will be flex items of center and gap of 2. And for the h3, we can go to the span element and let's give it a class name of text blue 500. If you save it and go back, you see the logo, and then we render the invoice marshal, and the marshal itself has a blue color. But the logo is way too small, or in other words, the text is way too small. So let's go back and let's give the h3 a class name of text3xl and font of semi-bold. If I save it and go back, you see the invoice marshal text itself is bigger and it has a bigger font weight, and that's better. So we are finished with the logo itself, and on the right side I want to now render the login button, or we could say get started. I'm not sure, so let's go back. Then underneath the link we can get a link component, another link I know, and in the link let's say I guess get started. And if I save it and go back, you see we have an error. That's because I have to pass an href, and for the href this will be /login. And if I save it and go back, you see we have the link on the top right corner. So this is this justify between. But the link is not styled. So let's style it. Let's go back, and for the link, let's give it a class name. And this will be our button variants, which is imported from the components. And let's invoke it. And if I save it and go back, you see our link looks like a button, like a Shadcn button, and in my opinion that's way better. So we are finished with the top section, this means with the nav bar, and I want to render as a next step our hero. So let's go back, let's close the nav bar, we are finished, so let's do a check. Let's close it and let's create a new component. So let's go to the app folder, components folder, and let's create a hero.tsx. And in the hero, let's do a export function. Let's call it hero, uppercase, let's invoke it and let's open it. To get started, let's create a return statement, and in the return statement, let's get a section element. In the section, we can render an h1 and say hero. If I save it and go back, you don't see it. That's because this component is not rendered in our page. So let's go back to the page, let's go underneath the nav bar, and let's get our hero component. This is imported from the components, this is self-closing, and if you go back, you see hero. Is that what we want to render? No, that's not what we want to render. So let's start with our section and let's style it. Let's say relative, then flex of column, items of center, justify of center, and padding y of 12, and on LG or bigger, padding y of 20, and this should be all. If I go back, you now see, okay, the hero is centered in the middle, and we have some padding to the top and also to the bottom, because we did a padding y, and this means padding to the top side and to the bottom side, so the y axis. Then let's go back. Let me delete the h1, we don't need it. Let's create a div element, and for the div element, let me say class name of text center. Then in the div element, let's get a span element, and for the span element, let's say introducing invoice marshal 1.0. Did I spell correctly? Introducing, this is incorrect, introducing invoice marshal 1.0. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go back, and that's what we have. That's fine, but I want to render it, or I want to style it like a badge element. So let's go back, and for the span, let's create a class name, and let's say text of SM. This will make the text smaller, text of primary, and font of medium, tracking of tight. This is the letter spacing. And let's also create a background color, and this will be primary. But if I leave it at primary, you will see we don't see anything. And that's because the text color and the background color have the same color. This is not what we want, so I want to give the background color a lighter opacity. So let's do a /10, and this means 10% opacity. Let's also do a padding x of 4, padding Y of 2, and rounded of full. If you again go back, you see we have this lighter background color with this 10% opacity, and then we render the text invoice Marshall. So we are finished with the span element, and underneath the span element we can render an H1. So let's get the H1 element. In the H1, this will be the hero title, if you can call it like that. We will say invoicing mate, then let's get a span element, and in the span, let's say super easy exclamation mark. If we save it and go back, you see invoicing made super easy. Let's style it because it looks fine, let's be honest, but it could be way better. So let's go back, and for the H1, let's first of all create like core styles. So let's say class name, margin top of 8, text of 4XL, this is for the mobile screen. Then on SM or bigger, we will say text of 6XL, and then on MD or bigger, text of 7XL, and on LG or bigger, text of 8XL. Let's also say font of semi-bold and tracking of tighter. And if we save it and go back, you see, damn, that's quite a bit of text, or it's quite big. We want to break it down, so invoicing mate should be one line and super easy should also be one line. To create something like that, we can go to the span element, give it a class name, and if we say block, then it will automatically create its own line. One thing which I don't like is that we have a bit too much margin to the top side. So let's say minus margin top of 2, and if I save it and go back, yeah, that's a bit better. The next thing which I want to do is I want to give my super easy text a gradient, and not a background gradient, but for the text itself. So let's create it. Let's say bg gradient -2 -L, and this means the gradient moves to the left side. Now we want to have a starting color, a middle color, and a end color. So let's say from blue 500, this is the starting color. Then we can say via teal 500, this is the middle color. And then we have a 2, and we will say green 500, and this is the end color. And if I save it and go back, you see, okay, we have a background color, but didn't I mention that I want to have a text color? Yes, that's what I wanted, and that's what we will fix. But before we do that, let me again show it to you. So we start with a blue 500 on the right side, we go via teal 500 in the middle, and then we end on the left side with green 500. So this is this BG gradient to the left side, so from the right side to the left side. Let's now apply this color to the text itself and not for the background color. So let's say text of transparent and BG of clip text. And if I save it and go back, you see this background color, I guess changed. It isn't a background color anymore, but the text takes this color. The background color itself is transparent, it's white, and the text takes this gradient and it looks beautiful. So we are finished with the hero text, and now I want to create a description. So underneath the H1, we can create a p tag, and in the p tag, let's say creating invoices can be a pain, exclamation mark. We add invoice Marshall, make it super easy for you to get paid in time, exclamation mark. Let me spell invoice Marshall correctly. And if I save it and go back, you see the description. It takes too much width in my opinion. Also, it shouldn't be black, it should have like a grayish color, a grayish tone. So let's go back, and for the p tag, let's create a class name, and let's say max width of XL. This is the maximum width. And if I would save it, you would see it's aligned to the left side, but I want to center it. So we can do a MX of auto, and with that we center the description in the middle. Let's continue. Let's also say margin top of 4 on LG or bigger, text of LG, and we want to change the color, so text of muted foreground. Let's save it, let's go back, and that's our description. I think it's quite nice, and I don't really think we have to change anything. You could change the margin to the top if you want to, but I don't think we have to do that. So we are now finished with the description, but underneath the description, I want to render a button, and if the user clicks on the button, I want to redirect the user to our dashboard. In theory, we could do that with the Shadcn button, so the same way as we did it with the navbar login button or the get started button, but to be honest, I want to have something more fancy. So if you go to Magic UI, this is a component UI library, all links in the YouTube description, and the nice thing is that this UI library builds on React, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS and Framer Motion, perfect companion for Shadcn UI. This means this library is still accessible, it's easy to use, and it's beautiful, and that's why I want to use it. They have a paid tier, so Magic UI Pro, but we don't need it. I want to render this button, this rainbow glowing, I don't know what button. We want to get it, so let's click on Browse Components and let's search for the button. So I will search button, and then we have the rainbow button. This is the button. You see, it's relatively simple, but it's beautiful. For the installation, it's super simple. All we want to do is copy this installation script. So it's the same code pretty much as with Shadcn UI, and it actually even uses the Shadcn CLI to install this component. So I will copy everything besides this npx. Let's go back, let me open the terminal, I will stop the dev server, let's clear it, and let's do a npm dlx, and then I can paste my code. So this will fetch, I guess, the repository, the button, and as you see, we have created a new component which we call rainbow button. I can restart my dev server, and then in our hero underneath the p tag, I can get a link component from next/link, and in the link component, I can render my button. So let's get a rainbow button from the components, and inside of the button, let's say get unlimited access. As you see, we are currently getting an error for the link, so let's pass an href, and for the href, this will be /login. Let's save it, let's go back, and let's do a hard refresh. As you see, this is the button. We have this rainbow glowing thingy animation, and it looks beautiful in my opinion. The only problem which I have is that we don't have any margin to the top. So let's go back, and if you give your link a class name and say margin top of 5, you see nothing happens. So instead of giving the link the class name, we want to wrap our link in a div element. So let's get a div element, let's wrap the let's paste the link, and then for the div we can give it a class name of margin top 5 and margin bottom 12. And if I go back, we have the margin to the top side, but also to the bottom side. Should we maybe say a bit more margin? Let's say margin top of 7. And if I save it and go back, yeah, I think 7 works a bit better. And now we are finished with this core hero, if you want to call it like that. And underneath it, I want to render a image. So let's go back and let's go underneath the div, but still in the section. And I want to render a image. So let's first of all get a div element, and for the div, let's give it a class name of relative items, which will be of center. Let's do a width of full, padding y of 12, mx of auto, and margin top of 12. And in this div element, I want to render a image. So we can get a image component or the image component from next/image. This is self-closing, and we want to pass a source. And for the source, I want to finally render our hero image. As you all know, we already imported the image in the navbar, and now we want to finally get it for the correct component. So let's do a import hero image, and this will be from @/public/hero.png. And if I scroll to the bottom, for the source, we can pass the hero image, and let's give it a alt, and let's say hero image. If I save it and go back, you see this is the image, but I don't know, I think it could be better. So let's go back and let's give our image a class name, and I want to do a few things like, for example, rounding and a shadow, so relatively basic things. Let's say relative object, which will be of cover, then width of full, Then let's give it a border. And if I save it and go back, you see, okay, we have the border, that's fine, but I want to give it a rounding and a shadow as mentioned. So let's go back and let's say rounded of LG. This is on a mobile screen, and on LG or bigger, let's say rounded of 2XL. Let's also give it a shadow, and this is shadow of X or 2XL. If I save it and go back, you see, yeah, you know what? This is quite beautiful. We have the shadow at the bottom, we have the rounded border, and yeah, I guess we are finished. The only thing which I want to also render is like a little SVG. So what I want you to do is go to my GitHub repo and copy the SVG from there. And once you copied it, we can go above the image and paste it above. So this is a SVG. We gave it super simple class names. So absolute instead of 0, minus margin top of 24, and blur of 3XL. And if you go back, you see this is the SVG. It has almost the same color as our text. So we have this blue, then this teal, and I think it's beautiful. And if I maybe zoom out a bit to a normal width, this would be 100%. This is how our hero would look like. So the navbar, then the button, then the hero text, the button, and then the image. Let's maybe update the get started button on the top right corner to also use the rainbow button. So let's go back to our navbar. And instead of using the button variants, you know what? Let's delete this whole class name. And in the link, let's get our rainbow button. So let's say rainbow button. This is imported from the components. And let's paste get started. If I go back, yeah, you know what? I think that's quite nice. So on the top, we have this rainbow button, and in the hero, we also have the rainbow button. Some people might say this is too much. You are pushing it. Could be. So if you think it's too much, which is a valid opinion, then change it back to the original state. But I think I will leave it as is. And now we are finished, which means we can deploy our application to Vercel. So let's do that. Okay, so I'm at github.com/new, and we want to create a new repository because this is required to deploy our application to Vercel. So the first question which we have right here, or I guess the first field which we have to fill out, is the repository name. This will be Invoice Marshall. Then let's continue. I want to leave it public, and let's create the repository. As you see, we get a quick start guide, but we will skip the quick start guide. Let's go back to VS Code. Let me open the terminal. Let's stop everything. Let's clear it. And let's first of all reinitialize our Git repository. So let's do a git init, and as you see, reinitialized existing Git repository. Then let's clear it. Let's do a git add everything with a dot. So git add dot, and we want to commit it. So let's do a git commit -m, and for the message, we will say finished. Let's click on enter, and the next step is to create our branch, and we will call it main. So let's copy the code example, let's go back, and let's paste git branch main. Then let's continue. The next step is to add a remote origin. Let's copy it, let's paste it. And the last step is to push our code, so let's copy it and let's paste it. As you see, our code got pushed. This means if I go to GitHub and do a hard refresh, we should see the code. And that's exactly what we have. App folder, components folder, public folder, package.json folder. We have everything, which means we can deploy our application to Vercel. Let me head over to Vercel. So I'm at vercel.com/new, and let's get started and let's deploy our application. So let's import Invoice Marshall. And before you click on deploy, please wait, don't click on anything. We want to first of all add our environment variables. So let me open the .env file, and as you see, we have a few environment variables. The database URL, everything that is required for Mailtrap, and the auth secret. So let's copy everything, let's go back, and let's paste it for the environment variables section. Let's paste it, and let me click on deploy, because to be honest, I don't think we have to add anything else. Build settings, nope, that's fine. Root directory, that's fine. Framework, Next.js, yeah, that's all fine. Let's deploy the application. One thing which I want to mention at this moment is that I already know that we will get a few errors, but that's fine. We will fix everything, and yeah, let's for now first of all wait on this deployment step. And no, we got an error. What's the problem? Failed to compile, error unexpected, any error is defined but never used. That's weird. Okay, to be honest, I know what the problem is. This is this new update from Next.js, and if you open the ESLint file, and I think I also mentioned it in the YouTube comment later on, so I'm already talking in the future, weirdly for myself, this next/TypeScript error does not show up in my project. But when I deploy it, I get errors. I'm not sure what the problem is. I guess it's some error with VS Code right here. I will probably mention it in a YouTube comment, but this next/TypeScript plugin is very, very strict. And this means if you just mark something as any, or if you don't use a import statement, it already throws an error. In my opinion, it's way too strict. I don't know why they added it. In my opinion, it's useless. So you can delete this next/TypeScript. It's so bad, to be honest. It's so strict. I don't understand it. And I also don't understand why I don't get this error. But again, as mentioned, I think I mentioned it in the YouTube description. So you shouldn't even have this problem because you probably already deleted it at the start, but I haven't. Since we have changed that, I can open my terminal. We can clear everything. Let's do a git add everything with a dot. Let's do a git commit -m. And for the message, I will say deleted TypeScript plugin. Let's click on enter and let's do a git push. This will push our code to GitHub. This means if I go to GitHub and do a hard refresh, you see we have a new update. And if I go to Vercel, it will automatically rebuild the application. And as you see, we are in the building stage for the commit deleted plugin. If I click on it, we can open the build logs, and as we see, everything is being built. What I will mention again is that we will get an error, but that's fine. We will fix it in a second. Let's first of all wait for this build to complete. As you see, we get an error, but this is finally an error which makes sense. It says Prisma has detected that this project was built on Vercel, which caches dependencies. This leads to an outdated Prisma client because Prisma's auto-generation isn't triggered. So to fix it, we can click or open this link or where it says learn more. Let's copy it. Let's open it in a new tab. And again, right here we have the error message, and this occurs because Vercel caches the dependencies of your projects until one of these dependencies changes. This helps for faster builds, but this isn't a good thing for Prisma. This means a solution is to use a post install script. So we can copy the post install script, so it says post install, and then we run Prisma generate. You could also run Prisma generate each time before deployment, but this won't really work. So it's better to use a post install script, and this means whenever Vercel builds your application, it will automatically also run Prisma generate at the same time. So let's go back, let's open our .env file, let's open the package.json file, and then underneath the lint command, we can add a comma and paste the post install script which says Prisma generate. Let's save it, let's open the terminal, and let's again do a git add everything with a dot, git commit -m, and let's say added post install, and let's click on enter. Let's do a git push, and this will push the code to GitHub. If I do a hard refresh in our GitHub repo, you see we have a new update and in total 4 commits. And if I go to Vercel, our application should in theory automatically rebuild, and that's what we have. We are in the building stage, and in theory we shouldn't get any errors, but again, we will see in a second. Let's first of all wait for this build to complete. Oh wow, it seems like we don't have any error, because it says generating static pages, and whenever we get such a message, then this means that the build was successful. And that's what you see. Let's maybe first of all look at the logs, because this is relatively interesting. So this is an overview of your routes, and you see we have the verify route, the onboarding route, the dashboard route, and stuff like that. You also see the size of the application. So for example, for the API route, it's 145 bytes. and for the dashboard route, it's 104 kilobytes. You also see the first load of JS, and the very interesting thing is the distinction between static content and dynamic content. Static content is pre-rendered on the server pre-rendered on the server side, and it's served as static content, and dynamic content is rendered on demand. And we see, for example, the onboarding route is static, the verify route is static, and that's because we don't do any calls, so we don't fetch any data, we don't call any cookies or headers or anything like that. But for example, the login route is dynamic, and that's because we fetch data. We fetch data from not Prisma, or I guess from Prisma or with Prisma, we get our session from our database. And that's why this route is automatically dynamic. When you fetch data, the route can't be static, because static means your content is not deployed, but it's brought to you by a CDN. And with dynamic data, you can fetch data. So that's why the login route is dynamic, while, for example, the onboarding route is static. The same is true for the API routes. They have to be dynamic. They can't be static. They can't be cached. So yeah, I think we are finished. Everything is completed, and let's open the domain. So we see Invoice Marshall, invoicing made super easy. We have our logo, the Get Started button, our hero text, the description, the button, and the image. Let's click on Get Unlimited Access. We get redirected to the login route. Let me log in with my email. We have our pending state. Then we should see our verify route. So let me go to Gmail, or you know what? I'm not sure if you heard it, but I just got a notification on my phone, which means we got the email. And let me head over to Gmail. As you see, sign in to Invoice Marshall. Let's sign in. We should get redirected to the dashboard, and yes, that's what happened. We have our total revenue, the total invoices, the paid invoices, the pending invoices, and if I, for example, click on the invoices, you see invoice ID 1, John Fisher, so in total we have 1 invoice. But you know what? I already know that there's one thing which is kinda working and kinda not working. Let me show it to you. Let's create a invoice. Then we have our suspense boundary, so the fallback as you just saw. For the name, we can say test124. Let's say invoice number $2. Then for the client name, John Fisher, our favorite name, some gibberish email, some gibberish address. For the date, that's fine. Invoice due net 15. For the description, some gibberish. Quantity 12. Rate 120, we see $1,440, that's correct, so we add the correct numbers. And for the note, hey, what's up? Let me send the invoice to the client, we have the pending state, and now I should get a notification on my phone. I'm not sure if you heard it, but I just got it. Let's open Gmail. And in Gmail, we say invoice for John Fisher. Dear John Fisher, I hope this email finds you well. Invoice details, invoice number, due date, and total amount. But here's the problem. If I click on download invoice, we redirect the user to localhost 3000. Damn, that's not what I wanted. I want to redirect the user to our production URL. Why do we redirect the user to our localhost 3000 environment? Well, that's because if you open the action, we have the invoice link, and this is localhost 3000. Not quite what we want. So to fix it, we can create a ternary, and we can say, hey, if we are in development, then let's render this invoice link. And if we are in production, then instead of saying localhost 3000, we will say, what is it? invoicemarshall.vercel.app. So let's go back and let me create a ternary. So let's say if the process.env.node.env, and let's say if this is not equal to production, then let's render our localhost 3000 domain, so /API/invoice and everything like that. And if this is production, then let's get a colon. Let me again copy this localhost 3000 domain, let's paste it. And instead of saying localhost 3000, let's copy the production URL. So mine is invoicemarshall.vercel.app, but for you it's probably, I don't know, whatever your name is or whatever the URL is. So let's go back, let me delete this localhost 3000 and let's paste the new one or the new URL, which I just copied. Let's delete these 2 slashes at the end And now this looks good to me. So to reiterate, we do a ternary. This means if the node env is not equal to production, then this means that we are probably either in development or in some testing environment. But if we are in production, then I want to render the production URL. And since we have done that, I can copy this ternary check, so the process env not equals to production, blah blah. We can copy it, we can go to the edit invoice, because inside of here we also have a invoice link. Let's delete the old one and let's paste the ternary where we check, hey, if we are not in production, let's return localhost 3000, and if we are in production, let's return our production URL. And since we are finished with that, I think I can again push it to GitHub. So let's open the terminal, let's clear it. Let's do a git add everything with a dot. Then I want to commit it. So let's do a git commit -m and let's say added ternary. Let's click on enter and let's do a git push. This will push our code to GitHub, which means Vercel will automatically rebuild our application. And that's what you see. We are in the building stage, and once that's done, I will come back. Congrats everyone, our project got redeployed, rebuilt. So let's click on our domain and let's open our dashboard route. So let's go to /dashboard. And in the dashboard, let's create a new invoice. So let's go to the invoices. Let's create a invoice for the invoice number, 3 for the currency, or you know what, let's edit the invoice. So let's do invoice 2. Let's click on edit invoice. And instead of saying 120 for the rate, we will say 1,200. Yeah, $14,000. Let's update our invoice. We have the pending state. And in theory, I should get a notification. I'm not sure if you heard it, but we got it. So let's open Gmail. In Gmail, you see updated invoice for John Fisher. We have all of the info, the total amount, and let's hope for the best. I'm praying. Let's click on the button. Let's see. And we have the PDF. It generated, it says right here, $14,000. Quantity of 12, rate of 1,200. If you multiply it, we can say 12 times, what was it again? Let me make it a bit smaller, 1,200, and this equals 14,400. And we see 14,400. Nice. We also have the note and everything like that. So this means we are kind of finished. And now let's test out if the rest works. So let's mark this invoice as paid. Let's click on the button. We have the pending state. The status has changed. It's paid. And if I go to the dashboard, you see paid invoices too. And we have the recent invoices. So $14,000 and $10,000. If I go to the invoices, let's also send a reminder email. We have the pending state, and then it's now successful. As you heard, I got the notification. Let's open Gmail, and in Gmail it says warning, invoice payment is overdue. So this also works. Let's also delete the invoice. As you see, this GIF, oh man, I find it so good. I find it funny. Let's click on the button, delete invoice, and the invoice is deleted. If I go to the dashboard, you see this also has updated. The total revenue is only, in quotations, $10,000. We only have one invoice issued and only one transaction. So, success everyone. It's finally working, everything is here. I can of course log out. This is like probably one of the things which I always forget to implement to log out, but you see this also works. So let's recap what we did in this video. We created a beautiful landing page. We created a beautiful dashboard. You learned how to create charts. You learned how to fetch data from Prisma. You learned how to create PDFs and route handlers. You know how to create a form to generate a PDF. You know how to delete a invoice, to edit a invoice, to mark a invoice as paid. You know how to send a reminder email, and also at the same time how to show a toast at the bottom corner which shows a pending state, and once the promise is finished we also show the finalized toast. This means either failed or successful. Also, you learned how to send emails. This means we send magic emails, we send reminder emails, and we also send emails when the invoice is updated and when the invoice is created. You learned how to create templates. This means using no code, but also using the HTML builder. And you also learned how to send emails without any template, with only a text and also a subject. Also, you learned how to use Node Mailer and the Mailtrap SDK. You saw the difference, and you probably also saw that the Mailtrap SDK is way easier to implement than Node Mailer. So friends, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you could learn a lot, because I certainly did. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. This would mean a lot to me. Thank you Mailtrap for making all of this possible. And now friends, I hope I can see you in the next video. Enjoy your day and bye.